Chapter 1. Transmigrating into a Saiyan. Head throbbing, where am I? Lingyun propped himself up from the bed, feeling as though he had been struck on the head and then unceremoniously tossed to the ground, subsequently trampled upon. A sobbing sound emanated from beside him. Brother Kasso, you finally woke up. Lingyun, enduring his discomfort, turned to look. A frail little girl was furiously wiping the tears from her face, weeping inconsolably. The sight of the girl in distress would tug at anyone's heartstrings. Kasso. Lingyun felt a twinge of confusion. Was she calling for him? What was that? He noticed a tail wrapped around the girl's waist. Suddenly, a searing pain pierced through Lingyun's head and his mind. Two distinct memories began to intertwine, clashing yet seemingly on the verge of merging. In the throes of this merging process, Lingyun could no longer bear the pain and succumbed to unconsciousness. Lingyun hailed from the 21st century, where he made a living renting out the house left by his parents, spending his days engrossed in Japanese anime, with Akira Toriyama's Dragon Ball being his absolute favorite. One fateful night, while revisiting Dragon Ball on his computer for the umpteenth time, he accidentally brushed against the power switch, resulting in a total mental blackout and bodily paralysis, only to find himself in this bewildering world. Through the merging memories, he learned that Kasso was the original owner of this body, who had been grievously injured by Napa while trying to protect a frail little girl just as he was on the brink of death. The transmigrated Lingyun took over his body. Kasso, having suffered severe injuries, was teetering on the edge of death, his soul fragmented and scattered, unable to contend with Lingyun during the memory integration. As time ticked by, Lingyun finally succeeded in merging the foreign memory. What was this? This was the world of Dragon Ball. Lingyun was overwhelmed with joy. He had adored the Dragon Ball anime since childhood, occasionally succumbing to bouts of delusion, mimicking Kakaroto's transformation into a Super Saiyan, gritting his teeth, widening his eyes, and letting out a furious roar, fantasizing about becoming a Super Saiyan himself. Even during his evening showers, he would occasionally shout, startling his parents in the living room, who would promptly give him a good thrashing upon his emergence. After the passing of his parents, he had grown more composed, yet his fondness for Dragon Ball remained undiminished, watching it over and over again. He never anticipated that a mere accidental electric shock would transport him to the Dragon Ball universe. Saiyan Kasso. I made up my mind. Lingyun was incredibly exhilarated, wishing to laugh towards the heavens, but the injuries on his body and the pain in his head made him grimace. Brother Kasso, how are you? The little girl, tears streaming down her cheeks, hesitated to reach out her tiny hand to touch Kasso's face, fearful of causing him pain. Seeing Kasso's expression shift, she thought to herself, he can't be rendered foolish by Napa, can he? With this thought, the little girl began to weep anew, mumbling, Napa, give back my brother Kasso. Kasso observed the girl's sorrowful visage, and perhaps under the influence of lingering memories, he felt a profound ache in his heart. Osbir, I'm fine now, please stop crying. Kasso embraced Osbier, comforting her. In the memories, Kasso's former self and Osbier's parents had fought side by side as comrades in Bardock's team, but had perished during a mission. Afterward, the two had lived together, caring for one another, but without parental guidance, they had grown thin and frail. Napa's family belonged to the upper echelons among the Saiyans, his father being the right-hand man of King Vegeta. Napa, who followed Vegeta around, was notoriously arrogant, especially brutal towards orphans like Kasso and Osbier. Yesterday, Kasso's previous incarnation had been thoroughly beaten by Napa, and it was thanks to Osbir that he was even able to lie in bed now. A pang of sadness washed over Kasso. He and Osbir had grown up together, their bond deep. If she were to discover that her true brother Kasso had already perished, how heartbroken would she be? Napa, is it? At that moment, Kasso's gaze turned icy cold. After comforting Osbier, Kasso resolved to set aside thoughts of Napa for the moment. He was eager to ascertain his current battle power. Kasso picked up the scouter from the cabinet and, following the method he recalled, assessed his battle power. 300. He was astonished to discover he possessed 300 points of battle power. This was even more formidable than the elderly Piccolo. He surmised that perhaps it was due to his near-death experience that his battle power had surged so dramatically. From the merged memories, he learned that he was actually classified as a high-ranking warrior. Kasso smiled. High-ranking warrior, was it? Not bad at all, although not the legendary Saiyan physique. It was certainly superior to Goku's low-class warrior status. In truth, determining a Saiyan's rank based solely on their birth battle power was somewhat inaccurate. For instance, Goku, a low-class warrior, had repeatedly faced near-death experiences, consistently pushing his bodily limits, and his battle power would always surpass Vegeta's. While one could argue that the protagonist's aura played a role, it was undeniable that the Saiyan classification system was flawed. Of course, a higher birth battle power did imply a higher starting point, which provided Kasso, as a high-ranking warrior, with a significant advantage. Now, Napa, prepare to meet your end. Kasso scoffed inwardly. Napa had thus entered Kasso's hit list. He felt no remorse for harboring such ruthless intentions towards someone like him. Having arrived in the superdimensional world of Dragon Ball, where the strong prey on the weak and planets could be obliterated at a whim, Kasso sought only to grow stronger to survive. Kasso organized the memories in his mind, uncertain of the current date or how much time remained before Planet Vegeta's destruction. Osbir, what year is it now? Kasso urgently needed to ascertain the era. He recalled that Planet Vegeta exploded in the year 737 of the age. It is now the year 735 of the age, Osbier replied, wiping the corners of her eyes with her small hands. Only 2 years left. Kasso furrowed his brow. Time was indeed of the essence. He remembered that in 2 years, Planet Vegeta would be annihilated by Frieza. Frieza, a genius of the Frost Demon race, had been warned by his father, King Cold, to guard against the emergence of the legendary golden-haired Super Saiyan. Moreover, under the directive of a certain deity, Frieza would summon all Saiyans on missions in the year 737 of the age, eradicating them along with Planet Vegeta, leaving only a few survivors. With only 300 points of battle power at his disposal, and he and Osbier merely 5 years old, Kasso stood no chance of saving Planet Vegeta, let alone defeating Frieza. Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans, was born with a battle power of 1,000, an undeniable powerhouse. Yet before Frieza's normal form, boasting a battle power of 530,000, he was akin to an ant. I must escape Planet Vegeta within these 2 years, otherwise I will surely perish, Kasso murmured, his head bowed. Once he left Planet Vegeta, with the knowledge stored in his mind, would he not have the means to contend with Frieza? For now, Kasso had no option but to find a way to survive, diligently enhance his battle power, and see if he could save a few more Saiyans when Planet Vegeta met its explosive fate. Chapter 2. Slaying Napa. Having entered the Dragon Ball world, several days had passed, and Kasso's initial excitement had somewhat subsided. He was acutely aware of the impending narrative, with merely 2 years remaining until the catastrophic explosion of Planet Vegeta. Time was pressing. Without strength, surviving in the superdimensional world of Dragon Ball was nothing short of a fool's errand. Currently, Kasso possessed a mere 350 points of battle power, a result of rigorous training methods he had learned from his past life. Yet, this level of power was woefully insufficient. Kasso was desperate to augment his strength. Over the past few days, he had ventured into the forest, attempting to comprehend Ki, but had consistently been unable to grasp the essence of it. The potency of Ki was unquestionable. Just as Vegeta had invaded Earth with a staggering battle power of 18,000, he ultimately fell to opponents who could harness Ki. While part of his defeat could be attributed to Vegeta's overconfidence, it was undeniable that Ki played a significant role in his downfall. Ki was an enigmatic force, often defying explanation. It was distinct from mere energy, though energy could be considered a form of Ki. Despite possessing energy far beyond that of Earth's martial artists, Kasso found himself utterly confounded by the application and understanding of Ki. Forget it. Kasso sighed deeply. Once he escaped Planet Vegeta, he would need to find an opportunity to travel to Earth to learn about Ki, and perhaps even borrow some Senzu beans from Karin, or rather, borrow in a more fitting manner. Upon this realization, Kasso could not help but smile. He sat quietly on a stone by the side of a crystal-clear stream, with several grand mountains visible in the distance. He recalled his childhood in a previous life, marked by a certain naivety, often imitating Wukong as he unleashed the Kamehameha wave. Now, the opportunity had finally presented itself. Let us see what the legendary energy sphere is like. Kasso concentrated intensely, employing the method he had assimilated from his memories, gathering the energy within him into the palm of his hand. Before long, an energy sphere began to coalesce in his grasp. The sphere shimmered with brilliance. Adorned by a layer of azure aura, it resembled a supercharged welding arc, blinding to the eyes, while arcs of electricity flickered around it, crackling with energy. This is the energy sphere. I wonder how powerful it is. Kasso felt a surge of excitement and could not resist tossing it toward the distant mountains. Boom, boom, boom. Debris flew as a significant chunk of the mountain was obliterated, revealing a gaping hole. This was not the fragile earth, prone to shattering at the slightest touch, but rather the relatively stable planet of Vegeta, where gravity was tenfold that of Earth. Gulp. Kasso swallowed hard. Was this the energy blast? How impressive I am. Yet, I hope it doesn't harm any innocent creature. If it does, so be it. Kasso dismissed the thought after all. It was quite exhausting for a novice to condense such an energy sphere. It seems I must continue to strive. Kasso leaped into the nearby stream. Seeking solace after a long day of exertion, there were hardly any Saiyans around, allowing him a moment to unwind. Indeed, after such toil, one must indulge in appropriate rest. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from afar, the grass swaying gently. Something was approaching from the forest. Who could it be? Kasso felt a twinge of anxiety. Saiyans were known for their ruthlessness and cold-heartedness. The utter disregard for Vegeta after its cataclysm was a testament to this. For days, Kasso had avoided crowds, engaging in his unique training to conceal the fact that he had tripled his combat power in mere days. Who knew what kind of turmoil that revelation might incite? With his eyes closed, Kasso rested beneath the water, but upon hearing the distant commotion, he quickly submerged, anxiously peering at the surface above. The footsteps drew ever closer, and soon a figure emerged above the water. Of all people, it's that scoundrel Napa. Kasso scoffed. Napa scanned the surroundings, muttering to himself. The data from the scouter clearly indicates someone is nearby. Where could they be? He presumed it was a fellow warrior training nearby, possessing a combat power of 350, and wished to make their acquaintance. However, after surveying the area, he found no trace of this supposed comrade. Napa shrugged off the thought and leisurely turned to leave. The sight of Nappa's departing figure stirred a flicker of emotion in Kasso's otherwise calm demeanor, as if remnants of his former self were influencing him. In his memories, Napa had harbored a deep disdain for his former self and Osbier, deriding them as disgraceful to the elite warriors. During every sparring match among underage Saiyans, Napa had always been ruthless, declaring that had it not been for Bardock's favor, he would have already eliminated the two of them. Would he truly kill Osbier and me? Kasso smirked with his newfound strength. The tables could easily turn. Having become a Saiyan, Kasso felt an undeniable influence shaping his demeanor, rendering him somewhat cold and merciless, as if slaughter were merely a mundane task. To think one would dare venture into this forest alone. Scoundrel, prepare to meet your end. Kasso began to harness the power within him. After a moment, noticing Napa drift further from the shore, Kasso understood that if he did not act now, the opportunity would slip away. In an instant, he unleashed his latent power, a tremendous force exploding forth, causing the river to erupt with a resounding crash, waves surging violently as droplets soared hundreds of meters into the air. I knew someone was here. They finally reveal themselves, Napa remarked, turning to investigate the commotion behind him, curious to see who the mysterious warrior was. Moments ago, he had failed to locate the individual, only to discover that they had been submerged, yet that small figure ascending into the air seemed eerily familiar. Kasso soared, enveloped in a shroud of white energy, illuminated by the sun behind him. In the blinding light, Napa struggled to discern the identity of his opponent, shielding his eyes with his hand, but only managing to identify their silhouette, which struck him as oddly familiar. Gazing at the scouter before him, the 350 combat power reading was etched upon the lens, yet inexplicably, that figure drew closer. Wait, Given their trajectory, it seemed they intended to attack him, and Napa finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Yet, recognizing the threat was one thing, whether he could withstand it was another entirely. A shadow flitted through the air, and Kasso suddenly materialized behind Napa. Surely, you never anticipated this day would come, did you? Kasso's gaze burned with the vengeful intensity of a demon from the depths of hell. Filled with loathing, akin to a beast fixated on its prey, unwaveringly locked onto Napa before him. Kasso had envisioned avenging his predecessor, yet he had not foreseen that the opportunity would present itself so swiftly. "It is you, Kasso!" Napa's pupils constricted in disbelief. How can this be possible? He could hardly fathom that just days ago, Kasso had been grievously injured, and yet now he stood before him, fully healed and boasting an outrageous combat power of 350 points. While he himself barely reached 260, Napa was engulfed by a mix of astonishment and terror. Like a tea that moment, a deep blue energy pressed against his back, the searing heat and ferocious energy incessantly stimulating his skin, causing cold sweat to bead on Napa's brow, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Brother Kasso, I was merely jesting before. I implore you, spare me." Napa's voice was laced with panic, his words stumbling over one another in a frenzy. However, the memories of how he had tormented Kasso and Osbier loomed vividly in his mind, and Napa felt a sense of impending doom. Why has Kasso, this worthless wretch, grown so immensely in just a few days? Napa seethed inwardly. With no other recourse, he resolved to pacify Kasso for the time being. "What benefit is there for me in sparing you? We could wipe the slate clean regarding our past transgressions, and I could even have my father assign you a comfortable task." Upon hearing Kasso's words, Napa hastily responded, fearful that a single energy blast could obliterate him if he hesitated. If he could just hold Kasso off until then, he would have his father eliminate him. Yet, Napa seemed to forget that he was still at the mercy of another. "Very well," Kasso suddenly replied. Hearing this, a manic grin spread across Napa's face. "Spare you?" Kasso scoffed. "Then why did you not spare my predecessor? Go to hell and apologize to the real Kasso." A cold glimmer ignited in Kasso's eyes as he coalesced a profound energy orb in his hand, which he then hurled directly at Napa's head. "You are deceitful," Napa cried out in agony. With a combat power of 350 points, Kasso far surpassed Napa, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. Moreover, this was under the circumstances of a surprise attack, leaving Napa no chance to evade the onat. The violent energy orb propelled Napa toward the mountainside, its scorching temperature eliciting anguished cries from him. Yet Kasso paid him no heed, for with his other hand, he conjured another massive energy orb, pursuing Napa once more. The two orbs collided with a tremendous explosion. Boom! The tempest roared, and the skies churned. In the wake of the explosion, Napa was reduced to mere dust, while the distant mountain, with a gaping hole in its side, crumbled as stones of various sizes cascaded down. He dead. Kasso's previously furrowed brow finally relaxed, followed by a sinister smile. "I am truly a cunning one." After ensuring that no evidence remained in the forest, Kasso returned home with a sizable catch. Just as he neared home, a few figures approached him. To the forefront was a short youth, possessing a sharply defined face, inheriting the hairstyle and visage of his father, King Vegeta, along with some of his father's physical traits and temperament. His forehead was high and smooth, adorned with a row of pointed bangs, and his features were heart-shaped. His brow wide and his eyes long, radiating an icy demeanor, topped with hair that stood tall like flames. "It is Vegeta." "Huh." Vegeta pondered, slightly perplexed. Was this lad Kasso, who had been gravely injured by Napa? How could he have recovered so swiftly? After a fleeting glance, Vegeta dismissed him and coldly inquired, "Have you seen Napa?" "No," Kasso replied nonchalantly. Vegeta, unwilling to squander time, continued on with his entourage. Phew. Watching Vegeta's retreating figure, Kasso, feigning calmness, let out a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of anxiety akin to that of a thief caught dining on a feast uninvited. He had feared that his deed of eliminating Napa might have been uncovered. "Damn it, I must make haste," Feeling guilty as a thief, Kasso dared not linger, lest Vegeta turn back and find him. Chapter 3. Leaving Planet Vegeta after walking for a while, a small house came into view. Osbir, I am home, Kasso announced as he entered, carrying the large fish, slowly making his way toward the kitchen. Osbier emerged from her room, clapping her hands, her face lighting up with joy. Kasso, brother, you are back. Wow, we will have fish for dinner again tonight. Each time Kasso returned from training, he brought back prey. As he felt that Osbier was too thin and her combat power too low, barely exceeding 100 points, he had often wondered how she managed to survive. Which explained why she had been bullied. However, after a few days, Osbier had begun to gain some weight, her complexion no longer pale, but rather flushed, all thanks to these catches. Kasso prepared the large fish and placed it on the rack to roast. Soon, the fish began to sizzle, its aroma wafting through the air, causing Osbier to nearly drool. Brother Kasso, I'm starving. Osbier stood at the door, her brows knitted together. It is ready to eat, Kasso said with a smile. This girl is truly a little glutton. After dinner, Osbier clutched Kasso's arm as they sat together on a chair. Brother Kasso, I am so full, she said, patting her slightly rounded belly. Will you continue to catch big fish for me? Yes, Osbier replied with a sweet smile. Kasso ruffled her hair, recalling the memories that had merged within him, knowing that Osbier had often been bullied by Napa and his gang, sometimes returning home battered and bruised. Crying for her brother Kasso. His predecessor had suffered a similar fate while seeking vengeance for her. It was no wonder that this girl clung to him so tightly. Contemplating these thoughts, Kasso felt a pang in his heart. This little girl was so adorable. How could Napa bear to torment her? However, after slaying Napa today, Kasso felt a sense of relief, vowing that he would never allow this girl to be bullied again. Kasso found himself lost in thought, reflecting on the training he had undergone over the past few days. His progress had accelerated significantly compared to before, yet many training methods available here were rendered useless. Particularly during training sessions when he constantly had to consider whether anyone was watching. It was well known that Saiyans were a rather ruthless race, who could predict what might happen if others discovered his current state. Moreover, he dared not venture into dangerous territories. This could not continue. In just a few days, he had only managed to enhance his combat power by a slight margin. How many years would it take to attain Frieza's level of strength? He needed to devise a plan to escape this planet with Osbier. Kasso mused. Otherwise, once Frieza began monitoring Planet Vegeta, it would be too late. Recently avenging his predecessor, Kasso found no solace, for he had to remain vigilant against the scrutiny of Vegeta and the Napa clan, as well as the ever-present threat of Frieza's power overseeing Planet Vegeta. After much contemplation, he concluded that leaving Planet Vegeta was the optimal choice. But how could he achieve that? He could seek out Bardock. Kasso suddenly thought of Bardock, the captain of his predecessor's parents. Osbir, I'm going to visit Uncle Bardock, Kasso said as he gently set Osbier down and stood up, heading toward the door. Brother Kasso, come back soon, Osbier replied obediently. The night on Planet Vegeta was breathtaking, devoid of clouds, allowing a clear view of the stars deep within the cosmos, resplendent and colorful. The moon shone brightly tonight, illuminating the path ahead. A welcome sight, for had it been a full moon, Kasso would not have dared to step outside. Saiyans with tails under the full moon absorbed Blood's waves, rapidly transforming into colossal apes, their power increasing tenfold. However, the ordinary Saiyan loses all reason in their ape form, consumed only by destruction, until the moon sets or their tail is severed, returning them to their original state. Only Saiyan royalty and certain unique Saiyans can maintain their sanity in their ape form, and Vegeta was among those capable of doing so. Upon arriving at Bardock's doorstep, Kasso knocked on the door. Uncle Bardock, please open the door, it's me. The grand door was swiftly opened from within, revealing a female Saiyan, Bardock's wife Jine. Kasso, is that you? Have you come to see Bardock? Kasso, direct and forthright, promptly stated his purpose. He wished for Bardock to assign him a mission alongside Osbier. Upon understanding Kasso's intent, Bardock pondered for a moment before inquiring, I promised your parents that I would take good care of you. Are you truly set on embarking on this mission? Yes, Kasso replied. After a moment of contemplation, Bardock nodded in agreement that he recognized that sheltered blooms struggle to blossom. Only by departing from the eagle's embrace can they soar high. He had once been in a similar position, as a lower-ranked warrior lacking the innate talent of Kasso. Early on, he had been dispatched on missions, enduring numerous trials before attaining his current strength. Thus, it was indeed wise to let go sooner rather than later. "Thank you, Uncle Bardock, that I will strive to become stronger." Kasso exhaled in relief, having anticipated further questioning from Bardock. Suddenly, as Kasso was about to leave, Bardock asked, "Kasso, have you seen that lad Napa?" The words pierced Kasso's ears, causing his heart to race. Had he been discovered? Though his mind raced with thoughts, he simply replied, "No." Bardock then informed Kasso that Napa had been missing for a day, possibly due to some unforeseen circumstances. Bardock was aware of the enmity between Kasso and Napa, yet felt it was not his place to meddle in the affairs of children. Ultimately, he advised Kasso to refrain from venturing outside for the time being, lest he become embroiled in the situation. From his memories, it was clear that Bardock genuinely cared for Kasso and Osbier. Once his concerns were alleviated, Kasso felt a sense of relief, but he knew he must hasten to leave Planet Vegeta. If it were discovered that Napa had met his demise at his hands, it would be unlikely that even Bardock could protect him. Days past. Two small spacecraft were stationed in the center of a plaza, where two diminutive figures stood beside them. "Brother Kasso, are we really going to undertake this mission? I'm scared," the little girl expressed, her voice trembling with trepidation. Previously under Bardock's care, Osbier had only experienced Nappa's bullying, and as an elite Saiyan, she had been spared from executing destructive missions. However, she had overheard conversations among her kin, where some who had ventured on missions had perished in the field. This thought only heightened her fear. "Don't be afraid. I will protect you," Kasso reassured her. Unwilling to leave Osbier alone on Planet Vegeta, he feared she might unwittingly become involved in the events surrounding Nappa's death, which made it impossible for him to leave her unguarded. She was, after all, the person he cherished most in this universe. Kasso gently ruffled Osbier's hair, comforting her. Moreover, Planet Vegeta was soon to face destruction at the hands of Frieza, prompting Kasso to execute their mission and refrain from returning to the planet. He intended to travel to Namek to seek the legendary Dragon Balls and then venture to Yardrat to learn the art of instant transmission. As Osbier climbed into the spacecraft, Kasso set the ship's navigation parameters. Standing outside her vessel, he exchanged a determined gaze with her through the transparent window before returning to his own ship. With a roar, both spacecrafts expelled twin torrents of flame, the heat rippling through the air. Propelled by the intense gusts, the vessels ascended into the cosmos beyond the planet. Chapter 4. Daily training and hunting. Half a year slipped by in the lush forests of Mumu Star. Birds soared through the air, while creatures gathered by the lakeside to drink. All enveloped in tranquility. On this particular day, two streaks of light blazed across the sky, merging beautifully with the serene environment. However, those shining streaks were indeed hurtling towards the forest with a thunderous crash. Two spheres struck the ground, creating massive craters and sending shock waves rippling outward, raising clouds of dust and exposing the earth beneath. The spheres opened, revealing two small figures, Kasso and Osbier. As Kasso opened the ship's door, he was greeted by a rugged slope strewn with debris, and he leaped forth in a flash. He landed atop the incline. "Brother Kasso," Osbier called, climbing out of the pit and wrapping herself around him. Clearly, the unfamiliar surroundings had instilled fear in her. She could only find solace in her brother's presence. "Fear not. We have arrived at Mumu Star," Kasso declared, cradling her gently while stroking her hair. He cherished holding Osbier, especially now that she had grown a bit chubby, her body soft and comforting. Finally escaping the looming threat of Planet Vegeta, Kasso felt some of the weight lift from his heart. In the anime, Vegeta's destruction stemmed from two primary causes, one being the Frost Demon race's fear of the legendary Saiyan, and the other, a directive from the god of destruction, Beerus, who incited Frieza to annihilate the entire Saiyan race. The prowess of a being like Beerus felt far beyond Kasso's current reach. Free from the potential dangers of Planet Vegeta, he could now focus on his growth. As they explored the forest, Osbier exclaimed, "This planet is so beautiful." She twirled on her toes, utterly captivated by the enchanting surroundings, her previous fears forgotten. Standing behind Osbier, Kasso couldn't help but chuckle at her sudden change in demeanor. Moments ago, she had been frightened, yet now she was filled with wonder. Mumu's star was predominantly forest, with 20% covered by ocean, a planet with an excellent environment. The primary threats lay within the untamed beasts that had yet to evolve. Their mission was straightforward: eliminate these formidable creatures. Ensuring the task was completed with ease, Bardock, considering the potential for unforeseen events, had informed them of the nearby moon, and in dire circumstances, they only needed to transform into a giant ape to amplify their power tenfold. An 800 power level beast would be no match for them. However, Bardock withheld this crucial information from the two. Kasso took Osbier's small hand and led her to a hillside, where he unleashed a small energy blast the size of a ping-pong ball. With a resounding explosion, a 3-meter-wide cave erupted from the mountainside. They quickly tidied the area, designating it as their future dwelling. Time flowed silently by 0.1 day. At the edge of a large lake, the surface shimmered gold as fish leapt joyfully, and birds swooped down to seize their catch. Suddenly, the water began to churn violently, and a small hill began to move, a mound approximately 10 meters high and 6 meters wide. With each shift, the ground trembled beneath it as the hill approached. A small figure emerged from beneath it. Kasso. Upon reaching his destination, Kasso tossed the hill aside. The ground shook violently as he collapsed, utterly exhausted and drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. After an intense training session, Kasso felt drained, but he sensed an inexplicable power awakening deep within him, akin to a parched spring suddenly gushing forth. The training methods from Earth truly proved effective. Kasso lay on the ground, resting. This form of training was still beneficial for him at present. However, once he surpassed a power level of 1000, its efficacy would diminish. For significant advancement, utilizing a gravity chamber would be optimal. Suddenly, a violent tremor erupted from behind. Kasso turned to see Osbier struggling with a mound that was 7 meters high and 5 meters wide. After discarding the small hill, she pouted at Kasso. "Brother Kasso, you didn't wait for me. Isn't it here that I've been waiting for you?" Kasso chuckled. Having arrived on Mumu planet for over a month, Kasso had adopted the training methods of Master Rashi to train little Wukong, swimming in the lake, tilling the fields with bare hands, fleeing from ferocious beasts, and carrying small hills on his back. Among other challenges, he then required Osbier to undertake the same tasks. Both Kasso and Osbier were elite warriors, their potential undoubtedly remarkable. During this period, through rigorous training, Kasso had elevated his combat power from 350 points upon arrival on Mumu planet to an impressive 500 points. Osbier, too, had advanced from just over 100 points to 300 points. Achieving nearly a threefold increase. 1 cannot overlook Osbier's exceptional talent. In contrast, Kasso's improvements seemed relatively modest. The remarkable combat power Kasso now possessed was largely attributed to that fateful encounter with Napa, where he had been pushed to the brink of death. "Little Beer, we've been here for over a month now. You miss home?" Kasso asked, wrapping his arms around Osbier and lifting her into his embrace. Despite being drenched in sweat, Osbier emitted no unpleasant odor. Instead, she radiated a refreshing and sweet fragrance, reminiscent of dew-kissed grass in the early morning. I do miss Aunt Janae and Uncle Bardock a bit." Osbier nestled closer to Kasso, unfazed by his perspiration. "Brother Kasso, once we finish our mission, can we return to Vegeta's star immediately? With our current combat power, we can surely avenge Napa." A fierce gleam flickered in Osbier's eyes. "Return? No, we cannot go back just yet." Kasso shook his head, refraining from revealing the truth about Napa's demise. "Why not?" Osbier inquired, puzzled. "You're aware of Frieza, correct?" "Yes, I know. Our Saiyan race has served him for many years. He is the emperor of the universe, possessing immense power and cruelty. He will annihilate our entire Saiyan race in a year and a half." Kasso understood that the only way to save the Saiyans was to transcend and become a Super Saiyan. Confronting Frieza in their normal state was utterly unrealistic. "How can that be? We have always been loyal." Osbier's eyes widened in disbelief. "I have a premonition, one that grows ever stronger. You must trust your brother," Kasso solemnly stated, holding her shoulders and resting his forehead against hers. I believe in you, Brother Kasso. Although Osbier remained somewhat skeptical, her trust in Kasso overshadowed her doubts. Now acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, a cloud of worry enveloped her, causing her once bright smile to fade as they embraced. A rumbling sound emanated from Osbier's stomach. Grr! Osbier shyly burrowed closer to Kasso. Are you hungry, my little princess? Let us wash up first, and then hunt for some food, Kasso suggested with a smile that he ruffled Osbier's hair. Realizing that after such intense training, he too felt quite famished, they washed themselves in the lake. Suddenly, a roar echoed from afar. Kasso and Osbier exchanged glances. It appeared their meal was approaching. Both warriors surged with energy, a brilliant white aura enveloping them. They concentrated their power and leapt into the air. Two streaks of light slicing through the sky, leaving only two small white dots behind. Roar, roar! Two colossal saber-toothed tigers, resembling their prehistoric counterparts, stood their ground, muscles taut, occasionally letting out a roar as they faced each other. Brother, you take the larger one, and I'll handle the smaller one, Osbier declared, dashing toward the smaller saber-toothed tiger. Kasso crossed his arms, hovering mid-air, a bemused smile gracing his lips at Osbier's impetuosity. The two saber-toothed tigers were roughly the size of elephants. Sensing the imminent threat, they abandoned their standoff and roared at the two warriors. Little tiger, taste my attack. Osbier hovered in the air, her hands coming together, a point of blue light forming between her palms. Akin to a sapphire gleaming in the light. In an instant, the small blue point expanded rapidly, transforming into a fist-sized shockwave of energy. She thrust it forward, and the blue shockwave zipped through the air like lightning toward the smaller saber-toothed tiger. However, the beast deftly dodged to the side, evading the onslaught. Boom! The shockwave exploded, sending dust swirling and toppling nearby trees. How infuriating! I missed! Osbier exclaimed, her figure darting forward once more. Seizing the opportunity while the saber-toothed tiger was disoriented from the explosion, she approached it, channeling all her strength into a powerful kick. The saber-toothed tiger was sent crashing through the trees, uprooting them in its wake. Roar, roar! The saber-toothed tiger regained its footing, shaking its head and letting out a thunderous roar. With its mouth wide open, its razor-sharp teeth glinted ominously. It dug its claws into the ground, propelling itself forward, sending dirt flying and leaving deep gouges in the earth. Sensing the ferocity of the beast, Osbier leaped into the air, teasingly calling out, you can't reach me. Roar! The little saber-toothed tiger, unable to reach the airborne figure, was consumed by rage. Little Beer, stop fooling around and finish this quickly. We need to prepare to head back. Kasso dispatched the other saber-toothed tiger with a mere fingertip energy blast. All right, just give me a moment. Osbier concentrated all her energy, summoning a basketball-sized energy sphere into her hands. The small saber-toothed tiger, realizing it was in dire straits, attempted to flee into the dense forest. Boom! The energy blast struck the little saber-toothed tiger, resulting in a violent explosion. As the smoke cleared, the creature had vanished, reduced to ash. Kasso descended from the air, covering his face with his hand. Well, I suppose this little one is no longer edible. He hadn't anticipated Osbier's ferocity. Osbier stuck out her tongue, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Let us go. I'm starving. Kasso grabbed the fallen tiger with his bare hands, and, alongside Osbier, flew back to their dwelling. Chapter 5. Osbier's Great Ape Transformation. Kasso and his companions had been on Mumu planet for 3 months. As their combat power increased, the formidable foes in the area had been nearly eradicated. One evening, Kasso and Osbier sat around a crackling campfire, with 2 wild boars roasting beside them. The sizzling fat from the boars dripped into the fire, creating a mouth-watering aroma that filled the air. Observing closely, one would notice the ground beneath them had become slick with the boar's fat. Once the boars were nearly done, the tantalizing scent wafted through the air. Osbier reached out with her small hand, grabbing one of the boars. Bringing it to her mouth, she took a hearty bite. The exterior was crispy while the inside was tender, perfectly cooked, as she chewed the piping hot meat. She occasionally inhaled sharply to cool her mouth. Brother Kasso, your cooking is exceptional. This meat is delicious, Osbier exclaimed, Her cheeks puffed out as she continued to eat that, of course. Just look at who prepared it. Kasso, unable to resist the enticing aroma, also took a bite of the other boar. Little beer, we completed our mission. We'll be leaving this planet in a few days. Kasso gnawed on the boar's leg, feeling a piece wedged between his teeth, and picked up a nearby twig to dislodge it. All right, I'll follow your lead, brother, Osbier replied, her attention fixated on savoring the roasted meat. Wherever Kasso went, she would follow. Kasso couldn't help but chuckle at Osbier's eating antics. Her chubby little legs danced around the fire as she stuffed her mouth with roasted meat, her cheeks bulging, resembling a porcelain doll in the flickering firelight. In that moment, Kasso, with the spirit of a man in his 20s, found himself enchanted by her adorable demeanor, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. Was this what it meant to nurture a lowly? Kasso continued to savor the roasted meat. After months of arduous training and relentless missions, Kasso and Osbier had shed their novice warrior appearances. During their endeavors to eliminate ferocious beasts, they had encountered countless battles, honing their combat skills to an impressive degree that on one occasion, Kasso narrowly escaped the jaws of a beast, an experience that significantly enhanced his combat prowess, now boasting a formidable power level of 1,000. While Osbier achieved an impressive 700 T at such a tender age, their battle capabilities were remarkable, a testament to the effectiveness of Earth's training methods. Should Kasso and Osbier return to Vegeta, their prowess would undoubtedly stir considerable commotion. In the anime, Raditz invaded Earth with a mere power level of 1,500, a figure typical for an elite adult Saiyan. Although Raditz was somewhat inept, these two 6-year-olds were already approaching the power levels of some adult Saiyans. Kasso discarded the remnants of his meal far away. With just a year remaining until the destruction of Vegeta, he needed to rapidly enhance his strength. Perhaps the spacecraft they had previously used had already fallen under Frieza's surveillance. Once their mission was complete, they would set course for Yardrat. Yardrat, located in the 27th main star system of the Virgo constellation in the northern galaxy, was relatively close to Namek. During the Namek saga, Goku defeated Frieza there, but the planet was also on the verge of destruction. Goku lacked sufficient time to return to his spaceship, which was nearby but had its power system sabotaged by Vegeta. When all believed Goku was doomed, he fortuitously discovered a spaceship abandoned by the Ginyu Force and escaped, as their next target was indeed Yardrat, with the ship as coordinates set accordingly. After a year, Goku mastered instant transmission on Yardrat, a skill Kasso yearned for in his previous life, allowing him to flee from battles and swiftly reach other planets. As Saiyans serving Frieza, they possessed a star map, including Yardrat's location. Before departing Vegeta, Kasso had already confirmed Yardrat's position on the star map, situated not far from Namek. He contemplated setting off for Yardrat in the coming days, after satisfying their appetites. The two reclined on a makeshift lounge crafted from vines. Kasso gently stroked Osbier's lustrous dark hair. They reveled in the tranquility of the night. After a while, Osbier shifted in his embrace, her cheeks slightly flushed, and looked up, saying, "Kasso, brother, I need to go pee." "All right, I will wait for you right here," Kasso replied, playfully brushing his finger against her tiny nose. Osbier climbed down from the lounge, descending slowly. Kasso followed closely behind her. They walked along a wide path flanked by trees, the soft chirping of insects occasionally breaking the serene silence. This path to the restroom had been cleared by them. Osbier entered a small wooden structure at the end of the path. From a distance, the structure appeared square, with wooden walls of uniform height, yet it lacked a roof, serving as an open-air restroom. Kasso had thought it unnecessary to make such a fuss over a restroom. He simply wanted to avoid the effort of constructing a proper roof. In truth, it was not merely a matter of practicality, but rather Kasso's own laziness. After a while, Osbier's soft voice floated from inside. "Kasso, brother, the moonlight is so bright tonight, and the moon is so round. So bright. So round? Could it be?" Kasso quickly looked up at the sky, where a full moon, resembling a golden yolk, hung high. Oh no. Saiyans with tails transform into giant apes under a full moon. This is common knowledge among all Saiyans, except for Goku. How could there be a moon here? Kasso had spent months on Mumu's star without noticing its presence. Bardock was playing a cruel trick. Kasso felt his heart racing uncontrollably. Thump, thump. This was the precursor to his transformation into a giant ape. As Kasso understood, only royal Saiyans and elite warriors could maintain their sanity in giant ape form. Though he was an elite warrior, he was still young and unsure whether he could withstand the raging emotions. His heartbeat quickened, his eyes gradually glowing red, resembling those of a beast, his face contorting into a fierce snarl as he bared his teeth and roared. His entire body trembling uncontrollably. Kasso lost control, unleashing a tremendous aura. Boom! The earth trembled beneath the weight of this energy, producing explosive sounds as fragments of rock lifted into the air, as if defying gravity. Kasso struggled against the furious emotions brought on by the giant ape transformation, which assaulted his mind relentlessly, and the remaining fragments of his sanity felt like a small boat adrift in a stormy sea. On the verge of capsizing, Kasso dared not gamble on his ability to retain his sanity. Enduring the pain, he tore off his own tail. Ha ha, ha. Without his tail, Kasso knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. His face returned to normal, and the hair that signified his impending transformation faded, yet his eyes remained crimson, bloodshot, and terrifying. At that moment, a roar erupted from the direction of the restroom. Roar, roar, roar. A towering giant ape, over 20 meters tall, emerged from the forest, its eyes blood-red like rubies, its body covered in tawny fur. The giant ape pounded its chest as if trying to release pent-up frustration. The open-air restroom Kasso had painstakingly constructed was now reduced to splinters. With not a single intact wooden piece left on the ground, Kasso swallowed hard, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. If I had known, I would have built a proper enclosed restroom instead of cutting corners. Upon witnessing Osbier lose her sanity, Kasso realized that even elite warriors must undergo training to maintain their composure in giant ape form. The full moon was Bardock's final trick for Kasso and the others. Under its glow, once they transformed into giant apes, the beasts of Mumu's star would be as insignificant as ants. Perhaps Bardock, far away on Vegeta, could not have anticipated such a scenario, that they would transform when they least needed to. This was truly a predicament for Kasso. Chapter 6. Leave no one behind. A 20-meter-tall giant ape wreaked havoc throughout the forest. The massive creature bared its enormous fangs, emitting a colossal red energy wave. Boom! A mushroom cloud erupted at the sight of the explosion, smoke swirling and filling the air with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Terrifying, Kasso gulped, awed by Osbier's newfound power. The giant ape pounded its chest once more. Gazing up at the sky, where the silhouette of the moon loomed in its blood-red eyes, reaching out as if to grasp it. Yet the full moon remained immobile in the sky, unaffected. Roar! Osbier seemed incensed by the giant ape, pounding her chest and unleashing a laser beam towards the ground. Boom, boom! The earth trembled and the mountains shattered as a colossal peak was struck, erupting in a violent explosion, sending shards and boulders flying in every direction. Where the laser beams traversed, a vast chasm emerged, reminiscent of a great rift formed by an earthquake, with debris cascading into the abyss. The surrounding trees were toppled by the shockwave, and in certain areas, sparks ignited, quickly engulfing the forest in flames. Animals fled in panic, their cries echoing the gruesome scene, akin to a hell on earth. Kasso was acutely aware that the detector was equipped with a listening device, which he had discarded prior to arriving at Mumu's star. Through 6 months of rigorous training, Kasso had acquired a modicum of sensory perception. He sensed that Osbier's combat power had surged to approximately 8,000. A tenfold increase in her giant ape form. Osbier had transcended the mere 1,000 points of combat power Kasso possessed, rendering him utterly defenseless. Kasso knelt, veins bulging from his neck, his face contorted in agony as he gasped for breath. It was unfathomable that Osbier, once a porcelain doll, could transform into a ferocious gorilla in the blink of an eye, devoid of any recognition. He had to sever her tail. That was the only course of action left. Kasso slapped his cheeks, striving to regain his composure. He alone could thwart Osbier on this planet. But upon raising his gaze, he was met with a dire sight. A dark red energy sphere loomed overhead. And before he could react, it struck him with devastating force. Boom! Kasso was propelled backwards at an incredible speed, tumbling across the ground for a considerable distance, before finally coming to a halt. Behind him lay a scar over 100 meters long, a testament to his violent descent. Spitting blood, Kasso lay on his side, searing pain coursing through his body, his upper garments charred, revealing a multitude of varying wounds that throbbed with a fiery sting. That foolish little bear! Kasso cursed under his breath, grateful that this was merely a casual strike from Osbier. Had it been anything more, he surely would not have survived if he had to stop her. Kasso understood that if this continued, the entire planet could be laid waste by her hand in a single night, for Osbier now wielded around 8,000 combat points in this hyperdimension. Even a few hundred points were sufficient to obliterate a planet, let alone Osbier's current might. With one hand pressed against the ground, Kasso strained to rise, each movement aggravating his wounds, blood oozing profusely with every slight shift. Gritting his teeth, he endured the excruciating pain and slowly stood. Taking a deep breath, he stealthily maneuvered through the forest towards Osbier's location. As he neared the giant ape, the devastation was palpable. He leapt onto a tree, keenly observing Osbier's movements. The giant ape was in a state of furious rage. Her left foot stomped down, causing the earth beneath her to cave in as if it were mere tofu. Unable to withstand her might, with a thunderous roar, she struck the ground with both hands. A ghostly crimson glow emanating from her mouth, the energy accumulating exponentially. Kasso recognized this as an opportune moment. Osbier was preparing a formidable attack, but he knew that when she unleashed the laser projectile, there would be a brief window of vulnerability, and he had to seize this moment. The energy ball in her mouth swelled to an enormous size, resembling a black hole, with a terrifying gravitational pull that drew in the surrounding air. The force intensified, causing debris to roll towards the energy sphere, while withered branches and leaves from the forest were irresistibly pulled in, only to disintegrate into dust before they could reach the energy's vicinity. Kasso inhaled sharply, acutely aware of the destructive power contained within that energy ball. Should it strike him, he would be reduced to nothing. With the energy amassed to its zenith, the giant ape unleashed a tremendous blast. The colossal laser projectile hurtling towards a distant mountain range akin to the Kunlun Mountains. Now was the time. Kasso summoned all his strength, propelling himself forward with the speed of a tempest. Darting towards the base of Osbier's tail, in no time, a figure emerged at the rear of Osbier, a right hand coalescing energy into a blade, intent on severing her tail. Suddenly, the giant ape's tail swung upward, evading the strike, and then flailed wildly. From a distance, it appeared like a chaotic whip, thrashing about with illusory afterimages scattered everywhere. This was perilous. The little girl, no, the big girl, was far too cautious. Kasso had anticipated a successful cut, only to find Osbier acutely aware of her surroundings, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. The giant ape's tail lashed out mercilessly, and Kasso struggled to withstand the onslaught. However, transformed into a mighty gorilla, Osbier was not something he could contend with. Before long, he felt a sharp pain in his back as her tail struck him with brutal force. His agonized scream reverberated through the air as Kasso was sent flying, his body soaring like a cannonball towards a nearby hillock. He traveled hundreds of meters before crashing into the ground. Boom! In an instant, a massive crater was formed in the hill. The laser projectile Osbier had just conjured struck the mountain range with cataclysmic force. Boom! Boom! The mountains trembled as the blast detonated, a mushroom cloud erupting into the sky, dwarfing even that of an atomic explosion by a factor of 10. Soon, the cloud enveloped the area, permeating the shattered vacuum. Dust swirling about in a chaotic dance. In a cave several hundred meters away, a figure lay entombed in rubble. Kasso propping himself up, dislodging stones that cascaded down with his movements. Coughing violently, he expelled more blood. His already battered body suffering further misfortune from the blow dealt by Osbier's tail. Before he could catch his breath, heavy footsteps resounded from above. The Kasso's expression shifted to one of alarm. Damn it. She has tracked me down. At that moment, a colossal hand tore open the cave's entrance. That it was over. Escape was impossible. Sitting on the ground, Kasso bitterly chuckled to himself. Little Beer, when you wake up tomorrow and don't see me, please don't be sad. He truly lacked the strength to move, several bones fractured. Kasso attempted to wipe the blood from his lips, but each motion sent searing pain through his wounds, causing him to grimace. Upon traversing into this world, Kasso had fantasized about becoming the mightiest warrior in the Dragon Ball universe, meeting Kakarot and impressing Vegeta. Yet half a year had passed, and none of those dreams had materialized. Was he truly destined to perish beneath Osbier's feet? What a disgrace for a traveler! Sighing helplessly, Kasso envisioned Osbier awakening, calling out Brother Kasso, and searching for him across the world. He imagined her being pursued by Frieza without him by her side. How could such an innocent girl survive in the treacherous cosmos? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Kasso felt a pang of sorrow. He genuinely worried for her. As Osbier lifted the cave entrance, she paused, casting her gaze upon Kasso. Suddenly, she raised her left foot, intent on crushing the little insect that had dared to offend her. Kasso slowly closed his eyes. So be it. I shall concede. However, a moment passed. Why has she not descended? Kasso opened his eyes to find Osbier's foot suspended in midair, hesitating to come down. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her eyes blinking, a contemplative expression crossing her face, as if recalling something. Her gaze softened, and slowly, she withdrew her massive foot, curling her legs beneath her as she sat beside him. This. Is she remembering me? Kasso's lips curled into a wild grin, laughter bubbling forth. Yet before long, he was overcome with emotion, tears glistening in his eyes. Kasso murmured, all those times I endured pain were not in vain. Lolita has not forgotten me. Hearing Kasso's voice, Osbier glanced down, her expression adorably perplexed as she reached out to pat the enormous gorilla's head. Why is this little insect talking to itself? How strange. Kasso was startled by her action, instinctively recoiling, fearing another attack, but upon realizing she was merely petting him, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. That foolish little Beerus is truly insufferable. Once she regains her senses tomorrow, I shall ensure she receives a thorough reprimanding. In a fleeting moment, the furious Osbir managed to regain her composure. While the distant forest continued to smolder, the battle having come to a halt, Kasso noticed Osbir leaning against the mountainside, her arms hanging limply at her sides. A chilly breeze swept through, causing him to shiver involuntarily as he leaned closer to her. Her body, covered in soft fur, provided a warm and comforting embrace. However, resting against the giant ape made Kasso somewhat uneasy, and he cautiously glanced up. Osbier's enormous eyes met his gaze, but she exhibited no reaction. Instead, lifting her gaze to the round moon above, Kasso observed that the forest had been ablaze for 2 hours, gradually extinguishing. The dust-laden sky began to clear, thick layers of debris blanketing the ground. Resembling volcanic ash, the full moon still hung in the heavens. A small child nestled against the leg of the great gorilla, both snoring, one large and one small. Chapter 7. Little Osbier awakens as night began to recede. The full moon vanished from the sky, soon obscured by the distant mountains. At the juncture where the mountains met the heavens, a sliver of white light emerged, gradually giving way to golden rays that filtered through the gaps in the leaves. Adorning the forest floor, chirp, 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 insects buzzed, and the leaves glistened with round dewdrops. Over time, droplets coalesced, succumbing to gravity and cascading from the leaves. Plop. They fell to the ground. Huzizi, a small child, snored softly, occasionally smacking his lips. Beside him lay a naked little girl, her black hair cascading across the boy's chest. She was fair-skinned and plump, her arms wrapped around his left hand, her head resting on his shoulder. Peacefully asleep. Yawn. Osbier's chubby little hand lightly tapped her mouth. Why am I not wearing any clothes? Why do I feel so weary? Osbier sensed her body was utterly limp, devoid of strength. Hadn't she been in the restroom just last night? How could it be morning already? And where had her clothes gone? Questions swirled her mind. Before her lay numerous large footprints, with trees nearby either snapped in half or uprooted, coated in a thick layer of dust. The distant peaks appeared shattered and desolate, resembling crumbling ruins. Had a large-scale battle occurred here? Who is this filthy child beside me? Osbier discovered a ragged, scarred little boy sleeping beside her. How dare this dirty little brat sleep next to me? Osbier furrowed her brow, glaring at the ragged child. She raised her hand, gathering a sphere of energy, the pressure intensifying as a brilliant blue light emanated from her palm. Suddenly, the filthy boy rolled over, his head turning toward her. A mix of blood and dirt smeared across his face, revealing features that struck her as oddly familiar. Why does he resemble my brother Kasso? Osbier's pupils dilated in shock. Brother Kasso? The deep blue shockwave in her hand dissipated instantly, her eyes welling with tears as she scrambled to Kasso's side, enveloping him in her arms. Tears streamed down her chubby cheeks uncontrollably. Brother Kasso. What has happened to you? Osbier cried out. She cradled Kasso against her chest, allowing him to lean on her. On this planet, Kasso's strength was unparalleled. There was no one who could possibly defeat him. The more she pondered, the more confused she became, only knowing that Kasso was gravely injured, which filled Osbier's heart with anguish. Tears cascaded from her eyes, dripping onto Kasso's lips. Kasso slowly opened his eyes, feeling the weight of Osbier's embrace. The pain in his battered body intensified. Hiss! He gasped in pain, quickly urging, "Little Osbier, let go." Osbier hesitated for a moment before realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily releasing her grip. "Brother Kasso, who has hurt you?" she inquired, her expression darkening with fury in her memory. Aside from that time, he had been severely wounded by Napa. She could not recall him ever being in such dire straits. "Relax, it's nothing. I'll heal in a few weeks," Kasso reassured her, resting his face against her bare chest, inhaling deeply. "Just give it some time. Who has harmed you, brother? Tell little Osbier, and I shall avenge you," she declared fiercely, hugging him tightly. Kasso pressed his nose against her chest, savoring her faint, delicate scent, gently rubbing his face against her. "Who on this planet could possibly defeat me? Have you forgotten what transpired last night?" Last night, wasn't I just using the restroom?" Osbier replied, her brow furrowing in confusion. "What did you see while you were in the restroom?" Kasso asked, forcing a smile. This little girl had indeed forgotten the events of the previous night. "Last night, after finishing the restroom, I saw a round moon." "Oh, the full moon. Does that mean I turned into a giant gorilla?" Osbier's eyes widened in horror. All Saiyans on Planet Vegeta were aware that gazing at the full moon would transform them into mindless beasts. If that were the case, then, Brother Kasso, your injuries, they weren't caused by me, were they? Kasso, though reluctant to admit it, nodded. Seeing him confirm her fears, Osbier burst into tears once more, lamenting her own foolishness for having attacked her brother. What she remained blissfully unaware of was that had she not halted her attack last night, Kasso might have been reduced to mere rubble. Kasso lay nestled in Osbier's embrace, recounting the events of the previous night, particularly the crucial moment when she had retracted that devastating kick. Truth be told, Kasso felt a deep sense of gratitude. It was exceedingly rare for a mindless giant to regain its sense of self. And within the Dragon Ball saga, only a few instances of such recollection could be recalled. Among them, Vegeta's invasion of Earth and Gohan's transformation into a giant ape were notable, along with Goku's ascension to Super Saiyan 4 in Dragon Ball GT. These instances were the most memorable. With Kasso's soothing words, Osbier gradually ceased her cries, although tears still clung to her little nose, and even her rosy lips were not spared. She sniffled, relieved that she hadn't attacked Kasso, for otherwise she would have been inconsolable. Kasso bore no ill will towards Osbier. Such occurrences were challenging to avoid without prior knowledge of the full moon's appearance. Had he transformed into a giant, he couldn't guarantee he would have regained his senses in time. Kasso wiped the tears from Osbier's little nose, brushing away the moisture, and gently caressed her chubby cheeks. "Brother isn't angry with you. Don't cry. If you keep crying, you won't be pretty anymore. But I hurt you," she protested. "It's fine. At a few weeks of rest, and I'll be all right. Thankfully, all those times I didn't ignore you paid off, as you spared me in the end," Kasso said with a playful grin. "Brother, you're so annoying," Osbier pouted. All right, come on. Help your brother up?" "Okay." Osbier assisted him as he slowly rose from the ground. "Let us hurry back. By the way, you're still not wearing any clothes?" Why didn't you tell me sooner?" A beam of white light streaked across the sky, revealing a small girl carrying a small boy as they soared above the ground. Chapter 8. Arrival at Yardrat a month later in a cave. Two small children hefted a spaceship that leaned against the wall, making their way toward the exit. Their tiny bodies struggled under the weight of the vessel, which was considerably larger than they were, creating a rather peculiar sight. Yet, Saiyans were indeed formidable. Hundreds of pounds felt like mere toys in their hands. Upon exiting the cave, they encountered a rugged terrain, revealing numerous pits that had likely been filled recently. The uneven ground was littered with countless stones, and further ahead, many trees lay partially toppled, their leaves wilting in the gentle breeze, which caused the dried foliage to finally give way and drift downwards. In such a scenario, it becomes immediately apparent that this place has recently endured a fierce battle. Kazuo, with one hand hoisting the spacecraft, approached an open area and gently set it down. Fortunately, this location had remained untouched. With a smile, Kazuo remarked, "It's a relief that this place was spared." Upon hearing this, Osbier's fair complexion flushed a rosy hue, and she became noticeably evasive. When Osbier transformed into a gorilla, she wreaked havoc everywhere. But thankfully, this area had been unaffected, and the spacecraft remained intact. Otherwise, they might have been stranded here for eternity. "Little Beer, we are now setting off to Yardrat Star to learn an extraordinary technique," Kazuo declared as he opened the spacecraft door and addressed Osbier. Osbier had already resolved that wherever her brother Kazuo went, she would follow. Even if Kazuo took her to Frieza's headquarters, Osbier would not hesitate, for she regarded Kazuo as her closest family member. The two climbed inside. The spacecraft door sealed shut, and brilliant flames erupted from its underside as it soared into the sky. Originally, they had planned to venture to Namek first. However, after the incident with Osbier's transformation, Kazuo realized that survival was paramount, and thus they would first travel to Yardrat Star to master the vital technique of instant transmission. The vast expanse of the cosmos unfolded before them, with the gossamer-like Milky Way cascading from the northeast to the southwest, a dazzling array of stars twinkling like diamonds against the night sky. Numerous planets floated within the starry sea, some red, others azure, boasting a myriad of colors. Their sizes varied significantly. Some planets were colossal, perhaps dozens of times the size of Earth, while others were less than a tenth of Earth size, presenting a stark contrast. Suddenly, a massive yellow planet loomed ahead, its surface pockmarked and devoid of greenery, even lacking moisture. Beside it was a purple planet, shrouded in lavender-hued clouds, ethereal and delicate, resembling a maiden clad in purple satin. Gracefully dancing before their eyes, utterly enchanting, two spacecraft, one following the other, plunged into the atmosphere of this purple planet. The vessels descended through the atmosphere at a terrifying speed, the friction igniting their surfaces with flames akin to matchsticks. Boom, boom, the two spacecraft struck the ground within a valley, creating two deep craters. Kazuo awakened from his slumber, opened the spacecraft door, and leapt out to his surprise. An alien clad in peculiar attire stood before him. His skin bore a purplish hue, devoid of hair, with features resembling those of earthlings, albeit with notably elongated ears and slender, narrow eyes. Irregular gray patches adorned his scalp, and he was relatively short. "Greetings, distant visitors." "Ah, hello." Upon witnessing the elder's welcoming gesture, Kazuo mimicked the action, albeit awkwardly, as he struggled to replicate the peculiar movement. "Who are you?" "I am Husu," he replied to Kazuo's inquiry. "Husu? Isn't that the sage of Yardrat Star? How does he know he would come to this planet?" Kazuo pondered, his thoughts muddled. Meanwhile, the adjacent spacecraft also opened its door, and Osbier sprang out. "Brother Kazuo, who is he?" she inquired, gazing at the oddly shaped alien before her. "Are you Saiyans?" Husu initially overlooked Kazuo's tail, assuming they were not of Saiyan descent. However, upon seeing the long tail coiled around Osbier's waist, he sought confirmation. "Yes, we are." "How did you know?" Osbier responded, a hint of confusion in her voice. Husu led the duo to his dwelling, while explaining it turned out that the sage of Yardrat Star had foreseen a great calamity befalling their planet, predicting that a Saiyan would arrive today to assist in averting the impending disaster. Isn't this the story of Goku's escape to Namek in the future? How can it be happening to him? And didn't Husu say only one Saiyan would arrive? Now, there are two of us. Kazuo found himself utterly perplexed. Hyusu, too, was bewildered. His foresight indicated only one Saiyan's arrival. Yet here stood two. Regardless, he dismissed the inconsistency, reasoning that as long as they were Saiyans, their strength should suffice to confront the forthcoming crisis. The Saiyan race was renowned for their love of battle, undoubtedly possessing formidable power. Hyusu continued to lead them forward, unconcerned. Wise sage, we have come to learn the technique of instant transmission. Kazuo, aware of Hyusu's intelligence and apparent foresight akin to the Grand Elder of Namek, spoke candidly, believing that if their intentions were pure, they would be permitted to learn the secret technique. After all, in the anime, Goku too had learned this skill upon arriving at this planet. We of Yardrat Star welcome all kind-hearted and peace-loving individuals. Hyusu stroked his chin thoughtfully. You may learn this skill, but we have one condition. Please tell us, Kazuo urged. Hyusu then presented his request, that should Yardrat Star face a great disaster in the future, they would hope to seek the duo's assistance. That we agree. Thank you, Elder Hyusu, Kazuo exclaimed, relieved after hearing Hyusu's stipulation. From his understanding, Hyusu had made a similar request of Goku, although it had not been mentioned in the anime. Very well, this room is arranged for your rest. Tomorrow, someone will come to guide you in learning instant transmission, so rest assured. Hyusu led them to a room and stated. After ensuring their needs were met, Hyusu exited, heading towards the gathering hall. Brother Kazuo, we've finally arrived at Yardrat Star. Is the instant transmission truly as marvelous as you described? Osbier clung to his arm, shaking it with excitement. Whether it is marvelous or not, you will know once you learn it, Kazuo replied, not wishing to elaborate further, as he deemed it unnecessary to explain to a child who might not fully grasp the concept. In the Yardrat Star Assembly Hall, discussions erupted. Are these two little ones the saviors you foresaw? These Saiyans who have arrived today differ somewhat from my vision. I had foreseen a golden-haired Saiyan landing upon our planet. Hyusu responded. Then what of these two little ones? Can they truly save our planet? The assembly erupted into chaos. Silence. Super, the leader of Yardrat Star, bellowed from his position at the head of the assembly, upon hearing Hyusu's prophecy. He was taken aback. A future catastrophe awaited Yardrat Star, but thankfully, a savior would assist. With Super's commanding shout, the assembly quieted, though whispers still lingered. Let us hear what the sage has to say, Super declared. Hyusu rose from his seat, spreading his arms wide, and the assembly fell silent, attentively awaiting his words. Though they may not be the saviors I initially foresaw, I have a strong feeling that they will prove even more powerful than the golden-haired Saiyan I anticipated. After a brief pause, he continued, as long as we maintain a friendly relationship with them, they will undoubtedly save our planet in the future. Yes, soon as his words echoed through the hall, the atmosphere ignited with excitement. The other elders expressed unwavering belief in Hyusu's words, for all prior prophecies he had made had come to fruition, and this time should be no different. You have all heard the sage, correct? Starting tomorrow, remember to maintain a friendly rapport with them. Super earnestly instructed the assembly. Unless there are further matters to discuss, let us adjourn the meeting. Chapter 9. The beginning of understanding instant transmission. Hyusu, the seer, possessed remarkable abilities, clearly aware of the location of their arrival. Yet the butterfly effect caused by his interference raised questions. Would Goku still have the same opportunity in the future? As Kazuo lay in bed, he pondered many thoughts, yet remained confounded by numerous uncertainties. Nearby, Osbier slept soundly, her rosy lips parting and closing gently. Kazuo smiled as he tucked the blanket around her. Such a delightful girl deserved utmost protection, and he vowed to keep her safe from harm. As the evening drew near, Kasso prepared to rest, for tomorrow he would embark on the study of instantaneous movement. The following day, the young Yardratrian introduced himself, saying, Hello, my name is Yardrat. I will be overseeing your studies in instantaneous movement, so I hope to count on your cooperation. Kasso and Osbier returned the greeting with a bow, were led Kasso forward along winding paths, encountering numerous Yardratrians of varying heights, all with a pale purple hue to their skin. They gazed with curiosity, seemingly aware of the arrival of two Saiyans, yet they displayed no astonishment, merely observing with interest. After exchanging pleasantries with them, were continued onward, eventually arriving at an ancient-looking entrance that bore the aura of an artifact from a bygone era, reminiscent of the storied Egyptian pyramids. Two guards, clad in Yardratrian battle attire, stood sentinel at the entrance. For those unfamiliar with this attire, one might recall the scene when Goku returned to Earth from Yardrat, donned in such a uniform. Kasso sensed the guards' formidable power but could not ascertain their exact strength. He pondered whether they were significantly stronger than himself or merely ordinary individuals. However, given their posts at such an important location, he chose to believe the former. During his final days on Mumu's star, Kasso's battle prowess had not seen substantial growth. After 3 months of cosmic travel, he had stabilized his strength at 1500, while Osbier possessed a power level of 1000. It was evident that these guards were exceptionally powerful, likely boasting battle strengths exceeding 5000. Put this into perspective, a power level of 5000 in the early Dragon Ball era would allow one to roam the cosmos freely, provided they did not provoke any significant powers. "Come, follow me," were beckoned, leading them through the entrance into a corridor. Upon entering, they were enveloped in an eerie stillness, the dim lighting casting shadows that evoked the sensation of the specters of the underworld preparing to claim the souls of the unwary. Suddenly, bonfires ignited along the corridor, illuminating the path like beacons in the night, guiding them from the desolate void toward the light. The flames flickered to life, casting a warm glow that revealed numerous murals adorning the walls, each image vividly depicting the ancient history of Yardrat. Yet, Kasso found himself unable to decipher their meanings. The stone slabs and azure frescoes bore the marks of time, exuding a profound sense of antiquity. At the end of the corridor, the space opened into a chamber akin to a secret hall. Within stood numerous tablets, each inscribed with lines of varying depths. At first glance, one might assume these lines would clarify the inscriptions, but they instead appeared shrouded in a thick mist, rendering the text nearly indecipherable. We directed them to one of the tablets, saying, "This tablet contains the method for instantaneous movement. A person may learn a maximum of 2 secret arts here during their lifetime. The other art is for you to choose, provided you possess sufficient mental energy. Mental energy required to learn instantaneous movement." What is mental energy? Kasso realized he had been naive, thinking the process would be as simple as mastering a new technique. We had not considered the possibility that Kasso and Osbier might struggle with learning instantaneous movement. After all, they were prophesied saviors, and although they appeared as children, he believed that mastering one of the 2 arts would be feasible. After imparting the knowledge of how to comprehend the tablet's secrets, We took his leave, instructing them to focus their minds upon it, where they would find detailed methods of study. I understand," Osbier exclaimed with a giggle after contemplating the tablet for a moment. "Nanny, this little fool understands. Is her talent truly so remarkable?" Kasso thought in astonishment. Indeed, Osbier's innate abilities were quite impressive. She had maintained her battle prowess alongside Kasso, using the same training methods, gently ruffling her hair. Kasso said with warmth, "Then quickly grasp it." Osbier nodded vigorously. As she began her training, Kasso fell silent, immersing himself in the contents of the tablet. How does one concentrate their mind upon it? Kasso attempted to focus intently, clearing his thoughts as he gazed at the entire tablet. Suddenly, his consciousness was drawn into it, as if irresistibly pulled. Kasso found himself in a world enveloped in fog, dark and devoid of paths, much like a sinister forest from a fairy tale that consumed unwary travelers. Leaving no way out. In such tales, a guiding figure often emerges, and in this misty realm, a white stream appeared, shimmering like moonlight reflecting off a small creek. So it is like this, he realized. The lines etched on the tablet represented this white stream, guiding the spirit within him to follow, imprinting those lines into his heart. Half a year later, in a bustling market, a small child suddenly materialized out of thin air, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Kasso stood atop a high cliff, exhaling in disbelief. He had not anticipated his mental prowess to be so formidable. In less than 6 months, he had mastered instantaneous movement and integrated it seamlessly. Was it due to the fusion of his soul with Kasso's body? When it came to matters of the spirit and soul, he was uncertain. Regardless, he had learned instantaneous movement, and now, no one could capture him. Meanwhile, Osbier remained in the secret chamber, still striving to grasp instantaneous movement. This was not to say her talent was lacking. Even Goku, the embodiment of a pure-hearted martial arts genius, had taken a year to master it. It seemed that Osbier would require another 6 months to fully comprehend instantaneous movement. Kasso sat down to ponder. The year was 736 in the age of the universe. In merely 6 months. The explosion of Planet Vegeta would occur. With his current strength, he could not withstand Frieza. He might not even be able to endure a mere energy wave from Frieza in his normal state. Would the Saiyans indeed face annihilation? Would events unfold as dictated by the Dragon Ball storyline? What to do? The Dragon Balls. After spending half a year in the secret chamber, nearly overwhelmed by the secrets he had learned, he finally remembered the existence of the Dragon Balls. Estimating the journey ahead, he concluded that reaching Namek would not take long, and he would certainly summon the Eternal Dragon before the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Osbier, you focus on mastering instantaneous movement here on Yardrat. The future of the Saiyan race rests upon my shoulders, Kasso muttered. Resolute in his decision to head to Namek, he set his plan into motion. First informing Supa and Hyusu, who reassured him to proceed without worry. Finding the spaceship, Kasso stood before it and glanced back at the distant town. Osbier, be good and wait for my return. He then boarded the vessel that had brought him here. Launching into the sky and setting off toward Namek. Chapter 10. Confronting little Neru in the vast expanse of the starry sky, adorned with shimmering silver light, a small spaceship traversed the cosmos. Kasso rested within the ship, understanding that impatience would yield no benefit. He hoped to reach Namek before the explosion of Planet Vegeta. 3 months passed. Namek, located at the edge of the universe, was a planet with a diameter over 10 times that of Earth. Its unique solar system featured 3 small suns that orbited it, ensuring perpetual daylight. The planet's elliptical orbit had an eccentricity close to 0, with an average orbital speed akin to that of Earth. The Namekians were entirely green, devoid of body hair, with 2 antennae atop their heads that facilitated light perception and electrical discharge. Their green skin possessed photosynthetic properties, allowing them to generate starch to meet their physiological needs simply by drinking water. At that moment, in a Namekian village, several Namekian children were playing. Look, what is that? One small Namekian pointed at a fiery streak in the sky. Given the naturally dim atmosphere of Namek, the fire illuminated the surrounding sky. And ahead, a shape resembling a nuclear warhead hurtled toward the ground at incredible speed. Is it a meteor from the heavens? Quick, tell the elder. The group of young Namekians hurriedly raced toward a large white dumpling-shaped dwelling. A spherical spacecraft descended from the heavens, transforming into a fiery dragon that crashed violently onto the ground. Boom! A massive crater erupted upon impact. Kasso awoke from his slumber, leaping out of the spaceship. The pale green sky and the blue grass painted a picture of beauty that was simply enchanting. After years of rest and rejuvenation, Namek had recovered from the climatic upheaval of years past. Kasso inhaled deeply. The air of Namek was refreshing, reminiscent of a spring day spent in nature, its invigorating scent lifting his spirits. The clarity of the atmosphere and the elegance of the surroundings slightly alleviated Kasso's anxious demeanor. He reflected on how Goku had transformed into a Super Saiyan right here, leading to the subsequent destruction of Namek, a planet of such exquisite beauty, now regrettably lost. However, the thought of Namek's revival through Earth's Dragon Balls brought a glimmer of hope to Kasso's heart. Having traversed through time for over a year, Kasso's strength had visibly escalated, boasting a battle power of 2,000, with only 3 months remaining until the catastrophic explosion on Vegeta. The prospect of saving the Saiyans with such modest power seemed utterly implausible. Fortunately, the miraculous Dragon Balls existed. Kasso surveyed his surroundings, uncertain whether the Grand Elder would consent to lend the Dragon Balls to him. A Saiyan, if the Grand Elder was unwilling to part with them. Kasso would find himself at an impasse in the realm of the anime. It was well known that not all Namekians were weak. They were categorized into combat and healing types, with renowned fighters like Piccolo and Nail leading the charge. Not to mention, there was also the legendary slug from the movies, Their prowess far surpassed Kasso's current abilities. Under such circumstances, if Kasso could not obtain the Dragon Balls, there was little he could do to seize them. Of course, Earth possessed Dragon Balls as well, but time was of the essence. Suddenly, a small green dot appeared in the sky, surrounded by a white aura that drew nearer. Kasso could finally discern the figure. It was a child. His expression serious and cold, resembling a young Piccolo to a T. "Who are you?" The green-skinned child landed beside Kasso and spoke icily. Kasso remained silent, deep in thought. Could this child be Nail? "I am Kasso, here to seek the Grand Elder's assistance," he declared. The young Nail raised his eyebrows slightly. The Namekians had not communicated with the outside world for years, yet this boy knew of the Grand Elder. Upon hearing Kasso's request, the young Nail's tone grew even colder. "The Grand Elder will not assist you. Leave at once." The Grand Elder was quite elderly, and the young Nail did not wish to disturb him. Kasso understood Nail's character, realizing that this must indeed be Nail, though he had not anticipated his demeanor to be so off-putting. "I truly have urgent matters to attend to. Please relay my request," Kasso implored, adopting a more subdued tone to avoid further conflict. The young Nail stood before him, staring coldly, not uttering a word. After living for over 20 years in his previous life, Kasso had never felt such anger. Was it truly so difficult to simply relay a message? With the young Nail ignoring him, Kasso turned to leave. "Without you, do you think I cannot find him myself?" Kasso scoffed, ascending into the sky to seek the Grand Elder's whereabouts. "Halt!" The young Nail dashed forward, attempting to block Kasso's path. "You would do well to leave Namek now, or I shall not be so courteous," he warned. Upon hearing this, Kasso crossed his arms defiantly, adopting a mature demeanor, eager to see how the young Nail would respond. Moments passed. "You seek death." Enraged by Kasso's indifference, the young Nail's fury erupted. Clenching his fists, he unleashed a powerful surge of energy, his white aura expanding dramatically, radiating an overwhelming presence outward. "Is that all?" Kasso smirked, unimpressed by the young Nail's display of power, which he perceived as rather trivial if he was not mistaken. The young Nail's battle power should only be around 1,500, comparable to his own from half a year prior to a mere child, and yet such strength, truly a testament to the combat prowess of Namek's warriors. However, that was where it ended. After enduring rigorous training on Mumu's star for approximately 6 months, battling fierce beasts daily, Kasso had significantly enhanced his combat skills. With a battle power exceeding Nail's by 500 points, he was confident that this child could not possibly pose a challenge in a flash. The young Nail vanished from his original position, leaving only Kasso in the sky. Kasso chuckled derisively, attempting to engage him with such tactics. A year ago, he might have struggled, but during his time on Mumu's star, he had mastered the sensing of energy. Kasso looked up, and indeed, he detected a slight disturbance in the air above. The young Nail descended like a bolt of lightning. Racing towards Kasso, he refrained from employing overly powerful techniques, wishing to avoid any unintentional damage to the planet, an outcome he wished to prevent. Thus, the young Nail exerted only half of his strength. Kasso, sensing the young Nail's movement, sidestepped his attack with ease. "Let us make a wager." Kasso flew to the side and remarked nonchalantly. "Speak." The young Nail, realizing his attack had failed, distanced himself, curious about what this child had to propose. Yet he no longer dared to underestimate this human. No one from his generation had ever evaded such a sudden assault, and yet this outsider managed to do so effortlessly. Chapter 11. The bet of 10 strikes. If you cannot touch a single hair on me within the next 10 strikes, you shall take me to meet the Grand Elder. Should you succeed, I will leave Namek immediately, Kasso stated with a smile directed at Nail. Nail was an exceedingly proud individual, akin to Vegeta and Piccolo. Unable to tolerate even the slightest provocation, Kasso had discerned this trait and intended to provoke him, employing a strategy that, despite Nail still being a child, would surely compel him to accept the wager. Kasso maintained a smile, though Nail perceived the condescension in his gaze. 10 strikes. Nail's forehead throbbed with veins. "Who do you think you are looking down upon? Does that mean you accept?" Kasso inquired. Nail fell silent. It was well known that Nail was impulsive, Yet he would not allow the Grand Elder to be put in jeopardy. In the anime, the grown-up Nail was aware of the impending threat posed by Frieza, understanding the danger it signified for Namek. Even during such perilous times, he steadfastly upheld his duty, preventing Gohan and others from easily accessing the Grand Elder. Moreover, during his conversation with Kasso, the young Nail sensed that this child was not an enemy, merely seeking the Grand Elder's assistance. Not accepting? Then I shall seek the Grand Elder myself. You cannot stop me, Kasso retorted with a smirk. Kasso turned to depart. Come on, the young Nail issued a challenge. Kasso's lips curled upwards in a 90-degree angle. This child had no idea what was about to unfold. Poor young Nail, being manipulated without even realizing it. Yet one could hardly blame him. After all, he had grown up on Namek, a place characterized by simplicity, untouched by external influences, resulting in the Namekian's inherent naivety. Kasso, having lived over 20 years in his previous life, despite once being extremely socially anxious, blushing at even the simplest interactions with girls, now found himself effortlessly toying with the young Nail. As the two fell silent, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, the young Nail altered his previous approach, becoming tranquil, suspended in the sky like an ancient pool of water, devoid of any ripples. Clouds drifted above as gentle breezes caressed the surroundings, causing Kasso's bangs to sway slightly. Something's amiss. Kasso suddenly realized he could no longer sense the young Nail's energy, though his figure remained visible. Could it be that Nail had mastered energy concealment? With the Grand Elder's teachings, it would not be surprising if he had. But why had he not hidden his energy from the outset? Was he trying to outsmart Kasso? Well done, young Nail. I misjudged you. Kasso muttered under his breath. Just then, where did he go? Kasso exclaimed, taken aback. The young Nail had vanished from sight. Kassu's eyes darted frantically, scanning the surroundings. There was nothing above, nothing below. Then, suddenly, from behind, Kassu turned his body. And indeed, Xiao Nailu came soaring from the rear, fist clenched, slicing through the air with the force of his punch. Just as Xiao Nailu was about to strike Kassu, he dodged the attack with astonishing reflexes. Impossible! The first strike had missed. Xiao Nailu was infuriated. This was the special move he had painstakingly begged the Elder to teach him, and it had been evaded by this little brat. He refused to accept defeat. Surely, the opponent must be relying on luck. Xiao Nailu once again concealed his presence, merging himself with the sky, determined that this little brat could not escape again. Kassu let out a sigh of relief. Grateful to have evaded the blow, he had promised himself he wouldn't be hit within 10 moves. Being struck on the first would be utterly humiliating. Xiao Nailu's technique was indeed quite devious. Without systematic training in energy manipulation, it was exceedingly difficult to uncover its countermeasures. For someone like Kassu, who only had a rudimentary understanding of energy, even if his combat prowess far surpassed that of Xiao Nailu, he would still find himself on the receiving end of blows that, at best, he could rely on sheer strength to remain undefeated, but to actually defeat his opponent seemed a daunting challenge. Kassu had thought of Nailu as merely a proud little brat. But he had underestimated him, for there was far more cunning behind that facade. He needed to devise a strategy quickly. Closing his eyes, Kassu felt as though he had returned to Mumu's star. There, he had emulated Wukong's training in the heavenly realm, sitting by the lake in quiet meditation, striving for the tranquility of the sky, aiming to be swifter than lightning. After a long period of meditation without finding the key, under the pressure of Xiao Nailu, Kassu seemed to grasp something. As Xiao Nailu concealed his energy, Kassu inexplicably smiled. He recognized that his previous evasion had indeed been a fluke, but now the situation had changed. It appeared that he truly sensed something in the sky. Xiao Nailu vanished once more. Yet through Kassu's perception, he could detect a brilliant light ahead, shining like a beacon in the night, illuminating his very location. A smirk crept onto Kassu's lips. That little rascal still thought he could employ the same trick against him. Indeed, Xiao Nailu believed that Kassu would never suspect he would circle back from the front to launch an attack from behind. Come out. I know you're behind me. Kassu opened his eyes with a smile. Xiao Nailu remained silent, sensing that this boy was attempting to outwit him. Kassu turned around, fixating intently on Nailu's position. Neither moved. They stood there like fools. At a quarter of an hour passed. The sky fell silent, and Xiao Nilu could no longer contain himself, quickly revealing himself in the air. "How did you discover me?" Nilu asked, frustrated. "That is my secret," Kasu replied nonchalantly. "Oh, you wish to continue?" Kasu inquired lightly. Nilu fell silent. In Xiao Nilu's eyes, Kasu was nothing but a little brat. Despite his immense power, Nilu had hoped to win through stealth. Now that his tactics had been seen through, how could he possibly continue the fight? Xiao Nilu thought this, unaware that Kasu was harboring the same sentiment. Clearly just a novice, he had initially pretended to be provoked, forcing a bet, only to find that this little rascal had another trick up his sleeve. What a mischievous scamp. "You're not going to back out on your word, are you?" Kasu exclaimed, eyes wide. "Let us go," Nilu replied coldly. Given their wager, and the fact that Nilu was not inherently malevolent, it was permissible to take him to meet the elder on Namek. The planet had endured climatic cataclysms, but had only just begun to recover. It primarily comprised land and lakes, with few forests, the ground covered in short blue grass and sparse trees. Freshwater resources were abundant. Small lakes dotted the spaces between the islands on that day, above Namek. Two beams of white light sliced through the sky, enveloping the two figures, one a young boy, the other a deep green Namekian. "How much longer? What's the rush? You'll know when we arrive." That cold tone was unmistakably Nilu's. Kasu had grown accustomed to his demeanor. Nilu was not unkind, merely consistent in his character, treating everyone the same. With a swoosh, the two descended upon a large rock pillar, atop which stood a white Namekian-style dwelling. "Elder, I have brought the person." Chapter 12. Unlocking potential. As Kasu entered the building and ascended to the second floor, he beheld a colossal Namekian seated in a chair. Although he had known from the anime that the elder was a remarkably large Namekian, seeing him in person was astonishing. Sitting down, he appeared to be 4 meters tall and 2 meters wide. The elder's appearance differed slightly from Kasu's memories. He looked older now, yet not as frail as during the great Namekian battle, his eyes still capable of opening. "Greetings, elder." Kasu politely addressed the elder. "Saiyan, may I inquire as to your purpose for being here?" The elder's voice was deep and resonant. Standing beside him, Xiao Nilu appeared astonished, realizing that Kasu was a Saiyan, a race renowned for their combat prowess, which explained his formidable abilities. Kasu paused, then quickly deduced that as the leader of the Namekians, the elder had survived the climatic disaster and lived for so long. Possessing the gift of foresight was not surprising. "Hello, elder. My name is Kasu. I wish to borrow your Dragon Balls," he stated earnestly. With Planet Vegeta set to explode in approximately 3 months, time was of the essence. If the elder refused to lend the Dragon Balls, it would spell disaster. "Absolutely not. Our sacred artifacts cannot be lent to outsiders." Xiao Nilu immediately objected upon hearing Kasu's request. The Dragon Balls were sacred to the Namekians. How could they lend them to a stranger? What if this person wished for something malevolent? The elder, seated in his chair, ignored Xiao Nilu, closing his eyes and remaining still. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of intensity flashing within. "Very well, I shall lend them to you, but you must agree to one condition." Kasu listened intently as the elder spoke. "This request should be quite simple for you. In the future, Namek will face a great calamity, and I hope that you will be able to save our people and this planet when the time comes." The elder proclaimed, "A future disaster for Namek?" Xiao Nilu paused, suddenly realizing that the elder's plea implied he believed that in the future, his own strength would not suffice to protect Namek or himself. Knowing the elder's capabilities, he understood that the elder's words were undoubtedly true. Clenching his fists, Xiao Nilu felt a surge of frustration. "All right, I will certainly fulfill that promise," Kasu responded, exhilarated. Internally, he mused about the elder's foreboding ability. Had he foreseen the impending chaos? In truth, even without him, Wukong would have been able to rescue the Namekians in the future. Of course, he agreed, vowing to keep his promise and ensure that Frieza's forces would not harm any Namekian. "Good. I shall have Xiao Nilu accompany you and assist you in summoning the Eternal Dragon," the elder stated. "Thank you, elder," Kasu exclaimed, filled with excitement, finally having secured the Dragon Balls, with the Dragon Balls in hand. He breathed a sigh of relief. There were still 3 months until the explosion of Planet Vegeta, leaving ample time. Once he made his wish, he could simply use instant transmission to depart Namek and return to Planet Vegeta. Xiao Nilu felt a twinge of disappointment. Upon hearing the elder's words, he snapped back to reality just as he was about to lead Kasso away, noticing Kasso lingering hesitantly. What was this little brat up to? However, recalling that he would need his assistance in the future, Xiao Nilu fell silent. I've heard that the elder can unlock potential without any adverse effects. Would it be possible for him to help me with that? Kasso asked, his face reddening. He felt somewhat embarrassed to ask for help in developing his potential after borrowing the Dragon Balls. Great Elder, your health concerns little Nilu. The Great Elder is of advanced age and should refrain from excessive labor. It was precisely for this reason that he had previously prevented Kasso from seeking an audience. Yet before the sentiment could be fully expressed, the Great Elder interjected, "No worries." Without hesitation, he agreed to assist Kasso, stating that aiding others in unlocking their potential would not jeopardize his health, as it merely expended stamina, which could be replenished with rest. Kasso recalled an anime scene where Gohan and Krillin came to the Great Elder for potential enhancement. Resulting in a significant boost to their combat power, he felt a surge of excitement. Would he too experience a similar increase in strength? Approaching the designated area indicated by the Great Elder, he suddenly felt a large hand envelop his head, warm and suffused with a flow of heat coursing through his body, as if he were immersed in a newly opened hot spring, each cell relaxing in bliss. Suddenly, Kasso sensed a mysterious power being drawn from deep within him, an indescribable essence, whether from his mind, heart, or the depths of each cell. Gradually, he erupted with a formidable aura. As if engaged in battle, 3,000, 4,000, 8,000, his combat power soared relentlessly, akin to a volcano erupting, generating a terrifying presence. 12,000. The energy surged outward, causing little Nyla's garments to flutter wildly. How incredibly powerful! Little Nyla gasped, eyes wide in disbelief. Kasso reveled in the exhilarating sensation. After months of dormancy aboard the ship, his combat power had barely risen to around 2,000. He was astounded by the Great Elder's ability to elevate him to 12,000. A six-fold increase. It became clear how intoxicating true power could be. Regaining his composure, Kasso contained the unleashed power within his body. Such immense strength necessitated diligent training. Otherwise, mastering it would be impossible. Much like Frieza, who possessed 3 transformation states, each unlocking greater power, yet remained in his base form due to the overwhelming nature of his strength. While it cannot be said that Frieza could not control it, his innate talent would allow him mastery. Provided he committed to training Dai in the spin-off of Dragon Ball Super, Frieza returned from Hell and, after merely 3 months of training, achieved Golden Frieza. Thus, it was not that he could not control his third stage power, but rather that Frieza was simply too lethargic. "Thank you, Great Elder." Kasso sincerely bowed, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "It's but a trivial matter. Now go ahead and make your wishes." The Great Elder gestured dismissively. "Follow me," little Nyla said, turning to soar into the sky. Kasso nodded at the Great Elder and quickly followed, lest he lose sight of him. Knowing little Nilu's disposition, should Kasso fall behind, he would undoubtedly not return to search for him. Perhaps even hoping for Kasso to become lost. Chapter 13. 3 wishes. After a while, little Nilu traversed the remaining 6 villages, gathering a Dragon Ball from each. The Namekians did not favor utilizing such unnatural powers. They revered nature and held it in high esteem. The Dragon Balls were merely sacred objects. They seldom employed. 0.7 Dragon Balls lay upon the ground, unlike Earth's Dragon Balls, which were merely the size of an adult's fist. The Namekian Dragon Balls were as large as basketballs. Such size endowed them with distinct functions. While Earth's Dragon Balls could grant a single wish, the Namekian ones could fulfill 3. However, the Namekian Dragon Balls had a peculiar advantage and disadvantage regarding resurrection. They could revive only 1 person at a time, provided the death was not natural, yet they allowed for infinite resurrections. In contrast, Earth's Dragon Balls could resurrect many at once, but each individual could only be revived once in their lifetime. Come forth. Shenron, little Nilu stood beside the immense Dragon Ball, invoking the incantation in the Namekian language. Dark clouds gathered ominously, casting a shadow over the land. creating an atmosphere reminiscent of impending doom. The thick clouds roiled in the sky without a hint of rain. Crackling thunder erupted as lightning illuminated the somber sky, casting flickering light upon Kasso and little Nilu's faces. The colossal western dragon's head ascended, entwined with bolts of lightning, revealing the magnificent form of Shenron throughout the area. The breathtaking sight struck Kasso's core. This was Shenron. The Dragon Ball anime revolved around the 7 Dragon Balls, and now he found himself immersed in the long-cherished scenario before him. Kasso's mouth fell open in awe, frozen in place, wishing to etch this moment in his memory forever. Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wishes. You may now make 3 wishes, and any desire shall be fulfilled, Shenron proclaimed, his mouth agape, reciting the customary lines. Speak. Little Nilu remarked dismissively. Kasso's expression did not escape little Nila's notice. He resembled a country bumpkin, utterly lacking in experience. For my first wish, let us Saiyans survive in the vacuum of space, Kasso declared. Little Nilu reiterated his words in the Namekian tone. Before arriving on Namek, Kasso had pondered what 3 wishes to make. It was well known that Saiyans could not survive in space. During the future battle between Goku and Frieza unleashed a planet-destroying attack, obliterating the entire Namek. While Frieza could thrive in the cosmos, Saiyans could not, which would certainly doom Goku. Yet who could have anticipated that Goku would ultimately discover the spaceship left behind by the Ginyu Force? Hence, this wish held paramount importance. Your first wish has been granted. Please state your second wish. Shenron's eyes gleamed crimson as he spoke. The moment the wish was fulfilled, Kasso felt a surge of clarity within. As if his very being had been transformed. It seemed he would indeed be able to survive in space from now on. Far away on Planet Vegeta, Bardock had just returned from a mission, and on his way home, he suddenly felt a tremor. What is happening? A mysterious force had entered his body, leaving him feeling remarkably light. Was I overly concerned? Bardock sensed around him, finding no issues with his body, and continued his journey home. Please restore the Saiyans' true homeland, Planet Salad. Little Nilu translated the second wish to Shenron. Kasso understood that Planet Vegeta was beyond saving, and the Saiyans would desperately need a refuge, with Planet Salad being their true ancestral home. Your second wish has been fulfilled. The location of Planet Salad has been implanted in your minds. Please state your third wish. For my third wish, please transport the remaining Saiyans from Planet Vegeta at the moment of its destruction to the restored Planet Salad. Little Nilu exclaimed, articulating the final wish. Shenron's eyes flashed red for a moment before falling silent. The fulfillment of this wish is beyond my capabilities. Upon hearing Shenron's response, Kasso was rendered speechless, and little Nilu stood dumbfounded, both children frozen in place. The notion that even Shenron could not grant this wish was unfathomable. The destruction of Planet Vegeta and the annihilation of the Saiyans were commands issued by Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Thus, this wish could not be realized. As Shenron spoke, beads of virtual sweat trickled down his dragon face. And he continued, please state your third wish. Kasso had indeed contemplated this predicament. As the most formidable deity in the 7th universe, it was likely that ordinary dragons would not dare defy the commands of a god of destruction. It seemed only the super dragon could disregard such a deity. Now, it appeared that this wish was truly unattainable. Was their race truly destined for extinction? As Kasso fell into silence, Shenron spoke again. Please state your third wish. The tone revealed that Shenlong was growing somewhat impatient. It seemed that if a wish were not made soon, Shenlong would vanish entirely. Xiao Nila glanced at Kasso on the Planet Salad. Kasso made a casual wish for a patch of land where the mystical beans could grow instantly. Xiao Nilu promptly translated, your wish has been granted. With a whoosh, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a golden radiance, and the celestial Shenlong suddenly disappeared. After the golden light flickered, the Dragon Balls on the ground transformed into spherical stones. With Shenlong gone, Kasso remained in place, his brows furrowed. Were both Vegeta and the Saiyans destined for destruction? After a moment of contemplation, Kasso sensed something amiss. Beerus had merely instructed Frieza to annihilate the Saiyans. Without ensuring that the task was thoroughly completed, that wasn't the survival of Kakarot and Vegeta a testament to this. Shenlong could not defy the god of destruction due to divine constraints, since it could not fulfill wishes. Kasso could still endeavor to rescue Bardock and his kin through his own efforts. Suddenly enlightened, Kasso felt a wave of relief wash over him. Turning back, he addressed the young boy beside him. Xiao Nilu, I must take my leave. Please convey my farewell to the elder that I will certainly uphold the promise I made. The Namekians will always remain dear friends to me. Are you leaving? Xiao Nilu felt a flicker of emotion. Through their time together, he discerned that Kasso was indeed a remarkable individual. Through Shenlong's 3 wishes, he understood that Kasso had come to Namek to save his people. Xiao Nilu felt a sense of kinship with Kasso. Recognizing that despite still being a child, he had chosen not to flee in the face of his race's impending doom, but instead sought every possible means to rescue them. Such a person was worthy of respect. Xiao Nilu too had made a similar choice. During the impending battle on Namek, he opted to fuse with Piccolo, sacrificing his own autonomy solely to defeat Frieza and save his people. Such parallels often resonate deeply. Even though the Namekian conflict had yet to unfold. Well then, in the battles ahead, do your utmost. If you find yourself unable to defeat the enemy, it is better to retreat swiftly. Xiao Nilu patted Kasso's narrow shoulder. Kasso shook his head, surprised to see this side of Nilu. However, when it came to retreating, he shared the sentiment. With his current level of power, facing Frieza would be akin to an ant challenging an elephant. Leaving no glimmer of hope for victory, to be honest, Kasso felt even likening himself to an ant was an overestimation. Farewell. With that, Kasso soared into the sky. Xiao Nilu watched the small white in the heavens. His mind a whirl of thoughts before flying back toward the Elder's residence. Chapter 14. Osbier Master's instant transmission. Xiao Nilu returned to the Elder's abode. Elder, I'm back. He spoke somberly. The Elder regarded him quietly. After a moment, the Elder smiled and said, Are you perhaps lamenting that I did not unlock your potential? Not at all, Nilu replied. The Elder shook his head, understanding the thoughts swirling within Xiao Nilu's mind. It was simply a matter of feeling inadequate in his ability to protect Namek in the future. The Elder did not pursue the matter further and began recounting the history of the Namekian people. He spoke of a catastrophic event that had once plunged the Namekians into peril, leading many of them to flee. The Elder continued to discuss internal matters, noting that the battle prowess of the Namekians was generally lacking. Even the most gifted warriors among them fell short of true strength. There was once a combat genius among our people, named Saragu, whose power exceeded 10 million. The Elder continued. Yet even he could not stand against the foes of the future. Do you understand, child? Xiao Nilu's eyes widened in astonishment. There had indeed been such a formidable warrior in his lineage, yet even he was no match for the impending threat. The Elder's narrative served to convey a crucial lesson. The Namekians revered nature and had refrained from employing the Dragon Balls even in dire straits, as they would only resort to them when absolutely necessary. Moreover, the Elder emphasized that the general combat strength of the Namekians was insufficient to confront future adversaries, leaving them reliant on external assistance. Hearing this, Xiao Nilu nodded in resignation. Kasso, you must not let me down in the future. He thought inwardly, if the Elder believed Kasso could save Namek, then he would have to place his hopes in him. Subsequently, Xiao Nilu stepped outside and resumed his rigorous training, hoping to contribute to Namek in the future. As he watched out for Nilu's retreating figure, the Elder fell into deep contemplation. How had the future changed so profoundly? Meanwhile, Kasso landed at the designated spot for the spaceship. He glanced back at the Elder's residence before reaching out to touch the ship, channeling his energy towards the location of Yardrat to perform instant transmission. Days passed. Huff, huff. Kasso lay on a peak in the southern region of Yardrat, panting heavily. With a battle power of merely 12,000, his mastery of energy sensing was rudimentary at best, after employing instant transmission over 100 times throughout the cosmos. Depleting his energy multiple times and resting frequently, he finally returned to Yardrat at last. I'm back. Kasso rested for a while. Though utilizing instant transmission was exhausting, it was far swifter than traveling by spaceship. He had become more attuned to sensing energy, and if he were to encounter Xiao Nilu again, he could likely locate him in less than a second. Moreover, after exhausting his energy repeatedly, his power had slightly increased. Kasso's battle power, 12,500 points. He gazed up at the sky, which was adorned with hues of purple, with clusters of violet clouds drifting ethereally across the horizon, evoking a sense of tranquility. He wondered how Osbier was faring. Having been away for several months, he missed her dearly. During his time on Vegeta, he had never been apart from her for so long. This departure had been unavoidable. If Osbier had successfully mastered instant transmission, she would surely be anxious upon emerging from her training to find him absent. The image of her tearful face haunted Kasso's mind, stirring a sense of urgency within him to reunite with her. Yet, with his energy still not fully restored, he found himself helpless. As time trickled by, Kasso's energy gradually replenished. Eagerly, he activated instant transmission in the secret chamber of Yardrat. A young girl sat before a tablet, her cherubic face scrunched in concentration, as if grappling with something of utmost importance. Suddenly, her expression brightened, a radiant smile illuminating her features. She raised her tiny hand, pressing her finger to her forehead. "Here," she murmured softly. In an instant, her entire form vanished from sight. Outside the secret chamber, Kasso materialized, glancing at the two guards, as he had surmised. Their power levels hovered around 5,000. Just as he contemplated this, a familiar silhouette appeared in the air. "Osbier!" Kasso exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through him as he rushed forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace. "Kasso Gidge!" Osbier exclaimed joyfully. Kasso held her soft form, inhaling the scent that was uniquely hers. "Osbier," he murmured, resting his chin atop her head. "Kasso Gidge, please don't hold me so tightly." Osbier's fair face flushed a rosy hue, feeling slightly breathless. Why did Kasso Gidge seem a bit different? "I apologize." Kasso felt a twinge of embarrassment, but then suddenly realized something. "Have you mastered instant transmission?" he asked in astonishment. Having witnessed Osbier's sudden appearance in the air, it was evident that she had indeed learned the technique, though it seemed rather extraordinary. If he remembers correctly, Xiaobi should have only grasped it for 11 months. In fact, not only was Kasso astonished, but the two guards stationed at the entrance of the secret art chamber were also left agape in disbelief. They had never encountered such a prodigiously gifted individual, and each was more formidable than the last. The little fellow named Kasso surpassed even this young girl, having mastered instantaneous movement in just half a year. On the planet Yardrat, only those historical super geniuses could learn such a technique in such a brief span. "That I can only manage a little," Xiaobi admitted bashfully. Osbier informed Kasso that she could currently only perform instantaneous movement over short distances, struggling with long-range teleportation and sometimes failing altogether. Despite this, Kasso remained utterly amazed. The Xiaobi situation likely stemmed from her lack of proficiency with her energy, compounded by her inherent weakness. Kasso mused that Wukong couldn't be much different. "Kasso Gidge, I'm hungry," Osbier shyly declared. Kasso ruffled her hair. "Let's go find something to eat right now. Xiaobi nodded cheerfully. Kasso led Osbier to a nearby planet teeming with ferocious beasts, each one as large as a tiger. Before long, Kasso had captured a gigantic stag, preparing it to roast by the fire. Osbier settled beside Kasso. "Kasso Gidge, where have you been these past few months? I didn't see you when I woke up." Kasso smiled and recounted the events of the past months. When he mentioned the appearance of Xiao Nilu, Osbier exclaimed that Xiao Nilu was a little rascal. Upon hearing about the dragon's emergence, Osbier's eyes widened with curiosity. Soon enough, apart from the unforeseen incident during Kasso's third wish to the dragon, he shared all that had transpired. "Kasso Gidge, next time, please take me to develop my potential too." "All right, I want to enhance my fighting strength so I can protect you." "All right, I shall heed whatever Xiaobi says." Hee. Kasso Gidge is so kind. Osbier tightened her embrace around Kasso's arm, her gaze fixated on the roasting meat before the fire. Chapter 15. Frieza's actions while Kasso and Osbier savored their roasted meat. Far away at the Frieza headquarters in the North Galaxy, a massive planet pulsating with technological advancement loomed. Surrounding it were numerous asteroids, densely packed in an orderly fashion. forming a defensive system that was both formidable and impenetrable. Such defensive capabilities need not be elaborated upon. Advanced cosmic technology enveloped these celestial bodies tightly, resembling an impregnable fortress, where even a fly would find it impossible to infiltrate. Coupled with the command center's strategic oversight and elite troops, it was a veritable ironclad fortress, an oval-shaped miniature spacecraft, reminiscent of an egg. Bore a surface interspersed with black and brown hues. Its forefront was an open aperture, within which sat a sinister-looking alien, with blood-red eyes, purplish-black lips, and two lines resembling blood tears beneath his eyes. His purple shell gleamed, blending with his pale skin, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. He was Frieza. Mr. Dodoria, that group of Saiyan monkeys has been quite restless lately, Frieza remarked, his hands clasped before him as the oval craft glided forward. He adjusted his snake-like, diamond-shaped eyes, gazing skyward, elegantly expressing a faint sigh. Dodoria, robust with pink skin and sporting spiny protrusions on his head and arms, hurried forward, not daring to delay a moment in response to Frieza's greeting. Those Saiyan monkeys, oblivious to their good fortune, should be honored to serve Lord Frieza. Had it not been for their decent fighting prowess, I would have dealt with them long ago, Dodoria scoffed disdainfully. Aha! Frieza emitted a sinister, high-pitched cackle that reverberated throughout the opulent palace, as the oval spacecraft spun in place before turning back. Mr. Dodoria, your ability to alleviate my worries brings me great satisfaction. Dodoria's face lit up with surprise. He was elated to receive Frieza's praise for his courtesy, and he promptly bowed with one hand, pledging his unwavering loyalty to Frieza. Frieza nodded approvingly at his gesture, but suddenly his expression shifted, and a terrifying aura erupted from him. Such a diminutive form contained an overwhelming power, rendering Frieza's spacecraft a mere decoration, utterly incapable of withstanding this force. The oppressive energy permeated every corner of the palace, carrying an icy chill reminiscent of the depths of the underworld. Crack, a thin layer of frost formed in the dark corners. Dodoria trembled, fearing he had misspoken. Mr. Dodoria, would you care to witness the most exquisite fireworks in the universe? Frieza's cold, raspy voice penetrated Dodoria's pink ears. Instantly, Dodoria comprehended, filled with ecstatic delight. Lord Frieza was not chastising him. He recalled that each time Frieza uttered this phrase, a planet met its doom. If all went as expected, Planet Vegeta would undoubtedly be doomed. Prepare to meet your end, Saiyan monkeys. Dodoria had long harbored disdain for this arrogant group with mediocre fighting capabilities. Mr. Dodoria, relay my orders to King Vegeta. Summon all Saiyans on missions back within a month. I wish to witness Planet Vegeta. He added, by the way, I've heard he has a remarkably gifted son. Have him come to the headquarters to serve me. As you command. On Planet Vegeta, King Vegeta occupied the main seat at a table, flanked by other Saiyans on either side. They bore tails wrapped around their waists and donned specially designed battle attire, among whom sat a Saiyan strikingly similar to Wukong. King Vegeta, what urgent matters necessitate our gathering? Bardock inquired, furrowing his brow. Jine had just given birth to Kakarot 2 months prior, and while attending to her, he had received an urgent summons, prompting his hurried arrival. Upon arriving, he discovered he was not the only one summoned. Other high-ranking Saiyans had also been called forth. What could warrant such a gathering of powerful warriors? Frieza has issued a command for us Saiyans to gather all those on missions within a month. Bardock pondered from the corner, somewhat perplexed. What could Frieza be plotting? Was he intending to wage war against other advanced planets? The remaining Saiyans began to murmur among themselves. Bardock observed that he was not alone in his suspicions. King Vegeta raised his hands to silence them. Frieza wishes to visit Planet Vegeta. We are to gather all Saiyans to welcome him. For now, let us focus on bringing our kin back, King Vegeta continued. Recently, our Saiyan race has been thriving. When Frieza arrives, we must ensure he does not discover our covert activities. All right, if there are no further matters, let us disperse. With that, King Vegeta dismissed them, needing to arrange for Vegeta's journey to Frieza's headquarters. After the meeting, Bardock felt a wave of unease. The conference had ignited a powder keg of anxiety within him, shattering his previously tranquil state of mind. That night, after tending to various household matters. Bardock and John began to rest. Half an hour into sleep, Bardock was drenched in sweat, his face etched with terror, as if caught in a nightmarish vision. He tossed and turned restlessly. Suddenly, Bardock bolted upright. Gasping for air, his face slick with perspiration, a sight that might induce discomfort in those with a fear of clusters. Thump, thump. Bardock's heart raced violently. How terrifying. Frieza is truly terrifying. Previous nightmares would fade into vague memories upon waking. But this time the dream felt alarmingly vivid, as if he were living through it, and every detail remained crystal clear in his mind. In the dream, Frieza wielded a battle power of 530,000, an utterly terrifying figure. It was worth noting that among the Saiyan race, not a single one boasted a power level of even 20,000. Transforming into a great ape form yielded merely a battle power of over 100,000. Unrivaled. Bardock, what troubles you? Did you have a nightmare? Jinai was startled awake by a series of frantic movements. And no, it's nothing, Bardock hastily reassured her, not wishing to burden Jinai with his concerns, having lived together for so many years. She understood his innermost thoughts all too well. He merely wished to spare her from worry. Then let us rest quickly. Jinai contemplated for a moment, noting that there had been no significant disturbances within the clan lately, and presumed it was likely not a grave issue. Very well. Bardock reclined once more. The orders issued by Frieza were anything but simple. The events of the day mirrored those from his haunting dreams. What should he do? Chapter 16. Sending Kakarot away by the campfire, two small figures sat before it, one gnawing on a deer's leg. Brother Kasso, how could that little rascal Neru, so weak as he is, dare to gamble with you? Osbier chattered while munching. He is not weak. He possesses a battle power exceeding 1,000, which is greater than yours, Kasso remarked, noticing Osbier's face smeared with grease, and attempted to wipe it off, only to spread it further, causing her cheeks to puff in irritation. Is he really that strong? Osbier felt a tinge of dejection, realizing that even a mere brat surpassed her in strength. Kasso, having honed his potential under the guidance of the Grand Elder, had achieved a battle power of 12,000. Meanwhile, she remained at a mere 1,200, pondering how long it would take to catch up to him. With a sulky expression, Osbier bit into the deer meat. Kasso chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. Indeed, Neru's talent was impressive, seemingly stronger than Piccolo, but lacking the formidable spirit that Piccolo possessed. Piccolo had always aimed to surpass Goku with unwavering determination. Although he could no longer keep pace with Goku, he had not given up. If only Neru shared the same goal and possessed a robust spirit, he might achieve even greater heights than Piccolo. After a while, Kasso tossed the bones aside into the nearby river and lay back on the ground. For months, he had subsisted on nutrient liquids from the spaceship, seldom enjoying roasted meat. Finally tasting it again, he felt utterly satisfied. Kasso shifted closer to Osbier. Little Osbier, now that you have learned instant transmission, we shall prepare to leave this place tomorrow and return to Planet Vegeta. Wow, we can finally go home, Osbier exclaimed joyfully. Aunt Jinai will surely be astonished by our battle powers. She giggled inexplicably afterward. Kasso raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that this girl also enjoyed showing off. Nevertheless, there was a certain thrill in feigning weakness before others that he chuckled inwardly, realizing that indeed, like a Trax-like, imagining Bardock's reaction upon witnessing their battle powers brought him joy. Thus, Kasso and Osbier sat in contemplative silence under the night sky, their expressions a mixture of amusement and deep thought as they envisioned the grand spectacle of their return to Planet Vegeta. The next day, all right, let us bid farewell to Elder Husu. After tending to the campfire, Kasso and Osbier instantly teleported back to Planet Yardrat. With a whoosh, they appeared before Husu's door. Kasso knocked gently. Hearing the commotion, Husu emerged. Wise one, we are preparing to depart, Kasso said, feeling a pang of reluctance. After all, he had spent half a year here, and now leaving so suddenly stirred a bittersweet feeling within him. However, Kasso needed to return to Planet Vegeta to rescue his kin. There was no other choice. So soon, Husu exclaimed in surprise. Kasso had trained for 6 months in instant transmission, and just yesterday, Osbier had mastered it as well. Kyusu was astounded by their remarkable talents. Thank you for your hospitality during our stay and for allowing us to learn instant transmission. The people of Planet Yardrat shall forever remain my friends. Should anything arise, feel free to seek me out on Planet Salad. Given the imminent explosion of Planet Vegeta, Kasso provided Kyusu with the location of Planet Salad. Kyusu opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Kasso and Osbier were not natives of Planet Yardrat. It was only natural for them to leave after mastering their training. With a sigh, Kyusu acknowledged the situation. Very well. May we meet again in the future. Kyusu felt a twinge of sadness. After a year of acquaintance, even the most unfamiliar of strangers had become friends. After bidding farewell to Kyusu, Kasso and Osbier also said their goodbyes to Supa, then made their way to the spacecraft they had arrived. As Kasso and Osbier glanced back at the town of Planet Yardrat, he said, "Let us go." With that, the two, along with their ship, vanished from the spot on Planet Vegeta. The sky echoed with a thunderous roar. Looking up, one could see numerous Saiyan spaceships soaring above, leaving trails of white silver light. These were the Saiyans returning from their missions. Countless ships descended from the heavens. How did the mission go? Don't ask. I nearly lost my life out there. What happened? Numerous Saiyans disembarked from their ships, recounting their treacherous experiences. At that moment, a nearby ship opened its hatch, and a burly figure emerged, clad in the distinctive battle armor of the Saiyans, a tail wrapped around his waist and small scars adorning his face. "Captain, I'm back." He strode forward with purpose. "Long time no see." Beerus, Bardock smiled. He had come to welcome his team members. "Yes, but what of Kasso and those two little rascals? They went out on a mission, but weren't we supposed to wait until they grew up before sending them on missions?" Beerus's expression darkened. That Kasso's parents had sacrificed themselves to save him, and Beerus had promised to protect Kasso at all costs. Due to frequent missions, he had no choice but to entrust Kasso to Bardock. Yet he had not anticipated that Kasso would be sent out nonetheless. That was Kasso's request. "I'm merely assigned a simple task. You must understand, Sans." Before Bardock could finish, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky. This sound was far beyond what the descent of Saiyan ships could produce. The two men looked up. "What is that?" "A large spacecraft. Lord Bardock, is that not a ship belonging to Frieza's subordinates?" Beerus exclaimed in astonishment. Wasn't it said that Frieza wouldn't arrive on Planet Vegeta for another 2 weeks? How could he have come so early? "Frieza," Bardock gritted his teeth, gazing at the ship in the sky. "Is the tale of my dreams set to unfold once more?" "Beerus, I shall explain Kasso's situation upon my return. I have urgent matters to attend to." Bardock turned and hastily made his way home. "Captain," Beerus watched Bardock's departing figure, feeling somewhat bewildered. That night, the delicate Jinai followed closely behind Bardock. He bore a spacecraft upon his shoulder, one he had pilfered from the launch center, containing the young Goku within. With the listening devices dismantled, Jinai's face bore 2 streaks of tears, her lips pressed tightly together, stifling any sound for fear of being discovered. "Bardock, must we truly send Kakarot away?" Jinai choked out. "There is no other choice." "I hope I am mistaken. If so, we can retrieve him at any time." Bardock gently placed the spacecraft on the ground. The two gazed longingly through the transparent hatch at Kakarot. "Kakarot, you must take care." Jinai's tears flowed anew. Bardock embraced Jinai tightly, looking up at the ship until it safely soared into the heavens. A day later, numerous ships were returning to Planet Vegeta from the outside. Suddenly, 2 relatively aged spacecraft descended straight from the sky. Through the transparent cabin doors, the silhouettes of 2 children could be discerned. They gazed awake at the scenery outside, not having entered a state of slumber. Chapter 17. Exile of Broly. The atmosphere on Planet Vegeta grew increasingly tense. Likely due to the impending arrival of Frieza, in the eyes of the Saiyans, Frieza was a detestable figure. Years prior, he had subjugated King Vegeta, compelling the entire Saiyan race to serve him at that time. The Saiyans were in a dire situation, having just overthrown the rule of the Saiyans, and their clan was in desperate need of recuperation. They were powerless against Frieza's oppressive regime. However, the methods by which Frieza oppressed the Saiyans were well observed by them, fostering a deep-seated hatred towards him. Now, Frieza had inexplicably summoned all Saiyans back, leaving them uncertain of his intentions. As the two spacecraft landed from above, Kasso and Osbir jumped out. Their journey from planet Yardrat had not solely relied on the spacecraft. If that were the case, their return would have taken an additional 6 months. Thus, Kasso and Osbier first utilized instant transmission to arrive near Planet Vegeta before boarding the spacecraft to reach their destination, thereby ensuring their return was legitimate, with a plausible excuse should anyone inquire. Upon arriving home, Kasso and Osbier were greeted by the familiar decor of their residence. Yet, they found it somewhat peculiar that not a speck of dust could be found within. Osbier brushed her hand across a chair in astonishment, exclaiming, "How immaculate it is! Aunt Jine must have helped clean." Observing the state of the house warmed Kasso's heart. He did not believe that Bardock and Garrus would engage in such trivial matters. While both treated him and little Osbir well, their kindness was limited to significant affairs, leaving day-to-day responsibilities unattended. Soon, night fell. Kasso and Osbir lay in bed, savoring the final moments of tranquility on Planet Vegeta, for it would soon face destruction at the hands of Frieza. Kasso planned to seek out Bardock and Garrus to discuss the situation shortly. In the nursery of Planet Vegeta, alarms blared. Warning. Warning, a massive energy surge detected. Energy levels exceeding 10,000. Within the nursery, 2 incubation pods stood side by side. One was empty, the Saiyan within having vanished. The other contained a Saiyan infant, whose cries triggered the alarm. Red lights flashing ominously in the dim environment. What is happening? Why is there an alarm? We cannot afford any mishap with the prince. Otherwise, we are doomed. A group of aliens clad in white lab coats rushed in. Should anything happen to the Saiyan infant within the nursery, even 10 of them would not suffice to appease the Saiyans' wrath. These researchers were captives brought back by the Saiyans in their conquests. Had it not been for their commendable technological prowess, the Saiyans would have long sent them to meet their demise. Suddenly, they witnessed an unbelievable sight. A Saiyan infant named Broly, whose battle power was continuously escalating. 8,000.8500, 9,500. How can this be? How is it possible for a newborn Saiyan to possess such extraordinary power? It's still climbing. 10,000. The alarms blared with increasing urgency. Warning! Warning! Quickly, report to King Vegeta. In the palace of King Vegeta. Disbelief washed over him. What? A newborn Saiyan named Broly has a power level exceeding 10,000. King Vegeta's expression was one of incredulity. Impossible! Could he be the legendary Super Saiyan? No, only my Prince Vegeta is the strongest. At that moment, King Vegeta's face contorted with rage, his killing intent palpable. Broly, do not blame me. You must bear the consequences of possessing such immense power. Raising his hand, he intended to command his subordinates to eliminate Broly, but then paused. Whose son is he? He is the son of Lord Paragus, came the reply. Paragus' son? King Vegeta turned away from his subordinates, his outer blue cloak lined with red billowing behind him. Clad in battle armor, from his silhouette, he appeared to be deep in thought. Go, arranged for a spacecraft to exile Broly to a distant, desolate planet. King Vegeta instructed his loyal subordinate in a hushed tone. Yes, my lord. King Vegeta resumed his seat upon the throne, his chin resting on one hand as he coldly remarked, Paragus, do not blame me. I've shown you mercy beyond measure. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lord Paragus, congratulations. Your son was born with a power level of 10,000. A group of researchers, loyal to Paragus, rushed over to celebrate. Paragus stood frozen in disbelief, his mouth agape, unable to fathom the reality. Is this true? My Broly possesses such strength. They have already reported to King Vegeta, his confidant informed him. Upon hearing this, Paragus' expression shifted as he realized something was amiss. Having worked under King Vegeta for so many years, he was well aware of the king's ruthless nature. He would stop at nothing to eliminate any threat to his position. Lord Paragus, it is bad news. Broly is to be exiled. A Saiyan rushed over. One of his subordinates. Damn it, King Vegeta. After serving you for so long, how dare you? Paragus glared. Knowing well the Saiyan's merciless disposition, he never imagined King Vegeta would disregard their past. I must stop him. With a roar, Paragus unleashed a powerful aura. enveloping himself in white energy as he swiftly flew toward the spacecraft launch center. The spacecraft launch center. Discussions ensued among the lower-ranking Saiyan warriors. What a pity. King Vegeta cannot accept him. If he had, we would have had an invincible warrior among us. Indeed, just then, a middle-aged Saiyan soared down from the sky. With a swift glance, Paragus pinpointed Broly's location aboard the spacecraft. Lord Paragus, you cannot go. Otherwise, King Vegeta will not spare us. The lower-ranking Saiyan warriors attempted to restrain him as Paragus prepared to rush forward to halt the spacecraft's launch. It slowly ascended into the sky, vanishing in an instant. No, Paragus bellowed, arriving just a moment too late. Tell me, to which planet has Broly been exiled? He grabbed a nearby lower-ranking warrior, his eyes burning with rage, his body trembling in disbelief that Broly had truly been exiled. He has been exiled to the distant planet Wampa. The Saiyans face paled, terrified of Paragus's wrath. Prepare a spacecraft for me immediately. Paragus growled menacingly. In no time. Another spacecraft launched from the center. I must rescue Broly. Paragus's vessel closely followed Broly's, fully aware that Wampa was inhospitable to life. Broly would not survive there. Wait for it, King Vegeta. Once I bring Broly back, you will regret this. Chapter 18. Unveiling Frieza's conspiracy as Kasso and Osbir prepared to step outside. They suddenly overheard a conversation on the street. Have you heard about Broly? The little one with a battle power of 10,000 from birth? Yes, but what a pity. The tone of the Saiyans was tinged with regret. As they continued, if only King Vegeta could accept Broly. Within 10 years, our Saiyan race would have an invincible warrior. Broly, Kazuo murmured softly. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he almost forgot about Broly. Broly, the legendary Saiyan, had been raised alongside Kakarot in their incubation pods. Every time Kakarot cried, Broly would follow suit. This led to Broly harboring an intense hatred for Kakarot as he grew up, unable to contain his rage whenever he laid eyes upon him. Yet, Broly was also a pitiable soul, having been exiled by King Vegeta from a young age and subsequently controlled by his own father, devoid of any semblance of freedom. Kazuo grasped the hand of the Saiyan, anxiously inquiring, Uncle, how is Broly faring now? Osbier stood silently to the side, puzzled. Why did her brother Kazuo react so fervently upon hearing Broly's name? The Saiyan, taken aback, had never encountered such a polite little one, and responded, That young lad has already been exiled? What is the matter? Do you know him? No. Farewell, uncle, we must be on our way. Kazuo led Osbier away from the scene. As the two children departed, the other Saiyans resumed their conversation. Chris, do you know that little fellow? Not at all. I've simply never met such a courteous child. It is indeed rather peculiar. Kazuo and Osbier were making their way to Bardock's residence. Osbier looked up and asked, Kazuo, who is Broly? Well, you'll find out in due time, Kazuo replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing news of Broly, he had contemplated how to keep him around. Since Broly had been exiled, perhaps he could remain on planet Wampa for a while. Kazuo had more pressing matters to attend to and could not afford to be sidetracked. However, the thought of Paragus, that old man, made him feel somewhat nauseous in his quest for vengeance against King Vegeta. Paragus had no qualms about controlling his own son, treating Broly as nothing more than a pawn. As they walked, they arrived at Bardock's home. However, just as Kazuo was about to knock, he overheard voices from inside. Beerus, this is my explanation. Sai, what can I say about this child? Perhaps this is simply what Saiyans are like. Bardock's voice mingled with Beerus's. Kazuo chuckled softly. Realizing Beerus was also present, he rapped lightly on the door, which swung open to reveal Jine, though her expression seemed troubled, as if she had encountered something distressing. Kazuo pondered. With Broly exiled today, could it be that Kakarot had also been sent away? Perhaps this was the reason behind Jine's sorrowful demeanor. Kazuo, little Osbier, you've returned, Jine exclaimed, her face lighting up upon seeing them. Yes, Kazuo smiled and nodded. Aunt Jine. Osbier joyfully embraced Jine. Jine had always cared for both her and Kazuo, and in Osbier's heart, Jine was akin to a biological mother. She nestled against Jine, relishing the warmth of her embrace. Little Osbier? Jine reciprocated the embrace. With Kakarot just having been sent away, Jine was at her most heartbroken, but the return of Osbier and Kasso somewhat alleviated her sorrow. Beerus, who had just been discussing Kasso, was now filled with excitement upon seeing him. Kasso, little Osbir, you're back. Beerus' joy was palpable. After all, Kasso's parents had once saved Beerus' life, and he regarded Kasso as his own child. Seeing him return safely brought Beerus immense happiness. Bardock approached and ruffled Kasso's hair, noting how the little one had filled out over the past 2 years. Kasso cherished the kindness of the elders in the room. Without them, he knew he might have perished countless times. Upon returning to Planet Vegeta, Kasso heard from everyone that Frieza would be arriving in a little over 10 days. Time was of the essence. Kasso understood that this was not the moment for reminiscing. Uncle Bardock, have you had any unsettling premonitions lately? Bardock furrowed his brow. How did you know? I dreamed of a vision where Frieza arrived and obliterated Planet Vegeta, leaving no Saiyans alive. Kasso refrained from answering Bardock's question directly, instead fabricating this statement. What? Jine momentarily set aside her sorrow. Upon hearing Kasso's words, Beerus felt a tightening in his chest. Kasso's declaration struck Bardock deeply. He had dreamt of the same scenario before, initially dismissing it as mere fantasy. But now, it seemed all too real. Frieza was indeed plotting something sinister. I too have had the same dream, Bardock recounted, explaining that it was this very concern that had led him to send Kakarot away, though he chose not to mention Kakarot's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Jine's eyes widened. Both Bardock and Kasso had shared the same dream. She had only agreed to send Kakarot away after being swayed by Bardock's reasoning. Now, she felt a surge of relief that Kakarot had been sent off. Kasso, is this true? Beerus inquired, as if grasping a world-shattering revelation. Indeed, with that affirmation, the atmosphere in the room stiffened, a tense silence enveloping them, so quiet that one could hear Jine's breath. Captain, what shall we do? We Saiyans cannot withstand Frieza, Beerus exclaimed, his face contorted with worry. Calm down. Let us hear what Kasso has to say. His return must mean he has a plan, Bardock replied, maintaining a level head while contemplating the situation. Since Kasso had mentioned a dream, Bardock no longer viewed him as just a child. Kasso, share your thoughts. Over the past 2 years, he had completed his mission on planet Mumu early. Kasso continued recounting his experiences, explaining how he had traveled to planet Yardrat to learn instant transmission and subsequently visited Namek to summon the dragon. Bardock and Beerus were taken aback by the revelations. These two little ones had undergone so much in just 2 years. When Kasso mentioned instant transmission, Bardock and Beerus' eyes widened in astonishment at the existence of such incredible abilities. Kasso continued, Now, Frieza's forces are surely monitoring all of Planet Vegeta. If we attempt to flee by spaceship, it would be futile. Bardock pondered, are you suggesting we use instant transmission to evacuate everyone from Planet Vegeta? Yes, we intend to use instant transmission, but we'll need your cooperation, Uncle Bardock. Kasso, who had once been inconspicuous on Planet Vegeta, bullied by Napa and the others, lacked strength and influence. Who would believe his words? Who would heed his commands? In the coming days, I need you to gather some of our kin, Osbier, and I will transport them in batches. Osbier, sitting quietly beside him, listened intently. But Kasso, can you bring all our people with you? Beerus asked anxiously. Kasso forced a smile. Uncle Beerus, to be honest, with our current strength, Osbier and I simply cannot carry everyone. Even though the Yardrats were not particularly powerful, they had developed instant transmission, demonstrating that one does not need immense strength to learn it, only talent and mental fortitude. However, to transport more individuals or send them further away via instant transmission, one must possess considerable strength to support it. Additionally, proficiency in sensing energy was crucial. Kasso had only just begun to grasp it, and Osbier was even less experienced. Hearing this, Bardock shook his head. Don't overthink it. We cannot bring all our kin. They both understood that bringing everyone along was impossible, so why did Bardock echo this sentiment? Kasso and Osbier exchanged puzzled glances with Bardock. Let us not forget, King Vegeta is the true leader of the Saiyans. Only my squad members can heed my commands. Bardock's tone was imbued with a sense of helplessness, akin to that of King Vegeta, who could not command his own kin. King Vegeta was utterly engrossed in the dream of overturning Frieza's dominion, and at this juncture, it was likely that nothing Bardock could say would sway him. He might even suspect ulterior motive behind Bardock's words. The plight of the Saiyans was indeed tragic. Liberated from the tyranny of the Zenkai, only to find themselves under the rule of such a myopic leader, perpetually fearful of any Saiyan who might threaten his position. In an act of sheer folly, King Vegeta had exiled Broly upon his birth. The captain was right, Beerus lamented. Beerus had borne witness to the captain's tribulations over the years, had it not been for his formidable strength. King Vegeta might have eliminated him long ago, yet his power had rendered him a target of King Vegeta's disdain, leaving only about 100 Saiyans willing to heed the captain's command. "How many of our kin can you take with you?" Bardock inquired once more. Kasso and Osbier exchanged glances, estimating we should be able to take approximately 150 individuals. Bardock nodded, finding it to be in line with the number he could command. "Uncle Bardock, you should gather them. From tonight onward, Little Beer and I will commence the relocation of our people." Kasso, resigned to the situation, acknowledged that every life saved was a victory. Beerus and Bardock rose, ready to set their plan into motion. At a time of utmost peril for their race, Bardock could not afford to dwell on trivial matters. Even if Kasso could only save a little over 100, it was sufficient as long as the Saiyans were not annihilated. They would rise again, and when Kakarot achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan, he would surely avenge their kin. In the dark of night, within the northern forests of Planet Vegeta, a group of over a dozen Saiyans gathered. They were furtive, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief, as if they had just heard something unfathomably dreadful. The assembled Saiyans stammered, "Is this true? I can't believe Frieza truly has sinister intentions. I warned everyone not to trust him from the start." Just then, Bardock barked, "Silence!" At this critical moment, they still had the audacity to bicker. Instantly, the crowd quieted. Bardock cast a glance at Kasso and Osbier, who nodded in understanding. Kasso instructed two Saiyans, "You two, take each other's hands and grasp my shoulders tightly. Do not resist." Osbier mirrored these actions. Prior to this encounter, the Saiyans had been made aware of Frieza's treachery, and Bardock had clarified their course of action. They were fully cognizant of what was to come. Upon hearing Kasso and Osbier's commands, the Saiyans nodded and approached with cooperation. "Uncle Bardock, I will return swiftly." With that, Kasso and the two Saiyans vanished from sight, and Osbier did the same. Witnessing Kasso's sudden disappearance left Bardock in awe. He had experienced instantaneous movement 2 hours prior, yet witnessing it again was still astonishing. Bardock looked up at the sky, where countless stars twinkled, each one representing Frieza's fleets encircling Planet Vegeta from the cosmos. Frieza had exploited the Saiyans from the very beginning, relentlessly assigning them missions and compelling them to wage war on other planets, only to profit immensely from the plundered worlds. Yet, even with this exploitation, Frieza prepared to obliterate Planet Vegeta and annihilate the Saiyan race, a notion that Bardock found utterly incredulous. 3 months prior, he had sensed something amiss. Otherwise, he would not have sent Kakarot to Earth. Nevertheless, Bardock held on to a glimmer of hope that the ominous dreams were mere illusions. That was until Kasso confirmed his suspicions. Thank goodness for Kasso. Bardock shook his head. After more than 20 minutes, Kasso and Osbier suddenly reappeared before Bardock. "Ha! Ha!" Kasso gasped for breath. He had successfully transported the two Saiyans to a safe planet, one that would take Frieza's forces half a month to reach at full speed. Kasso had always moved with Osbier, never having transported more than 2 individuals at once. Now, he was on the verge of collapse. "Kasso, are you all right?" Bardock asked anxiously. "It's nothing. I simply exhausted too much energy. Rest assured, I will be able to evacuate everyone tonight. Let me catch my breath first. You two take a moment." Bardock observed Kasso and Osbier, his heart racing with urgency, yet recognizing Little Beer's fatigue. For now, they had to rely on Kasso. Kasso glanced at Little Beer with a smile. She had done remarkably well to transport 2 individuals, and now it was his turn to take over. After a while, once Kasso had recuperated, he transported another 2 Saiyans away. This cycle continued throughout the night, and by dawn, all the Saiyans had been successfully evacuated. Kasso lay in bed, his eyes vacant and his complexion pale. As if he had been completely drained of vitality, he yearned for the Senzu beings of Earth, vowing that once the crisis on Planet Vegeta was resolved, he would visit Earth without fail. It was worth noting that Senzu beings had always been a peculiar anomaly within the Dragon Ball universe. No matter the severity of one's injuries, as long as one drew breath, a Senzu being could restore them to their optimal state. Yet, during Goku's childhood, Master Karen had not recognized the significance of the Senzu beings, allowing that little rotund creature Yardrat to consume them all, resulting in Goku's later desperation to divide a single being in half for use. Days swiftly passed, and the Saiyans outside gradually returned. King Vegeta was still busy arranging a welcoming ceremony for Frieza, utterly oblivious to the disappearance of over 100 Saiyans. Chapter 20. The arrival of Frieza within the grand palace of King Vegeta. The surroundings were adorned with numerous flowers, leaving a pathway lined with a red carpet, creating an atmosphere of celebration throughout the hall. Once King Vegeta deemed the decoration satisfactory, he prepared to summon all the Saiyans for a meeting. Suddenly, a Saiyan resembling Napa approached, his face contorted with anger to "My King, what has become of the investigation into my son's disappearance?" This individual was Napa's father, who had lost his son 2 years prior without a trace. As King Vegeta's right-hand man, his family was among the elite within the Saiyan race. Yet the king had yet to resolve the mystery surrounding his son's vanishing act. King Vegeta's expression hardened. "I have far more pressing matters to attend to. We shall discuss this later." With that, he turned and strode toward the hall's exit. "You!" Napa's father pointed at King Vegeta's retreating figure. Trembling slightly. 2 years had passed without a word from Napa, and the father had long sensed something amiss. However, King Vegeta's current demeanor chilled him further. After years of loyalty from his family, all he received in return was indifference. The bond had faded. At that moment, a sharp, piercing sound echoed through the sky. The clash of airwaves against metal. The once bright sky darkened abruptly, as if shrouded by an unseen force. Countless spaceships traversed the void, resembling a swarm of locusts. The ships breached Planet Vegeta's atmosphere. Ultimately coming to rest upon its surface, the massive ship served as the centerpiece, flanked by smaller vessels on either side. In such a grand display, these smaller crafts were rendered insignificant. The main ship hovered in the center, emitting an orange-yellow flame from its underside, encased in a ring of pitch-black metal. Forming a circular corridor, a luminous glow emanated from specially designed transparent glass, resembling yellow gemstones embedded within. The control room of the ship was visible beneath a curved canopy, revealing a figure atop the small, flying vessel. 2 pointed horns atop his head, blood-red eyes, and purple-black lips, with 2 streaks resembling blood tears beneath his eyes. It was Frieza. Frieza elegantly lifted a goblet of crimson wine, nonchalantly inquiring, "Have we arrived at Planet Vegeta?" "Indeed, Lord Frieza," Dodoria replied with utmost respect. "Go. Summon King Vegeta to lead all the Saiyans to meet me." At once, King Vegeta convened a meeting with the high-ranking Saiyans. Frieza loomed above Planet Vegeta, demanding our presence. While in the midst of his final meeting, King Vegeta found Frieza's actions rather peculiar. Why not descend directly onto the planet? A sense of unease settled within him. Let us call Bardock and the others to greet him, lest Frieza's wrath bring dire consequences. "Indeed," murmured King Vegeta's subordinates in hushed tones. "Forget Bardock and the others. Come, let us proceed to welcome Frieza." With a gesture, Vegeta signaled his readiness to depart. "But Frieza has summoned all Saiyans." "Did you not hear my words?" King Vegeta frowned, displeased by the dissent. It was not that he wished to exclude Bardock. Rather, he simply could not locate him. Standing momentarily, a fierce glint flashed in King Vegeta's eyes as he surveyed the crowd. Silence enveloped the scene, and no one dared to voice further dissent. King Vegeta led his subordinates, preparing to meet Frieza. Upon exiting the palace, Vegeta looked up to behold a multitude of spaceships, blotting out the sun and casting a shadow over the land. The oppressive atmosphere unsettled King Vegeta. While his heart raced with an ominous premonition, am I merely imagining this? I hope so. He concentrated a small orb of light in his palm, only to disperse it moments later. The orb was none other than an artificial moon. A fierce determination flickered in Vegeta's eyes as he silently wished, "Frieza, I hope you refrain from any reckless actions." Seated upon a spacecraft, Frieza slowly emerged from the colossal ship, accompanied by his subordinates. To his surprise, the elite Ginyu force was conspicuously absent from this grand gathering. "Long time no see, King Vegeta," Frieza stated with a faint smile, as if genuinely pleased to reunite with an old acquaintance. "Greetings, Lord Frieza." King Vegeta ascended into the air, bowing slightly in deference, and as he did so, his subordinates echoed, "Greetings, Lord Frieza." The collective roar of over 2,000 Saiyans reverberated, shaking the very heavens. At a glance, the Saiyans maintained stoic expressions, bending at the waist. Regardless of their loathing for Frieza, they performed their duties with feigned respect. Frieza remained silent, as did his attendants, allowing the Saiyans to remain bowed in silence. The atmosphere turned stifling. What does Frieza mean by this? Vegeta gritted his teeth, fists clenched, stealing a glance at Frieza, who observed them with an amused expression. Suddenly, Frieza broke the silence. "King Vegeta, is there not a fellow named Bardock among your ranks? Why is he absent from this gathering?" Bardock's reputation extended beyond the Saiyans, even reaching Frieza's ears. A lowly warrior boasting a power level of 10,000 piqued Frieza's curiosity. The tone of Frieza's voice betrayed his displeasure, causing beads of sweat to trickle down Vegeta's brow. Just moments prior, Vegeta had realized Bardock and his subordinates were nowhere to be found, perhaps seeking to assert dominance in Frieza's presence. "Curse Bardock," Vegeta stammered, struggling to articulate a response that it was inconceivable for King Vegeta to admit he could not command his own subjects. What shame would that bring upon him as the king of the Saiyan race? Frieza, unsatisfied with the lack of response, glared with blood-red eyes, an icy aura emanating from his diminutive form, chilling the air around him. The surrounding ships swayed perilously, as if on the verge of detaching and plummeting. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Frieza retracted his menacing aura, as though nothing had occurred. King Vegeta and his subordinates wiped cold sweat from their brows, pondering the true extent of Frieza's power. "Ha, it's nothing. Don't be anxious. Everyone, relax," Frieza said with a seemingly casual laugh. His subordinates exchanged glances, as if witnessing a theatrical performance. Chapter 21. The collective Great Ape transformation far from Planet Vegeta, on Planet Fire. Even the most advanced ships of Frieza's fleet would take half a month to reach their destination at full speed. The sky here was a vibrant green, bordered by a dense forest. With expansive plains in the distance, the junction of the forest and plains, over 100 figures gathered, each adorned with a tail. "Captain, everyone has been successfully relocated," Cass said. Bardock nodded, having successfully transferred all his subordinates and family members to Planet Fire with Cass' help over the past 10 days. He was well aware of the distance between Planet Fire and Planet Vegeta. Having traversed this area during past missions, he was astonished that Cass could relocate his kin here. Instant transmission is truly remarkable. "Lord Bardock, is it true that Frieza intends to annihilate Planet Vegeta?" one of Bardock's subordinates asked. Seeking confirmation, Bardock, with a furrowed brow, nodded solemnly once more. Alas, the collective size of over 100 Saiyans filled the air. Even Bardock, in the face of Frieza, would have to yield. Seeking revenge against him was an impossibility. They were now the last vestige of hope for the Saiyan race. Jin approached, cradling the frail Osbier. "Where is Cass? Why is he not here?" "He has returned to Planet Vegeta." Bardock gently patted little Osbier's head, uncertain of Cass' motive for returning, especially on the day Frieza was set to arrive. Surely, Planet Vegeta was engulfed in conflict now, yet with Cass' ability for instant transmission, there was little to fear. King Vegeta, high above Planet Vegeta, mused, "Thank you, Lord Frieza, for your understanding," oblivious to the expressions of Frieza's subordinates. King Vegeta thought, Frieza is truly foolish. How did he ascend to the throne of the universe? He believed he could easily deceive Frieza. Haha, I've always been lenient with my subordinates, provided they harbor no ill intent. Is that not so? King Vegeta. Frieza's face twitched unnaturally, a forced smile that sent chills down the spine. Yes, indeed. King Vegeta wiped the cold sweat from his brow, pondering Frieza's intentions. Has he discovered my schemes? That cannot be. We Saiyans have concealed ourselves so well. King Vegeta had always been two-faced towards Frieza's commands, clandestinely building his own power, waiting until he amassed enough strength to overthrow Frieza's dominion over the Saiyans. Just as he had with the Zufurans. Little did King Vegeta realize, Frieza had already intercepted all information through his scanners. Yet, even without the Science Rebellion, Frieza had no intention of sparing them, as this was a direct order from Lord Beerus himself. You share the same sentiment? Excellent. Frieza crossed his arms, spinning his spacecraft in place, deliberately turning his back on King Vegeta. The obstruction of the vessel rendered Frieza's expression indiscernible. Silence enveloped as he remained turned away. The cold metal of the ship sending a chill down King Vegeta's spine, it felt as if an ominous event loomed on the horizon. King Vegeta, would you care to behold a beautiful fireworks display? Frieza inquired without turning around. What does he mean? Something feels amiss. Vegeta only just realized the situation. The previously concealed aura emanating from Frieza erupted once more, sending the atmosphere of Planet Vegeta into utter chaos. The once sparse oxygen vanished in an instant, causing King Vegeta and the other Saiyans to gasp for breath. Retreat. King Vegeta, witnessing Frieza's actions, understood that he was about to turn hostile, if all went as expected. The fireworks Frieza had mentioned would indeed signify the cataclysmic explosion destined to annihilate Planet Vegeta. However, King Vegeta and the other Saiyans were oblivious to the fact that they had been able to breathe in the atmosphere moments ago. They were simply intimidated by Frieza's overwhelming presence. As for why the Saiyans could breathe in the vacuum of space, it was due to a wish made by Kakarot during their time on Namek. King Vegeta led all the Saiyans straight towards the ground. Upon touching down on the surface of Planet Vegeta, he felt a modicum of reassurance. Frieza, what are you planning? King Vegeta no longer engaged in pleasantries, directly calling out his name. Troops advanced from high above. Frieza observed King Vegeta's lips move, but could not discern his words, nor did he care to Frieza's command. Half of his subordinates surged forward, while the other half dispersed across Planet Vegeta, vigilantly monitoring for any fleeing Saiyans. Dodoria, has the Ginyu Force taken their positions? Frieza inquired coldly. Yes, Lord Frieza, they're stationed around Planet Vegeta. I have no doubt that these Saiyan monkeys will not escape. Dodoria replied respectfully that it turned out that the members of the Ginyu Force were all stationed outside Planet Vegeta, surveilling the entire planet to prevent any Saiyans from escaping. Excellent, Frieza remarked nonchalantly out on the surface of Planet Vegeta. King Vegeta seethed with rage. You have forced my hand. Did you truly think that we Saiyans are mere soft fruits for you to mold at will? He gathered a swirling mass of energy in his palm, slowly condensing it into a basketball-sized orb of white luminescence before hurling it skyward. Everyone looked up. All the Saiyans on the ground understood the gravity of their situation. They had long wished to rebel against Frieza, but King Vegeta had persistently bided his time, leaving them with no alternative. Upon hearing King Vegeta's declaration, the Saiyans knew what was to come next. They collectively raised their heads, their gaze fixated on the artificial moon. Thump, thump. The sound of thunderous heartbeats resonated throughout the scene, that if only one or two Saiyans had emitted such a heartbeat, it might have gone unnoticed, but now approximately 2,000 Saiyans were producing a deafening rhythm. This heartbeat gradually established a frequency, creating a resonant echo. Thump, thump. Wrinkles appeared on the faces of the Saiyans, resembling the ferocious expressions of gorillas in a zoo, their fangs protruding and their eyes gleaming with a blood-red hue. Roar, roar, roar. Their forms transformed, no longer resembling humans, but instead becoming grotesquely swollen. Their armor expanded in tandem with their growing physiques. Their heights surged rapidly, every gorilla towering immensely. Within mere seconds, all present Saiyans had transformed into their great ape forms. Roar, roar, roar. The great apes pounded their chests and howled at the sky. Come on, Frieza, roared King Vegeta. Now a colossal gorilla, he was accompanied by several equally enraged great apes, all his most loyal subordinates. Meanwhile, Frieza's henchmen charged forward with reckless abandon. Chapter 22. A punch for Frieza. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Almost every great ape was surrounded by dozens of aliens. Boom! Energy shock waves shot in every direction, striking the residences of the Saiyans. The more fortunate structures merely collapsed, while the unfortunate ones were obliterated into dust, utterly vanishing. The former prosperity of the royal city was reduced to ashes, becoming a landscape of shattered walls and desolation. Everyone attack! Charge! The aliens surrounding the great apes launched their offensive. Energy waves struck the colossal Saiyan forms. Boom! Boom! The terrifying explosions rang out with deafening roars, illuminating the ground with a sun-like brilliance, while the smoke from the blasts engulfed the great apes. We did it! The aliens shouted in exhilaration. They had believed that the transformation into great apes would confer immense power, yet they found their efforts utterly futile. Suddenly, what? Look! One alien exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible! As the smoke cleared, the great apes emerged unscathed, completely unharmed. Roar! Roar! It seemed the great apes had been enraged, each one letting out a furious roar and seizing large boulders to hurl indiscriminately. No way! One alien shouted in terror, only to be crushed into pulp moments later. In the midst of the chaos, several unfortunate souls were caught in the fallout, their bodies obliterated, a gruesome sight to behold. Yet the great apes remained undeterred, gathering energy to form laser blasts, reminiscent of the attacks executed by Osbir in his own great ape transformation. From Kakarot's previous encounter with Osbir, it was evident just how formidable these great apes truly were. Without sufficient, overwhelming power, defeating them proved exceedingly challenging. Boom! Boom! Hundreds of laser blasts rained down, catching the aliens off guard and striking them with terrifying precision. Before the searing heat of the lasers, the aliens were left in utter annihilation. No, merely over a span of several minutes, the ranks of the aliens had dwindled significantly. It was estimated that 2/3 of them had perished within that brief interval. The surviving aliens began to recognize the peril they faced. How could these Saiyan monkeys possess such terrifying might? They hastily activated their scouters. Beep! 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 Battle power. 23,000. Battle power. 15,000. Battle power. 80,000. A barrage of battle data appeared on the scouters, shocking the aliens to their core. Each great ape's battle power was alarmingly high, mostly ranging from 10,000 to 50,000. How could this be? Rumor had it that Saiyans only possessed battle powers in the thousands. The highest barely exceeded 10,000. This defied all logic. In truth, Frieza had never divulged to these aliens that a Saiyan's transformation into a great ape would amplify their original battle power tenfold. A tragic tale indeed. Let us mourn for the aliens. In the skies above, Lord Frieza. These Saiyan monkeys in their great ape forms are terrifying. Dodoria trembled. Previously, he had taken pleasure in bullying the Saiyans due to their low battle power. Now, witnessing the Saiyans' transformation into great apes, their power surged dramatically. Dodoria was evidently frightened. These Saiyans possess something remarkable. It seems my decision was indeed prudent. Frieza mused, resting his chin on his hand, coldly observing the battle below. He was aware that the Saiyans could transform into great apes. Yet he had not anticipated such catastrophic losses. It was a miscalculation. Frieza sighed, but he remained utterly indifferent to the casualties among his subordinates. Dodoria, observing the carnage among his former allies, felt a pang of guilt. He cast a sideways glance at Frieza, who appeared unfazed, his expression devoid of any reaction, as if the fallen were nothing more than rats in a refuse heap. Lord Frieza, this cannot continue. If this persists, all our comrades will be annihilated, Dodoria implored, unable to bear the sight any longer. The Saiyans, in their great ape forms, had surpassed the 10,000 battle power threshold, with some reaching as high as 100,000. Meanwhile, the members of the Jinyu force were not significantly more powerful. Only Captain Jinyu boasted a battle power exceeding that. Are you questioning my authority? Frieza's eyes gleamed with a venomous intensity, brimming with malice. As if he were poised to strike at any moment. I would not dare. Dodoria quaked in fear, well aware of Frieza's volatile temperament, and quickly offered his apologies. How dull. Very well, I shall. Frieza yawned and stretched his hand to summon his troops back, preparing to take matters into his own hands. With a swish, suddenly, a figure appeared before him. "Oh, friend, who might you be?" Frieza exclaimed, somewhat astonished that he had failed to notice how this child had materialized. Despite the mysterious child's sudden emergence, Frieza, bolstered by his own formidable power, felt no fear, only a sense of wonder. "Frieza, is it? Allow me to offer you a word of advice." This was Kasso's first encounter with Frieza. The figure before him exuded an air of familiarity, resembling the Frieza from the animated series, appearing equally fierce and treacherous. "And what sort of advice do you intend to give this king?" Frieza, who typically prided himself on his gentlemanly demeanor, felt a surge of anger upon hearing the mysterious child's words. His previous calmness vanished, his smile fading, and the pretentiousness he usually displayed completely dissipated. No one had ever dared to offer him advice. The last individual to show such disrespect was King Vegeta, who was currently embroiled in turmoil. With a mere flick of his hand, he could obliterate Planet Vegeta in under a minute, let alone King Vegeta himself. Frieza was curious to see what this little brat was up to. "The advice is this." As soon as the words left Kasso's lips, he unleashed his full power, moving with lightning speed to appear before Frieza and delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth twisted in shock, as the red muscles on his face slightly caved in, revealing signs of damage upon closer inspection. Whoosh! Still dazed, Frieza regained his senses only to find that Kasso had vanished without a trace. "Who are you?" Frieza bellowed in fury, unleashing a staggering 530,000 units of battle power. Instantly, the ground trembled, the surrounding ships swayed perilously, and the already thin atmosphere of Planet Vegeta formed vacuums, as if reality itself was on the brink of shattering. Dodoria, witnessing the entire scene, felt a surge of fear, wondering if Frieza would resort to silencing him. "Zzz. The furious aura emanating from Frieza disturbed the surrounding ions, which coalesced into arcs of silver lightning, resembling serpents of electricity. "Unforgivable!" Another roar erupted from Frieza, his eyes scanning every corner for Kasso's silhouette. However, he soon realized the mysterious child had indeed vanished, just as abruptly as he had appeared. Where did he go? Disappeared in a thin air. That child's appearance bore resemblance to a Saiyan. Could he be one? Frieza ground his teeth, his eyes bulging with rage, eager to find a mysterious child and tear him to shreds. Chapter 23. The Death of King Vegeta, Once Upon a Time. Even his brother Kula had never dared to treat him with such insolence. Now, he had allowed a mere child to land a punch, sending Frieza into a fit of rage, casting a cold glance at Dodoria. Frieza's notorious ruthlessness was no secret. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, and he was particularly concerned about maintaining his composure. If anyone witnessed him lose his cool, it would spell certain doom for them. As Frieza's piercing gaze fell upon Dodoria, the latter felt as if he were being scrutinized by the deadliest of serpents, trembling in fear. "This is it." With a single finger raised, Frieza aimed it at Dodoria. An aura of lethal intent saturating the atmosphere, causing the skies to seem as if they were on the verge of freezing in place. "Huh, you think your kind can challenge me on Planet Vegeta?" King Vegeta, in his great ape form, laughed heartily. While the number of extraterrestrial beings was substantial, they posed no lethal threat to the colossal primate, as the extraterrestrials dwindled in number under the onslaught of the mighty great ape. King Vegeta crushed one of them underfoot as if squashing an ant. "Come, let us join forces to vanquish Frieza." After dispatching a portion of the extraterrestrials, the now bulging great ape King Vegeta felt invincible. Believing Frieza to be no match for him, 5 massive figures burst forth, enveloped in white flames, soaring into the sky, their enormous forms blocking out the light above, casting the ground into shadow. The 5 great apes, with their white flames trailing behind them, shot upwards, piercing the atmosphere as King Vegeta searched for Frieza. There, King Vegeta spotted the largest spaceship, with Frieza floating ahead. Bang! They accelerated once more, charging towards Frieza with their immense bodies. At that moment, Frieza was still pointing his finger at Dodoria. The latter was on the verge of losing control, but upon seeing King Vegeta, and his allies charging in, Dodoria felt as if he had found salvation. Surely, Frieza would lower his finger upon their arrival. King Vegeta, a glint of realization sparked in Frieza's eyes. The child bore a striking resemblance to a Saiyan. He would hold the Saiyans accountable for this affront. Frieza, your subordinates are nearly all dead, that if you do not take action now, could it be that you fear us? King Vegeta laughed heartily, surveying his remaining subordinates, confident in their current state of power. The audacity of Frieza to invade Saiyan territory was unforgivable. King Vegeta, you are quite confident. Frieza's sharp gaze locked onto him, his tone cool and dismissive. Those familiar with Frieza recognized the expression as a sign of his growing anger, indicating he was about to become serious. Indeed, being unexpectedly struck by a child out of nowhere would infuriate anyone, let alone a cosmic emperor. Let me see if you possess the strength to back up that confidence. Frieza activated his scouter. Beep, beep, beep. 80,000.95,000. 120,000. None of the great apes had a battle power lower than 80,000, with King Vegeta boasting the highest at 120,000. Clap, clap, clap. Frieza clapped his hand upon assessing their battle powers. I must say, Saiyans, you do possess some impressive abilities. Are you regretting your invasion of Planet Vegeta? Let me assure you, it's too late, King Vegeta roared, turning to signal his subordinates. The other four Saiyans, receiving the command, charged towards Frieza, launching a fierce offensive. Vegeta, don't be reckless. Frieza's earlier calmness evaporated as fury ignited within him, and energy erupted from him, akin to a star's core exploding. The overwhelming force permeated every corner of Planet Vegeta, causing the seas to churn violently and unleashing a tempest that threatened to obliterate everything, as if heralding the apocalypse. This was merely the aura Frieza emitted. What? As the energy surged forth, waves of pressure surged violently, toppling even the colossal forms of King Vegeta and his companions. Impossible! They struggled to regain their footing after being blown away. The ferocious winds whipped around them, as if attempting to strip away their very flesh, inflicting immense pain. The great apes exchanged glances, their crimson eyes betraying their fear, each reading the incredulity etched upon the other's face. This cannot be. How can Frieza be this powerful? If he truly possessed such strength, why had he tolerated the Saiyans for so long? He could have annihilated us at will. The pressure emanating from Frieza filled King Vegeta with dread, leaving him trembling and disoriented. It can't be. It simply can't. King Vegeta shook his head, unable to accept the reality of Frieza's overwhelming might. King Vegeta, are you surprised? Frieza, surrounded by arcs of electricity, appeared before King Vegeta in the blink of an eye. His purple-black lips slightly parted as he regained his usual composure and elegance. The entire assembly of great apes trembled, their fear manifesting in their quaking forms. They had never witnessed Frieza display his true power. Mistakenly believing he had always been somewhat weaker than their transformed state, they thought that united, the five of them could pose a challenge. How naive they were. We were truly too naive. Vegeta, the king, was engulfed in regret. Is it not entirely normal for a cosmic monarch to possess extraordinary strength? At that moment, King Vegeta finally awakened from his delusions. Alas, it was somewhat too late. Were you not brimming with confidence just moments ago? Frieza, seated within his spacecraft, although having unleashed several waves of intimidation, remained unscathed under his own deliberate protection. Can you fathom the extent of my battle power? Frieza gazed at them with a playful expression, relishing the terror etched upon his enemies' faces before every kill, believing there to be no greater delight in the world. King Vegeta and his subordinates struggled to suppress their horror. They yearned to voice their thoughts. Yet under the oppressive aura of Frieza, their lips would not part. 530,000. I possess a battle power of 530,000. What do you think? Is it not astonishing? Frieza continued to laugh heartily, witnessing the fear in King Vegeta's eyes, his earlier fury dissipating in an instant. King Vegeta and his retinue took several steps back, their eyes wide with disbelief. Could the frost demons truly be so formidable? Was this the pinnacle of human capability? King Vegeta and his companions had never heard of anyone possessing a battle power as high as 530,000, the highest among the Saiyans. Bolstered by transformations, barely reached 100,000, which was not a typical measure of power. Well then, the grand spectacle is about to conclude. Frieza, perched upon his spacecraft, extended a solitary finger. This scene, the cataclysm of Planet Vegeta, is imminent. An orange energy sphere, no larger than a marble, materialized above Frieza's fingertip. Energy gradually coalescing within it, the surrounding pressure becoming increasingly unstable, crackling as if the very fabric of space were on the verge of rupture. Swiftly expanding into a spherical energy ball approximately 50 meters in diameter. Planetary destruction sphere. Haha! With a flick of his finger, the colossal planetary destruction sphere hurtled toward the planet beneath King Vegeta. Whoosh! Whoosh! Despite its immense size, the descent of the sphere was rapid. No. King Vegeta regained his focus. The planetary destruction sphere had already materialized before them. In this dire moment, they emerged from their state of terror. And alongside King Vegeta, they concentrated their energy into 5 waves of impact. The collision of these 5 waves with the planetary destruction sphere was akin to ants attempting to shake an elephant. Whoosh! Whoosh! The impact generated a swift surge in pressure, unleashing powerful gusts of wind that radiated outward from the energy sphere. The hair atop King Vegeta and his comrades stood on end, completely defying gravity. The ferocious energy entwined around them, eliciting agonized cries. Their combined waves of energy were utterly insufficient to withstand Frieza's planetary destruction sphere. The sphere approached the faces of the 5 great apes at breakneck speed. The searing heat incinerating the hair upon their bodies to ash, the unbearable pain driving them to scream incessantly. As the planetary destruction sphere descended. No! King Vegeta fixed his gaze upon the enormous energy sphere plummeting toward them. Despite summoning every ounce of strength, it was futile till he glanced at his subordinates, their fur ablaze, their cries echoing. In this final moment, a flicker of resignation crossed King Vegeta's eyes, and he closed them, as if seeking liberation. Vegeta! With the utterance of these 3 syllables, the voices of King Vegeta and his 4 subordinates abruptly ceased. They were obliterated. Thus, the reign of the Saiyan King came to an end. Chapter 24. The Cataclysm of Planet Vegeta. Kasso instantaneously relocated to a nearby planet, just beyond the reach of Planet Vegeta, and immediately erupted into a plume of white energy, soaring into the depths of space. The pitch-black cosmos occasionally glimmered with flecks of brilliance as Kasso emerged from the planet. Gazing into the distance, Planet Vegeta, illuminated with increasing radiance, the colossal energy sphere manifested above the atmosphere of Planet Vegeta, casting a blinding glow upon the land, reminiscent of a newborn sun's fervent light. Planet Vegeta lay before him, and Kasso quietly observed as the planetary destruction sphere gradually sank toward the surface, patiently awaiting the explosion. Having resided in the Dragon Ball world for 2 years, witnessing the impending destruction of Planet Vegeta did not elicit anger or wrath within Kasso. He had already done enough, driven by the sentiments of his past life. First, he had journeyed to Namek to make a wish. And then, using instantaneous movement, he had relocated a portion of the Saiyans, accomplishing all that was within his power, perhaps influenced by the Saiyan blood coursing through him, or perhaps due to his knowledge of the forthcoming events. Kasso remained unfazed even as Planet Vegeta faced annihilation. After all, he had preserved nearly 200 Saiyan bloodlines. Within Planet Vegeta, the planetary destruction sphere emanated an overwhelming pressure. The Saiyans in their great ape forms braced themselves against the ground, struggling to lift their heads. Though devoid of reason, fear surged through their subconscious, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. The planetary destruction sphere passed through the bodies of King Vegeta and the 4 great apes, their counterattacks proving futile. Even their massive forms could not impede the relentless advance of the energy sphere. Boom! Boom! Through the atmosphere, the planetary destruction sphere descended, its immense energy threatening to shatter the very space itself. Resonating with a thunderous roar. As it fell, the atmosphere grew increasingly compressed, The mountains below began to crumble, boulders plummeting from above, each nearly 10 meters wide. As the boulders crashed down, the earth trembled, the ground fractured. The fissures extending far into the distance until they collided with sturdier terrain. Roar, roar! As the planetary destruction sphere neared the great apes, their terrified cries pierced the air. They dared not remain in place. Their instinct screamed that staying would mean death. The Saiyans in their great ape forms scattered in panic, some fleeing toward the forest, others toward the mountains, desperate to escape this perilous place. Yet unbeknownst to them, no matter how far they ran, escape was impossible. Boom! Boom! The planetary destruction sphere finally struck the ground. Viewed from above, the energy sphere gradually sank into the earth, eventually vanishing, leaving behind a massive crater. Crack! Crack! The soil adjacent to the crater began to fracture. Unlike the boulders that had fallen, these cracks widened gradually, starting at 10 centimeters and expanding to 50 centimeters, with no signs of stopping. Whoosh! Whoosh! The previously calm sea winds resumed, swirling into a tempest, the ocean's surface erupting. What was that? A tornado had formed upon the sea. Whoosh! Whoosh! A towering tornado, over 1,000 meters high, rampaged across the ocean, even lifting large fish into the sky. Due to the tornado, a tsunami began to take shape. Waves rising dozens of meters high, crashing against the shore, causing it to collapse under the immense force of the tumultuous waters. 0.5 minutes passed. Boom! Planet Vegeta trembled violently. Massive rock formations floated chaotically upon the surface. Scorching magma erupted from below, splattering in all directions, creating a torrential rain of molten rock before cascading back to the ground. 10 minutes elapsed. The planetary destruction sphere had penetrated deep into the core, and there was not a single undamaged spot remaining on Planet Vegeta. Floodwaters surged, tsunamis raged, and magma spewed forth, all manner of catastrophic weather ravaging Planet Vegeta. Amidst the eruption of magma, scalding lava billowed plumes of smoke, splattering outward, even reaching several kilometers into the sky, enveloping the atmosphere of Planet Vegeta in a shroud of smoke, rendering the planet's interior invisible from the outside. Finally, with a resounding explosion, Planet Vegeta transformed into a radiant spectacle, shooting forth into the depths of the cosmos from all directions. Outside Planet Vegeta. This is the fate that befalls those who oppose me. Frieza laughed triumphantly, exuding an aura of profound malevolence. Dodoria, do you not find this display of fireworks exquisite? Frieza regained his composure, his hands crossed, seemingly oblivious to Dodoria's witnessing of his earlier lapse. Truly, the fireworks you unleash, Lord Frieza, are the most magnificent in the universe. Doria felt a sudden chill run down his spine as he faced Frieza's inquiry, hastily responding. Just moments ago, when Frieza pointed a finger at him, Doria felt as though he had already stepped halfway into the abyss, even upon witnessing their comrades on Planet Vegeta being obliterated by Frieza. He dared not utter a word that it was a time for flattery, and he was determined to play the sycophant. Alas, the Saiyans had once proven to be quite useful, but now it seemed he would have to seek out a new cadre of free labor. Frieza's tone carried a hint of regret. By merely broadcasting the title of Frieza the Great, he was certain that many would flock to his side. Doria incessantly fawned over him. Let us return home. Frieza nodded in satisfaction. The moment Frieza turned away, Doria patted his chest, relieved to have narrowly escaped disaster. Subsequently, Frieza and Doria re-entered the spacecraft, with surrounding ships trailing behind as they made their way back to headquarters. From a distance, Jinyu, stationed elsewhere, called out through the communication device, "Shall we also return?" Following this, 5 spacecraft swiftly aligned with the lead vessel. Across the cosmos, hundreds of ships belonging to Frieza's empire sped homeward. At the forefront of the fleet was a massive craft. Inside, Frieza sat upon his vessel, resting with closed eyes, muttering, "Lord Beerus, I have accomplished the task you assigned." He gazed at the explosive aftermath of Planet Vegeta. Kasso remained quietly suspended in the cosmos. The Saiyan race had endured the internal strife of Planet Salad, resisted the Zafurians, and weathered numerous adversities, yet they had nearly faced extinction at the hands of Frieza. One must always look forward, The past should be left behind. Even if the Saiyans yearned for vengeance, they would have to wait for the Dragon Ball saga to commence in a mere decade or so. The Dragon Ball narrative would unfold, and the thought stirred Kasso with excitement. Was it finally about to begin? Preparation was essential. He had no desire to end up as a mere background character like Piccolo and the others. After a while, as the final glow of Planet Vegeta faded into oblivion, Kasso too vanished without a trace. Chapter 25. Settling the Saiyans on Planet Fire. Captain, what shall we do about the Saiyans? Beerus asked, his face awash with uncertainty. For the surviving Saiyans, the death of King Vegeta was one matter, but the destruction of Planet Vegeta by Frieza meant they had no place to call home. Were the Saiyans destined to wander the cosmos? Upon hearing this, Bardock paused momentarily. Let's await Kasso's return and hear what he has to say. Previously, when he dreamt of the explosion of Planet Vegeta, Bardock had merely seen Kakarot off, not contemplating the subsequent events. However, given the current circumstances, the Saiyans found themselves in a precarious situation. Bardock was acutely aware of the legend circulating among the Saiyans, the Super Saiyan, long feared by the Ice Clan. Kasso had previously mentioned that the annihilation of Planet Vegeta was ordered by King Cold, coupled with another even mightier than Frieza, named Cooler. Thus, the Saiyans now had to evade not only Frieza's forces, but the entire Ice Clan. Beerus nodded in agreement. The fact that over 100 of their kin had managed to escape was largely thanks to Kasso. It was wise to heed his counsel. From the revelation of Frieza's conspiracy to the relocation of the Saiyans, Kasso had tirelessly labored for over a dozen days without respite, and the surviving Saiyans had taken note of his efforts. Unbeknownst to him, Kasso had come to hold a significant place in their hearts, and they instinctively thought of him when confronted with challenges that moment. A figure appeared amidst the plains. A child. Kasso! It's Kasso returning. The Saiyans seated on the grass rose, their faces lighting up with joy. Bardock hurried forward. Kasso, what has become of Planet Vegeta? Beerus and Cast echoed his urgency. What news do you bring? The standing Saiyans gazed at Kasso with hope, yearning to hear that Planet Vegeta remained unscathed. Kasso approached slowly, pausing before the crowd. Meeting their gazes, he shook his head in resignation. It has exploded. The collective gasp echoed through the hearts of all present Saiyans, as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over them. Leaving them utterly disheartened, they could scarcely believe it had truly happened. Curse that Frieza! Kasso glanced at the despondent faces around him. How intriguing. The Saiyans could exhibit such emotions. When he had watched anime, he had seen Vegeta remain utterly unmoved upon learning of his planet's destruction, displaying an almost heartless demeanor. Reflecting on this, Kasso mused that most Saiyans likely shared Vegeta's stoic nature. It was no wonder this group followed Bardock, nor that King Vegeta had belittled Bardock. After a moment, Bardock shook his head. Kasso, now that Planet Vegeta has exploded, what is our plan? I have made arrangements. We shall rest for a few days on Planet Fire. Then I will lead everyone back to our true homeland, Planet Salad. Kasso articulated his thoughts that he had long devised a strategy, having already summoned the Eternal Dragon to restore the Saiyans' true homeland, Planet Salad. Planet Salad was the ideal refuge for the Saiyans, and Kasso sensed that it held great significance. During his previous life watching Dragon Ball Super, Kasso had speculated that the elevated fighting prowess of the Saiyans from Universe 6 might stem from Planet Salad. Of course, all of this was mere conjecture, and only upon his arrival at Planet Salad would he ascertain the truth. The nearby Saiyans, momentarily taken aback by the mention of Planet Salad, expressed surprise. Our original homeland, Planet Salad, wasn't it destroyed? Indeed, Planet Salad had met its demise long ago due to internal conflict, after which the Saiyans relocated to Planet Plant, and upon overthrowing the Zafurians there, it was renamed Planet Vegeta. Upon hearing about Planet Salad, Bardock recalled Kasso's mention of the 3 wishes granted by the Eternal Dragon. Initially, he had dismissed it as a myth, but now that Kasso spoke of it, could Planet Salad truly have been restored? Did that mean the Saiyans could now thrive throughout the cosmos? With this thought, Bardock erupted in a burst of white energy, soaring straight into the cosmos. What is Lord Bardock doing? Captain, where are you going? The Saiyans were left bewildered, wondering why Bardock had suddenly taken flight. Observing this scene, Kasso chuckled softly. It appeared Bardock had never truly believed in the Dragon Balls, as he watched Bardock ascend into the sky. Kasso surmised that he was likely intent on verifying the authenticity of those 3 wishes. As he drew closer to the vacuum of space, Bardock held his breath. Upon breaking free from the atmosphere, he attempted to inhale. If he struggled, he would promptly return to the surface. Gazing at the pitch-black cosmos, Bardock felt a twinge of anxiety, hoping fervently that the 3 wishes were genuine, yet grappling with disbelief. He inhaled deeply to his astonishment. He felt no air enter his lungs. Suddenly, his eyes widened. While there was no gas to breathe in space, he found he could nonetheless survive. How extraordinary! Having achieved the desired result, Bardock returned to the surface and burst into raucous laughter. The Saiyans regarded Bardock with puzzled expressions, wondering what had prompted his mirth. Seeing their confusion, Bardock ceased his laughter and began to explain. It turns out that we Saiyans have become even stronger. The Saiyans clenched their fists, their faces alight with excitement. Indeed, the Saiyans truly were a warrior race, upon hearing news that would enhance their combat abilities. They completely forgot their earlier sorrow over the destruction of their homeworld. Kasso smiled wryly, choosing not to intervene further. Uncle Bardock, where is Osbier? Kasso wondered, having not seen the figure of Osbier since his return. Feeling a bit perplexed, Bardock pointed. Through the throng, Kasso finally spotted Janae, cradling Osbier beneath a grand tree at the juncture of the forest and the plains. It turned out that a group of burly men had obscured his view, which explained his inability to locate Osbier. Upon seeing Kasso, Janae placed a finger to her lips, signaling him to remain silent. Kasso glanced at Janae's embrace, where the cherubic Osbier lay asleep. He gently traced a finger across the plump contours of her baby face. After days of relentless travel, even Kasso was nearing exhaustion, let alone Osbier. The sight of Osbier's fatigued form tugged at Kasso's heartstrings, prompting him to extend his arms toward Janae, silently requesting to hold the little one. Hee. After Janae placed Osbier into Kasso's arms, she stifled a giggle. These 2 little ones had grown up under her watchful eye, and now their closeness resembled that of a young couple, hinting that they might soon blossom into a grander union. This thought brought to Janae's mind her own childhood, recalling how she and Bardock had once shared a similar bond. Everything felt achingly familiar. A subtle smile graced Janae's lips. Kasso, oblivious to Janae's expression, held Osbier tightly, admiring her snow-white visage, round and adorable. Unable to resist, he planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. It seemed Osbier stirred awake at Kasso's kiss, her delicate brows twitching as her eyes fluttered open. Kasso giggled upon seeing him. Osbier beamed. You're back. The warmth of her smile enveloped Kasso's heart, and he pressed his forehead against hers. I have returned. Chapter 26. Exploring the planet Salada, listening to Kasso's gentle voice, Osbier narrowed her eyes and nestled closer into his embrace. Kasso giggled. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten all day, she pouted, patting her little belly with wide, innocent eyes, resembling a tiny kitten. What a greedy little one! Kasso chuckled at her pitiful demeanor, feeling utterly charmed. That night, before leading the Saiyans back to their homeland, Kasso decided to explore the planet Salada first. Little Osbier, let me show you our true Saiyan homeland. Okay, Osbier nodded, her excitement palpable. Kasso initiated an instant transmission, transporting them to Salada. The environment of Salada resembled that of Earth, with 70 of its surface covered in water and the remaining 30 consisting of land, making it quite suitable for human habitation. The land was adorned with various lush green plants, untouched by human hands, overrun with wild grasses in delightful disarray. Amidst this chaotic greenery, a scattering of vibrant flowers bloomed, each unique yet sharing a common trait. Their vivid colors radiated beauty, like youthful maidens dancing in the prime of their blossoming years. As they arrived on Salada during daylight, 2 small figures emerged. Wow, is this Salada? It's so beautiful! Osbier exclaimed joyfully. The environment was indeed stunning, and the air was refreshingly crisp. Suddenly, Osbier sensed something was amiss. She felt inexplicably comfortable here, as if cradled in her brother's embrace, her entire being warmed by a soothing sensation. Kasso giggled. Do you feel anything? She inquired. Queso gently patted her little head, remaining silent. The moment he set foot on Salada, he sensed its extraordinary nature, the ancestral home of the Saiyans. Salada was steeped in legends that in the previous life of the Dragon Ball anime. During the Super Arc, the 6th and 7th universes were twin realms, initially mirroring each other. However, as events unfolded, the Salada of the 7th universe faced destruction, while the Saiyan ancestral planet in the 6th universe remained intact, inhabited by numerous Saiyans. During the tournament between the two universes, Goku and Vegeta discovered that the Saiyans of the 6th universe could not transform into Super Saiyans. Yet their base strength was formidable, leaving them astonished. Subsequently, speculation arose that the Saiyans of the 6th universe thrived in their ancestral home, where an abundance of S cells flourished within them, but without the corresponding transformation methods. They could not transform. Others conjectured that S cells could only proliferate during peaceful times. After all, the original Saiyans served Frieza, invading other planets for plunder, resulting in a scarcity of S cells, preventing their transformation into Super Saiyans. It wasn't until the destruction of Planet Vegeta, when the remaining Saiyans lived peacefully on Earth, that their S cells became abundant, enabling them to transform into Super Saiyans. Of course, there were many theories from the previous life, though most were rather far-fetched. Upon stepping onto Salada, Queso realized that both conjectures might indeed hold truth. He attentively sensed the changes within himself, as if something was gestating inside, a sensation that was both indescribable and profound, leaving him feeling as though he were soaking in a hot spring, the warmth coursing through him in a most delightful manner. Queso squinted his eyes. Truly, this was the ancestral planet of the Saiyans. Restoring Salada was undoubtedly the right choice. Yet for now, there were no overt changes in his body. He surmised that once the internal energy reached a sufficient threshold, a qualitative transformation would occur. With that in mind, Queso held Osbier's tiny hand and ventured forward, eager to explore the primitive homeland of the Saiyans. The diminutive plants gradually gave way to towering trees, each trunk so robust that 3 adults could not encircle them. Queso surmised that these majestic trees were likely over 50 years old. The flourishing forest, with branches supporting the massive trunks, created a dense canopy that blocked the sunlight, casting the ground into a cool, dim twilight. Eek! Queso Gidge, look! A melodious shriek pierced the air, catching Osbier's attention as she leaped with delight, pointing at a tree. Queso looked up to see a bird of unknown species perched above, its feathers pristine and vibrant. Small in stature, with a sharp beak, singing a delightful melody. At Osbier's excited call, the startled bird took flight, flapping away in a flurry. Did I scare it away? Osbier wondered, a hint of disappointment in her voice. No worries. Let us keep going. They traversed through the woods and emerged onto a vast plain, where fine, soft grass carpeted the ground, resembling a well-manicured golf course, devoid of any disorder. A few large boulders jutted prominently in the center of the plain, similarly adorned with patches of grass. Queso pondered how such large stones came to be here. Each stone stood approximately as tall as a standard villa's entrance and stretched about 2 meters wide. Queso furrowed his brow, raising his hand to gather energy. With a swift breath, he blew away the grass covering the stones, revealing several walls beneath. The walls, shielded by the grass, had not suffered significant weathering. Judging by their style, they bore a resemblance to the palace walls on Planet Vegeta. Queso mused that these must be remnants of ancient Saiyan architecture. Brother, I don't want to explore anymore. I'm so hungry. Osbier plopped down on the ground, her little tail swishing restlessly behind her as her stomach growled. She had been wandering all day and was nearly too famished to continue, while Queso Gidge still wished to explore. Much to her chagrin, little one, how can you be hungry again? Queso chuckled, covering his face in amusement. Truly, she was a little foodie. After laughing, Queso, unwilling to let Osbier go hungry, sensed the surroundings and discovered that Salada was home to several large animals. In a mere 5 seconds, he disappeared and reappeared, shouldering 2 massive wild boars. Little Osbier, how about we feast on roasted wild boar today? Yes, I love the wild boar you roast, Queso Gidge. Osbier replied sweetly. Queso dug a small pit in the ground and then went into the forest to gather some firewood. Of course, he could roast without it, directly using his ki to cook, but managing the heat was trickier, and it lacked that enticing smoky flavor. After all, food cooked without fire lacks soul. With deft skill, Queso skillfully opened the bellies of 2 wild boars, meticulously tending to their entrails before suspending them upon branches. Having nearly completed his preparations, he ignited a fire and began roasting the boars beside the campfire as night began to descend. The crackling of burning wood resonated through the air. Shout Beerus. "Here you go. Be careful. It's hot," Queso said, handing her one of the wild boars. "Arigato. Then I shall prepare to feast," Osbier exclaimed, her senses captivated by the aroma. Unable to resist taking a hearty bite, Queso glanced at her, chuckling softly, and joined in the consumption of the roasted meat. Lately, he had been rather occupied. Once his tasks were complete, he would unleash a flurry of chapters. Once he amassed 100,000 words, he would commence his debut, hoping for everyone's support. Moreover, should there be any inadequacies in his writing, he welcomed constructive feedback. Chapter 27. A fierce blow to Bardock beneath the shroud of a black sky. Dotted with stars, a bonfire blazed upon the plains. The warm orange glow illuminated the faces of 2 small children, one of whom, a little girl, was voraciously devouring meat. Queso cast a glance away and smiled. The exploration of the Lolita planet was nearing completion, and soon he could lead the Saiyans back to their homeland. The Dragon Ball saga had shifted dramatically due to his presence. Originally, aside from a few stragglers, nearly all Saiyans would have perished in the explosion of Planet Vegeta. Now, close to 200 Saiyans remain alive. Once these Saiyans returned to their land, coupled with its unique characteristics, it was truly unfathomable what they might become in the future. With Planet Vegeta's destruction, the Dragon Ball narrative was on the verge of commencing. As Queso contemplated this, perhaps influenced by Saiyan bloodline, he felt a surge of fervor. How he longed to reunite with Kakarot. How he yearned for a fierce battle with Kakarot. Queso pressed his lips together. He needed to elevate his strength swiftly to duel with his favorite character from his past life. His current power was insufficient. Despite Queso's combat power being 13,000, Goku's was a mere 2. Yet protagonists always held an advantage. When Vegeta invaded Earth, a single injury would allow Goku to surpass Queso. Nevertheless, Queso was confident he would not fall to Goku. After all, he was an elite warrior, armed with memories of the past. Even if Goku was the protagonist, catching up to him would be no easy feat. Suddenly, burp! Unintentionally belching, Osbier shyly covered her mouth. "Brother Kakasuo, I am full." "That's good to hear," Queso replied with a resigned smile. "What a little glutton." Upon returning to Planet Fire for the following month, Queso and Osbier were tasked with relocating the Saiyans to Lolita. The distance was vast, and the relentless back-and-forth travel left them utterly exhausted. After transferring the last Saiyan, they collapsed onto the ground of Lolita, gasping for breath. That Osbier appeared pale, her little feet trembling, too weak to even complain about her growling stomach. In stark contrast, the distant group of Saiyans excitedly explored Lolita, oblivious to their plight. Truly, they were a heartless bunch. Before long, the Saiyans erupted with excitement. "This place is so comfortable. I can sense something extraordinary here." Hearing this, Bardock broke into a cold sweat. As if only he understood the significance of this land, he glanced at Queso, pondering how Queso had envisioned the restoration of Lolita. The planet had been destroyed long ago. Bardock had no recollection of what his ancestral home looked like, but upon stepping onto this planet, he felt its peculiarity. Bardock furrowed his brow. Yet in his heart, he knew Queso was the most extraordinary of them all. Utilizing the dragon to restore Lolita was nothing short of miraculous for the Saiyans. This kid seemed to know everything. Was his foresight truly that potent? Bardock shook his head. His own foresight only allowed him to glimpse a few significant scenes. Perhaps with Queso around, the Saiyans would venture further than ever before. Bardock snapped back to reality. "Beerus, prepare to settle our kin. From now on, we shall thrive on our ancestral home." He then cast another glance at the exhausted Queso, recognizing the need for him to train harder. Watching Bardock's retreating figure, Queso gritted his teeth, infuriated that Bardock had ignored him entirely. Once he recovered, he would surely give Bardock a piece of his mind. On Salada, Saiyans could often be seen soaring through the sky, carrying timber upon their shoulders, using it to construct dwellings in a picturesque valley. A river flowed nearby, with numerous wooden cabins erected around it. Now that the Saiyans had resolved their housing issues, they commenced training. Meanwhile, in the sky, two figures darted past, one large, one small. "Ha!" Bardock barked, directing his hands at Kasso as a golden shockwave erupted forth. That all? Kasso scoffed with disdain. In his perception, Bardock's power barely exceeded 10,000, while after a month of depleting his own energy, Kasso had surged to 14,000. This time, he would ensure Bardock faced a proper defeat. With an impassive expression, Kasso charged forth to meet the incoming shockwave. With a speed that defied comprehension, he cut through the air, generating a sharp sound of displacement. Just as the shockwave was about to strike him, Kasso swiftly evaded, propelling himself along its trajectory. "I knew you were extraordinary." Bardock remained unfazed. From the moment Kasso returned to Planet Vegeta, Bardock sensed something was amiss. The data from the scouter indicated only a few hundred points. Yet he felt an underlying anomaly. When Kasso revealed Frieza's conspiracy and later orchestrated the evacuation of their kin, Bardock understood Kasso had been concealing his true power. As Kasso surged forward, Bardock seemed to anticipate this very scenario. After unleashing the shockwave, he vanished from sight. Soon, the sky reverberated with violent clashes, each encounter causing the earth to tremble. The two warriors unleashed their energy, creating a tempest that uprooted towering trees for miles around. As the wind howled, Beerus and the others glanced toward Bardock's direction before continuing their construction. The ongoing battles between Bardock and Kasso had become a familiar sight for the Saiyans. "Ha! Exhilarating!" Bardock laughed heartily. Kasso hovered mid-air, smirking coldly. "Exhilarating? Just you wait. I'll show you real exhilaration." In an instant, Kasso vanished from sight. Bardock's laughter abruptly ceased. "Where are you?" Suddenly, Bardock heard a voice behind him. What had Kasso? Just as he intended to defend himself. It was too late. Kasso appeared like a specter, silently materializing behind Bardock. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, kicks, punches, and hooks, all landing squarely on Bardock's back. "You lack honor," Bardock cried out in agony. Kasso's combat prowess exceeded his expectations. Clearly surpassing 10,000. How could such a young child possess such formidable power? It was terrifying. Caught off guard, Bardock found himself at Kasso's mercy. In battles between masters, a single flaw could render one vulnerable. Bardock was now on the receiving end of Kasso's relentless assault, unable to put up any resistance. With a thunderous force, Kasso sent Bardock hurtling away with a single punch. Swoosh! Bardock crashed to the ground like a cannonball, creating a thunderous sound upon impact. The shockwave rippled through the air, toppling nearby trees and creating a massive crater over 10 meters in diameter, surrounded by a web of cracks. Chapter 28. Arrival on Earth. Bardock lay sprawled on the ground, arms outstretched like a star, occasionally coughing. His chest and back bore the brunt of countless blows, and his armor was in tatters. The pain coursing through him made him gasp in disbelief. "Damn it. How can this little brat be so powerful?" Bardock forced a bitter smile, realizing that he had been bested by a mere child. How humiliating! He lay on the ground, seemingly conceding defeat. However, just as Bardock believed that Kasso's onslaught had come to an end, a sudden blue shockwave surged from above. "Damn you! M.U., Bardock bellowed, his thick neck straining as he cursed vehemently. Despite his angry words, he did not dare slacken his movements for even a moment. With a swift maneuver, he performed a backflip to evade Kasso's attack. Should that shockwave strike him, without a medical chamber, he would be bedridden for 2 weeks. Bardock was reluctant to glance back, but when he did, he was met with the sight of a dozen energy blasts hurtling downwards. "You little brat, do I have a vendetta against you? Must you persist with this relentless pursuit?" Bardock muttered as he fled. Boom! Boom! The forest echoed with a series of explosions, smoke billowing and dust swirling in a distant valley. Beerus heard the commotion and chuckled to himself. The captain is truly enjoying himself. And indeed, Bardock was in a precarious situation. A shadow darted through the forest, energy blasts raining down from above, the cacophony of explosions relentless. Kasso, observing Bardock's disheveled state, smirked knowingly. You mocked me not long ago. I am a man who holds grudges. An energy blast the size of a basketball materialized in his hand, and with a wicked grin, Kasso declared, My dear Uncle Bardock, see what I have prepared for you. Upon hearing Kasso's taunting voice from above, an ominous premonition washed over Bardock. He turned to behold a massive energy sphere looming before him. Kasso, I shall never forgive you, Bardock roared. Suddenly, with a cry of despair, Bardock lay flat upon the ground. Ha ha! In the forest, Kasso's sinister laughter was the only sound that remained to that moment. A glowing white light appeared on the horizon. Kasso, brother, I'm hungry. Osbier floated over, her expression vacant. Come, let us get my little Bii something to eat. Kasso, having thoroughly dealt with Bardock, was in high spirits as he soared away with Osbier, completely disregarding the fallen Bardock. Coughing, Bardock slowly rose from the ground, brushing the dust from his attire. Thankfully, that boy knew his limits. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. Watching Kasso and Osbier depart, Bardock muttered in annoyance. Those two little ingrates. How could I have been so kind to you? Time slipped away quietly, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Kasso had meticulously explored the planet Salada and finally discovered the land created by the dragon Shinran at the northernmost point of the planet. Gazing at the terrain before him, black soil spread out, exuding an extraordinarily unique aura. When Kasso had made his wish on Namek, the third wish had not been fulfilled, leading him to casually express a desire. He wondered if he could cultivate the mystical beans. After contemplating for a moment, Kasso decided not to dwell on it. To see if he could grow the beans, he would first need to travel to Earth to obtain the seeds. Upon returning to the valley, a grand river flowed gently nearby, its waters gurgling melodiously. Towering trees surrounded the area, with the Saiyans' homes nestled beneath their expansive canopies, shielding them from the scorching sun. With mountains and rivers, the environment was remarkably picturesque. The ground had been meticulously leveled by the Saiyans, and many were engaged in rigorous training. Bardock was among them, performing one-handed push-ups on the flat terrain, muttering to himself, 22, 999, 23, 000, ever since Kasso had delivered a severe beating. Bardock had been feeling quite vexed. He trained tirelessly day and night, driven by the desire to one day retaliate against Kasso, but primarily to enhance his strength in order to seek vengeance against Frieza. Uncle Bardock, give it up. You want to regain your honor. Kasso approached with a smile, seemingly having guessed Bardock's thoughts. The youth today are truly audacious. Bardock scoffed, ignoring him as he continued his push-ups. Just wait. Kasso shook his head. The Saiyan physique was indeed formidable, but without the right training methods, even with decades of effort, Bardock would never catch up to him, let alone Frieza. At present, the remaining Saiyans demonstrated commendable strength, with many adult Saiyans boasting battle powers exceeding 1,000. Among them, a Saiyan named Chris possessed an impressive battle power of 4,000, ranking just below Bardock, Beerus, and Kasso. Thus, the training methods of Master Roshi had become obsolete for the Saiyans. The gravity chamber was their true passion. It seemed that a trip to Earth was indeed necessary. Uncle Bardock, Osbier, and I are heading out. I don't know when we'll be back. Kasso stated nonchalantly. This time, he was determined to visit Earth. The legendary beans from the Cat Sage were well known. A single bean could sustain a person for 10 days without hunger, and any severe injuries could be instantly healed. Such effects, combined with the Saiyan physiology, were terrifying to contemplate. Upon arriving on Earth, he needed to seize the beans before a Chirobe could ruin them, and then find an opportunity to learn the proper usage techniques from the Supreme Kai. Ultimately, he would have Dr. Briefs construct several gravity chambers. Go on, don't disturb my training. Bardock continued his push-ups, perspiration streaming down his face. Tsh. Kasso cast a disdainful glance at Bardock before departing. Once Kasso turned away, Bardock sat up and watched his retreating figure. From the explosion of Planet Vegeta to using instant transmission to relocate the Saiyans, Bardock had come to appreciate the extraordinary capabilities of this young man. Perhaps this journey would yield unforeseen rewards. Bardock shook his head, pondering why he was overthinking things when he should focus on training. Otherwise, he would end up being beaten by Kasso again and suffer great embarrassment. With that thought, Bardock shivered and resumed his intense training. Kasso, holding Osbier's small hand, bid farewell to Jine and Beerus before vanishing from Planet Vegeta in the northern galaxy, amidst the pitch-black cosmos dotted with countless stars. A beautiful azure planet floated gracefully on this day. Two small figures appeared on Earth. Kasso lay on the ground, panting heavily, having retrieved the star map from his previous ship to teleport directly to Earth. However, he had not anticipated that he would overshoot his destination, requiring him to teleport back in the opposite direction. Damn it, Kasso brother, are you all right? Osbier looked at Kasso, concerned by the sweat pouring down his face. I am fine. After catching his breath for a moment, Kasso finally recovered. He recalled that in his previous life, watching Goku use instant transmission had not seemed so arduous. Could it be that his understanding of Ki was too weak? Regardless, now that he had arrived on Earth, he was determined to acquire those mystical beans and gravity chambers. Chapter 29. Meeting Dr. Briefs in a forest in northern Earth, a towering spire rose into the clouds. The tower was adorned with ancient, weathered engravings. The weathered state of the tower indicated its long-standing existence. Some claimed that it had been present since Earth's ancient times, while others asserted it was constructed by civilizations from other universes. Various rumors circulated, leaving the truth obscured. Atop the tower stood a cat-like creature, upright before three water basins. A cat walking on two legs always gave an uncanny impression. This creature was the guardian cat of Karen Tower. Known as the Cat Sage, who had lived for over 800 years, primarily responsible for training martial artists who ascended the tower. The Cat Sage was drenched in sweat, as though he had just witnessed something terrifying within the basins. That aura! So horrifying! The Cat Sage pulled out a handkerchief from somewhere to wipe the sweat from his brow. Who are those two children? Where did they come from? The Cat Sage was filled with confusion. He had never encountered such terrifying beings on Earth. Although they had concealed their auras, the crude method of concealment was unmistakable, revealing the immense energy contained within them. The Cat Sage speculated that if the energy of these two children were to be unleashed, it could very well obliterate the Earth. Upon reflecting on this, the Cat Sage began to perspire nervously. Such formidable beings, should they choose to engage in malevolent deeds, would likely be unstoppable. He gazed upward once more, pondering whether even that individual above could intervene. Through the clouds, a temple floated majestically above Kalinta. The temple, shaped like a half-circle, featured a small indentation at its base, adorned in hues of white and red, with a staircase elegantly suspended against its wall. Ascending the staircase, he reached the temple's pinnacle, where the ground was laid with pristine white tiles, surrounded by verdant flora, and a pathway unfolded before him, leading to a grand chamber. Enveloped in a mysterious white aura that permeated the temple's surface, an elderly Namekian stood at the temple's edge, accompanied by a coal-black sphere clad in traditional Indian attire. Mr. Popo, the venerable Namekian, was none other than the earthly deity. Having fled the turmoil of Namek to Earth during his youth, he endured numerous hardships before ultimately ascending to the role of Earth's divine protector. Throughout the years, Earth had faced no extraterrestrial invasions, only natural disasters and conflicts among humanity. The sudden appearance of two young children, brimming with explosive power, filled the deity with trepidation. He anxiously surveyed the world below, mirroring the Cat Sage's uncertainty regarding the origins of these two little miscreants. He regarded them as volatile barrels of gunpowder, capable of catastrophic destruction if ignited. Surely, even his clone, the formidable King Piccolo, would falter in their presence. If Kasso were to wreak havoc upon Earth, the deity would find himself utterly powerless. With a heavy sigh, he could only hope they would not cause chaos. In the realm below, towering skyscrapers loomed, vehicles buzzed along the streets, and cutting-edge technology was omnipresent. Osbier wandered through the thoroughfare, captivated by the dazzling array of merchandise. Her curiosity akin to that of a country dweller visiting the city for the first time. Hand in hand with Kasso, Osbier's eyes darted about, spotting delectable treats that made her mouth water uncontrollably. "Kasso, brother, there's something delicious," she exclaimed. "We'll eat it later. Be patient," he replied, ruffling her hair with a resigned smile. Osbier, reminiscent of Goku in his youth, found herself momentarily frozen at the sight of the tempting food. Fortunately, she was obedient, heeding Kasso's every word. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted ahead. "Hurry! Grab everything and get out. If we don't leave soon, the police will arrive." A group of robust men donned in black stockings ransacked a nearby store. The leader of the robbers wielded an automatic weapon in one hand, while frantically snatching capsule-shaped items from the display cases with the other, his accomplices mirroring his actions. The surrounding staff cowered on the ground, trembling in fear, too intimidated to intervene. Kasso observed the commotion with amusement. He recalled a character from an anime who was a beautiful thief whose sneezes would change her hairstyle and, consequently, her personality, in the beginning. She had quite a significant role, but her appearances dwindled as the story progressed. Unable to recall her name, Kasso mused that she was likely still just a child. "All right, let's move," the gang leader shouted. Leading his men out of the store, the robbers emerged. Passers-by exhibited expressions of terror, quickly retreating to avoid any collateral damage. Kasso shook his head, unimpressed by their meager combat prowess of merely 5. He finally understood the disdain that Raditz felt. Such weaklings held no interest for him. But let's browse a bit more before finding Dr. Briefs. Just as Kasso was about to depart, he noticed the logo of the Universal Capsule Company emblazoned on the storefront. "Are these fools robbing Universal Capsules?" He chuckled wickedly. He had been contemplating asking Dr. Briefs to assist him in crafting a gravity chamber. If that were the case, perhaps he should present Dr. Briefs with a token of appreciation. The robbers hastily dashed toward their getaway vehicle. "Where's Kasso, brother?" Osbier asked, noticing his sudden disappearance. That moment, a flash of white light zipped through the street, and a small figure appeared before the robbers. In an instant, Kasso vanished once more. Thud! Several robbers inexplicably fell to the ground. Their bizarre behavior only served to frighten onlookers further away. Kasso retrieved a bulging bag from one of the criminals, opening it to reveal an assortment of universal capsules. These small bags were likely worth a considerable sum. He gestured for Osbier to come closer. Osbier eagerly followed Kasso into the store. "I've retrieved the universal capsules for you." "I need to find Dr. Briefs." The store manager expressed immense gratitude, promptly notifying the company headquarters of Kasso's intention to meet with Dr. Briefs, upon learning that a robbery had occurred at his store and that someone had helped recover the stolen goods. Dr. Briefs agreed to meet this individual. West City, the most prosperous region on Earth, was home to the wealthiest citizens. On this day, 2 small figures stood at the entrance of Dr. Briefs' estate. Chapter 30. The Gravity Chamber in just a few short years. Dr. Briefs had risen to prominence as the world's richest individual, thanks to his universal capsules. The grandeur of his estate was awe-inspiring, spanning several tens of thousands of acres, meticulously divided into living, working, and research areas. At its center stood a half-spherical villa, surrounded by an abundance of beautiful greenery, with intelligent machines occasionally traversing the pathways. Gazing upon such opulence, Kasso couldn't help but reflect on the countless young individuals in his previous life who had gone to great lengths to secure a modest residence in a bustling city, often incurring debt that would take decades to repay. They toiled for a mere 100 square meters of living space, a stark contrast to the vast estate before him. Fortunately, he had inherited a building from his parents, allowing him to live comfortably off the rental income. However, now that he had traversed to this new world, what was the point of dwelling on the past? Snapping back to reality, Kasso pressed the doorbell, announcing through the intercom that he was the individual from earlier that morning. As they awaited a response, Osbier's eyes widened with anticipation. "Kasso, brother, will we have something delicious soon?" she asked, licking her lips. "Little girl, all you think about is food. Have you been training diligently lately?" he inquired. "I've been working hard. I must protect Kasso, brother," she replied earnestly. Kasso chuckled, ruffling her hair. Over the past month, Osbier had indeed shown remarkable dedication, sneaking out to train before dawn and returning only after dark. Kasso had observed her efforts closely. Her battle power had reached 2,500 points, surpassing that of most Saiyans. When Bardock had witnessed her strength, he had been utterly astonished, remarking on her prowess as a high-level warrior. Aside from her love for food, Osbier had few other quirks. Except for her tendency to cling to him, Kasso pondered. The sound of the gate creaking open drew his attention, but a stunning blonde woman with cascading waves stood at the entrance. Her figure was curvaceous, her skin fair, adorned in a short skirt that accentuated her long, slender legs in the light. She appeared almost ethereal. Kasso swallowed hard, taken aback. Why are there two little siblings here? Tais, slightly perplexed, recalled hearing from her family about a robbery at their store, which had been thwarted by a passing martial artist. One would typically expect such powerful fighters to be older men, not two children. Yet they appeared quite adorable. Hello, I am here to see Dr. Briefs. Kasso immediately recognized her as Bulma's sister, Tais C, in her pursuit of becoming a science fiction writer. Relinquished her privileged lifestyle, leaving home to work and experience life. However, the novels she produced were lamentably subpar, each one an utter failure, akin to the struggles of a novice. Given this, it seems Tais C has yet to fully venture away from home. Her hair remains long and uncut. Ah, long hair is indeed more appealing. Are you the martial artist who have come to help reclaim the universal capsule for my family? Tais C walked home with two children in tow. Kasso nodded. It is said that those robbers wield machine guns. Little brother, how impressive you are. Tais C was aware that Earth was home to many formidable martial artists, and these two children were likely their heirs. No wonder they were so remarkable. Gazing at the young boy, Tais C felt a surge of inspiration for her writing, bombarding him with questions. She inquired whether Kasso could perform a technique that falls from the sky and whether he was a rare martial arts prodigy, chosen as a disciple by those esteemed masters due to his extraordinary aptitude. Kasso, momentarily speechless, wondered why such a beautiful girl could be so chatty. Moreover, I am not a little brother, standing nearby. Osbier paid no mind to Tais C. Her thoughts solely focused on the prospect of delicious food. After a while, they finally arrived at the Brief's residence, and Tais C ceased her peculiar inquiries. At tea that moment, a sweet, young voice broke through. Are you the martial artist? Bulma. Kasso paused for a moment, then nodded. Looking at Bulma, who stood at a similar height to Osbier, both a little over 1 meter tall, with her light blue hair and cherubic face, she resembled a doll. Kasso internally compared her to Osbier. Osbier still holds the title of cuteness. Just then, a couple emerged. It was Dr. Briefs and his wife. Dr. Briefs appeared relatively young, causing Kasso to feel a bit embarrassed. He hadn't anticipated that he had once been quite handsome, and no wonder he fathered two beautiful daughters like Tais C and Bulma. Mrs. Briefs covered her rosy mouth and exclaimed, "What adorable little siblings." Afterwards, she crouched down and patted Kasso and Osbier on their heads. That Dr. Briefs, too, was taken aback that the ones assisting him in reclaiming the universal capsule were mere children. He asked with genuine interest, "Little ones, what brings you to me?" Kasso, slightly irritated, pushed aside Mrs. Brief's offhand, pondering why this family's demeanor was so peculiar. "I would like to request Dr. Brief's assistance in creating something." "What is it?" Dr. Briefs inquired with curiosity. This little fellow had aided his shop, so making something for him was no trouble at all. Tais C and Bulma stood by, watching Kasso, eager to see what he would propose. Soon, Kasso mentioned the gravity chamber, specifying his requirement for it to reach 100 times Earth's gravity. In the Namek saga, Goku had utilized 100 times gravity, resulting in a staggering increase in power from 8,000 to 90,000 in just 1 month. Though Goku had the advantages of Senzu beans and the protagonist's aura, it was undeniable that the gravity chamber had a significant impact on Saiyans. Later, Vegeta also trained in the gravity chamber, visibly enhancing his strength. Therefore, for the current strength of the Saiyans, a gravity chamber with 100 times gravity would suffice for quite some time. A gravity chamber. Dr. Briefs pondered, stroking his chin before responding. "That is certainly no problem. You can come to collect it in a month." Upon hearing this, Kasso leaped with excitement. Since he had traversed into the Dragon Ball world, aside from the initial thrill of arriving and the exhilaration of unlocking potential on Namek, his emotions had remained relatively stable. Even when Planet Vegeta exploded, he merely regarded it as a passing event. Now, the prospect of acquiring a gravity chamber reignited his hope for power growth, and he couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Once he obtained Senzu beans, he could achieve what Kakarot had accomplished. After all, he was a superior warrior. Osbier gazed blankly at her brother, wondering why he was so animated. Meanwhile, Tai and Bulma exchanged astonished glances at Queso. Did he just leap onto the rooftop? The ground is several meters away from the roof. Is this something an ordinary human can accomplish? Tai and Bulma looked at each other, realizing that this little fellow truly possessed remarkable strength. Mrs. Brief squinted her eyes, smiling as she said, "Little brother, how impressive you are." Dr. Briefs maintained a calm expression, as if he had seen it all before. Chapter 31. A visit to Karen Tower in his youth. Dr. Briefs was a workaholic. Whenever he encountered something significant or challenging, he would resolve to tackle it immediately, even if it meant spending a month straight in the research lab. Presently, Dr. Briefs had departed to the lab to assist Queso in constructing a gravity chamber. No wonder he would age so rapidly in the future, Queso mused. With a wife who possessed an ageless constitution, he must be under considerable stress. Ugh. Why dwell on such matters? They do not concern me. Queso snapped back to reality, observing Tai and Bulma. Why do they wear such expressions? Perhaps it was just his imagination, but he felt as though Tai and Bulma's eyes sparkled with an insatiable hunger. Having just witnessed Queso leap onto the rooftop, Bulma was startled. Her house was already spacious and tall, and she had never encountered anyone so formidable. "Hey, how did you do that? Can you teach me?" Bulma feigned calmness, but her eyes betrayed her eagerness. Tai, however, withdrew her curious gaze, knowing that martial artists on Earth were often strict about their traditions, with many techniques reserved solely for male disciples. She was intrigued to see how Queso would respond. Queso smirked, thinking that children are always drawn to whatever seems fun in the Dragon Ball world. The physical constitution of ordinary Earthlings inherently limits their potential. And this is not a slight against Earthlings, but rather an undeniable truth. Across all the Dragon Ball series, Krillin likely holds the title for the highest battle power among Earthlings, yet in the end, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of Goku's tail light. Observing Bulma's restless demeanor, Queso thought to himself that if her sister were to ask him, he might just teach her, "You're too young. Come back when you're as old as your sister." He replied. Although Tai was equally curious about Queso's abilities, she was more captivated by writing novels. However, upon hearing Queso's response, she laughed heartily, cradling her slender abdomen. "Ha! I never expected my sister would have such a day." "Umph," Bulma scoffed, feeling that Queso was merely making excuses not to teach her at school. Bulma had always been the center of attention, and being treated this way by Queso, along with her sister's teasing, left her feeling quite discontent. However, recalling the image of Queso jumping earlier, she couldn't help but desire to learn. If she mastered such impressive skills, she could surely dominate at school. But he simply wouldn't teach her. Bulma was on the verge of frustration at that moment. Osbier tugged at Queso's clothing, looking pitiful. "Queso, brother, I'm hungry." Queso glanced at Tai. Tai smiled helplessly. These two little ones certainly did not see themselves as guests. Nonetheless, she instructed the maid to bring out 2 plates of food that, in her mind, how much could these 2 little children eat? Perhaps they wouldn't even finish those 2 plates, but what followed left her utterly astonished. The 2 plates of food were devoured in mere seconds. Osbier looked at Tai with wide, innocent eyes and said, "I want more. I want more." The 3 words struck Tai like lightning. Which child could consume so much food? Were they 2 little gluttons? Is it true that martial artists have such hearty appetites? Despite her shock, Tai continued to have the maid bring more food. 1 plate after another day. An hour later, the table was piled high with empty plates. Osbier finally burped. Queso brother was right. There really is delicious food. She had always indulged in the savory delights of grilled meat from Queso. But now, having tasted this different cuisine, the flavors were absolutely exquisite. Yet, why did that older sister stare at me with wide eyes? Osbier found herself perplexed. Queso licked his lips. Truly, it was food from Earth. It was no wonder that later, Beerus became enamored with Earth's culinary offerings. However, with the meal concluded and the gravity chamber commencing its operations, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. Queso beamed at Tai and Bulma, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your hospitality, Osbier, and I shall return in a month." With that, he grasped Osbier's hand and soared into the sky. After a while, Queso and Osbier's figures vanished from sight, prompting Bulma to stammer, "Sister, they can fly." Just moments ago, she was startled by the eating habits of these two little rascals, and now witnessing Kasso and Osbier ascend into the heavens left her doubting the very fabric of her understanding of the world. Can science still be trusted? Tai Si remained motionless, quietly contemplating. Bulma tugged at her, exclaiming, "Sister, they can fly." Tai Si, astonished, responded. High above, in the vast expanse of the sky, two streaks of light pierced through. They traversed bustling cities, swept across desolate deserts, and finally arrived at an endless ocean. Whoosh! They continued flying northward. Soon, they encountered a dense forest, at the heart of which stood an ancient white tower. "Here I come." Senzu beans, Kasso suddenly accelerated, the surrounding scenery rapidly retreating. His speed was so extraordinary that it created sonic booms in the air, echoing throughout the forest. The indigenous inhabitants stationed in the woods looked up, puzzled, yet saw nothing. "Karen Tower, here we go." The cat sage was drenched in cold sweat. Those two little beings, who had only just appeared that morning, were now approaching Karen Tower at an alarming velocity. As Kasso soared into the air, he suddenly sensed a peculiar mental influence, only to shake it off moments later, that he recalled that in the anime of his past life, Earthlings could only reach the top of Karen Tower by climbing it with their bare hands. Those who attempted to ascend with external aids would merely witness the tower vanish into the sky. Kasso shook his head, realizing they were indeed affected by some form of mental energy. The architect of Karen Tower was quite ambitious. However, having mastered instantaneous movement, Kasso was hardly susceptible to such trivial mental influences. While Kasso was momentarily lost in thought, Osbier also regained her composure, exclaiming, "Brother Kasso, the tower has appeared again." Kasso smiled and continued to pull Osbier upwards. The tower's summit was a flat, ball-shaped structure supported by a dozen stone pillars, where the cat sage stood at the railing. Gazing below, the two explosive auras drew nearer, prompting the cat sage to wipe the sweat from his brow with a small handkerchief. Just where did these individuals come from? He had never encountered such terrifying beings before. The turtle sage, who ascended here over a century ago, seemed rather impressive, yet was worlds apart from these two little monsters. Even the Demon King Piccolo from 300 years ago would likely be unable to withstand a mere strike from them. What to do? The cat sage paced anxiously around the circular tower platform. Meanwhile, the god, stationed in the temple, was equally perturbed. He had sensed Kasso's approach to Karen Tower. Chapter 32. The god appears with the charcoal-headed Bobo by his side. The god observed the realm below, in stark contrast to the god's tense demeanor. Bobo remained unfazed, his eyes as tranquil as an ancient well, seemingly indifferent to the two little monsters. So fast, the god furrowed his brow. The speed of those two children was terrifying that he could only vaguely make out two dark silhouettes streaking through the air. This was still with Kasso having slowed down, had he unleashed his full power of 14,000 battle points. The god feared he wouldn't even catch a glimpse of them. "They're here." The god spoke gravely. At the edge of Karen Tower summit, the two little beings suddenly materialized. Kasso's abrupt appearance startled the cat sage, who instinctively took a step back. Trembling, the cat sage inquired, "What brings you two here?" It is said that one can receive guidance from the cat sage upon reaching Karen Tower, that we seek your counsel on our training methods. Kasso replied with a smile. Hearing Kasso's tone, the cat sage felt a wave of relief wash over him. "I possess limited abilities. I fear I may not be able to assist you," he said, quickly assessing the two children. While they possessed formidable strength, they lacked the finesse to wield it effectively, and their control over ki was utterly chaotic. Through 2 years of self-exploration, Kasso had learned instantaneous movement. Believing he had grasped the essence of ki, even managing to conceal his own energy to some extent. Little did he know, in the eyes of the cat sage, his attempts were akin to a farce. 4 words, utterly pitiful. The cat sage wished for Kasso and Osbier to depart swiftly, not wanting to be embroiled in the affairs of such powerful beings, even if they were just 2 little rascals. Kasso discerned the cat sage's apprehension and spoke directly. "Though we are not Earthlings, due to certain circumstances, we assure you that we will not bring harm to Earth." He paused before continuing. We kindly request your guidance on mastering the control of Ki. So these little beings truly were not from Earth. No wonder he had never encountered them before. Upon hearing this, the cat sage replied, "Then allow me to witness your true strength," since the other party had expressed such intentions. He had no choice but to comply. If he refused, and they were to become angered, Earth would face dire consequences. The cat sage could only hope that Kasso was indeed as benign as he claimed. Kasso chuckled inwardly. This hefty feline was quite the handful. He then furrowed his brow, coldly commanding, allowing the power within him to surge forth without restraint. In truth, whether Kasso concealed his energy or not made little difference to the cat sage and the god. A terrifying force erupted from Kasso's being, and in an instant, it felt as though the earth was quaking. The entire Karen Tower began to tremble slightly, and the ferocious aura swept through the vicinity, scattering clouds for miles around. The cat sage broke out in a cold sweat, his legs quaking involuntarily. He knew Kasso was strong, but he never anticipated his true strength would be so fearsome. As the violent energy swept toward him, the cat sage found it difficult to breathe and quickly exclaimed, "Stop, please." Upon hearing this, Kasso reined in his power. "Brother Kasso, I want to try to." Osbier chimed in innocently. Boom! Another wave of overwhelming energy emanated from Karen Tower, causing the clouds that had just gathered to scatter once more. Enough, enough! Although the little girl's power paled in comparison to that of the boy, it still left the cat sage utterly astounded. "You two are so powerful. You truly won't harm Earth?" The cat sage inquired once more. Receiving Kasso's affirmative response, the cat sage breathed a sigh of relief. Hoping that was indeed the case, that he then continued, "In fact, the moment you descended upon Earth, I sensed your presence. Your strength is remarkable, yet you lack the means to utilize it wisely. That we humbly request your guidance." "Cat sage," Kasso said earnestly. Osbier's eyes sparkled with longing. Seeing their attitudes, the cat sage's anxious heart finally found some solace. "We understand that it is easy to fall into extravagance after experiencing frugality, but it is far more challenging to revert to simplicity after indulgence. With such immense power, without appropriate methods, mastering your inner strength is an impossibility." Kasso and Osbier sat on the ground, attentively listening to "To be honest, I possess the methods for controlling Ki, but I cannot assist you at this moment." The cat sage shook his head. "What?" Osbier suddenly sprang to her feet, displaying rare indignation. How could he claim to have methods for mastering Ki, yet say he could not help them? She felt deceived by this hefty feline. Osbier had often heard Kasso speak of Earth's matters and had longed to learn the ways of Ki cultivation. If she could acquire this knowledge, she would undoubtedly grow stronger and be able to protect her brother Kasso in the future. Little by do not be impulsive. Let him finish, Kasso cautioned. The reaction of Osbier startled Kazuo immensely. When did this girl become so impulsive? He promptly embraced Osbier in his arms, apologizing to the cat sage, urging it to continue speaking. When Osbier stood up, the cat sage's heart skipped a beat, fearing for its life. But fortunately, this little boy was present at that moment. The cat sage could no longer afford to leave any suspense and hastily completed its statement. "I possess the method, but you are simply too powerful. To learn to wield Chi, you must first suppress the immense power within you." The cat sage swallowed nervously and continued, "My strength is utterly insufficient to restrain your power. Only the deities from the temple can assist you in this endeavor." With that, the cat sage finally finished speaking and sighed in relief. Kazuo fell into deep contemplation. Having traversed into this realm for 2 years, his combat prowess had soared to an impressive 14,000 points under the guidance of the Grand Elder. Whereas this hefty cat barely boasted a mere 200 points, he raised his gaze to the sky. Was it truly only the deities who could accomplish this? Osbier obediently remained in Kazuo's embrace, not daring to interrupt his thoughts. Just as they were lost in their musings, 2 figures appeared outside Kolinta, one green and one black, extreme opposites in hue deities. The cat sage exclaimed in surprise. Hearing the cat sage's voice snapped Kazuo back to reality, and he looked outside. Deities, after all, could not resist revealing themselves. Kazuo chuckled quietly. "Brother Kazuo, why do those individuals resemble a watermelon in color? And that black-haired one seems rather peculiar. Osbier inquired curiously. Kazuo quickly covered Zybier's mouth, exclaiming, "You truly say whatever comes to mind. If they refuse to teach us how to wield chi now, it would be disastrous." The deity's lips twitched slightly. Yet the figure beside it, Bobo, maintained an expression of calm. Considering the similarity between the names Kalinta and Kazuo, it would be more fitting to refer to Kalinta as the cat sage. It would certainly feel more comfortable for everyone involved. Chapter 33. Donning the weighted garment. If you wish to lure the application of chi, I can assist you. The deity's voice bore a weighty tone. Meeting the gaze of the elderly deity, Kazuo replied coolly, "Thank you, esteemed deity." He refrained from inquiring why the deity would help him, suspecting it shared the cat sage's concern, the fear that they might wreak havoc upon Earth. But could that truly happen? The deity, oblivious to Kazuo's thoughts, nodded in acknowledgement and, alongside Bobo, ascended the flying carpet back to the temple. The deity had observed the aura Kazuo emitted. He had never witnessed such terrifying power contained within a single individual, more potent than the energy of a planet's cataclysm. If Kazuo were to unleash chaos upon Earth, no one could stand against him. The deity was undoubtedly cognizant of this, hence offering him a personal favor. Hoping he would remember this goodwill, the deity devoted itself earnestly to the safety of Earth, unaware that its actions were entirely unnecessary. "Let us proceed," Kazuo said, leading Osbier along. Watching the departing figures, the cat sage expressed its concern. Everything is entrusted to the deities now. As they ascended, the altitude increased, and the air grew thinner, along with a diminishing of earthly trivialities. Upon arriving at the temple, Kazuo felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. An ethereal aura seemed to permeate the surroundings, refreshing his spirit with each breath. Everything within the temple felt so familiar, akin to scenes from an animated series. Yet he recalled that this place had often transformed into a battleground in subsequent storylines. With this thought, Kazuo shook his head slightly. The deity instructed Kazuo and Osbier to wait a moment while Bobo fetched some items. "I am already aware of your circumstances. The cat sage speaks truly. Your powers are indeed excessively formidable and require proper suppression before further training can commence." The deity stated. That moment, Bobo emerged from the building, carrying 2 sets of orange training garments. "Weighted garments?" Kazuo blurted out upon seeing the attire in Bobo's hands. "You are familiar with weighted garments?" The deity inquired, perplexed. Having overheard the conversation between the child and the cat sage, it was astonished that an extraterrestrial being possessed knowledge of such apparel. "I have done some research," Kazuo smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. The deity nodded, discerning that it was prudent not to pry. Excessive questioning could lead to discomfort, which would detract from the experience. It instructed Kazuo and Osbier to put on the weighted garments. Kazuo and Osbier accepted the garments from Bobo and donned them. "So heavy! So heavy!" They both exclaimed simultaneously. Kazuo felt as though 99 of his strength had been suppressed, even during his time on Muxing. Carrying small hills had not felt this burdensome. Now, even taking a single step was a monumental challenge. Is this the effect of the weighted garments? The deity furrowed its brow, astonished by the extent of the children's strength. It was acutely aware of the effects of the garments. To wear such high multiplication weighted garments and still manage to stand was truly astounding. The shocking sight left the deity in a state of disbelief. "I gleaned a rough understanding of your strength while you were releasing energy on Kalinta. The disparity in your powers is considerable, hence the weighted garments you wear cannot be identical," the deity remarked. Leaning on its staff, "It is remarkable that this young boy possesses such prowess, and I am equally impressed by the strength of this young girl. Deity, you may simply call me Kazuo. This is Osbir." Kazuo gestured toward the little girl beside him. The deity observed Kazuo for a moment. Had it misjudged? Could it truly be that they would not bring calamity upon Earth? Its tone grew more casual. "The weighted garment you wear has a gravity effect of 25 times, while Osbier's garment exerts a 15-fold effect. Acclimate to your weighted garments first. Once you can move normally, I shall teach you the essence of chi." With that, the deity leisurely returned to the temple, feeling that its presence was of little use at that moment. Brother Kazuo, this is so heavy. Osbier pouted, finding the experience more taxing than carrying hills on muxing. She silently cursed the green-skinned deity for imposing such heavy garments during chi training. Zyabir, persevere. You promised to protect your brother. Kazuo encouraged her. In truth, he too was struggling. But for the sake of mastering chi, this minor hardship was nothing. He recalled how Goku had followed son Wukong from a young age, endured countless trials under the guidance of Master Roshi, and ascended Kalinta, all in pursuit of transcending physical limits. With this thought in mind, Kazuo's resolve strengthened. If Goku could achieve it, so could he. Thus, the pair began to acclimatize to their weighted garments. Initially, they could only take 1 or 2 steps at a time, dripping with sweat and feeling their bones creak with every movement. Half a day passed, and Kazuo barely managed to walk half a circle. He now lay against the temple's perimeter, gritting his teeth, striving to rise, yet he found himself utterly unable to do so. Feeling the energy within him dwindle, he took a moment to rest before attempting to adjust to the weighted garments once more. Days passed in this manner. Within 3 days, they diligently refined their movements, striving to adapt to the impacts of the weighted garments. When fatigued, they rested, and once rejuvenated, resumed their activities within the temple. They had now reached a point where they could walk normally. Observing the two conversing and moving about the temple, the deity was astounded. In its estimation, it would take the children a month to walk normally. Yet here they were, achieving such progress in just a few days. Truly remarkable. In the following days, it seemed the pair had found their rhythm in adapting to the weighted garments, making substantial strides each day. That a week later, Kazuo and Osbier were already able to run within the temple. Brother Kazuo, come chase me. Osbier laughed joyfully as she sprinted. Stop right there. Kazuo called out as he pursued her. The deity stood nearby, watching the two with a look of disbelief, as if witnessing a miracle. All right, Kazuo, come here for a moment. After a week of interaction, the deity had discerned the temperaments of the two little rascals. They were indeed not malevolent beings. Rather, they possessed a certain innocence, particularly the little girl. This realization brought the deity some relief. Kazuo and Osbier sprinted over, seemingly unfazed by the weighty garments they wore. Your progress has exceeded my expectations. Your talents are truly remarkable, the deity exclaimed. You flatter us. Kazuo replied with a smile. No, this is not mere flattery. I have genuinely never witnessed such formidable talent. The deity continued. Now that you have acclimated to the weighted garments, I shall explain to you the concept of chi. Chi is omnipresent. It resides within the human body, within animals, and even within stones and plants. As humans possess the highest wisdom among all beings, our 5 senses and myriad emotions influence our perception of chi. Thus, to cultivate successfully, one must achieve a tranquility akin to the sky and a swiftness reminiscent of lightning. Kazuo's fell into contemplation, understanding the last statement of the deity, but unsure why one must be as calm as the sky. Now, he finally grasped the reason. With a yearning gaze, Kazuo looked at the deity, wishing for guidance on how to proceed. The deity responded nonchalantly. Next, I will have Bobo train you. He will be your instructor. With that, the deity retreated into the temple. That moment, Bobo appeared before the two, standing silently without uttering a word. Brother Kazuo, his skin is so peculiar. Osbier pointed at Bobo. Kazuo quickly pressed down on little Osbier's hand. Truth be told, he found Bobo to be somewhat inscrutable. There was an air of mystery about him, whether in the animated series or in reality. It seemed that nothing could evoke an emotional response from Bobo. Kazuo recalled that in the series, Bobo was able to exchange blows with little Wukong, and later, during the Buu saga, he even managed to hold his own against the Super Saiyan Trunks and others. Truly enigmatic. Chapter 34. The first phase of training. Hello, Mr. Bobo, Kazuo greeted with a smile. Hello, Mr. Bobo. Osbier mimicked Kazuo's greeting. This little girl imitating me. Kazuo shot a half-hearted glare at Osbier, who met his gaze. The two little rascals engaging in a silent stare-off. Bobo stood by, remaining quiet, as the 3 figures stood still in the center of the temple. In this profoundly quiet atmosphere, Bobo suddenly spoke. You both are quite impressive. Upon hearing Bobo's voice, Kazuo was taken aback. Since their first meeting, Bobo had yet to speak to him, and now his first words were a compliment, leaving Kazuo feeling flattered and surprised. "All right, let us commence our training," Bobo stated with an impassive expression. "Very well," Kazuo nodded in agreement. Just moments ago, Kazuo had attempted to probe Bobo's presence using his rudimentary sensing technique, but as expected, he found nothing. Ironically, the absence of any findings only deepened Bobo's mystery in Kazuo's eyes. At this point, Bobo inexplicably produced two small bells. "Each of you shall tie a bell to your ankle." He handed a bell to each and instructed them to snatch the apple from his hand without causing the bells to ring, employing any means necessary to succeed. Kazuo was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the bells and the apple in Bobo's hand. Wasn't this the same method Wukong had used during his training on the temple? Now, with powers far surpassing Wukong's at that time, Kazuo found himself questioning the efficacy of Bobo's approach. Just as self-doubt crept in, he caught sight of the weighted garment he wore. "Am I really that foolish?" He chastised himself, shaking his head in self-mockery. Having worn the weighted garment for a week, Kazuo realized he could only utilize his physical strength, rendering him not much different from little Wukong. To him. The principle was simple. Methods are universal. Meanwhile, Osbier had already commenced her training. "Mr. Bobo, here I come." She charged ahead, but the bells rang, ding, ding, ding. Undeterred, Osbier pushed forward to seize the apple from Bobo's hand. Bobo, however, demonstrated something extraordinary, despite not moving his body. He inexplicably evaded Osbier's attempt and raised his hand as if to flick her on the forehead as a form of punishment. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, he retracted his hand and instead flicked her outstretched hand. "Ouch! That hurts!" Osbier squatted down, rubbing her small hand. Osbier cursed inwardly, thinking how swiftly this little coal ball had dodged her. Her hand felt as if it might swell. How infuriating! "Remember, do not let the bell ring," Bobo calmly instructed, remaining stationary. Yet, in an instant, Bobo turned around, and indeed, a bell rang behind him. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and flicked Kazuo on the head. "Ouch! That hurts!" Kazuo exclaimed, covering his forehead, only to discover a sizable bump forming. "Darn it! I just wanted to try a sneak attack. Was that necessary?" Frustration coursed through him as he pondered why Bobo targeted him instead of little Osbier, feeling it was a typical case of gender bias. At that moment, Kazuo's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Feeling particularly exasperated, Bobo gazed at the two with penetrating eyes. "Continue." Kazuo and Osbier exchanged glances, both unwilling to back down. They carefully took a step forward. Ding, ding, ding. Then thud, thud. Both of them squatted down again, covering the places they had been flicked, their mouths uttering cries of pain. Time passed. After being flicked dozens of times, Kazuo lay exhausted on the temple floor while Osbier leaned against him. One had a head full of bumps, and the other had red, swollen hands, both wearing expressions of utter despair. This is truly difficult. Initially, Kazuo had thought this training would be simple, but once he engaged, he realized the difficulty was nightmarish, and no matter how he moved, he could not prevent the bells from ringing, which felt utterly hopeless. Closing his eyes, he decided to rest for a moment. He remembered that Wukong had been the same. No matter what he did, the bells would ring, and the only way to silence them was to remain still. But how could one snatch the apple while remaining still? Pondering this, Kazuo found himself trapped in a cycle of despair. How did Wukong manage it? He murmured to himself that he recalled Bobo's words. Be as calm as the sky. Yes, that was it. Oh, prevent the bells from ringing. One must first cultivate stillness, not just physically, but mentally as well. Be why harmonizing the two, one could align with nature and act freely, allowing the mind to guide the body, making the bells an extension of oneself. That Mr. Bobo, I'm ready to continue. Kazuo seemed to have an epiphany, springing up from the floor and addressing Bobo. Meanwhile, Osbier remained in her original position, watching Kazuo's back, muttering, Brother Kazuo, are you rushing to deliver yourself as a sacrifice? In the distance, Kazuo and Bobo stood in a straight line, and Kazuo suddenly closed his eyes. Observing this, Bobo's calm eyes sparkled with a glint of approval. Not bad. Soon, Kazuo's entire being was enveloped in tranquility. His mind felt extraordinarily clear, as if he could sense the presence of the bells. Suddenly, Kazuo moved. Osbier, lying on the ground, widened her eyes in disbelief. Kazuo was swiftly maneuvering without causing the bells to ring. "Brother Kazuo is amazing," Osbier exclaimed in astonishment. But just 2 seconds later, ding, 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 Osbier pouted, "Who are you trying to fool?" Kasso. After a while, Osbiel had also recovered, and the two resumed their training. Time flew by, and before they knew it, a week had passed. At the temple, Bobo balanced an apple on his head while holding a banana in hand. He peeled the banana and took a bite. Suddenly, 2 figures darted out from nowhere, silently and swiftly. The duo exhibited remarkable coordination. One attacked Bobo's lower body, while the other targeted his upper half. Yet, Bobo remained unfazed, calmly munching on his banana. With a gentle push from his toes, he curled his body into a tight ball, perfectly positioned between the 2 attackers, unharmed, while the apple atop his head remained utterly still. Kasu and Osbiel leaped into the air, ready to descend. Abruptly, Kasu inhaled deeply, his chest swelling, and with a mighty exhale, he blew the apple from Bobo's head directly into Osbiel's embrace. Thud! The 3 of them landed simultaneously on the ground. At that moment, the temple was eerily quiet. The trio stood motionless, as if time itself had halted to Bobo's hand, still crammed with banana, remained unmoving. After a few seconds, Bobo, with an impassive expression, uttered, "Next level," as he turned, unbeknownst to Kasu and Osbiel. A subtle smile crept at the corner of his mouth. "Oh yeah, brother Kasu, we did it," Osbiel exclaimed joyfully, jumping onto Kasu's back. "Ha!" Kasu chuckled in response. Who would have guessed the lengths he and little Osbiel had gone to in order to seize the apple? Although they ultimately resorted to a cunning trick to claim it, the end justified the means. As the 2 danced with delight, the bells rang out to the entrance of the temple. The deity's lips twitched slightly, as if a stampede of wild horses galloped through his mind. Truly, they were 2 little monsters, just as Kasu and Osbiel were celebrating. Bobo approached once more, holding 2 strips of black cloth. "Your bells have ceased ringing, indicating you have achieved a state of inner calm akin to the sky. The first phase of training is complete. Now, we shall commence the second segment, where your movements must be faster than lightning." Chapter 35. The second phase of training what? As they watched Bobo stride over, Kasu and Osbiel appeared dumbfounded. Were they to begin the second phase so soon? Ignoring their reaction, Bobo directly handed the black cloth to Kasu and Osbiel, instructing them to blindfold themselves and attempt to snatch the bells from him. Upon hearing this demand, Kasu broke into a cold sweat. After spending a week with Bobo, he understood that his identity was far from ordinary. Could he truly manage to play hide-and-seek with such a mysterious entity? Resigned, Kasu shook his head. "Brother Kasu, what's wrong?" Osbiel asked, having noticed a grave expression on his face after receiving the black cloth from Bobo. She hadn't seen Kasu wear such a look in quite some time. "It's nothing," Kasu replied, donning the cloth over his eyes. "Let us begin." With a shout from Bobo, Osbiel swiftly entered a focused state. While Kasu pushed down his doubts and began to attune himself to the surroundings, achieving a state of tranquility, he listened intently for the sound of the bells. Suddenly, a chime echoed from behind him. Kasu spun around rapidly, aiming to pounce on the source of the sound, and Osbiel had the same thought. They both leaped simultaneously. Bang! "Ouch, that hurts!" Osbiel cried, clutching her head as she scampered away in pain. Kasu, wincing and holding his own head, gasped sharply. He had been so fixated on the bell's chime that he hadn't anticipated colliding with little Osbiel. How careless! The sound of her movement was far too subtle compared to the bell, and he had completely overlooked it. The second phase was indeed no simple feat. Kasu began to contemplate. He understood that blindly chasing after the bell sound was futile, merely draining his energy without aiding in his comprehension of chi. In the first phase, he had already learned to control his physical strength effectively, preventing the bells from ringing. But what was the purpose of the second phase? To be faster than lightning. Perhaps that was it. Kasu seemed to grasp why the first phase was necessary before progressing to the second. The first phase centered around oneself, achieving a mind as serene as the sky, allowing for fluidity of movement without extraneous actions. This was the key to silencing the bells. The second phase, therefore, should focus on the external world. First, one must maintain a tranquil mindset to perceive the movement trajectories of the outside, in simpler terms. It involves sensing the chi of the environment and executing actions that are not necessarily lightning quick, but rather clean and decisive, aligning with the principle of avoiding unnecessary movements established in the first phase. Kasso began to realize he had reached the stage of sensing chi. While he stood there in a daze, Osbier was on the other side, frantically attempting to capture the sound of the bells. Yet, each time she seemed close, she fell just short. Osbier dashed towards him again, but Bobo evaded her little hand and glanced at Kasso. "Have you noticed so quickly?" "Quite perceptive." A subtle smile graced Bobo's lips. At that moment, Kasso sprang into action that a shadow darted across the temple square, rapidly approaching the sound of the bells. As he neared Bobo, Kassu's movements were crisp. However, just as he was about to seize the bell, the sound floated away to another direction. Indeed, it was not that simple. Kasso mused at that moment. Osbier hurriedly moved to Kassu's position. Kasso, still blindfolded, seemed to sense her movements and swiftly sidestepped. Upon hearing the bell's sound shift again, Osbier attempted to chase it, but Kasso held her back. "Little Osbier, don't rush. Think carefully about what this phase of training entails," Kasso advised. "What?" Osbier, suddenly caught off guard, appeared bewildered. However, upon hearing his words, she began to realize something. "Indeed, our little Osbier is quite clever. She may be a bit slow, but she is not foolish." Bobo observed the two children squatting on the ground, seemingly pondering something. After much deliberation, the two little ones finally stood up. "Mr. Bobo, let us start," Kasso declared. "Mr. Bobo, let us start," Osbier echoed, her voice sweet and innocent. Soon, two little shadows flitted through the temple. Once more. 2 weeks passed at the divine temple, for figures stood, the deity and Bobo on one side, while Kasso and Osbier stood on the other. Kasso and Osbier pulled down the black cloth before them. "Brother Kasso, we did it!" Osbier exclaimed, joyfully bouncing up and down. "Indeed," Kasso replied, exhilarated as he watched little Osbier leap with glee. Over the past 2 weeks, under Kassu's guidance, Osbier had made remarkable progress. They no longer flailed about like headless flies chasing the sound of bells, but had gradually learned to sense, just moments ago. They had completed the second phase of training. However, Kasso felt a twinge of confusion. Despite their progress in sensing chi, catching the bells from Bobo remained an impossible feat. It seemed that Bobo had let them win. Kasso stole a glance at Bobo, who, in turn, caught his gaze, and they exchanged a mysterious look. "Congratulations, young ones," the deity said with a smile. He was utterly astonished by these two little rascals, having lived for centuries. He had never encountered anyone with talent that could rival these children, particularly Kasso. His perceptiveness was simply astounding. Typically, it took a genius over 6 months to grasp the application of chi, yet Kasso had achieved mastery in under a month. Just then, Bobo spoke up. "Actually, there's a third phase, known as the Heart of Nothingness." He paused before adding, "However, given your current levels, you have no chance of comprehending it." After finishing his words, Bobo fell silent once more, standing quietly beside the deity. Upon hearing this, the deity was momentarily taken aback, as if struck by a sudden realization, and then chose to remain silent. Kasso, lost in thought, recalled that in the anime, there was indeed this phase, seemingly reminiscent of Goku's acceptance of such training. Yet he remained unaware of what transpired subsequently. "You may remove your weighted clothing now," the deity remarked, casting a peculiar glance at the two. He was acutely aware of the effects brought about by this training method. Kasso and his companion had suppressed their strength for an entire month, while training solely through their physical prowess. Now, having mastered the control of ki, it was unfathomable to imagine what would transpire once they shed their weighted garments. The deity felt a tinge of anticipation for the forthcoming spectacle. Almost forgetting, Kasso smacked his forehead, realizing he still wore the weighted clothing. From his initial lack of understanding regarding ki, through the deity's theoretical explications, to the month-long training with Bobo, Kasso had significantly improved his ability to control the energy within him, achieving a qualitative leap in his perception and comprehension of ki. Now, Kasso understood that the arduousness of his previous attempts at instant transmission stemmed from his ineptitude in sensing ki. He recalled the anime, where during Raditz invasion of Earth, Goku and Piccolo donned weighted clothing, and upon removing it, their battle power surged dramatically. Unlike them, however, the weighted clothing they wore merely suppressed their inner strength slightly. Goku's first experience of tenfold gravity occurred on King Kai's planet, where he was nearly flattened. Tenfold gravity was unbearable for Goku, while the weighted clothing Kasso currently wore equated to 25 times that pressure. Promising extraordinary results, with that thought, Kasso eagerly anticipated the moment he would discard his weighted clothing. Kasso exchanged a glance with Osbier, ultimately deciding that he would go first. Chapter 36. Removing the weighted clothing. He slowly lifted the hem of his garment, inching it upwards, the collar passing over his head as the weighted clothing was about to be removed. Suddenly, a dense atmosphere seemed to envelop the surroundings. The air in the temple, already thin, grew increasingly oppressive, making breathing feel laborious. The deity and Osbier were taken aback by the tense atmosphere. Swallowing hard, as Kasso finally shed the weighted clothing, his body emitted sounds akin to beans hitting the ground. Crackling, the heavy pressure dissipated, and every cell in his body rejoiced, making Kasso feel an overwhelming urge to howl at the heavens. The long-suppressed power within him awakened, akin to an ancient Eastern dragon roused from slumber. Fully invigorated with the removal of the weighted garment. Boom! Boom! As Kasso's strength gradually unfurled, the temple seemed to tremble slightly, and the sky stirred with a surge of violent energy that agitated the air, transforming the previously dense atmosphere into a boiling tempest. A formidable aura erupted from Kasso, the terrifying energy exploding forth in a magnificent display, enveloping his entire being in a colossal white flame. As if a small war deity stood at the center of the temple. How powerful! The deity's white cloak billowed backward, nearly losing its footing under the pressure. Kasso is incredible, Osbier exclaimed, her eyes wide with awe. Fixated on him, Bobo, expressionless, remained still, a silent observer. Like a tea that moment, Kasso burst into laughter. He clenched his fists, causing the heavens to resonate with a sudden hum. Witnessing the commotion, Kasso was astonished by his own power. He could feel an inexhaustible source of strength surging within him, more than twice as potent as a month prior. Yet, without a scouter, he had no means of gauging his current battle power. Is this what ki truly is? Kasso pondered, gazing at the energy sphere that had materialized in his hand, but a month of training with ki had led him to comprehend the energy as ki itself. Kasso, it's my turn now. Osbier rushed forward eagerly. Upon hearing her words, Kasso immediately dissipated the energy surrounding his hand and retracted his strength. The ease with which he manipulated his ki belied the fact that he was merely a novice. The deity, witnessing this scene, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This must be a prodigy. With the turbulent energy now quelled, the temple gradually returned to tranquility. Osbier took her place where Kasso had just been. As she shed her weighted clothing, she exclaimed, "Ha!" The previously subdued atmosphere erupted into chaos once more. A fierce wind howled, causing the temple's greenery to sway violently as leaves rustled against one another, producing a cacophony of sound. An incomprehensibly formidable aura burst forth from Osbier. Boom! A column of white energy shot skyward. Kasso, astonished, thought, she has grown twofold in strength. Just a month ago, in his perception, Osbier's power was merely adequate. Yet she had now reached this remarkable level. The deity remarked, Osbier's talent is also quite formidable. He regarded Kasso, shaking his head. The boy's innate talent was undeniable. Just moments ago, Kasso's explosive power had nearly sent him flying. He then glanced at Osbier. Although her talent did not rival Kasso's, it surpassed that of many other gifted individuals he had encountered. Soon, Osbier's ki reached its zenith. In that instant, even Kasso felt a tremor of awe. Her battle power must be around 6,000. Indeed, the effects of the weighted clothing were nothing short of extraordinary. Kasso murmured to himself. If the weighted clothing had such an effect, then the gravity chamber would surely be even more remarkable. Kasso felt exhilarated, having already commissioned Dr. Briefs to construct a gravity chamber. When he returned to Salad Planet, the Saiyans would undoubtedly be taken aback. Suddenly, at the center of the temple, Osbier released her Karen key, and the energy vortex disappeared in an instant, restoring tranquility to the surrounding trees. Kasso, am I impressive? Osbier rushed over, her face alight with eager anticipation. All right, I must commend her, Kasso chuckled. Somewhat helplessly, he embraced Osbier, smiling. My little Osbier is the greatest. Ha! The deity couldn't help but laugh at the sight, momentarily forgetting that these two prodigies were still just children. Kasso, holding Osbier, approached the deity and Bobo. Having spent some time on Earth, he had accomplished two tasks: commissioning Dr. Briefs to create the gravity chamber and coming to the other world to learn about the application and perception of ki. However, his purpose for coming to Earth extended beyond these endeavors. He had a more significant mission at hand. Thank you, deity and Mr. Bobo, for your care over the past month. Kasso sincerely bowed, preparing to depart the other world. Thank you, deity and Mr. Bobo, for your care over the past month. Osbier echoed Kasso's sentiments, sticking out her tongue and smiling bashfully afterward. Are you leaving? The deity inquired. Yes, Kasso replied, ruffling Osbier's hair. Until we meet again. The deity found himself at a loss for words. A month ago, these two had suddenly descended upon Earth, their presence nearly causing his heart to leap from his chest. Yet, through their interactions, he realized that these two little monsters were not the malevolent beings he had initially feared. Rather, they possessed a certain innocence. Yet, with their departure, he pondered when they would meet again. Goodbye. Kasso waved at the deity and Bobo. Osbier imitated Kasso's gesture. Afterward, the two erupted in a blaze of white energy, ascending into the sky and plunging downward toward the other world below. As Kasso departed, Bobo observed him with a peculiar glint in his eyes, though no one else seemed to notice. Two streaks of white light streaked across the sky. On Karen Tower, a plump cat stood, watching as those two streaks of light approached. What brings them here? The cat sage wondered, puzzled. Shouldn't they be learning about ki in the other world right now? Had they already mastered it? The cat sage shook its head, feeling that such a feat was impossible. It had never encountered anyone capable of mastering the perception and application of energy within a mere month. However, upon seeing the two young children approach, the cat sage no longer felt the same trepidation as when it first laid eyes on them. Through the divine messenger, it had come to understand that they were not of a malevolent nature. Upon first hearing this revelation, the cat sage found it utterly inconceivable. From the energy radiating from the two, it sensed an extremely volatile force within them. Could they truly be good individuals? Despite its astonishment, the cat sage held a firm belief in the words of the divine. Chapter 37. The exchange for divine beings. Two small figures stirred up massive waves, causing the cat sage's whiskers to be pressed tightly against its cheeks by the fierce winds, rendering its eyes unable to open. What could these two rascals possibly want? Why had they suddenly appeared here instead of training in the celestial realm? The cat sage was utterly perplexed as the two white auras approached ever closer. Just as they were about to reach Corinta, Kasso and Osbier suddenly dissipated their energy. The sky returned to tranquility. The cat sage, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback as if a thunderclap had erupted above its head. The energy of Kasso and his companion had vanished in an instant. Had they truly grasped the essence of energy? The cat sage rubbed its eyes and scrutinized the scene again, seemingly forgetting that energy itself was invisible. Hello, Kasso greeted as he landed on Corinta. Observing the cat sage's bewildered expression, he touched his own face, wondering why it looked so strange. The cat sage's astonishment was not without reason. In the anime, Goku had defeated the Demon King Piccolo and trained in the celestial realm for 3 years to comprehend energy. Of course, the cat sage was only aware of Goku's training in energy, unaware of any subsequent training he may have undertaken. Now, witnessing these two children grasp the concept of energy in less than a month and master its control was indeed terrifying. The cat sage extended a small paw towards Kasso, its claws trembling slightly. Learn to wield energy? Yes. Is there a problem? Kasso inquired, somewhat puzzled. What was the cat sage's issue? He had not harmed the earth, so why this expression? Osbier widened her eyes, gazing curiously at the plump cat. Brother Kasso, is it silly? She whispered, believing her voice was barely audible. Little did she know, the cat sage, amused, thought to itself that the little girl was still quite adorable. However, Kasso also sensed something unusual about the cat sage's demeanor. When he had landed on Corinta, he had instinctively retracted his energy, which likely explained the cat sage's surprise. Throughout the entire anime, no one had ever comprehended energy so swiftly. While Kasso was still mastering instant transmission on Yardrat, he had sensed his own potential was remarkably strong. Now, at Earth, he was rapidly learning to harness energy. He pondered whether the fusion of their two souls was the reason behind this phenomenon. Brother Kasso, what are you thinking about? Osbier asked, noticing Kasso's stillness. Nothing. Kasso replied with a smile directed at Osbier. In truth, the girl's talent was quite formidable. She had learned instant transmission in a time frame similar to Goku's and was quickly mastering the use of energy under his guidance. Do you have business here? At that moment, the cat sage regained its composure. It regarded Kasso and Osbier with an odd gaze, as if perceiving them as two peculiar beings. I heard you possess a type of being that, when consumed, allows one to go 10 days without feeling hunger, Kasso stated. Are you referring to the divine beings? Yes, they do exist, but what do you need them for? These beings are intended for martial artists ascending Corinta. They hold little use for you too. The cat sage scratched its head. Of no use. Kasso chuckled inwardly. Such a miraculous medicinal item was worth its weight in gold. In later stages, Goku and his friends would even wish to split a single divine being in half. How could a cat sage claim they were of no use? Kasso's lips curled into a sly smile. Then it should be quite simple. Could you spare some divine beings, or I could trade you something else in exchange? Something else? The cat sage, still oblivious to the bean's significance, had spent centuries cultivating them and was reluctant to part with them for free. However, exchanging them for something deemed useless was an agreeable proposition. Hearing the cat sage's words, Kasso smiled slightly, sensing an opportunity. How about I trade you some fish? Fish? The cat sage blinked in surprise, its eyes lighting up. Yes, yes. Yet after realizing its own excitement, it feigned composure and added, how about 20 fish for one divine being? Noticing Kasso's lack of reaction, the cat sage wondered if its demands were too excessive. It contemplated and conceded, clearing its throat, if you find that too steep. 10 fish for one divine being is acceptable as well. Remember, the bean's effects are quite remarkable. Consuming one can stave off hunger for 10 days. No need. Let us stick with 20 fish for one divine being. Kasso maintained a stoic expression, yet inwardly he was elated. Not only was he willing to trade 20 fish for a divine being, he would gladly offer up 20,000 if required. Little Osbir, wait for me here. I'll be right back. With that, Kasso suddenly vanished from sight. In a short while, he reappeared in the same spot. During his absence, Kasso had visited a bustling city, borrowing dozens of capsules from a large multi-purpose capsule shop. He then made his way to the Pacific, diving deep into the ocean to catch fish until he filled several capsules to the brim. On Corinta, Osbier gawked at Kasso's sudden reappearance. She scratched her head, amazed at how quickly he returned. Look at all this fish. Kasso pressed a button on one of the capsules, and a large box materialized on the ground. Pointing to the box, he said, I have dozens of these boxes. With a swift pull, he opened the box, and a cascade of fish tumbled out. Fish, so many fish. The cat sage gasped, its breath hitching. It had never seen such a bounty before. The last time it had feasted on fish was over 100 years ago, and the taste had nearly faded from memory. Surely, this amount would last quite some time. With that thought, the cat sage's heart raced. You may take all the divine beings. It estimated that the box contained no fewer than 50,000 fish. And knowing Kasso had dozens more such boxes, it felt an overwhelming excitement. What a good person he was! Kasso, realizing he was indeed a good person, smiled at the sight of the cat sage lounging atop the pile of fish. He walked over to where the cat sage had just pointed, where 3 wooden barrels rested on the ground, each covered by a wooden lid. Upon opening the lids, Kasso discovered them filled to the brim with divine beings. His breath quickened, mirroring the cat sage's earlier reaction. He was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Oh many. So many. Kasso nearly lost his mind. The 3 barrels brimmed with divine beans, surely tens of thousands. He still had one more capsule borrowed from the shop. Just as he was about to pack them all away, Kasso hesitated. After contemplating, he decided to only fill 2/3 of the last barrel, leaving behind thousands of beans. Chapter 38. Encounter with Goku, let us leave some for them. Initially, Kasso had intended to take all the divine beans, reasoning that they would be consumed by a Chirobe anyway, so he might as well benefit himself. However, he soon realized that if he took them all, what would Goku and the others do? After all, Goku was his favorite protagonist. Cat Sage, surely you understand the significance of the divine beans, right? They can restore a person from severely injured state in an instant. Kasso felt it was imperative to discuss the significance of the celestial beings with the Cat Sage, as he could not bear to witness the pitiful sight of Goku in the later stages. Practically willing to split a single celestial being in two, having spoken his mind, Kasso disregarded the Cat Sage's reaction and took the small hand of Osbier, soaring into the sky. What was going on? The Cat Sage, observing the retreating figures of the duo, found the situation rather perplexing. After all, it was the one who cultivated the celestial beings and was well aware of their effects. Truly a strange individual. The Cat Sage murmured to itself. After a while, it settled atop a pile of fish, lost in contemplation, seemingly having grasped the essence of Kasso's words. Living on Korin Tower, the Cat Sage had only learned about the affairs of the lower realm through 3 water jars. Over the years, few exceptional martial artists had ascended to Korin Tower from Earth. Thus, the celestial beings had not been utilized extensively, and upon cultivation, the Cat Sage had merely treated them as fasting pills. Consequently, forgetting their true efficacy in light of this, it dawned upon the Cat Sage that celestial beings were indeed remarkable. It also recalled the commotion caused by Kasso and Osbier upon their arrival on Earth. Pondering whether every extraterrestrial being possessed such formidable prowess, what if Earth were to be invaded? What would become of them without the celestial beings? The more it thought, the more it felt uneasy. Realizing that a discussion with the deity was warranted, gazing at the mountain of fish, it suddenly wore a pained expression, cursing under its breath. What a waste! 2 streaks of light streaked across the sky. Kasso and Osbier were flying side by side, completely oblivious to the Cat Sage's subsequent reactions. Brother Kasso, where are we headed now? Osbier inquired curiously as she hovered beside him. That you'll find out soon enough. Kasso replied as they ventured towards a distant forest. Upon traversing the dense woodland, surrounded by undulating peaks and the occasional sighting of large beasts, they soon came upon a narrow path, the grass on either side meticulously cleared, indicating frequent passage. Following the trail, they encountered a hill that resembled a bun. Brother Kasso, that hill looks just like a bun, Osbier exclaimed, her thoughts evidently drifting towards deliciousness, nearly drooling at the sight. This little mound was known as Bun Mountain. Kasso chuckled, surprised that little Osbier had remembered its appearance after having tasted a bun at Tai's home. Bun Mountain, the residence of Goku and his grandfather, Son Gohan, where Goku continued to live even after marrying Chi-Chi. At that moment, Kasso mused that Goku must be descending to Earth as well. That as they flew, they soon spotted a house. Kasso distinctly remembered that Goku's home housed a Dragon Ball, but he intended to retrieve it so that Dr. Briefs could construct a Dragon Radar. Before arriving on Earth, Kasso had contemplated that, even if Dr. Briefs assisted him in creating a gravity chamber, one would hardly suffice for over 100 Saiyans to use. Thus, he devised a plan to use the Dragon Balls to wish for the creation of over 100 gravity chambers. Pondering this, Kasso commended his own ingenious idea. However, he questioned why he didn't simply wish for the dragon to create all the gravity chambers directly instead of having Dr. Briefs construct one first. Wasn't that rather redundant? It remained unclear whether Kasso had considered this point. Brother Kasso, there's no one here, Osbier exclaimed as they descended from the sky, entering the house to find it completely empty. They must have gone out, Kasso remarked while exploring the surroundings. He found the place rather ordinary, pondering how Goku, having grown up here, became so formidable. Kasso understood that Goku's strength largely stemmed from his innocent heart and unwavering dedication to martial arts. Suddenly, Kasso's expression brightened as he exclaimed, "Found it!" He picked up a Dragon Ball from a corner, which contained 4 stars. No matter the angle, the star's shape and position remained unchanged. How fascinating, Kasso sighed, turning to Osbier. Little Osbier, let us depart. Did you find something? She asked. Indeed, Kasso replied, borrowing Goku's Dragon Ball for the time being. Once his wish was granted and the Dragon Ball returned to its original state, he would return it to Goku. Ascending into the sky, they beheld the distant sunset, the orange light bathing the clouds, transforming them into a stunning hue of tangerine. As Kasso examined the Dragon Ball in his hand, he suddenly noticed an elderly man in the mountains, with a newborn infant nestled in a pouch on his back. Kakarot? Kasso raised an eyebrow and promptly descended with Osbir. In the mountains, Son Gohan seemed to be searching for something. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked up. The flying technique. Son Gohan's eyes widened at the sight of the 2 children. It was the legendary flying technique. He had once heard from Master Roshi about a mystical technique that allowed one to soar through the skies. He recalled asking, Master, can you do it? The response he received was merely Master Roshi rolling his eyes. Seeing his master silent, he assumed that meant Roshi couldn't perform it. In truth, with Roshi's strength, mastering the flying technique would have been quite simple. He simply deemed it beneath him. Now, witnessing 2 children who could indeed fly, Son Gohan was utterly astonished. Hello, old man. Kasso greeted as he and Osbier landed. Son Gohan opened his mouth, hello, observing the 2 children. He sensed no extraordinary energy from them. Had he not seen them descend from the sky, he would have thought them merely 2 lost youngsters. When had Earth seen such powerful beings? Kasso glanced at the small basket behind Son Gohan, where a chubby infant sat quietly, a fluffy tail dangling over the edge. Notably, Kasso observed that Goku's head was wrapped in a bandage. Had he sustained an injury? He recalled that Goku had once fallen from a cliff as a child, striking his head and subsequently altering his temperament, even forgetting his own identity. Witnessing this scene, Kasso couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that the plot was now unfolding. Son Gohan, somewhat puzzled, wondered what the child intended to do. Why he had fallen silent. As he scrutinized the 2 children, he noticed that they too possessed tails, just like his grandson. Chapter 39. Completion of the gravity chamber. Son Gohan eagerly inquired, Are you Goku's family? Realizing his oversight, he quickly added, Goku is the infant behind me. It was no wonder Son Gohan was so anxious. While training in the mountains, he had suddenly witnessed a spherical object plummeting from the sky, discovering that it contained an infant. Now, seeing the tails on the 2 children, he surmised they were likely Goku's kin, that if they were indeed Goku's family, bringing them back would be the best course of action. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, Son Gohan felt a pang of reluctance. Despite Goku's initially temperamental nature, he had become quite docile after his head injury. Who could resist such an adorable little creature? Osbier floated behind Son Gohan, gazing at the infant in the basket. Is this Kakarot? Upon returning to Vegeta, she had heard Aunt Giant speak of Kakarot, and now seeing the little one, she found him quite endearing, especially with that hair, which resembled Uncle Bardock's to a T. Kasso chuckled. We could be considered Goku's family, but there has been a bit of an incident at his home that we would appreciate it if you could take care of him. Son Gohan was momentarily taken aback, realizing they truly were Goku's family. Had something happened at Goku's home? Hearing Kasso's words, Son Gohan surmised that perhaps Goku's family had been pursued by enemies, leading them to send him away. Poor child. However, this situation is not without its merits. He no longer has to worry about such an adorable little creature being taken away. At this moment, Kasso remains oblivious to the fact that within Son Wukong's mind, an elaborate tale of vengeance against foes has already been woven. He is only aware that Wukong's remarkable achievements are not solely attributed to the protagonist's aura, but are also significantly influenced by his martial arts training on Earth. From a young age, Wukong has been nurtured under Son Wukong's tutelage, later following Master Roshi, and ultimately ascending to the celestial realm. This sequence of training has laid a robust foundation for his future ascent to the pinnacle of martial arts. Thus, keeping Wukong on Earth is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Kasso glanced once more at the elderly Son Wukong, who donned a black hat and sported 2 wispy white mustaches, his back slightly hunched, exuding an air of benevolence. Will such an elder ultimately perish at Wukong's feet? Yet, Kasso had no intention of mentioning the Saiyan's transformation in a mighty apes upon witnessing a full moon. Life is often rife with helplessness. Sometimes, it is best to let things unfold naturally, he sighed. Yet upon reflecting on the old man's eventual demise leading to his true love in the afterlife, the conclusion seemed rather perfect. Grandpa, this orb belongs to you. Right? I shall borrow it for a while and return it to Wukong later, Kasso declared, producing the Dragon Ball. His words indicated a return to Wukong, not to him, leaving Kasso uncertain if son Wukong could comprehend the implication. Son Wukong, misunderstanding Kasso's intent, stroked his mustache and replied, "Oh, how did this orb end up in your hands? I found this orb many years ago. I kept it because it looked beautiful, if it is of use to you. Feel free to take it." "Thank you, Grandpa. We shall take our leave now, goodbye." With that, Kasso shook his head and departed with Osbir. Observing their retreating figures, son Wukong marveled at the prowess of the two. Before resuming his search for medicinal herbs, as he still needed to tend to Wukong's injuries, "Brother Kasso, that is Kakarot, I assent it. He resembles Uncle Bardock," Osbier exclaimed, clinging to Kasso's back, her little face nestled against his neck. The warmth of her breath tickled his skin, prompting Kasso to pull her closer, cradling her against his chest. Indeed, Wukong bears a striking resemblance to Bardock, and even later Goten looks just like these two. Yet remains a mystery why he grew up so differently. Amused by the thought, Kasso chuckled softly. Perhaps it was a result of offending Akira Toriyama. He planted a kiss on Osbier's cheek and said, "Let us go feast on delectable treats." Oi! Upon hearing of the delicious food, Osbier clenched her tiny fists, her eyes sparkling like a kitten. Kasso soared through the skies with Osbier in his arms. Having diligently trained in the celestial realm for a month, he deemed it necessary to unwind. After all, utilizing instant transmission to arrive at Tai's home would render the experience rather dull in the West City. The residences here are exceedingly opulent. Within one grand courtyard stands an inverted bowl-shaped structure, surrounded by numerous divisions. In the research area, Dr. Briefs, clad in a white lab coat and wielding incomprehensible tools, stood before a black metallic building, scrutinizing it intently. Almost there, after a month of toil, Dr. Briefs finally completed the gravity chamber. It must be said, the materials required were quite extensive, particularly the rare metals, of which he fortuitously had a small reserve at home. Should Kasso wish to construct a second gravity chamber, it may prove unfeasible. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside, and upon investigation, he discovered his daughter had ushered Kasso and the others in. They arrived rather quickly. Just as I finished, Dr. Briefs chuckled. "Dad, Kasso and the others are here," Tai's voice announced as she led Kasso and the others forward, followed closely by a curious little girl, her expression filled with wonder. "How did they accomplish this?" Bulma murmured under her breath. "You all have arrived, just in time. I have just completed the gravity chamber." Dr. Briefs gestured to the side. Kasso turned to behold a black metallic structure before him, resembling a fortress. The gravity chamber spans approximately 40 square meters, its metallic walls encircled by 4 thick pillars, seemingly designed to stabilize the chamber's operation. The entire chamber, illuminated by lights, exudes a dark metallic sheen. "Is this the gravity chamber?" Kasso approached with small steps, reaching out to touch it. Dr. Brief smiled. "I have fulfilled all your requests." Previously, Kasso had suggested that the gravity chamber speed adjustment be controlled via voice commands. And if temperature regulation could be added, that would be ideal. In Dr. Brief's perspective, these requests were minor issues. He primarily dedicated his time to designing a music system, that he could not abide the thought of a perfect creation lacking a functional music system. Thus, he spent a considerable amount of time over the past month to devise a system capable of operating under 100 times normal gravity. Fortunately, it was completed, and Dr. Briefs silently praised his own genius. He mused, "These two little ones should surely enjoy it. They will undoubtedly love it." Chapter 40. "You are my little apple." The gravity chamber is so vast, could be transformed into a universal capsule. Kasso felt exhilarated upon seeing the gravity chamber. But how could such a large structure be transported? Rest assured, that is merely one of its basic functions. At that moment, a glimmer of intelligence sparkled in Dr. Brief's eyes behind his black-framed glasses. Would you like to experience the effects of the gravity chamber? He was eager to hear Kasso's evaluation of the music system he had designed. All right, Kasso replied, somewhat excitedly. Oblivious to Dr. Brief's gaze, he was well aware of the gravity chamber's purpose. After Vegeta settled on Earth, he spent his days within the gravity chamber, relentlessly pursuing Wukong, largely due to the chamber's influence. Following Dr. Brief's explanations, Kasso had garnered a basic understanding of the gravity chamber's operation. He slowly opened the chamber door, revealing a remarkably simple interior, almost devoid of anything, akin to a typical training room, save for a circular box in the corner, the function of which remained unknown as Dr. Briefs had not mentioned it. Never mind that for now. Kasso was eager to test the gravity chamber's effects. Activate 25 times gravity with a soft murmur. The entire chamber sprang into action, emitting a resonant hum akin to a beast poised to pounce. Suddenly, Kasso felt the air grow dense, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped his body. Fortunately, he had already acclimated to 25 times gravity in the celestial realm. Otherwise, he would have surely collapsed to the ground at this moment. Nonetheless, his limbs felt somewhat heavy, and he could perceive a profound weight in both his body and organs. Indeed, everything unfolded precisely as Kasso had anticipated. The weighted clothing only benefited his physique, offering no assistance to his internal organs. The gravity chamber truly proved formidable. Just then, a tremendous sound erupted from the small box in the corner. Who is it? Kasso jumped in surprise. Having just withstood 25 times gravity, he was now startled to the ground and a raucous tune blared. You are my little apple. How I adore you. Never enough. Dr. Briefs, you scoundrel, upon hearing that melody. Kasso realized it was Dr. Brief's handiwork. He had sensed something was amiss with Dr. Brief's expression earlier, yet he had not anticipated receiving such a grand surprise. Damn it! Cancel gravity! Kasso slowly rose, exclaiming in exasperation. Suddenly, the pressure that had weighed him down vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of relief. The gravity chamber truly was remarkable. Within just a brief moment, Kasso discerned a newfound ease in his strength. The Saiyan physique, truly, this extraordinary. Kasso shook his head. Although he had undergone potential enhancement from the Grand Elder on Namek, after a month of training in the heavenly realm, his potential had surely intensified once more. Under this pressure, his latent abilities were swiftly unleashed. He was skeptical that the gravity chamber could augment one's strength without limits. If it were truly that powerful, Vegeta would have surpassed Goku long ago. Outside the gravity chamber, Dr. Briefs gazed at the tightly shut door, contemplating that the little fellow must be quite fond of his musical system. Kasso was about to come out, Osbier said cheerfully. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the door. It slowly creaked open, and Kasso emerged from within. So, what do you think? My musical system is fantastic, isn't it? Dr. Briefs proclaimed with confidence he had great faith in his musical system. After all, how could a warrior endure rigorous training without a good tune to accompany them? Observing Kasso's silence, Dr. Briefs felt certain that the young man was thoroughly satisfied. That moment, silence spoke volumes. Dr. Briefs basked in a sense of accomplishment. Kasso felt as if a stampede of horses was galloping through his mind. Utterly speechless. After a brief pause, he sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Dr. Briefs." Although he found the earlier antics somewhat exasperating, he was genuinely grateful to Dr. Briefs. After all, he hadn't contributed much to Dr. Briefs' work, merely reclaiming a few universal capsules. Those capsules paled in comparison to the gravity chamber's worth. Just then, Bulma approached, her small hand resting on Kasso's shoulder. Kasso, how effective is the gravity chamber that my father constructed? It's excellent. Kasso nodded earnestly. The gravity chamber was indeed effective. He had felt a slight increase in his strength after just a brief session inside. However, he was puzzled by her intent. Since my father has created a gravity chamber for you, how about teaching me to fly? Bulma said with excitement, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Kasso. Witnessing Kasso's ability to soar into the sky had left her utterly astonished. She had never heard of anyone being able to fly unaided before. Seeing Kasso's silence, she wondered if he disapproved. How frustrating. Aside from Kasso, it seemed that the slightly older girl, Osbier, could also fly. With this thought in mind, Bulma approached Osbier, affectionately saying, "Little sister Osbier, would you teach me?" She felt compelled to seek Osbier's help since Kasu didn't seem inclined to respond. If Osbier could teach her, she would be able to flaunt her newfound skill at school. The idea alone filled her with joy. Tai Si, observing her sister's antics, understood perfectly what was on her mind. Meanwhile, Kasu had instructed Dr. Briefs to revert the gravity chamber back to its capsule form. Such a massive gravity chamber was impractical to transport using instant transmission. Thankfully, Dr. Briefs had ingeniously developed the universal capsule. Once transformed into capsule form, it could be conveniently stowed away in his pocket, easily transported back to Salad Planet. After a short while, Kasu turned to see Osbier and Bulma enjoying each other's company, laughing and chatting. Tai Si glanced at him, shrugging her shoulders in mild exasperation. "Over here, Osbier," Kasu called out. "Could you take me for flight?" Bulma tugged at Osbier's hand, eager for the experience, having seen people flying in movies. She longed to try the sensation of soaring freely. "All right, then." Osbier pouted playfully, sounding somewhat exasperated. Having just made a new friend, she figured she might as well show her a good time. Kids these days could be quite bothersome. It seemed Osbier had forgotten that she was just a child herself. Kasu and Tai Si exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback by the scene. Had Osbier been possessed by some mischievous spirit? Yet, seeing her puffed cheeks was inexplicably endearing, melting Kasu's heart in the blink of an eye. The two little girls, both around a meter tall, soared off the ground, flying out through the door. Chapter 41. Taking Tai Si to the skies. Oh? Dr. Briefs exclaimed in surprise as he witnessed his little daughter flying away. "It turns out that little one can fly too." In Dr. Brief's mind, he marveled at how impressive the youth of today were. Completely oblivious to the astonishing nature of the event, his reaction was indeed peculiar. Under normal circumstances, one would be astounded to see someone fly, yet he seemed merely surprised, offering no further response. Was this the whimsical mindset of a genius? Subsequently, Dr. Briefs moved to another area of the research facility to embark on a new project. Meanwhile, Kasu had successfully stored the gravity chamber, hiding the capsule in his pocket. "Tai Si, what are you up to?" Kasu inquired. Noticing the strange look in Tai Si's eyes, he touched his face, finding nothing amiss. Could it be that he was simply too handsome? "Could you take me flying as well?" Tai Si asked, her face reddening as she lowered her gaze. She had often flown on airplanes, but had never experienced the liberating sensation of flying like Kasu. Seeing her sister soar into the sky filled her with envy. Feeling a bit embarrassed that Kasu had noticed her hesitation, she pondered that asking him to take her flying was not a big deal. Kasu paused for a moment, then smiled. "No problem," but he looked at Tai Si. Her beautiful hair flowing behind her, her fair face tinged with a slight blush of shyness, and her alluring figure accentuated by her generous curves, causing him to swallow hard. He hadn't anticipated that this older girl would be so adorable. You should have mentioned it sooner. Even disregarding Dr. Brief's reputation, seeing your figure would have certainly earned you some consideration, Kasu thought to himself, playfully chiding Tai Si in his mind. Tai Si, observing his shaking head, felt as if Kasu was subtly blaming her for not voicing her desire earlier, leaving her with an odd sensation. However, now that she had the chance to fly, Tai Si set aside her thoughts and felt exhilarated, envisioning the freedom of soaring through the air. "Come on." Kasu extended his hand with a gentle smile. He had little left to do on Earth, save for collecting the Dragon Balls, which would require Dr. Briefs to create a dragon radar first. For now, he would take Tai Si up to enjoy the skies. "What should I do?" Tai Si asked, a touch of nervousness creeping in. She had been excited moments ago, but now felt a bit lost. "Just do what feels comfortable." Kasu chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, Tai Si clung to him tightly, resembling a koala embracing a tree. Kasu felt the soft warmth against his back, which was rather pleasant, yet he also grew a little nervous. Having never had a girlfriend in his previous life, he was unfamiliar with physical closeness to girls. Now, enveloped by Tai Si's embrace, he felt a flutter of emotions within. He stood still, causing Tai Si to wonder if her actions were off-putting. "Then aren't you going to fly?" Tai Si asked, puzzled. "Weren't you the one who said to do what feels comfortable?" Now it seemed as if nothing was happening. Kasu snapped back to reality, circulating his energy and gradually lifting off the ground with Tai Si on his back. In midair, He could feel Tai C's anxiety. She clung tightly to his neck, her face reflecting fear of falling. "Relax, it's all right," Kasu reassured her, then grasped her delicate thighs with both hands. "Hold on tighter. I'm scared." Tai C's voice trembled slightly, ascending to about 5 or 6 meters above the ground. She felt as if she could plummet at any moment, which terrified her. "All right," Kasu tightened his grip and declared, "Get ready to take off." With that, the two vanished in a flash. Kasu and Tai C soared swiftly into the sky, the fierce wind whipping against their faces as they ascended. Adrenaline surged through Tai C, prompting her to scream, "Ah, Kasu, hold on tight." After a while, it feels so delightful." Tai C spread her arms wide, and as she soared through the clouds, she gently stirred them aside, effortlessly gliding through. Engaging intimately with the sky, she felt utterly unrestrained this is the sensation of soaring freely. Initially, she indeed felt quite anxious, but with Queso's protective presence, she soon relaxed. No matter how much she fidgeted, Queso's small hands held tightly to her legs. Suspended from his petite frame, she inexplicably felt a profound sense of security. Stealing a glance at Queso, she suddenly found his youthful face rather charming. At this thought, her heart fluttered slightly, a blush gracing her cheeks. After all, he was just a child. What was she thinking? Just as Tai C was lost in a reverie, Queso executed a sharp turn in midair, followed by a swift drift. "Ah!" Tai C's piercing scream echoed once more through the air. Whoosh! Upon returning to solid ground, she finally felt a sense of peace in Tai C's eyes. Queso was nothing short of a little rascal, completely oblivious to the fragility of her feelings and flying so fast that it nearly frightened her to death. "Tai C, are you all right?" Queso asked, a bit sheepishly, having never carried such a well-endowed beauty before. He was understandably nervous and had momentarily forgotten to control his speed. "I'm fine," Tai C replied, rolling her eyes at him, realizing he only now seemed to care. However, when she regained her composure, she found the experience of flying exhilarating and asked, "Can you take me flying again next time?" Queso raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Wasn't she just terrified? Nevertheless, he nodded, obedient. Tai C patted his head, grinning. This little fellow always put on a serious adult facade. Yet he was quite endearing after all. That moment. Cheerful shouts filled the air. How wonderful! It turned out that Bulma had returned as well. Osbier floated down with Bulma from the skies. Upon landing, Bulma eagerly rushed to Tai C's side, chattering excitedly about her recent experiences. Hearing her sister's words, Tai C rolled her eyes, as if no one had ever flown before. This thought. She glanced at Queso, who remained oblivious, laughing and chatting with Osbier. "Bulma, I'm hungry," Osbier exclaimed, running over. She had heard Queso mention delicious food earlier and was now famished. "Let's go eat something tasty." Without paying any mind to Queso, Osbier skipped off behind Bulma. Queso thought to himself, "This girl has grown wings. She doesn't even call for me when there's food." Tai C found his expression amusing and gently ruffled his hair, asking, "Aren't you hungry too?" Queso shot her an irritated glance. Was it not obvious? "Come on, let us go eat something delicious." Tai C tugged Queso along as they ran. Inside the dining hall, Osbier was devouring meat with great enthusiasm. While Bulma sat beside her, watching, Queso quickly joined the feast, indulging in the meat as well. "Queso, why are you stealing my meat?" Osbier pouted, looking cross after losing a piece. "I took it because you didn't invite me to eat with you." Queso thought grimly, but seeing Osbier's sulky expression, he relented. "Here, I'll give it back." "Queso, you're so nice." Osbier beamed once more. Chapter 42. Creating the Dragon Ball radar, though this was not the same Earth. The food here was equally delectable, and Queso's face was smeared with grease. Tai C rested her chin on her pale hands, watching Queso with a faint smile, though she was curious about the empty plates that surrounded them. His stomach was so small, yet he managed to consume so much without even appearing bloated. Burp! Queso set down his plate, comfortably belching after his satisfying meal, and prepared to attend to more serious matters. Tai C, is Dr. Briefs available right now? Queso inquired, hoping to enlist his help in crafting a Dragon Ball radar. He felt somewhat guilty asking for another favor, so soon after Dr. Briefs had just completed a gravity chamber for him. "What's the matter? Do you have something else to discuss?" At that moment, both Tai Si and Bulma turned their attention to Queso, while Osbier continued to feast. "I was hoping Dr. Briefs could help me create a small device." Queso admitted bashfully. "What kind of device?" Tai Si asked with curiosity, sensing it must be of some importance since Queso seemed reluctant to bring it up. However, what could it possibly be? She felt intrigued. Bulma, too, looked at Queso with a puzzled expression, eager to hear what he had to say. Queso slowly pulled a Dragon Ball from his pocket, pointing it out. "I want Dr. Briefs to help me make a device that can sense its location." "Oh." Bulma felt as though she had seen this orb somewhere before. Taking it from Queso's hand to examine it closely, it resembled something familiar. Yet she couldn't quite place it. "I think I can make that device." "There's no need to bother my dad." Bulma shrugged, indicating she could handle it. "Bulma, can you really?" Tai Si questioned, slightly skeptical. She knew her sister was incredibly intelligent and often tinkered with various inventions. However, since this seemed significant for Queso, she felt it would be better to let their father handle it. "Why don't you believe in me?" Bulma shot her sister an eye roll. "Bulma is smart. I believe she can do it," Queso interjected, siding with Bulma. He recalled that the Dragon Ball saga began with Bulma's quest for the Dragon Balls. She had found one in the storage room, and, after extensive research, discovered it was part of the legendary 7 Dragon Balls. Thus began her adventure in search of them, officially launching the Dragon Ball storyline. Even if Bulma was still a child, Queso was confident in her capabilities. With renewed hope, he gazed at her. "At least you're encouraging. I'll keep you updated." The feisty Bulma snatched the Dragon Ball and marched off without looking back. Her assistance to Queso was merely a means to learn how to fly in the sky herself. "That girl," Tai Si chuckled, unconcerned. Since both Bulma and Queso had confidence in her, there should be no issues. After a while, Osbier lay on one side, her little hands resting on her belly, displaying a look of bliss. Having never tasted such delicious food before, she wished she could stay on Earth forever. In that moment, any trace of the Saiyans' fierce and combative nature vanished, leaving only gluttony and laziness. "This girl," Queso shook his head, chuckling helplessly. Saiyans typically had little regard for food, but after experiencing Earth's culinary delights, Queso was certain they would go crazy for it. Even the likes of Whis and Beerus would fall prey to its allure. Thus, seeing Osbier in such a state, Queso remained silent. "How did Bulma fare?" Tai Si asked, standing up as she spotted Bulma emerging from the workshop. Queso looked on with eager anticipation. According to the progression of the Dragon Ball story, Bulma was the one who first created the Dragon Ball radar. But could she do it at her young age? He felt a twinge of anxiety. If Bulma couldn't manage it, he would have to turn it to Briefs. "It's done." Bulma nodded with a smile. When she acquired the orb, several design concepts began to swirl in her mind. Her first idea was to conduct a wave detection, knowing that most objects in the world emit a specific ripple. If the detection revealed that the orb emitted no ripples, it would not pose a problem, for she had an alternative plan. However, during the detection, she discovered that the orb emitted a remarkably unique ripple, making the issue straightforward as long as a ripple was detected. Thus, she swiftly crafted a Dragon Ball radar. Such a trivial task could hardly challenge her, and Bulma cast a triumphant glance at Kars. She slightly raised her alabaster chin, resembling a noble little swan. Witnessing this scene, Kars chuckled softly. Bulma, at such a tender age, exhibited such prowess. She truly deserved a reputation as one of the most intellectually gifted individuals in the Dragon Ball universe. "Now that I have prepared this for you, you can teach me how to fly, right?" Bulma beamed at Kars. Initially, when she requested Kars to instruct her, he remained unresponsive. She then turned to ask Osbiel for assistance. But now, seeing the little bundle lounging on the sofa, she felt it would be wiser to have Kars as her instructor. Bulma understood that relying on others often leads to a sense of indebtedness, and Kars would undoubtedly find it difficult to refuse her. With this thought in mind, she began to envision herself soaring through the skies. Kars mused, indeed, flattery may hide ulterior motives. However, given how much Bulma's family has assisted him, teaching her to cultivate energy would be reasonable. This way, when the true Dragon Ball saga begins, she would at least possess the ability to protect herself. After all, during this tranquil period, he had little else to occupy his time. As for transporting the gravity chamber back to Salada, a bit more time would not matter. Then I shall remain here for another month to teach you how to cultivate energy, Kars stated with solemnity. But I must warn you, cultivating energy is arduous. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Yes, Bulma nodded emphatically. After pleading numerous times, Kars finally acquiesced, and fearing he might retract his promise, she nodded fervently. Furthermore, she was well aware that no form of cultivation came without its challenges. She had long since prepared herself mentally. Observing the exchange between her sister and Kars, Tais found it quite amusing. She knew that if she expressed a desire to learn, Kars would likely teach her as well. However, she harbored little interest in cultivation, finding herself more inclined towards writing novels. With this thought, she began to contemplate her future plans. Having struggled for inspiration in her writing, Tais had spent a considerable amount of time at home. It was only a month ago that she met Kars and Osbier. These two little ones, though diminutive in stature, possessed remarkable strength. Now, a month later, Kars had even taken her on a flight through the skies. The exhilarating speed and thrill of soaring above left her entranced. Tais felt as though she had finally discovered the inspiration she sought for her writing. Chapter 43. Educating Bulma. Time passed swiftly, and half a month had elapsed. During this period, Tais had left her home, claiming she had found her muse and needed a tranquil space to focus on her creation. Kars refrained from commenting on Tais' aspirations. Everyone had dreams, much like himself, who once fantasized about traversing into the Dragon Ball universe. Who could have anticipated that it would come to fruition? Yet he was aware that Tais' novels had not garnered much popularity until she encountered that fellow, Jack, who provided her with stories from beyond the cosmos, thus giving her work a semblance of success. One day, in the courtyard, Kars admonished, "Mind your posture, and don't fidget." He pointed at Bulma's small bottom. There she was, squatting in a horse stance, beads of sweat cascading down her little face. Upon hearing Kars's words, her lowered bottom lifted again. Kars smirked, noting the lackluster physical condition of Earthlings. However, if he were to teach Bulma to cultivate energy, she first needed to strengthen her body, much like Master Roshi had done when training Krillin and Goku. Without a strong physique, one could not sense or store energy. In the Buu saga, Gohan's training of Videl followed suit. But due to Videl's early start in cultivation, along with the financial backing of Mr. Satan, her physique improved naturally. In contrast, Bulma's situation was quite different. Not only was she young, but she had also been a pampered princess from birth. Cultivating energy, one word, difficult. Fortunately, the existence of Senzu beans brought a smile to Kars's face. Over the past half-month, he had subjected Bulma to grueling training. He would rouse her before dawn, making her hold a horse stance for an hour and run with weights for another hour. A few times, he felt as though Bulma was on the brink of collapse, yet the Senzu beans revitalized her with just one bean. Subsequently, Bulma endured inhuman torment. Now, upon seeing Kars, she felt a tinge of apprehension. But for the sake of flying, she was determined to persevere. Having come this far, giving up was not an option. To be honest, witnessing this scene left Kars utterly astonished. In his memory, Bulma had always been a sheltered little princess. Initially seeking the Dragon Balls merely to find a handsome boyfriend, he never expected Bulma to withstand such excruciating trials. "You continue in your stance. I shall be back shortly," Kars said nonchalantly, placing a finger on his forehead before vanishing in an instant. Upon seeing Kars disappear, Bulma was unfazed, as he had frequently done so over the past half-month. She shook her head and continued her stance. Finally, he had located the 7th Dragon Ball. Kars discovered one within a castle. Half a month prior, he had found the first Dragon Ball in Bulma's family storeroom, and after several excursions, he had now collected all 7. He gazed at the orb in his hand. He suddenly heard a commotion from downstairs. "Have all the Dragon Balls been hidden?" "Rest assured, King Pilaf, they have been concealed in the secret chamber on the 2nd floor." These voices reached Kars's ears, prompting a smile. It turned out this Dragon Ball belonged to Pilaf's little crew. Kars knew these characters were merely collecting the Dragon Balls for someone else, essentially functioning as laborers. Only in Dragon Ball GT did they finally make a wish. Though that wish, well, it was hardly worth mentioning. Not bothering with them further, Kars activated instant transmission and departed. Returning to Bulma's courtyard, he found her still gritting her teeth, maintaining her stance. This little girl is quite impressive. Kars nodded. Bulma's performance had indeed surprised him, completely reshaping his perception of her. Bulma, come here. All right. Bulma sat on the ground, nearly exhausted after an hour of holding her stance. Yet, she had to admit that after being pushed to her limits by Kars for half a month, she felt herself growing significantly stronger. She could even lift the 100-plus-pound experimental machine at home with one hand. It was the tangible results that motivated Bulma to persist. Otherwise, she would have given up long ago. Are you going to teach me how to fly? Bulma struggled to rise from the ground, approaching Kars with sparkling eyes. Kars replied, You wish to fly after merely a month of practice? Kars said nonchalantly. First, I will teach you how to sense the power within yourself. In truth, the aspiration to soar through the skies is not insurmountable. It merely necessitates an ample reservoir of energy within one's being. Much like the Saiyans, who, despite lacking the innate ability to harness chi, possess a formidable power that enables them to ascend effortlessly, for the understanding of chi that depends solely on her individual fate. It is worth noting that he had undergone a month of rigorous training to grasp the concept of chi. Kasso pondered to himself. He then instructed Bulma to sit upon the ground, conjuring a sphere of white energy in his palm. As the orb materialized, a fierce wind swept through the courtyard, causing the surrounding trees to sway and rustle violently. Dr. Briefs and his wife, alerted by the commotion, rushed over, but upon witnessing Kasso instructing Bulma, they discreetly retreated from the yard. Clearly, both were already aware of Bulma's training endeavors. Remember this sensation? Kasso exclaimed as he hurled the energy sphere toward her, enveloping Bulma in its luminous embrace. In truth, Kasso was uncertain of how to impart his teachings. He understood that to fly among the clouds, one must not only comprehend chi, but also possess a vast reservoir of energy within. However, he did not believe Bulma could achieve such a feat, so he opted to allow her to merely sense the existence of chi, hoping that one day she might grasp it herself. As the energy sphere enveloped Bulma, she felt a warm sensation, akin to luxuriating in a perfectly tempered hot spring during winter. The soreness from her recent training dissipated, leaving her in such comfort that she nearly exclaimed her delight. So soothing. Yet, despite her contentment, she did not forget Kasso's words. Remember this sensation. Soon, Bulma settled into a tranquil state, fully immersing herself in the experience of the energy sphere. Kasso chose not to disturb her, allowing her the solitude to grasp the concept on her own, for no one could assist her in this journey. Casting a glance backward, Kasso vanished from the courtyard. On the opposite side of the yard stood a black metallic structure, from which the sounds of intense training occasionally emanated. Kasso appeared before the gravity chamber, calling out, "Little bee, come with me to witness something fascinating." The gravity chamber slowly opened, and out stepped a delightful young girl, her face glistening with sweat, a small tail wagging energetically behind her. Just then, the recently trained Osbir radiated an aura reminiscent of a ferocious giant ape, her fierce energy sending involuntary shivers down one's spine. At that moment, no one would believe that just half a month prior, she was merely a carefree child who relished in indulgence. "Kasso, brother, where are we going?" she inquired. "Follow me, and you'll find out." Kasso replied with a smile, marveling at the potency of the gravity chamber as he retracted it into a universal capsule, tucking it away in his pocket. Before long, two small figures soared into the sky, traversing the bustling city to arrive at a desolate plain that Osbier watched as Kasso retrieved several orbs from his backpack, which emitted a peculiar humming sound when brought together. "How extraordinary," she mused. "Little bee, didn't you want to see what the dragon looked like? Now, let me show you." Kasso shouted toward the 7 Dragon Balls. "Come forth, dragon." No sooner had he spoken than the sky darkened ominously, thick clouds gathering as if heralding an impending storm. Suddenly, bolts of lightning rained down from the heavens, striking the 7 Dragon Balls with tremendous force. Just as Osbier feared the orbs might be obliterated, they began to shine ever more brilliantly, the resonating hum intensifying to a point that caused her ears slight discomfort, though she soon acclimated to the sound. That moment, A golden light shot skyward. Twisting and curling as it ascended into the clouds, a massive dragon had materialized, followed by the serpentine body revealing itself to Osbier. Kasso, brother, this is... She gasped, her eyes wide, her small hands covering her mouth. This is the dragon. Ah, Osbier was awestruck. This was the dragon Kasso had spoken of, said to grant 3 wishes. Unbeknownst to her, the Dragon Balls on Earth functioned differently than she had imagined. Soon, the majestic and elongated dragon was fully visible to the two of them, its presence somewhat somber against the darkened sky. State your wishes. Any desire you utter, I shall fulfill. The dragon's voice, raspy and ancient, resonated throughout the firmament. This moment, Osbier was elated, finally encountering the dragon Kasso had described, albeit finding it somewhat unsightly. Kasso, unaware of her thoughts, might have echoed her sentiment had he known, for he too believed this dragon paled in comparison to the magnificent 5-clawed dragon of his home world. He tossed out a universal capsule, and in an instant, the gravity chamber reappeared on the ground. Pointing at it, Kasso declared loudly, "Assist me in replicating 200 identical gravity chambers on Planet Salad." Upon hearing this wish, Osbier's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having experienced the gravity chambers effect herself, she knew that providing her kin with similar chambers would exponentially enhance their strength. Yet, she felt a twinge of anxiety about whether this wish could truly come to fruition. The atmosphere turned tranquil. Suddenly, the dragon spoke. "Your wish is exceedingly simple. It has been granted. On Planet Salad, in the northern region near the fields where the mystical beans were cultivated, 200 gravity chambers materialized unexpectedly." This sight startled the passing Saiyans, who hurried back to inform Bardock. The dragon continued, "Until we meet again." With that, it swiftly transformed into a beam of golden light, and the Dragon Balls soared into the sky. Darting off in various directions, that moment, Kasso seized the opportunity, leaping into the air to grasp 2 of the Dragon Balls just as they were about to flee, one from Bulma's home and the other belonging to Sun Wukong. "Kasso, brother, the wish has truly been granted. This is amazing," Osbier exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. With so many gravity chambers, it would be nearly impossible for the Saiyans not to ascend in power, but she pondered. Weren't there supposed to be 3 wishes? In response to her curiosity, Kasso explained that different dragons possess varying abilities. Meanwhile, within the Celestial Palace, the Supreme Kai and the Cat Sage, having overheard Kasso's wish, felt their previously tense hearts begin to calm. Though they had come to recognize that Kasso and his companion were not malevolent beings, they remained apprehensive during the summoning of the dragon, fearing a wish of wicked intent could spell disaster. Thankfully, they were relieved. The Supreme Kai exchanged glances with the Cat Sage, acknowledging the validity of its earlier assertions. The number of exceptional martial artists on Earth had dwindled significantly. Aside from Master Roshi and Master Shun, the only other worthy candidate was Sun Wukong. Faced with such a dire situation, should Earth fall prey to an extraterrestrial invasion, it would result in an unprecedented calamity. It was imperative to intervene in the development of martial arts on Earth. On the ground, Kasso remained blissfully unaware that the Supreme Kai was observing him from the Celestial Palace. However, even if he had known, it would not have concerned him, for he posed no threat to Earth. Having accomplished his objectives during his time on Earth, Kasso was eager to witness the extent of the gravity chamber's impact on Osbier. "Little B, let me see the fruits of your training over the past month." Kasso, brother, don't cry when I overpower you," she retorted playfully, brimming with confidence. "Such bravado." Kasso chuckled. The youth of today certainly possess an audacious spirit. In an instant, Osbier unleashed a torrent of fierce energy, her entire form enveloped in a radiant white aura. Her small figure ascended into the air. Boom! The sky seemed to be traversed by a supersonic aircraft, its breakneck speed producing a deafening sonic boom that echoed through the air. Osbier, as swift as lightning, darted through the heavens, leaving a brilliant trail in her wake, and in the blink of an eye, she closed the distance to Kazuo. With a raised leg and a horizontal fist, a flurry of relentless strikes rained down upon Kazuo. The force of her punches whipped through the air, generating a violent storm that crashed into the ground. instantly shattering the terrain, leaving not a single inch within a kilometer unscathed. Fortunately, this was an uninhabited region. Had it been in the city, countless lives would surely have been lost. Impressive indeed. Kazuo remained unperturbed, skillfully defending against each of Osbier's attacks. The force of their collisions resonated, as if meteors from the heavens were crashing down with tremendous might, just as Kazuo's limbs began to tingle. Osbier abruptly vanished from sight. Again with this trick, Kazuo swiftly turned around, and as expected, Osbier charged at him from behind. "Brother Kazuo, how did you know I was behind you?" she inquired, her words juxtaposed with the unceasing assault of her fists. A massive energy wave materialized in her hand, hurtling towards Kazuo's head with blinding speed. In this moment, Osbier's Saiyan blood surged to a boil, yet she was acutely aware that this attack would surely be futile against Kazuo. Indeed, the energy wave struck Kazuo squarely. However, for reasons unknown, it failed to explode, simply passing through his body. Chapter 45. Bulma develops a sense of energy the instant Osbier vanished. Kazuo sensed a slight disturbance behind him, reminiscent of a technique previously employed by Naru. The energy wave rushed towards Kazuo's face, but he transformed into a bolt of lightning, evading to the opposite side. His original position remained, a mere shadow of his presence. Unnoticed by Osbier, boom! The energy wave pierced through Kazuo's phantom, crashing into the ground and resulting in a tremendous explosion. The earth, already ravaged by Osbier's earlier strikes, detonated as if struck by a nuclear bomb. Smoke billowed, dust swirling in chaotic clouds. "Stay focused." Just as Osbier searched for Kazuo's whereabouts, a familiar voice echoed from behind her. "Damn it." Osbier gritted her teeth. She realized too late that she had been caught off guard. Just when Osbier thought her fate was sealed, Kazuo merely brushed her hand and said, "Silly girl, how could I ever bring myself to strike you?" Through their recent exchanges, he had discerned the extent of Osbier's strength, estimating it to be around 9,000 in battle power. Just half a month prior, when Osbier had removed her weighted clothing in the other world, her battle power had been approximately 6,000, and now it had surged to 9,000. Truly terrifying. The Saiyan ranks are divided into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower, along with an elite category that in the Saiyan subconscious. Only elite warriors and a select few upper-tier warriors could reach a battle power exceeding 10,000 in adulthood. If Osbier were to return to Planet Salad and reveal her current battle power to Bardock and the others, they would undoubtedly be astounded. However, her rapid increase in strength could be attributed to the sacred beans, as Kazuo had distributed hundreds to her upon acquiring them. "Brother Kazuo, am I really that weak?" Osbier asked, curling up against his chest. In truth, she had been training diligently, often exhausting herself in the gravity chamber. And thanks to the sacred beans Kazuo provided, she still struggled to keep pace with him. "Not at all. I can hardly compete with you," Osbier replied, tightening her grip around him. "Why must you strive to surpass me?" "I want to protect you, Brother Kazuo," Osbier blurted out without a second thought. Since their time on Planet Vegeta, Kazuo had always shielded her from the bullying of Napa. Osbier had witnessed this, feeling inadequate for continuously burdening her brother. Thus, she trained relentlessly to catch up. Yet the more she trained, the more she realized his unfathomable depth. Even when employing her newly learned sensing technique, she could not gauge Kazuo's true power. "With me around, that's all you need," Kazuo replied with a gentle smile. Observing Osbier's silence, he pondered whether she had absorbed his words. The two slowly ascended, flying back to Bulma's residence. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, the Supreme Kai and the Cat Sage gazed down at the mortal realm, where the ground, struck by shock waves, appeared as though it had just endured a world war. Utterly ravaged, at a glance, massive craters resembled dark abysses, concealing their depths from view. Thump, thump. The other world was particularly quiet at this moment, with the two of them seemingly able to hear each other's heartbeats. They were both rendered speechless by the spectacle. Another fortnight passed. In Bulma's courtyard, she sat on a small blanket with her eyes closed. As time flowed, she sensed a faint warmth coursing through her body, traversing her limbs and reaching her heart, warming everything in its wake. Bulma opened her eyes to find Kazuo staring intently at her. You, before Bulma could finish her sentence, Kazuo urgently interrupted. Do you feel a warm sensation within you? How did you know? Bulma inquired, intrigued. Initially, she intended to ask Kazuo about it, but he had directly posed the question first. Impressive, Kazuo exclaimed. Astonished, he sensed a trace of weak energy emanating from Bulma, so subtle it was akin to a single strand of hair. What does that mean? Bulma was puzzled by Kazuo's words until a sudden realization struck her, and she excitedly asked, Can I fly now? Not a chance. Bulma misinterpreted Kazuo's response, believing she could ascend into the skies. Kazuo shot her a bemused look, incredulous that an ordinary Earthling could take flight so casually. Throughout the entirety of the Dragon Ball saga, only a handful of Earthlings had managed to soar through the air, all of whom had undergone rigorous training from a young age and possessed exceptional talent. However, the emergence of even a hint of energy within Bulma did leave Kazuo momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated her possessing any latent talent. Yet, soaring through the skies was still a far-off dream. First, Bulma needed to persist in her training to amplify her energy, and second, her battle power must exceed 80 points in Kazuo's estimation. An 80-point battle power might just enable Bulma to achieve flight. Oomph! Bulma rolled her eyes at Kazuo, feeling that his astonishment was unwarranted since she couldn't yet fly. Given Kazuo's tone, anyone would assume that she was on the verge of taking to the skies. The two fell silent, and the courtyard returned to tranquility. Kazuo broke the quiet, saying, Since you've developed a sense of energy, continue your training diligently. One day, you shall soar through the heavens. Bulma turned to him, puzzled by his words. Was he leaving? I'm preparing to depart. You'll need to train on your own from now on. And remember, without me here, don't rush your training. You lack the sacred beans. Kazuo cautioned, concerned that Bulma might recklessly push herself without the sacred beans, risking her well-being. Although Kazuo did not voice it, Bulma was already aware of these things. Despite her youth, she was among the brightest minds in the Dragon Ball universe. Hearing Kazuo's words, she merely pouted, fully aware that she was no fool. I'm leaving. With that, Kazuo turned and vanished without a backward glance. Staring at the empty courtyard, Bulma felt a pang of emptiness. Over the past month, Kazuo had consistently donned a cold demeanor while training her. Yet afterward, he would linger, claiming to admire the scenery. It was evident he was merely concerned for her safety. Reflecting on this, Bulma muttered, Perhaps he isn't so unbearable after all. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a small pouch on the table. Curiously, she approached and opened it, discovering 10 sacred beans within. What a contradictory fellow! Bulma exclaimed. However, before long, the corners of her mouth curled upwards ever so slightly. Having spent 2 months on Earth, the overall gains have been substantial. Not only has she mastered the specific application of energy, but she has also prepared 200 gravity chambers for the Saiyans. Ultimately, she returned the 2 petrified Dragon Balls to their original positions. With all tasks completed, Kasso glanced back at Earth before vanishing into the cosmos with Osbier on Planet Salad just a month ago. 200 mysterious black structures suddenly appeared, leaving Bardock perplexed about their purpose. Yet considering Kasso had been away for 2 months, Bardock pondered whether that rascal had something to do with it. Chapter 46. Return to Planet Salad at that moment. 2 small figures materialized against the azure sky. Lord Kasso, the Saiyans training below, exclaimed in unison. The Saiyan race is known for its pride, unable to tolerate anyone of lesser strength treating them with disdain. However, Kasso had demonstrated extraordinary abilities while rescuing the Saiyans, even defeating Bardock in a one-on-one battle, earning the title of the strongest among them. Submitting to a stronger force is the inherent nature of Saiyans, leading to the widespread reverence for the title Lord Kasso within their community. When uttering this name, the Saiyans felt no hesitation, only genuine admiration. The cacophony of sounds emerged from outside the wooden hut. Bardock paused, contemplating how to deal with the black structures. He had no idea to whom they belonged. If they were the enemies, he would destroy them immediately. Yet, considering Kasso had been away for a month, what if they were his? Let us not forget, Kasso has enabled the Saiyans to thrive in the cosmos. What is it that he cannot procure? Stepping outside, he spotted the 2 figures in the sky. Indeed, it was Kasso. Kasso, Did you bring those black structures to Planet Salad? Bardock inquired, eager to discern the truth. But as soon as the words left his lips, the atmosphere erupted in excitement. Those black structures appeared here half a month ago. Startling me. Indeed, I thought Frieza was pursuing us. The Saiyans engaged in animated discussion, only now realizing that these mysterious structures may once again be the handiwork of Kasso, having previously accomplished numerous extraordinary feats. They were left to wonder about the purpose of these black edifices. Kasso gradually descended from the sky. Noticing the gathering crowd, he decided to reveal the function of the gravity chambers. These are gravity chambers that can adjust the gravitational multiplier, serving as the finest training tool for us Saiyans. Ignoring the expressions of the onlookers, he turned to Osbier and said, "Little Osbier, show everyone your current strength." Understood. Osbier obediently moved to an empty space, distancing herself from the Saiyan huts. As Kasso spoke, and Osbier positioned herself, all the Saiyans held their breath, anxiously awaiting her next move. Kasso's series of actions indicated to Bardock and Beerus that something remarkable was about to unfold, both widening their eyes in anticipation, fearful of missing any thrilling moment. Osbier understood Kasso's intent. He merely wished for their kin to witness the effectiveness of the gravity chambers, clenching her tiny fists at her waist while her bangs fluttered in the wind. She suddenly emanated an astonishing aura, as if a great mountain were pressing down, swiftly creating a pressure field around her, with a series of explosive sounds, as Osbier gradually unleashed her internal power. The pressure intensified, causing cracks to form in the rocks beneath her. The wind swirled violently, rustling the leaves all around. Incredible! How is this possible? Even Lady Osbier is so powerful. Under the overwhelming aura, the Saiyans instinctively referred to Osbier as Lady. Feeling no trace of resistance, Bardock stared intently at Osbier, sensing that the power within her exceeded what had been displayed. Sure enough, with a fierce roar, Osbier unleashed an earth-shattering force, her combat power of 9,000 erupting forth. Boom! The ground quaked, and the atmosphere trembled as her overwhelming presence enveloped the entire area. The rocks beneath her could no longer withstand the pressure, fracturing and splintering in all directions. The furious energy swept through, creating a tempest that knocked the Saiyans back a step. Only Kasso and Bardock remained steadfast, with Beerus and Chris struggling to maintain their balance. Little Osbier, Bardock swallowed hard, wishing to say something, but at a loss for words. Osbier, rein it in. Kasso chuckled, "Oh." Upon hearing Kasso's words, Osbier nodded vigorously, swiftly retracting the power she had unleashed. Without her energy rampaging, tranquility quickly returned to the surroundings, though the devastation left in the wake of her display left the Saiyans in stunned silence. This was the effect of training under the gravity chambers. Noticing the crowd still in a daze, Kasso continued, "These gravity chambers can increase gravity from 1x to 100x. As he elaborated, the Saiyans gradually regained their composure. Kasso then explained the effects and precautions associated with the gravity chambers, emphasizing their formidable capabilities to unlock physical potential in a short time, particularly for those who had never used a gravity chamber before. Their first experience would yield unexpected improvements. However, caution was necessary. One could not drastically increase the multiplier all at once, as it might lead to internal injuries. Such injuries are no trifling matter, even for Saiyans. If not careful, the consequences could be dire, even fatal. Nonetheless, as Saiyans had grown up on Planet Vegeta under 10 times the gravity, they had a higher starting point and could immediately commence training at that level. Kasso, are the gravity chambers truly that remarkable? Bardock grasped Kasso's shoulder, disbelief evident in his tone. Yet the vivid memory of Osbier's extraordinary display lingered in his mind, prompting him to seek confirmation once more. Indeed, Kasso glanced around at everyone before nodding affirmatively. It is true. Huh. The Saiyans erupted into jubilant cheers, leaping with excitement. Although 2 months had passed, the images of Planet Vegeta's destruction remained etched in their minds. They longed for vengeance against Frieza. With the presence of these gravity chambers, they felt a glimmer of hope for retribution. Bardock, those gravity chambers can transform like this. Kasso demonstrated how to open and retrieve the capsules. Such a wondrous invention exists, Bardock exclaimed in astonishment. Having never encountered such a remarkable object, the fact that it could transform into a small capsule left him utterly flabbergasted. Kasso suppressed a chuckle. Amused by Bardock's childlike wonder, reminiscent of a country bumpkin witnessing marvel for the first time. However, it was understandable that the Saiyans had never seen such a device before, as it had only been developed by Dr. Briefs in recent years and circulated solely on Earth. Uncle Bardock, you can manage the gravity chambers that I have pressing matters to attend to, Kasso stated earnestly. Chapter 47. Cultivating the Senzu Beans. Bardock nodded. Initially startled by the sudden appearance of the 200 black structures, he had found them bewildering. How could so many of them appear out of nowhere? The black structures, densely clustered, exuded an eerie atmosphere even in daylight, leading him to believe they were tombs for the deceased. But now, it seemed they were treasures indeed. Bardock had made his decision. From now on, he would spend each day lying in the dark room. No, it was in the gravity chamber, located in the northern region of Planet Salad. The surroundings were lush with verdant trees, yet in the midst lay a vast clearing, which seemed somewhat jarring, as if the clearing had encroached upon the original woodland. Appearing out of thin eye in the center of this clearing, over 200 gravity chambers stood in a row, dark and foreboding, reminiscent of the Qing dynasty. Regardless, they exuded an impressive aura. Not far from there was a special plot of land, approximately 40 square meters in size. Bardock brought Beerus to this location. Captain, do you really think that little BII reached such a level through this? Beerus scratched his head. Did I suppose so? To be honest, Bardock was still in a state of shock. Even if Osbier was a superior warrior, it was hard to believe she could achieve such prowess in her youth. This must be the result of the gravity chamber. Then he thought, if he were to use the gravity chamber as well, would the effect be equally remarkable? That would certainly lead to prosperity. Shut up. Why are you shouting? Have you never seen anything before? Bardock scolded him, exasperated. Such an ignorant fellow. If others were to learn he was a member of his team, he would be utterly embarrassed. After Bardock left, Beerus raised a middle finger at his departing figure. Weren't you the one with your eyes wide open and mouth agape, watching that girl BII? However, fearing retribution, Beerus refrained from voicing this thought and quickly hurried to follow Bardock. You go to the left. And as Kasso taught us, gather all the gravity chambers back. Bardock pointed decisively to the left, while he himself moved to the right, and the two began collecting the gravity chambers. After several minutes, the ground was piled high with capsules, making it seem as though these two were afflicted with some incurable ailment, requiring such a copious amount of medicine, and such large ones at that. Soon, only a few dozen gravity chambers remained on the ground. As Bardock and Beerus approached from opposite sides to continue their collection to the casual observer, it appeared they were indifferent to the remaining capsules. But anyone who thought so would be gravely mistaken. These 200 gravity chambers were the foundation of the Saiyans' resurgence. If anyone dared to touch them, Bardock and Beerus would ensure they regretted ever being born. Finally, they completed their task. Bardock and Beerus sighed in relief. Now, they merely needed to distribute them among their kin. The Saiyans, known for their warrior spirit, longed for battle and strength, and the gravity chambers were tailor-made for them. Thus, there was no need to worry about the Saiyans disliking these chambers. Captain, remember to save one for me. Beerus gazed longingly at the pile of capsules. After witnessing Osbier's power, he too desired a gravity chamber. Calm down, there are 200 gravity chambers. Everyone will get their share if that's true, Beerus replied, scratching his head in a foolish manner. Bardock. This fellow was merely amusing. Let us go. Bardock and Beerus took the capsules and soared into the sky. As the two departed, a small figure suddenly appeared in the clearing. Kasso observed Bardock and Beerus's retreating forms. Having overheard their entire conversation, he chuckled. To be honest, Beerus was indeed quite foolish. Turning back, Kasso approached the edge of the dark soil and examined it closely. The dirt was not truly black, but rather brown. It merely appeared so due to the accumulation of soil that he reached down to touch the earth, finding it somewhat damp. Kasso looked up at the sky. Under this scorching weather, the soil had not dried out. Moreover, he could even see a faint mist rising from the ground, which was rather extraordinary. When Kasso made his wish on mixing, the third wish had unexpected consequences. and he had utilized the dragon's third wish to create this land. However, the plot seemed small, only about 40 square meters. Kasso recalled that the planting of the Senzu beans required divine water for irrigation, and he wondered if the land created by the dragon could yield Senzu beans. As the saying goes, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. If he planted the Senzu beans, he would soon find out. With that thought, Kasso decided to take action. That he planted a single Senzu bean in the ground, not wanting to waste any by planting too many. Once he had planted the Senzu bean, Kasso quietly crouched by its side. Half a day passed. It was now noon, with the blazing sun high in the sky. Kasso remained motionless, initially filled with anticipation. If the Senzu bean truly sprouted, the rise of the Saiyans would be unstoppable. However, as time dragged on and the heat intensified, Kasso wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling as if he might bake into a husk. Meanwhile, there was no sign of activity from the soil. Is this dragon a fraud? He cursed inwardly. Just then, as he contemplated uprooting the Senzu bean, something unexpected happened. He witnessed the moment he had long awaited. The brown soil suddenly shifted for some reason, tiny particles of dirt sliding down, and soon a hint of green caught his eye. Could it be? It has succeeded in sprouting? Kasso erupted into laughter. Initially, he had approached the dragon's wish with a mindset of mere experimentation. Although the dragon had granted his wish, he had been uncertain whether the Senzu beans could actually be cultivated. To his astonishment, this land could indeed yield Senzu beans. Gazing at the sprout, Kasso pondered the potential yield of a single seed. If it only produced one bean, the land would serve no purpose. However, if it could yield 2 or 3, he would not suffer a loss, thus rendering the Senzu beans no longer a scarce commodity. He would wait until the beans matured to assess the situation. But during their growth phase, he must ensure no beast could destroy them. He could enlist the Saiyans for protection. With a plan in mind, Kasso turned to leave, eager to share his findings with Bardock. Now, he awaited the harvest of the Senzu beans, hoping it wouldn't be a one-for-one yield. Shortly after Kasso departed, the hint of green seemed to grow taller. Additionally, a sound echoed beneath the land, reminiscent of an underground river flowing by. Yet, Kasso, long gone, remained oblivious to this detail. Chapter 48. The maturation of the Senzu beans. When Kasso returned to his dwelling that evening, he sought out Bardock to recount the events of that midday. Initially, Kasso expected Bardock to disbelieve the existence of such miraculous beans, but to his surprise, Bardock showed no reaction, merely nodding repeatedly, indicating that he understood Kasso's plan and would arrange for guards to protect the land. In Bardock's view, if Kasso could ensure the survival of the Saiyans in the universe, what could possibly be more outrageous? After all, these were merely a few beans capable of instantly restoring injuries. It was as if he had never encountered the world at all. Bardock cast an exasperated glance at Kasso. I've made arrangements for our kin. Tomorrow, I will commence my training. Remember to protect the Senzu sprouts. With that, Kasso left without looking back. Watching Kasso's retreating figure, Bardock pondered, what if I made this kid the leader of the Saiyans? Given his reputation among them, I doubt anyone would oppose. However, Bardock shook his head. Kasso was still too young. Perhaps when he matured a bit more, in the valley, surrounded by wooden houses, a small river meandered in front. The sunlight glimmered upon the water's surface, mingling with the picturesque scenery to create a serene and enchanting atmosphere. Not far along the riverbank stood a dark room, from which the sound of punches slicing through the air could occasionally be heard. 9998, 9999, 10,000. A heavy panting echoed within the gravity chamber, but a small figure was tirelessly throwing punches, each swing generating a fierce gale. Sweat cascaded down, alternating between dampness and dryness. This was the training session of Team Kasso, and after the sound of 10,000 strikes reverberated, he collapsed onto the ground. Bulging veins stood out on his forehead, rendering his face grotesquely contorted. Restore gravity, rasped Kasso, his muscles twitching from the intensity of the training. The low rumble emanated from the gravity chamber as the gravitational force swiftly returned to its 35-fold intensity. With the disappearance of this immense pressure, Kasso felt as if a mountain had been lifted from his body. Exhaling deeply, he lay on the floor, finally experiencing a moment of relief. Over the past month, He had gradually acclimated from 25 times gravity to 3.5. In his training, he realized that one cannot solely focus on enhancing energy or physical prowess. Neglecting either aspect would inevitably limit one's potential. Take Vegeta, for instance. He spent his days immersed in high-intensity training within the gravity chamber, disregarding the cultivation of energy or the refinement of his mindset. Although his combat prowess was formidable, he would always lag behind Goku in terms of enlightenment. This notion was further validated by Piccolo, who wore weighted clothing while frequently meditating. This balance allowed him to achieve remarkable feats, a feat that would be exceedingly difficult for a Namekian to attain otherwise. Kasso meticulously crafted his training regimen, imposing strict standards on each movement, ensuring every part of his body was adequately conditioned under the oppressive force of gravity. Beyond physical training, he also prioritized the cultivation of his mental state. Recalling that Bobo had mentioned a third stage following the second phase of training with Osbier. This third stage was known as the state of no heart. Pondering the essence of this state, Kasso found himself at a loss despite his extensive contemplation. However, he remembered that in Dragon Ball Super, Goku had achieved this state, reaching the realm of Ultra Instinct. Whether there was a connection between the two concepts remained a mystery. Kasso also recalled how Goku had undergone training under Bobo in his youth. Perhaps honing that state of no heart contributed to Goku's subsequent ascension to Ultra Instinct. Yet, given Kasso's current strength and level of enlightenment, the state of no heart felt far beyond his grasp. At that moment, a voice suddenly pierced through the air outside the gravity chamber. "Lord Kasso, Lord Bardock requests your presence." Kasso opened the door to find a Saiyan named Castor, the captain of one of the 8 small teams recently assembled by Bardock. "You may return for now. I shall join shortly," Kasso replied, still drenched in sweat and feeling rather uncomfortable. "Farewell, Lord Kasso," Castor said before swiftly departing from his doorway. After half an hour, Kasso finished a shower and made his way to Bardock's residence. "You slowpoke, what took you so long?" Bardock's face bore a hint of displeasure. He had sent someone to summon Kasso half an hour earlier. Yet here he was now. "What's the matter?" Kasso raised an eyebrow, sensing urgency in Bardock's demeanor. "The magical beans have borne fruit," Bardock replied, rolling his eyes with exasperation. "What? The magical beans have borne fruit?" Kasso exclaimed in astonishment. Just a month prior, they had merely been planted, and he had assumed it would take at least 6 months for them to yield results. Yet astonishingly, they had produced fruit in just a month. "Uncle Bardock, hold my hand tightly." Before Bardock could react, Kasso grasped his hand, and in an instant, they vanished from sight, reappearing in the northern region of Lolita Planet. Upon witnessing the familiar scenery, Bardock gasped, "So fast." He glanced at Kasso, shaking his head. "Young man, such speed is not advisable." Kasso, oblivious to Bardock's expression, twisted his body, instantly arriving at the edge of the black soil. Nearby Saiyans stationed there noticed their arrival. "Lord Bardock." "Lord Kasso, what brings you here?" "Just came to take a look. You may continue your patrol." Bardock waved his hand dismissively. Kasso remained silent, gazing intently at the magical bean seedlings. Before him lay a stretch of black soil, approximately 40 square meters, with about 40 magical bean seedlings that, in just a month, these seedlings had grown from their initial sprout state into 1-meter-tall magical bean trees. Their roots were robust, and their foliage was lush. Fortunately, Kasso had merely intended to experiment with planting magical beans to gauge the outcome of the first batch before deciding on the second. Unexpectedly, the spacing of the first batch proved to be just right. Kasso observed that each magical bean tree bore 2 vibrant green beans, round and plump, appearing exceedingly appetizing. The magical beans stored within Kasso's universal capsule differed slightly from those on the plants. But he understood that they simply needed to dry point 1 for 2. Quite commendable. Each magical bean tree produced only 2 fruits, a detail that aligned with Kasso's expectations in the anime. The cat sage had mentioned that the yield of magical beans was particularly low. With only a few harvested in the later stages, the tens of thousands of magical beans Kasso possessed were remnants of the cat sage's centuries-old stock. "Lord Kasso, why do these magical beans appear slightly different from the ones you provided?" Bardock inquired, pointing at the magical bean trees with a hint of confusion that its nothing. They simply haven't dried yet. Kasso paused before continuing. Even if the magical beans are undried, I believe their efficacy remains unchanged. They're just less convenient for storage. That's fantastic. Bardock clenched his fist. The intense training in the gravity chamber had nearly cost him his life, but thanks to the magical beans Kasso had given him. A single bean had instantly rejuvenated his body. Now that Kasso had cultivated so many magical beans, while still insufficient for the entire clan, careful rationing would suffice. Having experienced the benefits of magical beans firsthand, Bardock felt a surge of excitement. In truth, when Kasso had gifted him over 100 magical beans, Bardock had sensed that Kasso possessed far more. However, why should one share all their possessions with others? Placing himself in Kasso's shoes, if he had such a miraculous item, he might not reveal it to anyone else. From rescuing the Saiyans during the explosion of Planet Vegeta to acquiring over 200 gravity chambers, Kasso had already accomplished a great deal. Now, gazing at the lush green magical bean trees, Bardock felt a fiery determination. With these miraculous beans, the resurgence of the Saiyans would no longer be a mere fantasy. Bardock's excitement was understandable. Since the explosion of Planet Vegeta, he, as the current leader of the Saiyans, bore the immense responsibility of guiding his people back to their former glory, a burden that weighed heavily on him. Thus, witnessing Kasso's efforts and his formidable combat prowess ignited Bardock's inclination to entrust the fate of the Saiyans to him. Yet, Kasso was still too young. Kasso, what is your current combat power? Bardock quickly regained his composure. Are you challenging me again? Bardock retorted. Unwilling to subject himself to humiliation, he lamented. In that dream, I glimpsed Frieza's true power. Oh, Kasso replied, somewhat astonished that Bardock had dreamt of Frieza's true strength, indicating he possessed quite the ability. 530,000. Bardock suddenly grew fervent. He possesses a combat power of 530,000. Do we Saiyans still have hope for revenge? Currently, Kasso stood as the mightiest among the Saiyans, yet Bardock suspected that Kasso's power did not exceed 50,000, a level far too insignificant to confront Frieza. How could he possibly be a match for Frieza? Bardock mused, glancing at Kasso. His talent was undeniably exceptional, and with the aid of the gravity chamber and magical beans, he might one day succeed in avenging them. However, that day would likely be many years in the future. Bardock felt a sense of unease at the thought of remaining cooped up on Lolita Planet for so long. It was truly disheartening to witness the once feared warrior race of the universe reduced to such a state. Uncle Bardock, revenge cannot be rushed. Kasso shook his head and smiled helplessly. In Bardock's mind, Frieza's battle power was merely 530,000, but did he truly comprehend Frieza's actual strength? A staggering 120 million. Bardock pondered, unable to devise a method to defeat Frieza, concluding that transforming into a Super Saiyan was the only viable option. Let us go, and remember to protect the Senzu beans well. They appear to require a few more days before they can be harvested. With a dismissive wave, Kasso vanished from sight. Bardock stared at the fading figure. Momentarily dazed, suddenly he erupted in fury. Kasso, you scoundrel! You brought me here, but didn't take me back. Previously, Kasso had utilized instant transmission to transport him to the northern region of Planet Salad, and now, in his departure, he neglected to return him, inciting Bardock's ire to the point of gritting his teeth. The Saiyans patrolling in the distance, upon hearing Bardock's expletives, quickly distanced themselves, aware that they dared not involve themselves in the affairs of these two. After half an hour, Bardock finally exhausted his tirade, turning to instruct the Saiyans stationed there to vigilantly guard the Senzu beans, before reluctantly flying back to his dwelling alone. Another month passed in the arid southern desert of Planet Salad. Under the scorching sun, the sands radiated heat, and upon closer inspection, one could observe waves of heat spiraling above Daha. A young girl hurled an energy blast at the figure in the sky. The terrifying energy stirred up a cloud of yellow sand, enveloping the air with a chaotic wave, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The adult figure swiftly dodged the incoming energy blast with remarkable agility. Little girl, Your uncle is not so easily vanquished, Bardock chuckled, then swiftly vanished from sight. Don't get too cocky, uncle. I'll send you flying, Osbier retorted, pouting slightly as she turned and threw a punch at the space behind her. Boom! The two fists collided, unleashing a violent shockwave that sent the surrounding sands exploding into the sky. Soaring thousands of meters high, the air was filled with swirling sand and billowing dust. You've changed, little girl. You've become quite unlovable, Bardock playfully scolded. He recalled how, in the past, Osbier would follow Kasso around constantly, seeking his help whenever they were bullied. Now she was intent on knocking him out. It was truly unendearing. Bardock stepped forward, shifting positions in midair, yet Osbier remained hot on his heels, refusing to let him escape. Raising his hand, Bardock unleashed a shockwave towards her. The explosive energy seemed to tear through space itself, whipping up a fierce wind as it surged towards Osbier's location. Humph! With a swift clap of her small hands, Osbier redirected the shockwave as if struck by some unseen force, sending it crashing down towards the ground. Boom! The desert floor seemed to be struck by hundreds of mini-nuclear blasts, sending sand soaring into the air, which quickly coalesced into swirling sandstorms that ravaged the battlefield. Bang, bang, bang! Two dark figures zipped through the air, colliding from all directions, each impact unleashing fierce winds that shook the ground. Bardock lunged forward with a punch, only to feel his fist connect with nothing but air. Oh no! By the time Bardock realized what was happening, it was too late. Osbier appeared above him, her small hands clasped together, descending with the force of thunder upon Bardock. Damn it! Bardock could only brace himself for the blow. In battles among skilled opponents, a single oversight could plunge one into dire straits. This scene felt hauntingly familiar to Bardock, reminiscent of his previous fight with Kasso. Am I truly being bested by a mere child? He cursed inwardly. Chapter 50. The extraterrestrial visitor Bardock gritted his teeth, caught off guard, and found himself unable to fight back against the relentless onslaught. Despite her young age, Osbier possessed a power that rivaled Bardock's, each punch landing with a painful impact. Uncle Bardock, down you go to eat dirt, she exclaimed, channeling her inner strength to gather energy in her legs. Spinning in air for 82 revolutions, accumulating power with each rotation. When she reached the 82nd rotation, her legs shimmered with a brilliant glow, and she launched a fierce kick straight into Bardock's back. Under the weight of that tremendous force, Bardock plummeted like a cannonball into the sands below. Boom! The previously settled sands erupted once more, enveloping the sky in chaos. After a moment, the hot winds swept away the airborne sands. Restoring visibility, Bardock was buried beneath the sand, with only his furry tail twitching occasionally above the surface. Hee, Uncle Bardock, are you all right? Osbier laughed as she floated down beside him. The tail twitched a couple of times, yet the figure beneath remained motionless. After a while, Bardock emerged from the sand, spitting out grains and grumbling. You little brat, hurry and help me up. Feeling the aches throughout his body, Bardock sighed in relief that Osbier had shown restraint. Otherwise, he would have had to consume a precious Senzu bean. However, her taunt about eating dirt was all too accurate, leaving him with a mouthful of sand. What a disgrace! Bardock had sensed that Osbier wasn't his match. Yet today she had sought him out for a sparring session, leading him to believe she merely wished to hone her combat skills. Little did he know, she had come to make him eat dirt. With a combat power of approximately 50,000, he had been defeated so easily. Just how powerful was Osbier's battle strength? The thought sent a shiver down Bardock's spine. Were elite warriors truly this formidable and unpredictable? He glared at Osbier like a disgruntled child. Osbier helped Bardock to his feet, grinning innocently. Faced with her naive expression, Bardock found himself at a loss for how to express his frustration. He couldn't very well say, "Little girl, let me beat you up so I can vent my anger." He lacked the gall to do so, and seeing her innocent demeanor made it even harder to act. "Let us go." Bardock spat out another mouthful of sand with resignation. In the valley, a small river flowed gently, and beneath the towering trees, two figures suddenly appeared in front of a quaint wooden cabin. Osbier had used instant transmission to bring Bardock back to the cabin. "The captain has returned," Beerus exclaimed upon seeing the two. "Captain, who won between you two?" Bardock responded, feeling that Garrus' tone held a hint of mockery. He couldn't defeat Kasso and Osbier, but surely he could handle this brat. Coldly, Bardock remarked, Garrus, I believe your training today has been insufficient. Go and complete 10 more sets according to Kasso's regimen. 10 more sets? Make it 20. If you don't finish, I'll. Before Bardock could finish, Garrus had vanished from their sight, grumbling as he left. Hearing the exchange, Osbier couldn't help but stifle a giggle. Jine, where's that rascal Kasso? Bardock asked as he entered the cabin, spotting Jine preparing lunch. Without looking up from her task, Jine replied, I don't know. Bardock nodded. Kasso often disappeared without a trace. The Saiyans needed only to utilize the gravity chamber and Senzu beams for training. Leaving the matters of the universe aside for now, especially since Frieza's forces were still hunting down the remnants on Planet Vegeta, Bardock wished to avoid such a scenario. However, with Kasso's uncanny ability to appear and disappear at will, he felt reassured. Time for lunch. Janae tidied up the items on the table and beckoned the two to come and eat. A large and a small figure sat quietly at the edge of the table, patiently awaiting Janae to bring forth the food. Suddenly, as Xiaobi was about to finish her words, she was abruptly interrupted by Osbir, who sternly said, Uncle Bedak, please hold your tongue for now. The moment her voice fell, an eerie silence enveloped the small cabin, and Bedak's heart tightened at the coldness of Osbir's tone. What was happening? Janae was still in the kitchen preparing the meal, and the small hall outside was devoid of conversation. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and Bedak dared not even breathe. Osbir furrowed her brow. Someone has breached the planet Salada. What? Bedak sprang to his feet in a flurry, alarmed that Frieza's forces might have tracked them down. After the cataclysmic explosion of Planet Vegeta, Frieza was aware that many Saiyans were unable to return, and he sought to eradicate any remaining survivors. Naturally, the prominent figures like Goku and Vegeta were spared. This realization filled Bedak with dread. He feared that Salada might be discovered by Frieza, that it cannot be mistaken. Osbir asserted with unwavering confidence. Currently, the Saiyans lacked detectors, which made Bedak's inability to sense the movements of others understandable. However, Osbir, with her acute sensitivity to energy, detected two distinct energy signatures rapidly descending from above Salada Point 1, was trailing the other, the latter being significantly more potent, suggesting it was in pursuit. Xiaobi, take me to where they are landing. Bedak's face contorted with worry as he felt a surge of urgency, that he needed to reach the site quickly. If they indeed belonged to Frieza's faction, they must devise a means to evacuate the Saiyans from this planet at once. Otherwise, their fate would be sealed upon Frieza's arrival. Uncle Bedak, relax. Their strength is not formidable. Any one of our kin could vanquish them. According to Osbir's perception, the two energy signatures comprised several weaker sources. The strongest barely reaching a combat power of 5,000. Though not every Saiyan could achieve a transformation as extraordinary as Goku's leap from 800 to 90,000 in a month, they had all improved significantly over 2 months of training in the gravity chamber. As per Osbir's knowledge, aside from a few logistical Saiyans, all remaining Saiyans boasted combat powers exceeding 6,000, including the female Saiyans. Hence, there was no cause for concern regarding these extraterrestrial intruders. Xiaobi, my worry lies not with those insignificant beings, but rather with the potential exposure of our Saiyan location. As Osbir remained still, Bedak's anxiety intensified. Upon hearing this, Osbir suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, and a shiver coursed through her body. Uncle Bedak, we must leave at once. She swiftly placed her hand on Bedak's shoulder and activated instant transmission. Chapter 51. Princess Philia above Salada. A massive spacecraft pierced through the atmosphere with haste. Its exterior, composed of the exceedingly rare zero metal, gleamed with the promise of durability and value. Were it not for the numerous battle scars adorning its hull, the ship would certainly be a sight to behold. Its peculiar egg-like shape was encircled by a dark metallic band, with windows appearing at intervals. Through these windows, one could discern several silhouettes huddled together. At the center stood a woman whose ethereal beauty resembled that of an elven being. Her cascading azure hair was draped over her shoulders, and a snow-white veil adorned her visage. Her enchanting figure, coupled with an otherworldly allure, made her seem like a celestial being untouched by earthly troubles. Such a frosty beauty often proves to be irresistibly captivating to men. Yet the pallor of her face suggested she had suffered grave injuries. The gravity on this planet is unbearable. Everyone, activate your gravity regulation wristbands. At this command, the figures hastily activated their wristband devices, and a tremor ran through them as the oppressive weight on their bodies lessened. "Princess Philia, how are you faring?" Yuna exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency. "Princess, hold on a bit longer. You must endure," the surrounding women implored, their tones revealing their deep concern. "Elder Yuna, when did this planet come into existence?" Philia inquired, her brow knitted in pain. The Zero spacecraft had traversed the cosmos for half a day and was now about to breach the skies above this planet. Yet, Philia recalled from the star system distribution map that this celestial body was not listed. Yes, that's so. Never mind that for now. Once we land, we shall confront those cosmic pirates. Yuna gritted her teeth, her expression resolute. Philia, plagued by excruciating pain and mental strain, found herself at a loss for words as the princess of the Lolita Clan. Philia hailed from an ancient lineage, seemingly intertwined with the ancient Saiyans. The Lolita Clan was scarce, boasting merely over 200 members, each possessing unparalleled intellect, particularly in technological advancements, making them a notable presence in the universe. The Zero spacecraft that Philia occupied was crafted from the finest materials and technologies of her clan. However, while gathering resources, they had been targeted by cosmic pirates, and during the vessel's ascent, one of its engines was struck by an energy blast in a desperate struggle to ensure the ship's successful launch. Philia had engaged in combat with the alien marauders, but the disparity in power was insurmountable, leaving her grievously injured upon her return to the craft. Fortunately, the other engine remained intact, allowing the Lolita Clan's extraordinary technology to facilitate a narrow escape. Yet, the pirates continued their relentless pursuit, and with dwindling energy reserves, the Zero spacecraft was forced to land on this planet. "Look at that ship behind us. Brother, we're about to strike it rich," an excited frog-like alien exclaimed, his gray-blue skin glowing with anticipation, reminiscent of someone who had taken a potent stimulant. "Let us catch up to her first." "On my command, accelerate," commanded the dog-headed alien on board the vessel. "Understood." The wind howled, and dark clouds loomed overhead as the two ships descended upon the Salada planet. The Saiyans nearby, alerted by the commotion above, rushed towards the scene. "They're about to emerge," Osbier said in a low voice. Bedak fixed his gaze intently on the two ships. The Saiyans had served Frieza for many years and were well acquainted with his fleet's designs. However, upon closer inspection, the ships did not appear to belong to Frieza's forces, which offered Bedak a measure of relief. Yes, as soon as Osbir's words echoed, both ships simultaneously opened their hatches. "Princess Philia, let us exit quickly," Yuna urged, supporting Philia as they and the rest of their kin dashed towards the exit. The female guards followed closely, their energy cannons at the ready. On the other vessel, the dog-headed alien boomed with laughter. "Haha! Everyone, follow me out." However, just as he finished his mirth, he sensed something amiss. His minions had fallen silent. Turning around, he was taken aback to find his subordinates sprawled on the ground. "Useless fools," he scolded, though the gravity had little effect on him due to his superior strength. Nevertheless, he prioritized capturing the occupants of the nearby ship. The dog-headed alien, accompanied by a few who could still stand, stepped outside. Soon, both parties descended to the ground. Philia's skin was exceptionally fair, and under the influence of her injuries, her complexion turned even more pallid. "Princess Philia, hold on. We will fight them." Yuna, witnessing Philia's ashen face, was filled with anxiety and wished fervently to eliminate the group of cosmic pirates and escort the princess back to their clan for treatment. The female guards around them looked on with deep concern for Philia. Philia shook her head, remaining silent. She understood that escape was futile, for their adversaries boasted a combat power of 5,000, rendering their weapons utterly ineffective. "Ha ha! Surrender willingly." At that moment, the dog-headed alien pursued them. "You all protect the princess well," Yuna instructed the female guards. The two factions clashed, and the battle was on the verge of erupting. However, just then, dozens of figures appeared in the sky. These fools, Bardock muttered under his breath upon seeing the newcomers. If the Saiyans had approached stealthily without alerting those in front, it would have been acceptable. Yet the Saiyans had brazenly revealed themselves, inevitably raising suspicions. If they were to broadcast their position through wireless devices, the situation for the Saiyans would become dire, as expected. Upon noticing the newcomers, both parties drew closer together, cautiously observing the arrivals. Yuna, supporting Philia, murmured, "So there are natives on this planet." They had been so focused on fleeing that they had not paid attention to the circumstances of the planet. Meanwhile, the dog-headed alien also furrowed his brow, surprised to discover the presence of natives on this planet. Natives? It was fortunate that Vegeta was not present. If their Prince Vegeta heard someone refer to his kin as natives, his pride would likely lead to the obliteration of both groups. Observing that his kin had already flown over, Bardock, concealed behind a mountainside, resignedly said, "Little B, let us go out. There's no point in hiding any longer." At that moment, two more figures appeared in the sky. Bardock, along with Osbier, landed before the Saiyans, casting a cold glance at the leader. "Castor, I'll settle accounts with you later." Originally, Castor had intended to inquire about what had transpired upon seeing Bardock, but hearing his icy reprimand left him bewildered. "What is going on? I haven't done anything wrong." Bardock ignored his foolishness and hurriedly flew down to the ground. The Saiyans behind him followed suit, leaving Castor suspended in midair, dazed on the ground. A new group emerged, creating a tripartite standoff, and silence fell as each side assessed the other's conditions. After a while, the dog-headed alien could no longer restrain himself and said, "Natives, it would be best for you to take your people and leave. This does not concern you." Faced with dozens of unknown race natives, the dog-headed alien sought to avoid complications, eager to complete the heist and depart swiftly to all the viewers. If you like Osbier, give a thumbs up. If not, give a thumbs down. Chapter 52. Castor takes action. Natives, upon hearing this, Bardock's anger turned to mockery. The Saiyans were an exceedingly proud race, having always referred to others as natives. Never had anyone dared to address Saiyans as such. Not even Frieza had ever done so. At this moment, the Saiyans behind Bardock were also seething with rage, their bodies restless with agitation. Yet, seeing that Bardock had not issued any commands, they refrained from acting impulsively. Bardock smirked. Their current position was not something others should know. And given the recent remarks, regardless of who these individuals were, they would all meet their demise. From their conversation, it was evident that this was merely a case of ordinary cosmic robbery under King Vegeta's reign. The Saiyans had engaged in similar activities, albeit he had never permitted his companions to behave in such a manner. Having grasped the situation, Bardock finally felt at ease, knowing that these small-time cosmic pirates were merely trying to survive and likely lacked any means of external communication. He decided to watch the spectacle unfold before eliminating them all. Bardock and his companions silently remained in the shadows, while Castor eagerly returned to his group. "Ha-ha!" The dog-headed alien laughed heartily, seeing that Bardock and his group were so compliant. Hearing the dog-headed alien's earlier remarks, Yuna replied with a face full of fury, "Do not listen to them. We are members of the Lolita tribe. If you assist us, we will never forget your kindness." "Uncle Bardock!" Osbier tugged at his sleeve. Bardock interrupted Osbier, saying, "Shh, don't speak. Let us quietly observe." "Oh," Littleby nodded innocently. Yuna thought to herself, after all she had said, that burly man was merely teasing the girl beside him. Completely disregarding her words, which infuriated Yuna that in truth, the Lolita tribe was not far from this planet. Aboard the Zero spacecraft, it would take merely a day to reach that if they could wait for support from their clan. Yuna could afford to stall for time. However, seeing Philia's expression, she feared it might soon be too late if they did not provide treatment. The surrounding female guards were equally anxious. Suddenly, Philia, leaning against Yuna, inexplicably spat out a mouthful of blood. "Princess Philia." The group was thrown into a panic. Yuna, witnessing Philia's increasingly dire complexion, glanced once more at Bardock and his companions. Just then, she noticed that the dozens of figures in front of them had furry tails swirling around their waists. Yuna exclaimed, "Sans?" Upon hearing her words, Philia's dim gaze brightened slightly as she struggled to lift her head to look at the group. Bardock raised an eyebrow. These two women actually recognized them as Saiyans? Following Yuna's gaze, he soon realized that the tales of his kin had inadvertently revealed their identity. Interesting, yet futile. They still had to die. Bardock's eyes were devoid of emotion as he coldly regarded Philia and the others, knowing he could not allow the news of the Saiyan survival to leak out. Meanwhile, on the side of the cosmic pirates, the dog-headed alien seemed to have ignored Yuna's words, arrogantly declaring, "No one can help you now. Surrender." Having drifted through the cosmos for so long, he had never encountered such a lucrative target. Seeing the entire spacecraft crafted from zero metal made him salivate with excitement. In this context, no one could resist the temptation, not even if Jesus himself appeared. The dog-headed alien commanded, "Charge." At his order, his subordinates swiftly drew their energy cannons, aiming them at Philia and the others. Faced with several energy cannons trained on them, the female guards momentarily panicked. The tips of the energy cannons began to glow fiercely, the light intensifying, while the violent energy caused turbulence in the air, occasionally producing explosive crackling sounds. "Elder Yuna." The female guards looked to Yuna, unsure of what to do. Yuna fixed her gaze firmly on Bardock and the others, desperately calling out, "My ancestors once aided the Saiyans." In truth, Yuna's statement was a reversal. It was the Saiyan ancestors who had once helped the Lolita tribe. She merely hoped to capture the Saiyans' attention and elicit their assistance. However, Yuna underestimated the Saiyans' ruthlessness. Upon hearing her words, Bardock's gaze flickered momentarily, but he offered no further reaction. He had to be responsible for the Saiyans. Even if Yuna's claim was true, Bardock would not hesitate when it came to the safety of his kin. Yuna had succumbed to despair. She glanced down at the princess in her arms, the princess of the Lolita tribe. Philia had always been exceptionally gifted, mastering the clan's advanced technology with ease. The Lolita tribe had no innate talent for cultivation, but Philia was an exception, demonstrating remarkable aptitude from a young age, now boasting a combat power of 1,500. Such an impressive princess, what a pity. Yuna seemed to have resigned herself to fate, closing her eyes. The energy cannon had fully charged, and a terrifying pressure spread from all around. The dog-headed alien cast a glance at Bardock, noting his lack of reaction. Displaying a modicum of awareness, he refrained from acting against Bardock, for he had no qualms about eliminating this group as well. The dog-headed alien shouted coldly, "Fire!" 7 or 8 energy cannons simultaneously unleashed dazzling laser beams. The female guards were not inclined to remain passive, firing their own energy cannons in retaliation. Seeking death, the dog-headed alien, a formidable opponent with a combat power of 5,000, effortlessly intercepted the female guards' attacks before they could reach halfway. The laser beams continued to soar forward. Just as they were about to strike Yuna and her companions, a small figure suddenly appeared before them. With a mere grasp of his hand, the laser beams transformed into wisps of green smoke, vanishing into thin air. "Who?" the dog-headed alien bellowed. "Bardock, why aren't you saving them? Their fate is of no concern to me. You still haven't told me where you've been." Bardock approached. The Saiyans behind him followed suit, collectively exclaiming, "Lord Kasso." The chorus of voices resonated, deafening in its intensity. The dog-headed alien appeared to witness something truly terrifying that a mere child had managed to withstand multiple energy-charged laser beams. Surely, he himself could not achieve such ease. The dog-headed alien swallowed hard. Meanwhile, the group of female guards, who had previously closed their eyes, opened them to discover they were unharmed. "This child saved us," Yuna exclaimed in disbelief, having anticipated her imminent demise. "Is this child also a Saiyan?" She glanced over, noticing the small boy had a tiny tail wrapped around his waist as well. "Wait, I will speak to you later," Kasso replied nonchalantly. Bardock nodded, and the earlier uproar over Kasso's name subsided into a fervent atmosphere. Even he could not help but reflect that Kasso's esteem among the Saiyans had likely eclipsed his own. However, this played perfectly into Bardock's plans. In 2 years, he could entrust the Saiyans to Kasso's care. Observing Kasso single-handedly deflecting all attacks, the dog-headed alien's eyes widened. This small child possessed not only formidable strength, but seemingly a remarkable lineage as well. The dog-headed alien demanded sternly, "Who are you?" Kasso heard the inquiry, but chose to ignore it. Moving toward Yuna, that a stunning beauty with blue hair and an alluring figure lay against Yuna. exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. A true Ice Queen. Kasso could not help but admire her. Only Bulma and Android 18 could be likened to such beauty. Yet, her complexion was pale and ashen, suggesting imminent death. The woman leaning against her appeared to be of the same lineage as the Ice Queen, exuding mature charm, particularly accentuated by her ample bosom, an absolute delight for any admirer. The remaining female guards were clearly subordinates, unmistakably so at a glance. Just now, you mentioned that your ancestors had once aided the Saiyans? Kasso raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The Saiyan race boasted a rich history, with many events recorded only vaguely. Kasso was aware of the migration from Planet Salad to Planet Vegeta, but was oblivious to the details preceding that era. However, considering Yuna's words, could this pertain to ancient Saiyan affairs? At that moment, Philia coughed up blood, droplets trickling down her chin to stain her attire. Princess, Yuna's voice quivered, tinged with despair. Little brother, do you have a healing pod? Our princess is on the verge of death. Little brother. Kasso was momentarily taken aback, a dark line of exasperation forming across his forehead. It seemed that in the Dragon Ball universe, voluptuous women had a penchant for addressing others as little brother. I don't have a healing pod, Kasso began, but before he could finish, Yuna's body began to sway precariously. Had she not been holding Philia, she would have surely collapsed. Princess! Yuna wept uncontrollably. The Lolita race had never produced such a uniquely gifted individual, and Philia had been a part of her life since childhood. Their bond was akin to that of mother and daughter, profoundly deep. Kasso cleared his throat. I don't have a healing pod. But I have this. With that, he produced a single Senzu bean from his pocket, though the thought of giving it to Yuna felt like a dagger to his heart, painful and burdensome. Philia lay against Yuna's chest, her face ashen. While she appeared uninjured externally, the blood she had just coughed up indicated severe internal damage. Such an injury, even for a robust Saiyan, would require a healing pod for recovery. While she might not be on the brink of death, she would likely need a rest for at least half a year. How much more so for a frail woman like her? What is this? Yuna gazed at the bean Kasso offered, perceiving the child as utterly lacking in compassion. Their princess was near death, and he dared to mock them with a mere bean. This bean can save her, Kasso replied irritably. Don't want it. Then I'll just keep my Senzu beans. He thought to himself that he wasn't particularly interested in them if they only sought to glean information about the Saiyans. Meanwhile, the dog-headed alien seethed with indignation. Ever since he had spoken, he had realized that none of the individuals before him paid him any heed, despite boasting a combat power of 5,000, allowing him to dominate the universe in the early stages of Dragon Ball. He felt utterly disregarded. Brother, they're ignoring you? Indeed. The dog-headed alien's subordinates eagerly stoked the flames of his anger. I end the universe. Reputation was paramount, and the provocation from his subordinates ignited a fire within him, causing him to forget that Kasso had single-handedly negated all their attacks. Die. The dog-headed alien suddenly soared into the air, 100 meters above, gathering 2 yellow energy orbs in his hands, and a halo of light formed around the energy orbs as they grew larger with his concentration. In an effort to reclaim his dignity before his subordinates, he poured all his strength into the attack and hurled it downward on the ground. Yuna, upon hearing that the bean could save lives, found it hard to believe, but realized that without a healing pod, they had no choice but to grasp at straws. Just then, as Yuna reached for the Senzu bean, a brilliant light appeared above, and the oppressive energy was terrifying. Anyone with a combat power below 2,000 struggled to maintain their footing. The winds howled ferociously, whipping up dust and debris. The female guards scrambled to huddle together, desperately bracing against the oncoming storm. Yuna clutched Philia, and even with her combat power of 1,000, she could not stand her ground at that moment. No. Faced with the overwhelming energy above, despair washed over Yuna. How could they resist such power? There was no escape. As Yuna's body was pushed back, she slowly closed her eyes. In the moment, just before her eyes shut, Yuna suddenly heard a voice cursing. Shut up, you bastard! A wave of energy surged skyward, followed by a thunderous boom. Instantly, the surroundings fell silent. Yuna opened her eyes, puzzled, as a cloud of smoke enveloped the sky, obscuring the dog-headed alien's figure, which had vanished entirely. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Kasso maintained his posture, arm raised, and Bardock could not help but smirk, thinking, does this kid truly believe he looks impressive? Osbier clapped her hands, exclaiming, Kasso, you're so cool. Bardock observed as the smoke cleared, revealing that the legendary scenario of being unharmed amidst smoke had not occurred. The dog-headed alien had been obliterated, reduced to nothingness. Such a weakling with merely 5,000 combat power was hardly deserving of further mention. Is he really dead? Yuna's eyes widened in disbelief. Had a powerful foe with a combat power of 5,000 truly met his end so easily? It is not surprising that Yuna reacted in such a manner. Within the Lolita tribe, Philia is the epitome of combat prowess, yet the canine-headed extraterrestrial effortlessly defeated her. As Yuna observed Kasso's small hand still gripping tightly, she pondered whether this little rascal was responsible for it. In that moment, a profound truth surged within her. How terrifying! If she did not save her soon, Philia would truly perish. Kasso remarked nonchalantly, Indeed, indeed. Yuna hastily shoved a magical bean into Philia's mouth, hoping that this remarkably powerful little being would not deceive her. In her despair, she glimpsed a flicker of hope. However, no matter how Yuna attempted to force the bean into Philia, the dazed girl simply could not swallow it. What to do? Panic began to creep back into Yuna's heart. Even if the bean possessed extraordinary powers, it was futile if Philia could not ingest it. Kasso furrowed his brow, sensing the elder sister's life force waning. Hurry, or it will be too late. Without hesitation, Kasso suggested, why not crush the bean with your mouth and pass it to her? Chapter 55. Time Machine. The Lolita tribe suffered tremendous losses during their ancient encounter, resulting in a notably weak reproductive capacity. After many years, their population barely exceeds 200. The current leader of the Lolita tribe is quite aged and will soon abdicate. Princess Philia, the sole daughter of the leader, possesses terrifying talents across various domains and is highly regarded by her kin as the best candidate for the next leader. Should she perish, it would be a monumental loss for the Lolita tribe. Mouth to mouth, Yuna's fair complexion flushed with embarrassment, but in her determination to save Princess Philia, she thought little of such matters. Soon, their lips met in a delicate embrace. The following text is omitted for brevity. Meanwhile, the demise of the canine-headed extraterrestrial astonished the nearby group of aliens. Among cosmic pirates, an unspoken rule dictates that one must pay a tribute to the strongest pirate in the region to forage in their territory. The canine-headed extraterrestrial was the most formidable pirate in the vicinity. The other pirates were utterly unprepared for the sudden demise of their leader, Big Brother. They exclaimed, "We must flee." Indeed, the pirates scrambled towards their ships. When did Solata Planet become a place anyone could enter at will? The Saiyans' location was not something that could be easily revealed. You trash. Bardock scoffed upon witnessing the chaos. Let us take action. Yes, Castor, unwilling to meet Bardock's gaze, recalled Bardock's warning and was the first to ascend into the sky. The remaining Saiyans followed suit, charging upward. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions echoed from a distance, reminiscent of fireworks bursting in the night sky. The properties of the magical bean are well known, yet Yuna remained unaware. She only recognized it as Philia's sole hope for salvation. She quickly chewed the bean into a paste and administered it to Philia. As they parted, a glistening thread of transparent liquid lingered between their lips. Is that all? Kasso stared, momentarily taken aback. The sight of the two elder sisters kissing was rather delightful. He had not yet had his fill of it. Yuna thought, are children nowadays so inappropriate? Just as Yuna felt exasperated, Philia, resting against her chest, coughed softly. Cough. Philia gradually opened her eyes, finding Yuna cradling her and a child nearby. She recalled being struck by a dog-headed creature and sustaining grave injuries. Was she not on the brink of death? Before losing consciousness, she had seemingly heard news of the Saiyans. Princess Philia, how do you fare? Yuna inquired anxiously. In the vast cosmos, numerous miraculous phenomena exist. Generally, injuries necessitate one to enter a healing pod. And the healing pods of the Lolita tribe are remarkably effective. For injuries as severe as Philia's, timely access to a healing pod could ensure recovery, albeit over the span of several months. Yet, Yuna was astounded to discover that the magical bean had miraculously healed Philia within mere seconds. It's all right. Felia's tone was somewhat subdued, failing to betray that she had just emerged from a critical state. That is a relief. Yuna embraced Felia tightly. Kasso observed Felia. Her demeanor was remarkably calm, and her speech lacked any hint of panic, yet the emotions reflected in her eyes suggested otherwise. She was a beauty who did not easily reveal her feelings. Still quite this stunning beauty. On another front, Lord Bardock, they have all been eliminated. The Saiyans announced as they returned to the ground. The cosmic pirates possessed at most a combat power of 2,000. Even if the canine-headed extraterrestrial were alive, he would still meet his demise. What of Castor? Bardock queried, puzzled by his absence. Captain Castor has already returned to training. The Saiyans exchanged glances, well aware of the farcical relationship between Castor and Bardock. They feared that Castor's escape might lead to a gruesome fate. Bardock mused, is this boy truly that exceptional? Let him go then. I shall ensure he faces the consequences later. Bardock then turned his gaze to Kasso. Among cosmic pirates, there are rarely any external communication devices. Bardock had instructed his kin to take action precisely because he harbored no concerns about the Saiyans' information being leaked. However, the motives of the group of females remained uncertain. Bardock was unaware of their origins and had not heard of the Lolita tribe. Judging by the advanced technology of their spacecraft, it was evident that their faction possessed significant capabilities. Bardock was apprehensive that they might transmit information before even landing on Solata Planet. Capturing them for thorough interrogation was imperative. With the gravity chamber and magical beans, the Saiyans only needed to focus on their development, showing no mercy towards their enemies. Yet, Bardock could not help but notice Kasso standing before the two women. His expression somewhat lecherous. The future leader of the Saiyans, Bardock's eyes glimmered. The Saiyans, proud as they were, would never willingly submit to Frieza. King Vegeta, the former ruler of the Saiyans, was secretly amassing strength to one day topple Frieza's reign. However, King Vegeta's arrogance and short-sightedness, coupled with his ruthless treatment of his kin, led him to exile Broly to Planet Vampa. Such a leader was unworthy, yet Kasso bore the potential to become the leader of the Saiyans. It remained to be seen whether he could be ruthless enough in significant matters. Bardock gazed at Kasso and murmured, "Do not let me down. On another front, since all is well, let us discuss the Saiyans." Kasso smiled. The origins of the Saiyans are shrouded in mystery, and Kasso was keen to learn more. The Saiyans? Felia regarded Kasso calmly. They could see this moment. Yuna felt somewhat awkward. She had previously mentioned that their ancestors had once aided the Saiyans, though the truth was far from that. However, witnessing the eager gaze of this little rascal, combined with the fact that they owed their lives to her people, Yuna steeled herself and said, "Long ago, we, the Lolita tribe, achieved significant breakthroughs in technological development." What breakthroughs? Kasso inquired, puzzled as to why they had strayed from the topic of the Saiyans. Yet, since they were discussing technological advancements, he was intrigued. Our people developed a time machine. Kasso's eyes widened in astonishment. Was it the same type of time machine that Trunks used in the future? The Lolita tribe indeed possessed something remarkable. The time machine had been successfully developed, but it could only randomly transport individuals through time and space, not designate specific destinations. Furthermore, once a person was sent away, they could not return. Yuna felt a bit embarrassed. "TCH." Kasso scoffed, "So, it's just a half-finished product." As expected, my Bulma is the most formidable. Chapter 56. Incorporating the Lolita tribe, Felia blinked her beautiful eyes, remaining silent. She was well aware of this segment of history. Yuna continued to push through her embarrassment, stating, "It was precisely due to the development of the time machine that we attracted the attention of others and ultimately faced a relentless pursuit across the universe. While it was not surprising to be discovered and pursued, facing universal pursuit was rather exaggerated." Kasso pondered quietly to himself. The time machine first made its appearance during the Cell Saga, a narrative filled with intricate timelines. In any case, it suffices to say that the time machine is an exceptionally powerful device. Therefore, it is hardly surprising that so many individuals are drawn to it. Kasso continued to inquire, and then, at that time, the most formidable race in the universe was the Saiyans, among whom there was a Saiyan named Yamoshi who took us in. Yuna paused momentarily and said, "Subsequently, our Lolita clan followed Lord Yamoshi, and with our technological support, The Saiyans ascended to their peak. So, it seems the Saiyans owe you a debt of gratitude. After listening for a while, Kasu realized that the ancestors of the Lolita clan had not bestowed favors upon the Saiyans. Rather, it was the Saiyans who had shown them kindness. Indeed, at that moment, Philia gently nodded, with her icy blue hair and the bloodstains on her chest. She appeared quite aloof. Yuna also awkwardly nodded. In that earlier situation, they had no choice, as had they not spoken in such a manner, Princess Philia might have already met her demise. However, the impact of the Lolita clan's technology on the Saiyans was substantial, as the Saiyans with technological support were entirely different from those without. Please, continue. All right. Yuna took a breath and continued. Later, for reasons unknown, the Saiyan race experienced a great internal strife, and Lord Yamoshi led our Lolita clan to escape. He settled us on a planet not far from the planet Sher, and what happened afterward remains a mystery. Nevertheless, our Lolita clan suffered heavy casualties and has yet to recover. Yuna's voice carried a hint of sorrow, and she too could not fathom why such a powerful race as the Saiyans would descend into chaos. All right, I understand now. Kasu chuckled helplessly, realizing that despite hearing so much, he had gleaned only a fragment of information regarding the Saiyans. However, he could piece together the subsequent story. Yamoshi was a kind and righteous Saiyan who, alongside his 5 companions, first transformed into a Super Saiyan while resisting the evil Saiyans. That Yamoshi's transformation and terrifying combat prowess left the other Saiyans astounded. Although Yamoshi was ultimately defeated by sheer numbers, it marked the beginning of a legend. Later, Yamoshi's spirit wandered, continuing to seek 6 righteous-hearted Saiyans in pursuit of a more powerful savior, the Super Saiyan God. In a Dragon Ball Super saga, Beerus came to Earth seeking the Super Saiyan God due to the influence of Yamoshi's soul. Kasu glanced at Philia and the others, surprised to discover that they had once followed Yamoshi. How intriguing. Kasu, we've shared all we needed to. Can we now depart from this planet? Having heard the address of Lord Kasu, Yuna was now aware of his name and looked at him with trepidation. Philia's bright eyes also sparkled, clearly eager to return to her own planet. Where to? Kasu's expression hardened. Did you not say that by discussing the Saiyans, we would be allowed to leave? Yuna, slightly anxious, noted that despite his young appearance, this little brat possessed immense strength. If he were to refuse, they would not be able to escape. While it was true that she had deceived this group of Saiyans, her ancestors had indeed aided them. How could he be so unreasonable? I never made such a promise, Kasu replied coldly. As Bardock stated, the Saiyans must not venture outside, nor should others discover their presence on the planet Sher. Yuna contemplated for a moment and realized that Kasu had indeed never uttered those words. Philia furrowed her brow as well. The might of the Saiyans was undeniable. The Lolita clan had once followed Yamoshi, and they were well aware of the Saiyan strength. However, following that significant upheaval, the Saiyans began to descend from their pedestal in the universe. Even so, the Lolita clan had considered realigning with the Saiyans, only to find that the Saiyans had changed drastically. The Saiyans had become malevolent, committing heinous acts, and now followed Frieza, invading other planets without restraint. Yet the current Saiyans still refer to themselves as a warrior race. Yuna understood that this title had been passed down since the era of Yamoshi, and she believed that the present-day Saiyans were unworthy of such a designation. Hence, she was reluctant to engage with them further. But why were they being denied the opportunity to leave? Philia also regarded Kasu with curiosity. Was this little brat truly the fabled Saiyan race? Was it not said that the current Saiyans had fallen from grace? She found this young boy to be quite impressive. Did you know that the Saiyans were annihilated by Frieza? Kasu walked around the two. Ever since hearing Yuna speak of her ancestors, he had refrained from explaining why he would not allow them to leave, instead viewing this as a potential opportunity. Yuna and Philia widened their eyes. Believing they had misheard, the entire universe knew that the Saiyans were loyal subordinates of Frieza, but who would believe that the Saiyans had been destroyed by their own master? It was no wonder the two displayed such expressions. Let me put it this way. Kasu prepared to unveil his intentions. It is impossible for you to leave here. Either your entire clan aligns with us Saiyans, or I will annihilate the Lolita clan. Kasu spoke with an emotionless tone, akin to a hidden assassin, capable of claiming lives at any moment. Even the icy Philia shuddered at his words. You. Yuna opened her mouth, startled by Kasu's declaration. When had the Saiyans been destroyed? Then why were these Saiyans still alive? Yuna was utterly perplexed. However, according to Kasu's assertion, if the Saiyans had indeed been obliterated by Frieza, they would be the remnants of the Saiyans, hiding on this planet. Denying their departure was likely a means to prevent leaks and to ensure that they did not relay information back to their clan. As such, it would be more efficient to incorporate their entire race. Realizing this, Yuna and Philia exchanged glances, both reflecting a shared shock in their expressions. Kasu observed their expressions, noting their newfound understanding. Quite astute, aren't they? Chapter 57. Arrival at Lolita, Star Kasu instructed them to continue contemplating their situation. In truth, there was little to ponder. They could either align with the Saiyans or perish. Those were their only two choices. Moreover, if mere ants strive to survive, one can only imagine that an entire race would choose to do the same. Thus, Philia and Yuna would undoubtedly opt to join the Saiyan race. Approaching Bardock, Kasu remarked, "Kid, have you noticed how the beautiful older sister has softened?" Bardock replied coldly, "Don't spout nonsense. You'll see when the time comes." Kasu pinched Osbier's face, provoking a flurry of outrage from her, as she cried out, "Bad brother!" Bardock's foresight was commendable, yet it was impossible for him to know what transformation the inclusion of a technologically advanced race would bring to the Saiyans. As Yuna had indicated, when Yamoshi brought the Lolita Clan back into the Saiyan fold, the backing of advanced technology allowed the Saiyans' influence to expand rapidly, reaching unprecedented heights. Yet, the current Saiyans possessed nothing. Not even the most basic of scouters. They were akin to blind fighters in battle. Before long, Yuna and Philia approached, while the other female guards remained stationary. "That I agree," Philia stated calmly. The position of the leader of the Lolita clan would inevitably fall to Philia, who was acutely aware of her clan's current circumstances. To be frank, apart from their prowess in technological research, the Lolita clan was lacking in other areas. They possessed no innate talent for cultivation, and even their research outcomes could not be safeguarded. The Lolita clan was tightly knit, yet without adequate strength, they could not protect their research achievements, relying instead on powerful forces to assist them in marketing their products. Often receiving meager profits in return, times, they could not even recoup their initial investments. Now, having heard Kasu's pronouncement, Philia, though initially taken aback, soon came to a realization. The Saiyans were so formidable that perhaps realigning with them could bring about a transformative change for the Lolita clan. Upon seeing the two nod in agreement, Kasu expressed no surprise that to disagree is to invite death. Having chosen to align with the Saiyan forces, you must now disclose whether any information regarding the Saiyans has been leaked. Kasso's tone was somewhat calm at this moment. While he appeared nonchalant, those familiar with him had already sensed something amiss. When we were being pursued by that two-headed hound, we sought aid from our clan. Although at that time we had yet to set foot on this planet. Yuna hesitated to meet Kasso's gaze, stammering, "However, our spaceship is equipped with a positioning system." Suddenly, the sky trembled violently in that instant. Even those nearby struggled to maintain their footing. Bardock's pupils constricted, his heart racing with trepidation. This boy is truly terrifying. Kasso's clenched fists soon relaxed, his voice chillingly cold as he demanded, "Speak. In which direction lies your planet?" Yuna was bewildered. "However, speak." Kasso bellowed with authority. He had no time to squander. If the Lolita clan disseminated the information about this planet, all his efforts would be in vain. The sight of this child's fury startled both Philia and Yuna. Philia instinctively pointed northward. Not resist." Kasso impatiently commanded, then took Philia's delicate hand and activated instant transmission, in the face of racial peril. The beauty before him was inconsequential, unless, upon witnessing Kasso's disappearance. Osbier frowned, muttering, "Brother Kasso has run off again." Bardock merely sighed. Not far from planet Sharada, on Lolita Star, the sky exhibited a pale green hue, adorned with a few brown clouds. Light filtered through the clouds, casting a grayish glow upon the towering edifices, merging with the metallic materials to exude a palpable sense of technology. In a spacious conference hall, dark golden chairs were filled with attendees, most of whom were women. Their appearances akin to Philia's, yet their demeanor vastly different. An elderly woman, leaning on a cane and flanked by two female guards, sat in the highest chair and declared solemnly, "I have just received word that our princess is being hunted and has landed on an unknown planet." As her words fell, the entire conference hall erupted in chaos. Over 200 Lolita inhabitants shouted in unison, "Who is responsible? It must be the Sharberians. How dare they treat us this way after we chose to follow the Saiyans? Indeed, leader, we shall retaliate. We cannot allow anything to happen to the princess. Once, the Lolita clan was hunted across the universe, but since aligning with the Saiyans, who dared to utter a word against them? Other intergalactic beings bowed and scraped before them. Silence. The woman, Iweni, continued. It was not they who attacked. Philia and her companions merely encountered cosmic pirates, and these pirates possess a combat power of 5,000. At the mention of 5,000 combat power, the hall fell instantly silent. The highest combat power within the Lolita clan was Philia, merely 1,500 points. What shall we do? I intend to seek assistance from the Sharberians. Iwenie's voice grew somber, tinged with helplessness. The heavens bestowed great intellect upon the Lolita clan, but deprived them of any talent for cultivation. Otherwise, they would not find themselves seeking aid so readily. However, the Sharberians were notorious for their ruthlessness. Soliciting their help would undoubtedly cost the Lolita clan dearly. Indeed, as soon as Iwenie's words concluded, dissent erupted once more in the hall. Yet, within mere seconds, the clamor subsided. The Lolita, known for their intelligence, grasped the crux of the situation in an instant. In the nearby star regions, the Sharberians were the most formidable, their combat power exceeding 10,000. Thus, they were the only ones capable of rescuing Philia. The 200 Lolita inhabitants understood that their only hope lay with the Sharberians. Otherwise, their princess was doomed to perish. Frustrated, at that moment, all the Lolita began to reminisce about their days following Yamoshi. Suddenly, two figures appeared in the hall with a swish, one tall and one short. It's Princess Philia. The princess has returned. All the Lolita rose in excitement, their eyes fixed on the striking figure. Just as they were contemplating seeking the Sharberians' help, Philia had returned unexpectedly. She nodded to the assembly before approaching Iweni, saying, "Leader, I am back." Chapter 58. The submission of the Lolita clan. Thank goodness you have returned. Iwenie's voice was tinged with excitement, yet she quickly regained her composure before her kin. "Speak." Kasso wished to resolve this matter swiftly. Philia furrowed her brow, finding the young boy rather fearsome and not at all endearing. She calmly stated, "Leader, the news of my being pursued has not been disseminated. Has it?" Iweni shook her head. She had intended to seek help from the Sharberians, but Philia's return prevented that from happening, so no one was aware of her predicament. Philia sighed in relief. Fortunately, the information about that planet hadn't been transmitted. Otherwise, the little Saiyan before her might have annihilated Lolita Star. "Leader, let us once more align ourselves with the Saiyans." Philia was acutely aware of her clan's plight. Rather than continue to be oppressed by the Sharberians, it would be wiser to follow the Saiyans. If this young boy was already so formidable, one could only wonder how powerful the entire Saiyan race must be. However, there was a significant downside. The Saiyans on that planet were remnants hunted by Frieza, and aligning with them would pose considerable risks. Yet, failing to follow the Saiyans would mean certain destruction for Lolita Star. Having considered all aspects, Philia patiently awaited Iwenie's response. At that moment, the Lolita stood once more. "Princess, you propose we follow the Saiyans again, but Haven T they turned wicked. It seems following the Saiyans might not be so bad." Various voices echoed throughout the conference hall, their opinions divided, perhaps due to the prolonged oppression by the Sharberians. Most of the Lolita displayed little resistance to rejoining the Saiyans. Some even bore expressions of eager anticipation. Iweni frowned. How can you say that? As the clan leader, she had contemplated numerous factors, yet some matters could not simply be done on a whim. She had to consider the welfare of her people and could not act unilaterally. If we do not join the Saiyans, we shall face annihilation. Philia replied matter-of-factly. She had to speak the truth, and quickly recounted the events. As Philia's final words echoed in the hall, a profound silence enveloped the space. The Lolita turned their gazes toward Kasso, their eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be that such a diminutive Saiyan possessed a combat power exceeding 10,000? After a moment of silence, Iwini nodded. Very well. The clan's history held many accounts, and none understood the terror of the Saiyans better than she, the leader, if they did not heed the child's counsel. Lolita Star might indeed face destruction. Furthermore, aligning with the Saiyans may not necessarily be a misstep. Seeing this development, Kasso was momentarily taken aback. Had they reached an agreement so swiftly? Typically, during times of racial crisis. Wouldn't they put up a fierce resistance first? No matter. Kasso decided to let it go. As long as they agreed to join the Saiyan clan, everything else could be negotiated. I shall grant you 1 day to prepare. Thereafter, I will escort you away from this place. Very well. Philia flicked her ice-blue hair, ready to depart. However, an announcement suddenly rang out. Leader, the Sharberians seek an audience. Before the messenger could finish speaking, a blue-skinned, hook-nosed alien barged through the door. Ignoring the expressions of the Lolita, the newcomer sauntered up to Iwini, arrogantly proclaiming, "Old hag, how goes the research on the latest developments? Hurry up and sell it. The sooner, the better." The Sher people, emboldened by their formidable warriors boasting a battle prowess of 10,000, exhibit an astonishing arrogance. Yevini is seething with anger, yet feels utterly powerless. In the vastness of the cosmos, strength reigns supreme. Regardless of how advanced your technology may be, a lack of power invites oppression. This was true for the Lolita people in the past, and it remains so today. Presently, Yevini has entrusted the research achievements of her clan to the Sher for management, yet they treat the Lolita with such disdain. This scene caught Kasso's eye, prompting him to tug at Philia's sleeve. "Hey, has this guy always been this arrogant?" "Hey!" Philia shot him an irritable glare. This little brat was truly insufferable. Nevertheless, she nodded in agreement. The Sher were notorious for their haughtiness throughout this star domain, particularly towards the Lolita, a princess. She was acutely aware of this. Should I dispose of him? Kasso found it difficult to speak while looking up. So he floated beside Philia in mid-air. But as he turned his head, he inadvertently caught sight of the fair expanse before her. "Wow, that's quite white." Upon hearing this, Philia's eyes sparkled momentarily. "Really? Can you?" Of course, Kasso quickly averted his gaze, lest he be branded a little rogue. However, he was genuinely pleased to have recently incorporated a high-tech race and was more than willing to stand up for the Lolita. Meanwhile, seeing Yevini remain silent, Shabai exploded with rage. "Old hag, I'm asking you a question." The Lolita, long accustomed to being oppressed by the Sher, could not suppress their anger at how he addressed their leader. It was no wonder some were filled with eager anticipation upon hearing about joining the Saiyan forces. The hall echoed solely with Shabai's voice. Yevini said nothing, her cold gaze fixed upon him. Now that the Lolita had allied with the Saiyan clan, based on her understanding of the Saiyans, she knew they would never allow their kin to be bullied. Sure enough, a youthful voice rang out. "Ugly creature. Who do you think you are?" Upon hearing this, Shabai instinctively straightened his posture, responding arrogantly. "I'm Shabai." "So what?" Kasso nearly burst out laughing. However, his expression suddenly turned icy. "You can go die." He raised a small hand, and a deep blue energy sphere materialized, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy that attracted ions from the void, forming swirling silver dragons. "No!" Shabai cried out in terror. Boom! The blue wave of light leapt through the air, crashing down upon him with an explosive sound. In less than half a minute, Shabai was obliterated. Incredible! Philia clasped her delicate hands together, her eyes sparkling like stars. The Lolita could not help but swallow hard. After being oppressed for so long, someone had finally stood up for them. At that moment, they felt that joining the Saiyan clan was indeed the right choice. Yevini allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. Clearly, she had not misjudged the Saiyans. "Hey, am I impressive or what?" Kasso turned to glance at the icy beauty, evidently in high spirits today. "If you annihilate the Sher clan, I shall concede your prowess." Philia smirked. This playful expression momentarily stunned Kasso. Could the Ice Princess truly display such a demeanor? Yet upon hearing the suggestion of destroying the Sher clan, he let out a cold chuckle. Since we've started, let's deliver a complete annihilation. Where are they? Philia widened her eyes. She had merely been joking. Chapter 59. Philia's son the Sher were not unfamiliar with such brazen confrontations as the princess of the Lolita. Philia had witnessed her fair share. In the face of such situations, one often had to swallow their indignation, daring neither to express anger nor to voice complaints. After all, they possessed warriors with battle powers exceeding 10,000. Having endured oppression from the Sher for so long, the sudden emergence of an ally felt akin to traversing a parched desert for 3 days and nights, only to stumble upon an oasis. Philia's gaze softened as she regarded Kasso. This little brat wasn't so unbearable after all. Hurry and gather your things. Tomorrow I shall take you away that I will deal with the Sher now, as a welcome gift for your joining the Saiyans. Kasso took Philia's delicate hand, smiling as he said, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, the two vanished from their spot. With their departure, the conference hall erupted in excitement. The image of Kasso obliterating the Sher lingered vividly in the minds of the Lolita. Although that Sher wasn't particularly strong, Philia could have dealt with him, albeit with some effort. The young Saiyan had dispatched him with a single strike. "Leader, he's so powerful. We are finally returning to the Saiyan clan." "Ha ha! The Sher have landed themselves in a heap of trouble." All the Lolita were elated, leaping with joy. Yavini nodded. She too was eagerly anticipating their return to the Saiyan clan. Watching Philia and Kasso's close relationship, she felt it was time to pass on the leadership of the Lolita to Philia. With her daughter's bond with this young lad, the Saiyans would undoubtedly treat the Lolita well. Contemplating this, Yavini wore a motherly smile. Amidst a dazzling array of stars, with twinkling lights scattered across the expanse, a small figure accompanied by a striking beauty appeared on a gray planet. "Is this the star? It doesn't seem all that impressive. How could you not handle them?" Philia's lips twitched slightly that a battle power of 10,000 was already quite formidable in the universe. Such warriors could easily serve as squad leaders within Frieza's ranks. "Shall we obliterate this planet?" Kasso pondered. "Never mind. Let's first give you a chance to vent." Through Kasso's perception, the highest battle power on Sher star barely reached 10,000. The rest were mere trash. No, to be precise. Everyone on this planet was trash. "Give me your hand," Kasso said nonchalantly. He merely wished to teleport with Philia, not to appear as an unsavory character. Philia understood this and willingly extended her hand to Kasso. Feeling the coolness and silkiness of her touch, a ripple of emotion stirred within him. "Let us go." With a swish, the two vanished in an instant. Within a gray palace, a blue-skinned Sher exclaimed, "Lord Shaley, the inventions of the Lolita are quite impressive. Our coffers are nearly overflowing." Sitting in the highest position within the palace, Lord Shaley laughed heartily. Those women are indeed remarkable. Lord Shaley, since the Lolita have earned us so much, shouldn't we treat them a bit better? No need. They are merely a bunch of garbage." "Why, yes, of course." The blue-skinned Sher, sensing Lord Shaley's displeasure, quickly offered a fawning smile. Within the clan, Shaley's command were absolute, and none dared to defy him. That moment, two figures suddenly appeared within the palace. "This is it?" "Oh, can you display some other reaction? Your lack of enthusiasm is truly dull." Kasso shot an exasperated glance at Philia. Noticing Philia's indifference, he had grown accustomed to it, and turned his attention back to the upper echelons of the palace. In his perception, the highest battle power among the Sher was situated here. Looking upward, he beheld a figure standing 2 meters tall, with alternating blue and gray skin. Particularly drawing attention was his nose, which curved far more than those of other Sher. "Who are you?" Lord Shaley inquired, his gray eyes widening in shock at the sudden appearance of these two, the speed at which they arrived. Shaley was astonished that he had not sensed their entrance. A sense of foreboding lingered in the air. However, the blue-skinned Shalber recognized Philia, who stood beside Kasso. "Are you not the princess of the Lolita tribe? Have you brought us the latest research?" In the eyes of the Shalber, the Lolita people were merely free labor, and their inventions were particularly practical. Yet this time she had unexpectedly brought a little child along. The blue-skinned Shalber suddenly barked. What nonsense is it to bring your son here? Upon hearing this, Kasso's eyes widened in disbelief. While Philia's frosty visage underwent a dramatic transformation, the image of the Ice Princess was utterly shattered in that moment. Meanwhile, Shaylee, seated nearby, chuckled softly, realizing they were from the Lolita tribe. With his understanding of the Lolita people's capabilities, he deemed them rather weak. It must have been his oversight not to have noticed their movements earlier. Indeed, that must be it. Shaylee remarked coldly to the pair. Put down your new research, and you may take your leave. Kasso, snapping out of his stupor, glanced at Philia's pale face, half blue and half white. Am I her son? He scoffed, anger bubbling up in a sardonic laugh. The Shalber was truly amusing. Philia finally regained her composure. Raising her trembling hand to point at the blue Shalber. You, she exclaimed, her bosom heaving furiously. Though she was still a youthful maiden, being accused of having Kasso as her son infuriated her to no end. I regret not having obliterated this planet at the first opportunity. Kasso released Philia's hand, his entire being floating in mid-air, emanating an aura of chilling malevolence. The palace instantly turned unbearably frigid, as if Shaylee had stepped into an eternal ice house. Struggling to breathe and feeling the blood sluggishly coursing through his veins. Who is this child? He wondered suddenly, noticing a fluffy little tail wrapped around Kasso's waist. A Saiyan. Shaylee blurted out. He had previously learned about the Saiyans during Frieza's campaign against them. He never expected to encounter one now. Oh. Kasso smirked, amused that this fellow even recognized Saiyans. The information regarding Saiyans was something Bardock had always been concerned about. It must not leak out. However, it mattered little, as long as he could eradicate the threat entirely. Yet, in an instant, Shaylee vanished from his seat. He understood that when facing a Saiyan, one must not harbor any illusions. The Saiyans were a fearsome race, growing stronger in the face of adversity. Thus, Shaylee chose to strike first. Chapter 60. The destruction of Shalber star Shaylee's ascension to dominion over this star system was not without justification. He would never underestimate any adversary, especially not one who was a Saiyan. That a streak of blue lightning coursed through the palace's skies, as Shaylee's overwhelming presence unsettled the tranquil atmosphere, unleashing a torrent of energy. In an instant, he appeared behind Kasso, raising his fist, intent on delivering a crushing blow. Yet, noticing Kasso's utter lack of reaction, a sense of unease washed over him, his heart momentarily halting. With a gasp, Shaylee instinctively retreated a few steps, his heart resuming its rhythm. He regarded the young boy before him with trepidation. The inherent strength of Saiyans may not be particularly formidable, but their physical constitution was extraordinarily abnormal. Years ago, when Shaylee's power level was a mere 5,000, he had encountered a Saiyan whose power was only around 2,000. Initially, he had easily overpowered the Saiyan, yet as the battle progressed, the Saiyan grew increasingly fierce, ultimately matching him blow for blow. Just when he believed he held the advantage, that Saiyan had hurled a wave of light into the sky, transforming into a massive gorilla. Thankfully, Shaylee had managed to escape swiftly, otherwise he might have perished. Now, this child exuded an even more intense aura than that previous Saiyan. Shaylee instinctively felt that should he dare to advance further, he would meet his demise. Why is the little brat not moving? At the moment Shaylee took action, Philia was taken aback, bewildered by his sudden stillness. Unbeknownst to her, Shaylee had just narrowly escaped death. However, it wouldn't be long. What a charade! Shaylee raged, incensed that he had been intimidated by a mere child. With a fierce swing of his arm, a bolt of blue energy surged toward Kasso. The energy sphere tearing through the air, igniting a solar-like heat through friction. Even Philia on the ground could feel the terrifying temperature. Be careful, she cried urgently as the energy sphere was poised to strike Kasso. He suddenly pivoted, raising a small hand to grasp it. The menacing energy orb halted in his palm, spinning ominously while emitting a dreadful hissing sound. With a decisive squeeze, Kasso crushed the energy sphere, transforming it into a dazzling burst of light that scattered around them like celestial petals, resplendent and enchanting. Witnessing this spectacle, Philia's eyes widened, her mouth forming an O shape. What incredible power! In stark contrast, Shaylee was consumed by terror, retreating frantically while muttering, "Impossible! The Saiyans have been hunted by Frieza's forces, yet this remnant was utterly terrifying. That last attack had utilized over 80% of his strength, and it had been effortlessly obliterated. How dull!" Kasso intoned coldly, his patience waning. With those words, he vanished in a flash. The chilling aura surged forth once more, brimming with murderous intent, as Shaylee's heart filled with dread. No matter how he searched for Kasso, he could not locate him. Just then, Shaylee felt a sudden pang in his heart. Looking down, he discovered a tiny hand had pierced through his chest. The agonizing sensation radiated from his heart, coursing to his brain and spreading throughout his body. With a splutter, a jet of blue blood erupted from Shaylee's mouth, his body trembling violently before he collapsed backward with a thud. Was he truly dead? Philia approached cautiously, finding it surreal to see the once dominant Shaylee lying motionless on the ground. Moments passed, yet he remained still, better dead than alive. She mused, shaking her head, her blue locks swaying gently behind her. As the burdens of the past were finally lifted, Philia fluttered her beautiful eyes, fixating intently on the boy's small figure. From this moment onward, the Lolita tribe would follow the Saiyans' lead. "Let us depart," Kasso declared as he approached Philia, taking her delicate hand in his. "Now, hold your breath." In an instant, the two vanished, leaving the palace in a profound silence, save for the once boastful Shalber, and he gazed at the fallen leader, then patted his chest, relieved that the two had chosen to ignore him. Kasso and Philia transformed into a streak of lightning, slicing through the sky, breaking free from the atmosphere and entering the vastness of space. Philia remembered Kasso's words and held her breath. They lingered outside Shalber Star when Kasso raised a single hand. A brilliant blue light ignited above his palm, growing ever brighter as energy flowed into it. In the dark expanse of the universe, it resembled a newborn sun, illuminating the entire star system. Suddenly, a blue energy sphere, measuring 10 meters in diameter, materialized before Philia's eyes. Gazing at the terrifying energy, her heart raced uncontrollably, prompting her to clutch her chest with her small hand, her thoughts racing. He possesses at least 100,000 in battle power. The searing energy continued to compress, the pressure surrounding the energy sphere escalating. In that fleeting moment, it was as though the cosmos echoed with the sound of space tearing apart. Kasso furrowed his brow, and with a swift flick of his hand, the colossal energy sphere plummeted downward with terrifying velocity. Without a backward glance, Kasso vanished alongside Philia into the cosmos. The energy sphere breached Shalber Star's atmosphere, unleashing an overwhelming force that caused the planet to tremble violently. The earth shook and the heavens quaked. As if heralding the apocalypse, within the palace, the blue Shalber sat upon Shaylee's throne, pondering that this position was not as comfortable as it appeared. However, with a thunderous roar, the world erupted. In the next moment, a cataclysmic explosion erupted on Shalber Star. Half a day had elapsed. Kasso returned to Lolita Star with Philia. The planet bustled with activity, every individual preoccupied with their own affairs. Yet upon observing their faces, one could discern that they seemed to have encountered something profoundly joyous. "Well, little one, it appears your kin do not resist joining the Saiyan forces." Upon their return to Lolita Star, Kasso continued to grasp Philia's hand, seemingly oblivious to the need to release it. Perhaps it was simply forgotten. Philia cast a disapproving glance at Kasso, uttering not a word, her entire demeanor radiating an air of icy elegance. That moment, Yvonne approached from a distance. "You have arrived just in time. I have obliterated all the Sherber people." Kasso remarked nonchalantly that, "Is that truly the case?" Yvonne exclaimed in astonishment. Kasso nodded helplessly. "It is said that they once followed the Saiyans. Yet they dare to question the very powers of the Saiyans." Yvonne turned her gaze towards Philia, who merely nodded in agreement. "Splendid, splendid indeed." Yvonne exclaimed thrice with palpable excitement, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. One could hear in her tone the weight of grievances that the Lolita people had endured over the years. Thus, it seemed that joining the Saiyan clan was indeed a sagacious choice. After a brief interval, Yvonne composed herself and inquired, "Lord Kasso, we are nearly prepared. When shall we depart?" Have all the equipment and such been organized? Kasso understood that for the Saiyans to rejuvenate, they must invest in technology. And the equipment was precisely what they currently required. Otherwise, transporting them back to Sarada would yield nothing, for even a top-tier scientist like Bulma would be rendered ineffective. Everything is ready. Yvonne leaned on her cane, observing Kasso with a mixture of astonishment and admiration. This young boy was remarkably formidable, having traversed a Sher star and annihilated the entire planet in mere hours. Was the current generation of Saiyans truly this powerful? Kasso, unaware of her thoughts, simply nodded. Very well, gather all the friends of Lolita. Lolita Star and Sarada Star were not far apart. Traveling in the Zero ship would take roughly a day, but Kasso intended to utilize instantaneous movement to transport them in batches. Moreover, Kasso's current strength was far superior to before. Relocating the Lolita Clan along with the equipment should only require half a day, especially with the presence of the Senzu beings. Perhaps they wouldn't even need a full day. With that thought, Kasso exhaled in relief. Friends? Kasso's casual mention of friends prompted a shared glance of amusement between Philia and Yvonne, followed by a soft chuckle. This little one is rather endearing, Lord Kasso. I shall summon our kin. Yvonne nodded at Philia before gradually making her way back to the conference hall. Another half-day passed, and evening arrived. The sky shimmered with countless stars, the moon casting its gentle glow. The square was illuminated with bright lights. Over 200 Lolita people stood at the center, occasionally whispering amongst themselves, I wonder if the Saiyans are fierce. Surely not. Our ancestors once followed the Saiyans, and now we return to them. The thought alone is exhilarating. As they spoke, anticipation painted the faces of the Lolita people. By the way, I forgot to mention, Sarada Star has 10 times the gravity. Do take heed. Previously, Kasso had observed Yuna and her companions descend onto Sarada Star without any apparent discomfort, likely utilizing some advanced technology. Nevertheless, it was prudent to offer a warning. Sarada Star? Philia and Yvonne gasped in surprise. Their tribe had records indicating that Sarada Star had exploded amidst the Saiyan civil strife. How could Kasso still speak of it? I shall explain later. Surely you have a means to cope with tenfold gravity. Kasso was eager to expedite the relocation of the Lolita clan. Indeed, Philia nodded, her race being primarily driven by technological advancements. As early as the Yamosi era, the Lolita clan had developed gravity adjustment devices. Otherwise, they would have been unable to accompany the Saiyans at that time. However, was that previous planet truly Sarada Star? Philia felt a wave of astonishment. She recalled the records within her clan that indicated the planet held extraordinary significance for the Saiyans. When the Lolita clan was oppressed by the Sher people, they had contemplated returning to the Saiyan tribe, but the absence of Sarada Star's support had ultimately led to naught. Philia's heart fluttered. Although the current Saiyan numbers were diminished, with Sarada Star, the possibilities were vast. Lost in thought, Philia unconsciously revealed a captivating smile, her beauty blooming like a snow plum blossom in an instant. Kasso, witnessing this, pondered, what on earth is this silly girl thinking? Before long, the Lolita clan had gathered. The Lolita people stood to one side, while the technological equipment was arranged elsewhere. Then let us prepare to depart. Kasso noted that they were nearly ready and proceeded according to the plan previously agreed upon with Yvonne. He would first transport the Lolita people to Sarada Star, then return for the equipment. On Sarada Star, not far from Bardock's modest abode, a multitude of figures suddenly materialized, approximately 20 individuals. The moment these 20 stepped onto Sarada Star, their bodies trembled momentarily before swiftly returning to normalcy. They had adjusted to the gravity. Observing this, Kasso nodded inwardly. If they could not even handle such gravity, the Lolita people would indeed be lacking. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the cabin. Kasso, brother. Osbier dashed forward. Leaping onto Kasso with her little legs wrapped tightly around his waist. That moment, Bardock also exited the cabin. Uncle Bardock, these are friends of the Lolita clan. Please ensure their proper accommodation, as I must continue bringing over more of their kin. Kasso addressed Bardock while balancing Osbir. Little Osbier, why not assist your brother? Emichem. In an instant, the two vanished from their location. Bardock, witnessing the departure of these two children, displayed little reaction. though he was taken aback by the sheer number of female figures before him. Had Kasso truly brought over an entire clan? With Osbier's assistance, Kasso's speed of transportation vastly increased. In less than half a day, aside from Philia, they had successfully relocated all the Lolita people and their technological devices. Now, only Philia remained on Lolita's star. Expressionless, she surveyed the entirety of Lolita's star, then shook her head. The future will be brighter. She thought of that little boy and unconsciously broke into a gentle smile. At that moment, Kasso returned to Lolita's star. Well then, it is your turn. MHM. With a swift motion, the two vanished from Lolita's star. On Sarada's star, the moment Kasso and the 20 Lolita individuals arrived, the Saiyans were stirred into action, eagerly awaiting Kasso's return. With the appearance of Kasso and Philia, the entirety of the Lolita clan had been successfully transported back. Kasso brother. Osbier leapt once more onto Kasso, supporting her with both hands. Kasso turned to Bardock and said, Uncle Bardock, these are friends of the Lolita clan. They once followed our Saiyan people. Kasso swiftly narrated the origins of the Lolita clan. Upon hearing that the Lolita clan had once followed Yamosi, Bardock and the other Saiyans initially remained indifferent. It was only when Kasso mentioned that Yamosi was the first Super Saiyan that every Saiyan erupted in a fervor, excitement coursing through them. The legend of the Super Saiyan is indeed true. There truly exists a Super Saiyan. Each Saiyan voiced their astonishment, unable to contain their excitement. However, Bardock maintained a stoic expression. Observing the fervor of the crowd, he was aware that the legend of the Super Saiyan was indeed real, and that his son Kakarot would become the second Super Saiyan. Yet Bardock cast a glance at Kasso, musing to himself, perhaps Kakarot might even be the third. Chapter 62. Philia's Dilemma. Leader Yvonne, this gentleman is our Saiyan leader. Bardock, Kasso, rather impolitely, pointed at Bardock and spoke. Upon noticing this, Bardock merely curled the corner of his mouth. Had he been able to overpower Kasso, the latter would likely be lying on the ground by now. Greetings! Yvonne had already learned from Philia that the Saiyans were being hunted by Frieza's forces and could only take refuge on Planet Salad. She was not overly concerned about this, from the moment Kasso brought his kin here. She understood that this little rascal possessed a remarkably magical ability. And no matter the circumstances, Frieza would never be able to capture the Saiyans. Therefore, the safety of the Lolita clan was not a worry. Additionally, Planet Salad seemed to have inexplicably recovered, and Yvonne was rather optimistic about the Saiyan race. Welcome to our fold, Bardock stated nonchalantly, observing the group of Lolita people, most of whom were women with only a handful of men. It was no wonder Yuna remarked on their low reproductive capacity. Initially, he thought Kasso might eliminate Yuna and her kin, yet he never expected Kasso to return with all of Yuna's people. While this might prevent the Saiyans' information from leaking, Bardock still couldn't fathom Kasso's motives. Bardock called out to Castor, who was hiding at the back of the crowd. Castor, come here and arrange accommodations for our Lolita friends. Coming, Castor, evasive, glanced at Bardock. He vividly remembered Bardock's previous training session with him, and now, the sight of Bardock made him involuntarily tremble. Kasso, cradling Osbier, said to Philia, First, let's settle your people. All right, Philia replied with a slight nod, then led the Lolita clan to follow Castor. The Saiyans gave her a rather indifferent impression, entirely different from Kasso, yet Philia believed their interactions would change over time. Once they had departed, Bardock shouted at the surrounding Saiyans. What are you all dawdling for? Do you intend to stand here until dawn? No. Hurry, go explain to Lord Bardock. Do you wish to perish? In an instant, the Saiyans vanished without a trace. Uncle Bardock, you'll end up with no friends behaving like this. Kasso chuckled. Despite Bardock's fierce demeanor towards his kin, Kasso understood it was merely his leadership style. The Saiyans were well aware of this, which is why they often jested with him that Bardock's popularity among his people was certainly well-deserved. Bardock shot a glare at Kasso. What on earth are you up to? If it weren't for knowing your prophetic abilities, I would have stopped you. The more individuals who were aware of the Saiyans, the easier it would be for that information to leak. Kasso, holding Osbier, approached Bardock. Uncle Bardock, the Saiyans won't remain on Planet Salad forever. Indeed, but what does that have to do with bringing them back? Bardock crossed his arms and gazed skyward. The vast expanse of stars and the endless cosmos always captivated him. He contemplated much. The quest for vengeance against Frieza would take considerable time. Bardock sighed. I know you have your reasons. Do share them. While holding Osbier, Kasso noticed she had fallen asleep. He gently brushed his fingers against her tiny nose. The Saiyans cannot rely solely on the gravity chamber. They also require spaceships and scanners. Upon hearing this, Bardock nodded. He had previously noticed that Kasso and Osbier had mastered a remarkable technique, one that not only concealed their power, but also allowed them to detect the enemy's location without the use of scanners. Kasso had also taught the Saiyans how to grasp that method, yet their ingrained violent energy usage made it nearly impossible for them to comprehend. Bardock had only a vague understanding, yet he recognized that mastering this unique skill would be invaluable. You speak wisely. We Saiyans cannot remain on planet Salad indefinitely. And indeed, scanners and spaceships are essential. Although Saiyans had adapted to surviving in space, Bardock understood that one day they would seek vengeance against Frieza. Kasso's reasoning was undeniably sound. Contemplating this, Bardock glanced at the young lad, marveling at how he could conceive such thoughts. Truly a little prodigy. Unable to resist, he planted a gentle kiss on the sleeping Osbier. The technology of the Lolita Clan is truly remarkable. You will witness it in due time. With that, he soared into the sky, cradling the little girl. Time passed quietly, and a year slipped away just like that. Planet Salad had been transformed by the Lolita people into several zones. Living area, ecological zone, training area, and research zone. Everywhere, high-tech marvels abounded, and the areas suitable for Saiyan habitation were remodeled into a modern metropolis. Occasionally, one might spot Lolita individuals traversing the roads in new energy vehicles that eye in a room within the research zone. Philia examined a universal capsule, scrutinizing it from every angle, even employing various scanners to analyze it. Yet, she could not grasp its principles. How could it possibly contain objects? 6 months prior, she had received a universal capsule from Kasso. And despite her relentless research, she remained utterly baffled. Philia tugged at her icy blue hair, nearly reaching a breaking point. I should consult that little rascal. Philia exhaled deeply, utterly exasperated. Exiting the research building, she unleashed a plume of white energy that shot skyward, soaring toward the training area while passing through the ecological zone. The ecological zone was a complete ecosystem, featuring plains, forests, oceans, and various environments, as well as diverse wildlife. The Lolita people had wisely ensured that Planet Salad retained some of its original characteristics. Beyond just training and living zones, soon, Philia arrived at the training area. The glance revealed a series of dark chambers. These gravity rooms were easily constructed given the materials, yet she remained utterly confounded by the universal capsule. Tap, tap, tap. Philia landed before one of the gravity rooms. Just then, the door of the gravity chamber swung open, revealing a child wiping sweat from his brow, who momentarily froze upon seeing the striking beauty before him. Kasso, puzzled, inquired, "Little girl, what brings you here?" Philia brandished the universal capsule before him, shaking it and seething. "Where did you get this thing? You don't intend to research it, do you?" Kasso frowned. Observing Philia's furious demeanor, it was evident she had already attempted to study the universal capsule. However, the creations of Dr. Briefs were not within her grasp. This girl was clearly not thinking straight. "Where did you obtain it, you little rascal?" Philia arched her brows, pressing for an answer once more that a fellow named Briefs developed it. "Do you know him?" Hearing this, Kasso quickly understood her intentions. He sighed. "I know him. Perhaps I'll introduce you to him someday." Despite Philia's alluring figure and striking beauty, Kasso was aware of her aloof nature and stubbornness. If she did not achieve her goal, she would likely pester him daily. I could see that moment. Another gravity chamber door opened, and a little girl stepped out and, "Oh, Philia, you're here too?" "Yes." Philia nodded at Osbier, then turned to Kasso, saying, "Little rascal, that's settled then." With that, she soared into the sky and quickly vanished from sight. "Brother Kasso, what did Philia come to see you for?" Osbier approached him, her tone tinged with confusion. "Just a little matter." Kasso gazed at Osbier. Nearly 2 years had elapsed since the cataclysmic explosion of Planet Vegeta, and now Osbier was almost 9 years old, her height having surpassed 1 meter. Kasso understood that Saiyans typically experienced a prolonged childhood, remaining in a state of adolescence until their twilight years, when their bodies would rapidly deteriorate. Her lustrous, jet black hair was tied with a red ribbon, and through her starry eyes, one could see a myriad of twinkling lights. Her complexion was as radiant as jade, akin to a newly risen moon, and though still youthful, her cheeks bore a charming flush, exuding a remarkable elegance that left Kasso momentarily spellbound. "Kasso, brother, the changes in Saiyans are astounding," Osbier exclaimed. Upon hearing her tone, Kasso chuckled ruefully, realizing that this girl was no longer the naive little follower she once was. However, over the past year, the Lolita people had fully integrated into the Saiyan tribe, creating a harmonious blend of cultures. The advanced technology of the Lolita had significantly impacted Planet Salad, not only enhancing daily life, but also greatly augmenting the strength of the Saiyans. They had redesigned the gravity training rooms, vastly improving their functionality, and most importantly, eliminated the music system within. Additionally, numerous medical pods were constructed, rendering the use of Senzu beans unnecessary for minor injuries. After all, with only 80 Senzu beans produced each month, how could they meet the demands of the Saiyans? Presently, the strength of the Saiyans had seen a remarkable increase. Even the lowest ranking among them boasted a combat power of at least 20,000. Bardock had reached an impressive 120,000, nearly matching the strength of the captain of Frieza's Jinyu force. This realization warmed Kassu's heart, as long as they did not encounter Frieza's high-level combatants or hidden bosses. The Saiyans should be able to dominate their region. "Kasso, brother, what are you thinking about?" Osbier furrowed her brow and playfully patted his waist. "Nothing much, just pondering whether to visit Earth," Kasso replied that as soon as he uttered this. Osbier's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes. You want to go for delicious food, right?" Kasso retorted with mock annoyance. "I could see that moment." A voice imbued with authority echoed from behind Kasso. "Kid, did you mention delicious food?" He turned to see a purple, cat-like creature standing behind him. Blinking in disbelief and rubbing his eyes, he took a closer look. The creature was slender, with pointed purple ears standing erect, adorned with a golden collar, and dressed in garments reminiscent of ancient Egypt, strikingly similar to the legendary Anubis. "This is the god of destruction, Beerus." Kassu's pupils dilated, and his heart raced, cold sweat trickling down his back. The appearance of this feline entity meant that another individual must be nearby. Sure enough, next to Beerus stood a tall, flamboyantly dressed man, his eyes and lips a striking shade of purple, with a large light blue halo about his neck. "Whom are these two gentlemen?" Osbier inquired with a smile. Looking at the duo, hearing her voice, Kasso quickly covered her mouth, despite her futile struggles to break free. How had these deities suddenly appeared on Planet Salad? Kasso recalled that Beerus had returned to his home planet to slumber after giving Frieza his orders years ago. "Kid, I'm asking you a question." Beerus's gaze was as frigid as ice, regarding Kasso with the indifference one might reserve for an insect. Beside him, Whis looked curiously at the two young Saiyans, astonished that they were still alive. Given that Frieza had supposedly annihilated the Saiyan race a year prior, Beerus, noticing the tails at their waists, spoke with an air of amusement. "Oh, Saiyans." Upon hearing this, Kasso felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his body freezing, as if he might lose his life at any moment. However, Beerus had posed a question, and failing to respond could very well lead to his demise. Hastily, he replied, "Yes, Lord Beerus, I discovered a place with truly exquisite delicacies." "You actually know me?" Beerus squinted, but upon recalling his previous encounter on Planet Vegeta, he was not entirely surprised that this young one recognized him. Yet he pondered, had the Saiyans not been destroyed by Frieza? Beerus furrowed his brow, realizing that Frieza had dared to defy his orders. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of destruction enveloped Planet Salad, causing the planet to tremble as if on the brink of annihilation. Meanwhile, far away at Frieza's headquarters at Chu, the tyrant sneezed while seated in his spacecraft. "Who is thinking of me?" With Beerus having discovered the Saiyans, any hope of hiding was now futile, that if action was not taken, the Saiyans would face obliteration once more, and even Goku on Earth would likely be unable to escape. Kasso recalled that Beerus had ordered the destruction of Planet Vegeta because King Vegeta had hidden his favorite pillow. With this thought, Kasso felt a flicker of hope for the Saiyan salvation. "Lord Beerus, I assure you the delicacies I mentioned are truly exceptional." Would you care to try them? Upon hearing this, the menacing aura surrounding Beerus dissipated. And even Whis's eyes glimmered with anticipation. The most powerful beings in the seventh universe. Their favorite pastime, aside from their usual duties, was indulging in fine cuisine. Beerus coldly regarded Kasso, his eyes reflecting an extremely dangerous glint. If you dare deceive me, the consequences will be dire. Chapter 64. The temptation of street food. As Beerus spoke, a perilous glimmer shone in his eyes, and a purple aura radiated from him. The last individual to dare deceive him had been King Vegeta, whose grave must now be overgrown. Whis, holding his staff, smiled benignly at Kasso, appearing utterly harmless. He cared not whether Kassu's claims were true or false. If the food failed to satisfy, Beerus would take matters into his own hands, requiring no concern from him. Kasso timidly stated, "Lord Beerus, the delicacies are located on a planet called Earth. The flavors of Earth's cuisine were undoubtedly exquisite, especially since Osbier, the little gourmand, had first-hand experience. Her expressions alone indicated that the food was rare and delightful." Moreover, Kasso recalled that in the anime, Beerus had a particular fondness for Earth's cuisine, leading him to believe that this might persuade Beerus to spare the Saiyan race. "Whis," Beerus uttered calmly. Upon hearing this, Whis promptly tapped his staff against the ground. A small orb atop the staff emanated a divine radiance, resembling a precious gem that had been cherished for millennia, dazzling in its brilliance. After gathering the information, Whis respectfully stated, "Lord Beerus, the planet known as Earth is quite distant, requiring approximately 3 seconds to reach." Among the 12 universes, Beerus was notoriously indolent, generally spending most of his time in slumber except for brief periods of activity. His awakening this time was solely due to hunger. Sure enough, 3 seconds? Beerus snorted in irritation, seemingly vexed by the distance. When he first encountered the Saiyans, he had felt an impulse to obliterate them along with Frieza, but the mention of delicious food had quelled that desire. He had not anticipated that it would take 3 seconds to arrive. Contemplating Whis' words, Kasso pondered whether he should use instant transmission to take them to Earth. However, given his current strength, he would need a rest before employing that technique. Thus, it seemed wiser to let Whis transport them. "You have 3 seconds. If I do not see the food you spoke of, you know the consequences." Beerus stated coldly. "Let us go." A brilliant, multicolored beam enveloped the four, and they shot upwards, the light gradually dissipating until they vanished from sight. 3 seconds later, 4 figures appeared near Karen on Earth. "Is this the Earth you mentioned?" Kasso nodded, recognizing the Karen Tower as a sign they had indeed arrived on Earth. However, he wondered why Whis had chosen to teleport them here. Just then, Whis remarked, "Lord Beerus, take a look at this architecture." He appeared puzzled, as he had merely teleported them randomly to Earth. Yet this place seemed oddly familiar. When Beerus arrived on Earth, he was met with a desolate and uninhabited forest, devoid of the delectable delicacies he had anticipated. A sense of betrayal welled up within him, igniting a fierce anger in his chest, as thoughts of annihilating Kasso and his companion crossed his mind. However, upon hearing Whis' words, he found himself momentarily taken aback. If even an entity as exalted as an angel was astonished, what could possibly be the origin of this ancient tower? Casting a sidelong glance at Kasso, Beerus followed Whis as he approached and touched the surface of the Corinne Tower. As the deadly gaze shifted away, Kasso exhaled in relief, having feared for his life. After a brief inspection of the tower, Beerus casually remarked, "There's nothing particularly special about it." Whis, however, furrowed his brow, ignoring Beerus as he continued to ponder the significance of Corinne Tower. It was indeed peculiar that he could not recall its importance in the vast cosmos. Every angel served a god of destruction. Should a god perish for any reason, the angel would fall into a deep slumber until a new god was born, at which point they would awaken. Normally, angels did not meet death, allowing them to live for eons and acquire extensive knowledge. Yet, Whis found himself at a loss. He decided to set the matter aside for the moment. Turning to Kasso, he smiled and said, "Young one, please lead us to some delectable food." Kasso found it curious that these two supreme beings were intrigued by Corinne Tower. After all, what could they possibly have not seen? Nevertheless, he resolved to first treat them to a meal, lest the Saiyans genuinely face destruction. Could you please place your hands on me, esteemed gentleman? Upon arriving on Earth, Cassio found instant transmission to be the most convenient option. Whis immediately discerned Cassio's intent regarding the instant transmission from Yardrat. Beerus exhibited indifference. He regarded the ability to teleport as trivial, believing true strength lay in one's own power rather than flashy techniques. In his eyes, should Cassio attempt to flee with such a trick, he would crush him in an instant. "Let us proceed," Beerus stated nonchalantly, and the four of them vanished from sight. Meanwhile, high above in the heavens stood a coal-black sphere. Bobo observed the four figures below, with a flicker of intrigue in his gaze, though it quickly returned to its previous calm, that on the other side of West City, the area appeared starkly impoverished in comparison to its prosperous counterpart. A bustling street was lined with tables, where numerous individuals engaged in lively conversation. Should Bulma have seen this place, she would have exclaimed, "A food stall?" Indeed, Cassio had brought Beerus and the others to such a humble eatery. Since these two were rather unrefined in their tastes, starting them off with simple fare seemed prudent. After all, introducing them to more exquisite cuisines might spoil their palates. "Brother Cassio, I'm hungry," Osbier lamented plaintively. As Beerus caught a whiff of the tantalizing aroma from the adjacent table, he could hardly suppress a gulp of tea that moment. Thoughts of annihilating the Saiyans faded from his mind, replaced by a singular focus on the food before him. He would take Cassio's life if the dishes did not arrive soon. Whis had already turned his attention, fixated on the table next door, unable to resist swallowing in anticipation of the feast. "Kid, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Beerus growled impatiently. He had never encountered such appetizing food. Yet this boy seemed oblivious to his need for sustenance. Under Beerus's deathly gaze, Cassio shivered and shouted, "Waiter, bring out the dishes." Before long, the food stall servers had brought an abundance of dishes to their table. However, Cassio realized that this meager offering would hardly suffice for their appetites. He quickly summoned another establishment to deliver every morsel from their kitchen one by one. The stalls along the street brought forth their culinary offerings. Chapter 65. Bulma's ferocity. The table soon overflowed with a cornucopia of delectable dishes, featuring delicacies from both the sky and the sea. Though the presentation lacked the finesse of a high-end restaurant, it was far from unappealing, and the intoxicating aromas wafted through the air. Beerus and Whis were immediately captivated by the scent. Whis eagerly picked up a piece of fish, savoring its flavor as it exploded in his mouth. Stimulating his salivary gland as he swallowed, his violet eyes widened in delight, his entire being enveloped in a divine ecstasy. "How delightful!" he murmured contentedly. Beerus, having long since lost count of how many times he had swallowed, could no longer restrain himself. He dove into the feast, devouring dish after dish with reckless abandon. Observing this scene, Cassio smirked. "This humble food stall will suffice to satiate you both." "Hey, don't snatch that. It's mine, mine. Do you dare to destroy me?" Beerus exclaimed, amidst the chaos of the meal. Whis chuckled softly, noting the boy's deference to the god of destruction, while the girl, lacking any understanding, was unafraid to challenge him. Yet he sensed that despite her modest talents, her heart remained pure. Individuals like her might progress slowly in training, but their potential would be boundless. That Whis's gaze shifted to Osbier, finding it somewhat curious. Little Osbier. "Try this." Cassio, fearing for Osbier's safety in daring to compete for food with Beerus, quickly offered her another platter of roasted meat. "All right," Osbier grumbled, taking a reluctant bite of the meat. Meanwhile, Beerus continued to feast, his face smeared with grease, seemingly oblivious to Osbier's earlier insolence. Before long, the sound of clashing bowls and chopsticks echoed once more around the table. Half a day passed, and the 10 tables in the food stall were piled high with plates, stacked to a staggering height of 5 meters. Passers-by stopped and gaped at the sight, astonished by the apparent monstrosity of these individuals. Beerus reclined in his chair, resembling a satiated feline, a blissful expression adorning his face. "This food is surprisingly satisfactory," he declared, releasing a deep belch. Turning to the two Saiyans, he noted that they were indeed not so insufferable after all. Their claims of exceptional cuisine had proven true. At that moment, Beerus recalled his portly brother and wondered whether he had ever tasted such exquisite fare. Probably not. He chuckled to himself, relishing the comfort of the day. Lord Beerus, do you still wish to annihilate the Saiyans? Whis inquired, elegantly dabbing his mouth with a napkin, exuding an air of refinement, even amidst the towering stacks of plates before him. Cassio perked up at this question, his heart racing with trepidation. It was understandable. After all, King Vegeta had foolishly provoked a god of destruction, a being capable of wielding devastating energy with unparalleled mastery. In the realm of anime, only a select few could withstand the destructive power of a god. Aside from skilled angels, of course. Enough of this chatter, Beerus chided, resting his hands behind his head, casting a disdainful glance at Whis. Whis smiled faintly, already aware of Beerus's decision. The actions of King Vegeta had led to the obliteration of Planet Vegeta by Frieza. And as an angel, Whis would not question the god of destruction's judgment. Even now, although Cassio had treated them to a feast on Earth, should Beerus still resolve to eradicate the Saiyans, Whis would remain unperturbed. Angels must not interfere with the affairs of the world. Kasso is well aware that the strength of angels is formidable, surpassing even that of the gods of destruction, yet they remain merely servants to these deities. To persuade Whis to act against regulations, one must forge a good relationship with him. Much like the character Bulma from the anime, Bulma cleverly used gourmet food as a bribe to win over this peculiar duo, resulting in a remarkably amicable bond between them. When Whis and Beerus discovered that Bulma had created a time machine, a forbidden contraption, they merely forbade her from using it and let her off lightly. Previously, King Vegeta, in a reckless display of audacity, dared to hide Beerus's pillow. For a being of Beerus's caliber, annihilating an entire race is a trivial task. Now, upon hearing Beerus's tone, Kasso finally felt a sense of relief. The lives of the Saiyans were spared, as were his and little BB's. Whis, let us depart. We shall return another time. Beerus rose, glancing at Osbier. This insufferable girl had the audacity to compete with him over food, had he not been in good spirits. Very well, Lord Beerus, sated and content. Whis and Beerus vanished from the dining table in an instant. Within the teleportation pathway, Beerus furrowed his brow, exasperated as he looked at Whis. You two gluttons from your past lives surely must have been starving spirits. For not even an entire street suffices to satiate your appetites, Bulma declared, hands on her hips, pointing at Kasso that a year had passed, and Bulma diligently trained each day. The warm energy within her grew increasingly potent, and she felt that soon she could unleash that power. That moment, she would have the opportunity to boast to Kasso. However, who would have thought that on this particular evening, Kasso would suddenly appear before her, requesting her assistance in paying for a meal that would have been acceptable if it were merely one large eatery. But these two had devoured the entire street's worth of food. Such audacity. Kasso and Osbier stood there obediently, acknowledging that they had indeed erred, observing the two little brats, only slightly taller than herself, standing so meekly. Bulma found herself at a loss for where to vent her frustration. Fine, she retorted with irritation. Her annoyance was not truly about the money. To her, it was merely a number. Bulma intended to seize this opportunity to scold Kasso, who had been so harsh during her training. Indeed, after venting her frustrations, Bulma felt a warm glow enveloping her entire being. How delightful it is to unleash one's ire. Kasso, Bulma is quite fierce, Osbier timidly remarked. Previously, when Bulma had aspired to fly, she had not been so intimidating. Witnessing Bulma's current demeanor, Kasso gulped. It became clear that this fiery spirit had been evident since childhood, which explained why Vegeta had come to fear her in later years. Chapter 66. The hyperbolic time chamber in a distant realm from Earth. A colossal inverted purple pyramid floated in the void, adorned with various blue flora and permeated by an aura of divinity. After more than 20 minutes, Whis finally returned with Beerus to the realm of the gods of destruction. How was the meal, Lord Beerus? Mediocre, he replied nonchalantly. Then shall we return to Earth? Yes, Beerus responded without hesitation, not even glancing back. Upon hearing this, Whis stifled a chuckle. Beerus's stubbornness was not a recent development. However, the cuisine on Earth was indeed delectable. The duty of a god of destruction is to obliterate subpar planets within a specified time frame. Otherwise, these inferior worlds may hinder the overall strength of the universe. while gods of destruction from other universes diligently fulfill their responsibilities. The god of destruction from the 7th universe is notoriously lazy. Observing Beerus's departing figure, Whis chuckled in resignation. It was likely that Beerus would retreat to the temple for yet another slumber, though how long this time remained uncertain. Just as Beerus was about to step into the palace, Whis casually inquired, "Lord Beerus, what are your thoughts on that little girl from earlier?" Beerus paused, his foot hovering in the air before he replied, "Interesting," and then proceeded into the palace to sleep. Bulma's residence. Kasso faced her, saying, "Bulma, a year has passed, and you have only cultivated this meager amount of energy?" Bulma stood still, shrinking her small head in response, resembling Kasso just moments ago when he had been scolded. Truly, fortunes do turn. Observing Kasso's poker face, Bulma felt a twinge of defiance. She had worked diligently, consuming 3 Senzu beans in the process. Moreover, her strength had significantly increased, allowing her to lift heavy machinery with one hand and even apprehend robbers on the street. That infuriating Kasso. "Why won't he acknowledge my efforts?" Bulma thought bitterly. Noticing her pouty expression, Kasso felt a pang of guilt. He had merely intended to shift the topic, never anticipating that reprimanding someone could be so addictive. Nevertheless, Bulma's talent was indeed remarkable. Kasso sensed that her energy level was approximately 30 points in combat power. If she could cultivate this to 80 points or above, she would be able to channel her inner energy similarly to Biddy Lee. Upon reaching this milestone, her dream of flying would soon materialize. "Keep practicing. You are on the verge of flying," Kasso encouraged, unsure how to comfort Bulma. "Really?" she exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement. "Really? Oh yay!" Upon hearing Kasso's words, Bulma, invigorated as if electrified, leapt up, nearly reaching the ceiling. What a child. Kasso chuckled inwardly. His spirits were high. The greatest fear of the Saiyans had been alleviated, leaving only the confrontation with the Frieza force ahead. The Frieza force consisted of 3 formidable individuals, Frieza, Cooler, and King Cold. Each possessed terrifying combat strength, with Cooler boasting a staggering 470 million in his final form, far exceeding that of his brother Frieza. Furthermore, at his second appearance, Cooler's energy escalated to an astonishing 10 billion. King Cold, who accompanied Frieza to Earth, was said by Vegeta to possess energy 10 times greater than Frieza, suggesting his combat strength was at least 1.5 billion. Contemplating this, Kasso felt invigorated rather than daunted by their overwhelming power. His blood surged with excitement. Perhaps this is the essence of being a Saiyan. "Bulma, you've consumed 3 Senzu beans, right? I will give you 3 more, bringing your total to 10. Train diligently. I hope to see you soaring soon." Kasso had intended to visit Earth to access the hyperbolic time chamber located within the Divine Temple. With the Saiyans' greatest fear resolved, it was time to pay a visit to that extraordinary place. The hyperbolic time chamber, situated atop the temple, allows 1 year inside to equate to a single day outside, making it a veritable haven for training. In the anime, it was precisely due to this chamber that the Z warriors experienced significant power boosts in a short span of time. Furthermore, it is well stocked with food and water, although the air within is thin and oppressively hot, with temperatures fluctuating between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees Celsius, along with gravity 10 times that of Earth, all within a space as vast as Earth itself. However, the hyperbolic time chamber does have its drawbacks. One can only enter for 2 days in a lifetime, lest the exit vanish, trapping them indefinitely. Of course, those with exceptional strength, such as Majin Buu or Gotenks, could potentially breach its dimensional barriers. "Are you leaving again?" Bulma exclaimed, her eyes widening. Throughout the year, every time she trained, she recalled Kasso's irritating visage. And now that she finally saw him again, he was preparing to depart once more. Had he come merely to have her cover the meal? Ugh! Little girl, focus on your training. Little Bulma, train diligently. Osbier pouted and uttered a few words before vanishing alongside Kasso. In the Temple of Earth, with a swift motion, 2 small figures emerged. As Kasso and Osbier sought the divine beings, a voice resonated from behind them. "Are you here for something?" "Who is it?" Kasso, having mastered the sensing of Ki 2 years prior, only detected the presence of the deities in this realm and was startled by the unexpected voice. quickly turning around. "It's Mr. Bobo." Osbier tugged at Kasso's sleeve. "Indeed, is Mr. Bobo." Kasso wiped the sweat from his brow. Bobo remained as enigmatic as ever. Kasso was hardly surprised by his silent approach. "Are you here for something?" Bobo inquired again, his expression devoid of emotion. "We wish to enter the room of spirit and time." Kasso stated plainly he contemplated a more tactful approach to borrowing another's possession. In the presence of someone as mysterious as Bobo, he deemed it better to be forthright. "Very well," Bobo replied, neither questioning how Kasso learned of the room nor its purpose. Simply nodding in acknowledgement. Kasso glanced at Osbir, feeling somewhat perplexed. If the heavenly realm were solely inhabited by deities, entering the room would be a straightforward endeavor for Kasso, but the presence of Bobo, a being of such mystery, complicated matters. Nevertheless, he believed that even if he were to force his way into the heavenly realm, Bobo would likely remain indifferent. Yet, Kasso felt it prudent to maintain a semblance of politeness. To his surprise, their success came rather easily. Chapter 67. A day later, the heavenly temple was shrouded in tranquility, the air thin and crisp. The surrounding greenery rustled softly in the gentle breeze. On this day, two small children followed a figure with a head as dark as coal towards a peculiar structure. Above the building, a round clock hung, flanked by two large hourglasses, while the door exuded an aura of mystery. As Kasso approached the edifice, tendrils of that mysterious energy enveloped him, seeping into his skin and revealing a distinctly temporal essence. Upon entering, they found themselves in the room of spirit and time, a place Kasso knew would one day become a battlefield. With the formidable Majin Buu as the invader, he recalled how Piccolo had detonated the entrance, hoping to perish alongside Buu, only for the latter to escape. Kasso pondered, with his current abilities, how long he might remain imprisoned within those confines. Uncertain of his escape, Bobo, as he walked, began to elucidate the various precautions regarding the room of spirit and time. Kasso was already well acquainted with its functions and limitations, yet he listened attentively, aware that there might be details omitted in the animated accounts. After Bobo concluded, Kasso realized that his prior knowledge aligned closely with what Bobo had shared. "Remember, you must exit before the Saiyans and the hourglass run out," Bobo stated calmly. "That I shall remember," Kasso affirmed, nodding, having been in the Dragon Ball world for only a few years, and with the plot yet to unfold. He would not recklessly jeopardize his safety. "Then let us proceed," Kasso declared, leading Osbier inside. As Bobo stood contemplating the retreating figures of the two, Kasso's first impression upon entering was one of overwhelming whiteness, a blindingly pure realm devoid of any color. With no discernible boundaries, and an expansive space that it was also stifling. And before long, Kasso and Osbier felt their throats constricting. He recalled how Goku had exited the room after only a brief stay, unable to endure the oppressive environment. Yet, having entered the Dragon Ball universe, Kasso resolved not to retreat. "Osbier, can you endure?" he asked with concern. "That I can do it," Osbier declared, her tiny fist raised in determination. The path of the strong is seldom smooth. They were merely elite warriors, not of the legendary Broly's caliber. If they could not withstand such trials, defeating deities like Beerus would be a far-off dream, let alone Frieza. Yet from Osbier's unwavering gaze, it was clear she harbored no fear. Time passed swiftly. Within the room of spirit and time, the two figures trained vigorously. Osbier channeled her full strength into rapid punches, soaring towards the heavens, her swift and forceful movements generating a tempestuous wind that swept across the space. Boom! The impact of their fists sent tremors through the room, echoing with the sound of collapsing mountains. There, Osbier transformed into a streak of light, racing skyward, soon entangled with Kasso once more. The skies filled with an uncountable number of afterimages, each collision resonating with earth-shattering force, accompanied by the incessant sounds of their fierce combat. "Osbier, let us take a break here." Kasso grasped her tiny fist. "Okay." They descended to the ground, allowing their emotions to settle before sitting cross-legged in mid-air to meditate. Kasso and Osbier spent nearly a year within the room of spirit and time. The environment was harsh, and those with fragile wills could easily succumb to illusions. Initially, Each second felt like an eternity for them. But their resolve and fortitude prevailed. Kasso, in particular, was undeterred. His mental fortitude was exceptional, and he only felt a slight discomfort physically, with no adverse effects mentally. Indeed, he found it manageable. During that year, Kasso utilized the time to refine his combat techniques. Gaining deeper insights into key manipulation, he was confident that even his most basic energy blasts had grown considerably stronger. In the heavenly temple, the deity stood at the edge, gazing down upon the mortal realm. A year prior, witnessing Kasso's cataclysmic power had astonished him. Moreover, the fact that Kasso was not even from Earth raised concerns. If Kasso harbored ill intentions toward Earth, it would spell disaster. Fortunately, Kasso bore no malice. At most expropriating a few useless Senzu beans from Master Roshi. However, Master Roshi voiced his worries. Without a powerful martial artist akin to Mateto, Earth would be defenseless against potential alien invasions, plunging it into an irretrievable crisis. The deity considered this and acknowledged the truth in Roshi's apprehensions. The people of Earth exhibited little foresight. Should the dire predictions manifest, Earth would indeed face annihilation. Thus, he employed his divine abilities to subtly influence the minds of the populace, making them aware of the legendary temple above Karen Tower, where with Master Roshi's approval, they could ascend to the heavenly realm for divine instruction. Amidst his observations, the deity noted an intriguing child whose innocence mirrored Osbir's. Such purity often heralded great potential in martial arts. Yet he also noticed a fluffy tail protruding from the child's backside. Was it not akin to Kasso and his companions? Did they belong to the same race? At that moment, two small figures emerged from the room of spirit and time. The deity is here, Kasso smiled. Not yet 2 days? The deity leaned on his staff. Smiling, he had learned from Bobo that Kasso and Osbier had returned to Earth and entered the room of spirit and time. The deity welcomed their arrival, knowing their formidable strength, why bestowing them favors. He could ensure their assistance during future crises. A day is sufficient. Kasso shook his head. During his year in the room, he had meticulously reorganized all his techniques. While his combat power may not have increased dramatically, his personal fighting skills had evolved significantly. Fortunately, they harbor no malice towards Earth. The deity subtly nodded, finding the prowess of the two increasingly enigmatic. Chapter 68. The Battle for the Spirit Beans. Deity, we have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Kasso's sole reason for visiting Earth was to enter the room of spirit and time. However, upon encountering Beerus midway, Kasso had no choice but to bring him along, conveniently addressing the latent threat posed by the Saiyans. With both tasks now accomplished, it was nearly time to return to Lolita Planet. Very well, until we meet again, the deity affirmed with a nod. Under his influence, Earth was witnessing an ever-growing advancement in martial arts, and in the years to come, promising talents were bound to emerge. Kasso departed from the other world with Osbier and arrived at a shop in West City. Brother Kasso, why are you buying so many instant noodles? You'll find out soon enough. Kasso refrained from elaborating, purchasing the noodles merely as a precaution. He methodically collected every brand of instant noodle on the shelves, leaving no variety untouched, except for one brand of pickled cabbage noodles, which he decided to forego. That should suffice. Having nearly emptied the store of instant noodles, he stored them all within his Capsule Corp capsule. As he exited the shop, he let out a sigh of relief, grateful for the black card Bulma had provided, which contained enough funds to last him a lifetime. Indeed, relying on others can be quite rewarding. Let us be off. With that, the two vanished without a trace. On Lolita Planet, as time passed, the strength of the Saiyans grew immensely. Bardock divided all Saiyans into 10 squads, each led by a captain. With Bardock and Kasso overseeing them all, the Saiyans had no objections to Kasso's leadership over the squad leaders. In fact, they welcomed it. One day, in the center of the training area stood a colossal arena, filled to capacity with spectators, half Saiyans and half Lolitas, including Philia among them. Bardock glanced at the list in his hand and remarked, "The next match will feature Chris's squad against Casto's squad." Given that only 80 spirit beans could be produced each month, with 40 reserved as seeds, Bardock needed to set aside some for emergencies as well. Thus, there was simply not enough spirit beans for all the Saiyans. Kasso proposed a solution. to have squads compete against each other, with higher-ranked squads receiving more spirit beans. This way, the Saiyans would earn their spirit beans based on strength, leaving no room for grievances. Bardock found this method of combat quite appealing, as it would instill a sense of pressure among the Saiyans. When a Saiyan feels pressure, it can lead to formidable outcomes, much like during the Namek saga, when Vegeta was unable to fathom that Kakarot, a low-class warrior, could become a Super Saiyan while he, a noble Saiyan prince, could not transform. The humiliation drove Vegeta to push himself, resulting in his own transformation into a Super Saiyan within a year. In the arena, 30 Saiyans stood ready. Kasso taunted Chris, "You might as well concede." A year prior, the Lolita tribe had developed a detector that revealed Chris's battle power to be a mere 70,000. While most of his squad members hovered around 40,000, in contrast, Kasso boasted a battle power of 80,000. How could Chris possibly compete? Concede? Chris merely smirked. The notion of surrender was foreign to the Saiyan lexicon. Even if defeat was inevitable, they would never abandon the fight. Then let it be. As Kasso's words echoed, the atmosphere in the arena became palpably tense, and battle was imminent. At that moment, two small figures appeared beside Philia. Oh! Kasso was momentarily taken aback by the unfolding battle. He had envisioned such a duel when the spirit beans matured, but he had not anticipated encountering it upon his return. He was eager to observe. Kasso swiftly soared towards Chris, while other squad members sought their opponents. 30 streams of white energy erupted simultaneously, the force of their auras sweeping across the arena, even causing Kasso's hair to stand on end from a gale. "Hey, how many matches have we had now?" Kasso asked, seated beside Philia, while holding Osbier. "It's the second to last match," Philia replied coolly. She had grown accustomed to Kasso's sudden appearances after his prior interruptions during her bath. The squad that had already advanced was likely Beerus' squad. Kasso squinted. Among the Saiyans, aside from Bardock, Beerus was the strongest, boasting a staggering battle power of 90,000. No other squad leader could rival him. Indeed, Philia nodded before turning away. With Beerus being so powerful, it's quite unfair to the other Saiyans. Philia had experienced the effects of the spirit beans firsthand. When combined with the Saiyan physiology, it became a truly terrifying prospect. She believed that acquiring spirit beans through this combat method would only exacerbate the gap between the strong and the weak. Fairness. Kasso chuckled. Life has never been fair, and without pressure, where does motivation come from? Noticing Kasso's silence, Philia refrained from pressing further. After all, this was a matter concerning another race. If he was indifferent, why should she concern herself? Rather than dwelling on others' affairs, it would be more prudent to ponder the principles behind Capsule Corp's technology. With that thought, Philia shot Kasso an annoyed glare. "Look!" Kasso exclaimed, oblivious to her expression as he pointed towards the arena. The number of combatants had dwindled significantly, yet Kasso understood that the true battle was only beginning. A fresh wave of energy surged forth, the whirlwind expanding violently, unleashing a powerful shockwave that shattered the arena, reducing stones to dust within the tempest. Kasso soared into the air, hands clasped together, channeling his energy to rapidly form a dazzling energy sphere. "Chris, brace yourself." The ferocious energy sphere hurtled towards Chris. "Get out of the way." The Saiyans on the ground immediately took to the skies, fearing that a direct hit from Kasso's attack would leave them bedridden for weeks. "I can't block it, nor can I evade." Chris gritted his teeth, acutely aware that defeating Kasso with his own power would be a daunting task. After all, Kasso's battle power was a formidable 80,000. That 1,000-point difference was not negligible. However, Kasso's attempt to defeat him solely based on that disparity would not be so easily achieved. Boom! Chris narrowly dodged the energy sphere, which detonated upon impact with the arena, causing a violent explosion that, in an instant, the arena lay in ruins, smoke billowing into the air, engulfing even the spectators above. Observing the chaos, Kasso chuckled. "Chris is about to lose." Philia furrowed her brow, but Chris avoided that attack. "Didn't he? How could he possibly lose?" "You'll see," Kasso replied confidently. Chapter 69. Announcement of Significant Decision. The smoke from the explosion continued to spread, resembling a dark mist rising from the depths of an abyss, obscuring all vision. "Quickly, let us break through!" Hurry! The entire arena was shrouded in smoke, and all the Saiyans desperately sought to escape. In such a hazy environment, ambushes were all too easy. Both sides shared the same urgency. Chris recognized this precarious situation. As the captain, if he were to fall victim to Casto's ambush, their squad would be doomed. However, a voice echoed from behind him. "Chris, perhaps it's time for you to lie down for a bit." A flash of light pierced through the mist, a beacon in the shadowy forest, guiding lost lambs back onto the right path. This light was beautiful in the eyes of everyone, but for Chris, it sent a chill down his spine. When did that happen? Having been pummeled by Lord Bardock so many times, did Casto truly believe he was of no consequence? Casto appeared behind Chris, his hands already gathering an energy sphere larger than the last. Long before the Saiyans migrated to the planet Salad, Castor and Chris were roughly equal in strength. However, Castor had a penchant for recklessness, often provoking Bardock to the point of fury. His current superiority over Chris is largely attributed to the relentless training enforced by Bardock's affectionate yet fierce punches. "Take this!" Castor exclaimed with a fierce glare. A massive energy sphere shot forth from his hand, momentarily piercing the gray smoke that enveloped the sky and creating a luminous pathway. The energy orb, imbued with unparalleled might, hurtled towards Chris with ferocious speed. No. Chris's pupils contracted sharply as the energy sphere zipped past, stirring up colossal waves and unleashing a tempestuous wind that raged around him. Manifesting in an instant, boom! A golden radiance erupted at Chris's location, exploding violently, the deafening roar of the blast reverberating throughout the entire duel arena. The gray mist was instantaneously dispersed by the shockwave that radiated outward. As visibility returned to the duel arena, only Castor remained at the apex of the sky, with the rest comprised of members from two teams. Lord Castor is truly formidable, absolutely incredible. The members of Castor's team shouted in unison. If their captain could eliminate the opposing captain, victory would undoubtedly swing in their favor. In the preceding months, aside from facing Beerus's team, they consistently made it to the final rounds. Once again, Castor's team glimpsed the hope of victory. The nearby Lolita Clan members echoed their enthusiasm as expected of Lord Castor. Chris was so close. Having long merged with the Saiyans, the Lolita people rejoiced at the Saiyans' growing strength. "How do you know that?" Philia demanded, her striking eyes fixed intently on Castor. The battlefield was in a constant state of flux. She could not simply assume Castor's strength surpassed Chris's, believing victory to be assured until the final moment. For anything could transpire, that rascal Castor is nothing but a troublemaker. Even if Chris dodges that attack, Castor surely has other tricks up his sleeve. Castor shrugged, expressing his thoughts. Who is Castor? He dares to provoke even Bardock. He cannot be a good person if Castor didn't possess extraordinary combat prowess. He wouldn't even dare to confront Bardock. After all, he's the father of the protagonist in the Dragon Ball universe. Philia furrowed her brow, remaining silent. Since Castor proposed this thrilling duel format, Philia had watched every match, noting that as long as Castor's team did not face Beerus, they could persevere until the final duel. Moreover, she observed that Castor employed some quite underhanded tactics during the fights, even resorting to moves like gouging. At this thought, Philia's mouth twitched in disbelief. "Just like you, what did you say?" Castor replied, unable to catch Philia's words. Turning away, she gently brushed her blue hair aside, her usual cold demeanor dissipating in that moment, replaced by an endearing shyness. No. Philia's gaze darted away, though. Noticing Philia's bashful demeanor, Castor ignored her and continued to watch the match. Indeed, Chris had failed to rise after that last blow, and his teammates were swiftly defeated by Castor's team. After a day of dueling, the competition among the 10 teams had finally reached its climax. Bardock allowed Castor's team a brief respite before commencing the next match. "This one is a foregone conclusion," Castor remarked, holding Osbier, a smirk gracing his lips. "Why is that?" Osbier inquired, tilting her head, her round eyes filled with curiosity. Philia regained her composure and turned to Castor, eager to voice her thoughts. "Beerus was once a member of Uncle Bardock's team." Castor replied nonchalantly, though the Saiyans were now divided into 10 teams. Beerus was undoubtedly one of Bardock's closest subordinates. Given this, Bardock would undoubtedly afford Beerus special attention during training. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Beerus possessed such formidable combat skills in facing Beerus, who boasted both greater experience and strength than Castor. It was exceedingly unrealistic for Castor to rely on his underhanded tactics. Philia paused, realizing Beerus's impressive background. Yet as Castor pointed out in prior team duels, Castor had never triumphed against Beerus. It seemed certain that Beerus would emerge victorious once more. Philia pondered. She glanced at the two youngsters beside her. The prowess of the Saiyans in the arena did not astonish her, as they were all adults. However, the strength of these two children far surpassed that of the Saiyans in the arena, which was quite absurd. Philia had never witnessed Osbier's strength, but she had seen Cassor's power a year prior. At that time, Cassor had effortlessly conjured a massive energy sphere with one hand, obliterating the planet Sher. Having observed numerous duels, Philia realized that none of the Saiyans could rival Cassor. Despite her musings, she couldn't fathom why these two children were so extraordinarily powerful. Turning back, a new battle commenced on the battlefield. As anticipated, no matter how Castor unleashed his underhanded tactics, Beerus remained unflappable. Soon enough, Castor succumbed to Beerus's might. With Castor's defeat, his team's members failed to make any notable impact, ultimately leading to their complete annihilation. Witnessing the end of the battle, Castor placed Osbier on a chair. "Little Beal, stay here. I have an announcement to make." Chapter 70. Re-entering the universe as Castor soared into the sky, the audience, who had just settled, erupted into a frenzy once again. "Look, it's Lord Castor." Whether Saiyan or Lolita, they cheered exuberantly. For the Saiyans, Castor had single-handedly saved all present from the catastrophic explosion on Planet Vegeta, making him their savior. As for the Lolita Clan, although Castor had initially threatened their entire race, he had also eradicated the Sher people for them. Since their ancestors had once followed the Saiyans, they felt no animosity toward rejoining the Saiyan race. The small figure soaring in the sky was shrouded in mystery, and no one knew the extent of his current strength, only that neither Bardock nor Osbier could contend with him. He was a child wrapped in enigma. What a show-off! Bardock, holding the list, couldn't help but smirk. Amid the cheers of the Saiyans and Lolitas, Bardock had to concede that Castor was increasingly embodying the qualities of a leader. Castor hovered in midair, pressing down with both hands. Instantly, the entire duel arena fell silent. Casting his gaze over the 400 spectators, he realized that nearly everyone from Planet Salad was present. The Saiyans were an immensely proud race, as evidenced by Vegeta in the anime. Although this group of Saiyans was not as cold-hearted, it remained challenging to forge amicable relations with them. The Lolita Clan had also gleaned this knowledge through ancient texts. By transforming Dr. Brief's gravity chamber, they demonstrated to the Saiyans that their inclusion would bring about significant change. Indeed, through the various enhancements made by the Lolitas on Planet Salad, they developed numerous devices beneficial for Saiyan training. Over time, the Saiyans discovered they could not do without the Lolitas, and the two races had entirely merged. The Lolitas had also constructed many spaceships, all stationed in the research area. All of this was preparation for the day they could once again venture into the cosmos. Observing those spaceships, Castor understood that the Saiyans could not remain on Planet Salad indefinitely. They were a race born for combat. Previously, he had worried that the news of the surviving Saiyans would reach Frieza's forces. But that was not the gravest concern. The most terrifying possibility was that the god of destruction might learn of the Saiyans' existence. Given Beerus's nature, if he were to discover this, it was likely that both Frieza and the Saiyans would meet their demise. Yet, yesterday, Castor had eliminated that potential threat. "We have been on Planet Salad for a year." Casso's youthful voice resonated throughout every corner of the dueling arena, evoking the presence of a tribal leader delivering an impassioned speech. The audience, comprised of Saiyans and the Lolita Clan, listened intently to Casso's address. Bardock furrowed his brows, perplexed by the boy's sudden appearance after his unexplained absence the previous day. Philia, too, gazed curiously at the mischievous child hovering above. After a brief pause, Casso proclaimed, "Surely, everyone has witnessed the formidable power of the Saiyans. In the era of King Vegeta's reign, the highest combat strength of a Saiyan barely reached around 15,000, a feat achievable only by elite warriors. The Saiyans present had long believed that the pinnacle of their capabilities was limited to the level of King Vegeta. Yet now, witnessing each Saiyan surpassing 20,000, they were forced to confront their own underestimations of their potential. Bardock, equally astonished by his current strength, reflected on how unimaginable such power had once seemed to him. I am about to issue a command. Kasso surveyed the crowd and continued nonchalantly. Starting tomorrow, Saiyans shall embark on group training excursions. The announcement rendered the assembly momentarily speechless. Bardock, taken aback, immediately soared into the sky, shouting, "What are you planning, you brat?" Kasso remained silent, observing the Saiyans who displayed neither fear nor anger, but rather a palpable eagerness. Amused by the scene, Kasso thought to himself, truly the legendary warrior race. Bardock, uncle, do you believe that aside from Frieza, the Saiyans fear anyone else? Bardock hesitated. In his mind, Frieza's battle power was an unfathomable 530,000, and he had always believed that only when Kasso reached that level, or when Kakarot transformed into a Super Saiyan, would they be free from the threat of Frieza. Kasso's words made him reconsider. Over the past year, through rigorous training in the gravity chamber, Bardock had attained a battle power of 120,000, nearly rivaling that of the leader of Frieza's Ginyu Force. And let us not forget, Saiyans could transform into great apes, multiplying their power by 10. 120,000 would become 1.2 million. The thought sent Bardock's heart racing with excitement. Observing Bardock's expression, Kasso surmised his thoughts. However, the reality remained that Frieza's true strength was a staggering 120 million, vastly exceeding Bardock's assumptions. Yet, Kasso felt reassured. With the current strength of the Saiyans, unless Frieza himself intervened, the Saiyans on Planet Salad would remain safe. Frieza's leniency towards Goku and Vegeta indicated his primary aim was simply to fulfill a task assigned by Beerus, showing little interest in those he deemed weak. Moreover, if the Saiyans concealed their tails during their excursions, who could discern them from a mere race resembling Saiyans? At that moment, Bardock fell silent, seemingly acquiescing to Kasso's decision. The atmosphere among the Saiyans grew electric. Their collective weariness of the monotonous training life on Planet Salad was palpable. For them, the thrill of battle was their true calling. However, not everyone shared the Saiyans' enthusiasm. The Lolita Clan was filled with apprehension as long as the Saiyans remained confined to Planet Salad. There was hope that someone might achieve the legendary state documented in ancient texts, rendering Frieza insignificant. Yet, the Lolita people doubted anyone among the Saiyans could reach such heights. With this thought, Frieza ascended into the sky. Having been appointed the new leader by Winnie a year prior, she could not allow the Lolita clan to take such risks alongside the Saiyans. "You little rascal, you mustn't," Frieza declared, her brow furrowed in disapproval. "Silence." Kasso's voice was icy, devoid of warmth, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. "This girl knows nothing." "You," Frieza's chest heaved, her finger trembling as she pointed at Kasso. Why was this brat so obstinate? He had never acted this way before. Just then, an elder from the Lolita clan soared into the scene. Iwini gently pressed Frieza's hand down and shook her head. She had heard Kasso's words clearly. The proud nature of the Saiyans meant they would not heed anyone else's counsel. However, Iwini was certain of one thing. Kasso's actions were undoubtedly grounded in reason. After all, he had saved the Saiyans during the cataclysm on Planet Vegeta. Chapter 71. Demonstrating power, you little rascal. I shall ignore you. Frieza snapped, turning away in anger. Kasso, brother, if she won't talk to you. I will. Osbier chimed in, flying up to wrap her arms around Kasso's neck, her eyes squinting cutely. Watching Frieza's retreating figure, Kasso affectionately ruffled Osbier's hair. He chose not to pursue Frieza further, since Bardock had ceased to object. It indicated his tacit approval of Kasso's plan. With the duel concluded, the Garrus team earned 3 Senzu beans, the Caster team 2, and the Chris team 1. Kasso paused before continuing. What I just mentioned will soon be put in action. I hope everyone is mentally prepared. If there are no further matters, you may disperse. Bardock, uncle. Follow me. Kasso beckoned, ascending into the sky with Osbier in tow, while Bardock trailed closely behind. Upon returning to the courtyard of the living quarters, Kasso elaborated on his detailed plan. Although Frieza showed little diligence in exterminating the Saiyans, they could not afford to be reckless in his presence. Thus, when the Saiyans ventured out, they needed to conceal their tails. As long as Frieza did not intervene, his subordinates would not pose a threat to the Saiyans, a certainty in Kasso's mind. Kasso also considered the increasingly well-developed nature of Planet Salad, where each region served a vital function. With the limited number of Lolita Clan members, sustaining the technological operations of Planet Salad would be a formidable challenge. Currently, the Saiyans were organized into 10 teams. They could not all venture out at once, necessitating a portion to remain and ensure the planet's functionality. Particularly, a contingent must be stationed at the Senzu bean fields in the northernmost region, as the preservation of such a healing resource was paramount. Bardock uncle, do you have anything to add? Do as you see fit, but what is your primary objective in sending our kin out? Bardock crossed his arms, aware that Kasso's decisions were invariably well-reasoned. Over the past year, with our progress, resources on Planet Salad have dwindled, that I cannot be the sole one responsible for gathering resources, Kasso retorted, casting a reproachful glance at Bardock. In truth, Kasso's statement held merit. Initially, the combined population of Saiyans and Lolitas barely exceeded 400, and he had managed to procure resources alone. However, as the transformation of Planet Salad expanded, Kasso found himself increasingly pressed for time to engage in resource gathering while also focusing on his training. Thus, he resolved to send the Saiyans out to earn their keep. Yes, that was Kasso's true intention. Indeed, you have borne much responsibility this past year, Bardock remarked, a hint of guilt in his expression that he recognized the resource demands of Planet Salad's development. But Kasso had never disclosed this to him. Bardock had assumed it was a simple task for Kasso. Let Beerus and Castor's teams venture out first. They should assess the current cosmic landscape. Kasso suggested. Very well, Bardock nodded. Among the Saiyans, aside from Bardock, Beerus and Castor were the most powerful. Bardock trusted that their presence would ensure safety. By the way, there's a planet located quite far from us, known for its abundant wealth. I previously traveled there to acquire funds. I'll provide you with the interstellar coordinates. Have them dispatched at the appropriate time, and remember to secure some resources in return. Kasso waved his hand dismissively as he soared out of the courtyard. That rascal. Bardock shook his head, feeling a mix of exasperation and admiration. Kasso soared above the planet Salada. The boundaries of several regions were particularly distinct. The ecological zone preserved the original characteristics of Salada, with towering trees and expansive plains, all untouched by development, presenting a verdant spectacle. In contrast, the research area was dotted with various gray and silver structures, resembling the hemispherical houses of Bulma on Earth. At this moment, Kasso had arrived at this location. Greetings, Lord Kasso. How adorable you are, exclaimed the lovely maidens of the Lolita Clan upon seeing a small child descend from the sky. Their excitement palpable as Kasso touched down. The enchanting Lolita ladies rushed to his side, their delicate, fair hands playfully tousling his hair. After a year of companionship, they had come to know Kasso's easygoing nature and his ability to take a joke, which emboldened them to tease him without reservation. Standing at just over a meter tall among the statuesque beauties, Kasso was enveloped by their alluring fragrance, and just as he felt himself becoming entranced, a commanding voice interrupted. What are you all doing? It was Philia, standing at the entrance, her tone sharp. It's Lady Philia. Run. In an instant, the Lolita ladies vanished from sight. Kasso lamented, I hadn't had my fill yet. You little rascals, your mischief is a result of your unrestrained behavior around me, Philia remarked, rolling her eyes. Are you not angry anymore? Kasso inquired, gazing up at her exquisite visage. Philia remained silent, returning to the research room, her irritation growing as she glanced at the universal adhesive capsule on the table. The little rascal seemed to show more warmth towards those girls than he did towards her. Do you think I would endanger the Saiyan and Lolita clans? Kasso followed her inside, leaning against the doorframe. Best not, Philia replied through clenched teeth, feeling as though Kasso was trivializing the fate of two races. How could he not understand the overwhelming power of Frieza? Having just survived the devastation of Planet Vegeta, he should be aware, with the nurturing environment of Planet Salada, the Saiyans would inevitably rise, Could they not wait until they transformed into that legendary state before venturing out? The thought fueled Philia's fury. Follow me. Upon seeing Philia's expression, Kasso realized she certainly did not trust him. Suddenly, a shadow flickered through the research room, and Kasso instantly appeared beside Philia, vanishing from sight in an instant. Not far from Planet Salada, on a massive azure sphere, a vast plain lay. "Why have you brought me here?" Philia glared at him with intensity. "To show you something," Kasso replied. "What?" Philia paused, taken aback. Kasso regarded the icy beauty before him. The new leader of the Lolita Clan thought if he did not allow her to feel secure, it could adversely affect the relationship between the Saiyans and the Lolita. Not blink," Kasso commanded. With those words, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, as if 100-fold gravity had been imposed, creating an oppressive ambience. Philia's eyes widened in alarm. She struggled to breathe, sensing a terrifying power within Kasso about to erupt. A colossal force erupted from Kasso, enveloping him in a massive white aura. "This is bad." Philia's heart raced as the overwhelming presence surged towards her. Escape. Philia swiftly chose to flee, darting 5 kilometers away. Indeed, just as Philia distanced herself, Kasso let out a furious roar. "Ha!" His diminutive frame unleashed a more violent force. The power surged through his feet, shattering the surrounding plains into countless fragments. A tremendous white wind spiraled around him, swiftly transforming into a powerful tornado, sucking up debris and launching it into the sky. In that moment, the plains within several kilometers experienced unprecedented devastation. Kasso's overwhelming aura disrupted the previously stifling atmosphere. And from afar, it appeared as if an ancient giant ape were bellowing. Boom! The earth trembled as the plains quaked. Kasso was surrounded by glimmers of silver light as floating ions coalesced into arcs of energy, resonating through the sky with crackling sounds. "Retreat!" Philia gasped. Waves of energy cascaded toward her, prompting Philia to hastily retreat another 5 kilometers. This little monster! Philia stood frozen, at a loss for words to describe Kasso. She believed that a battle power of 300,000 was certainly not his true strength. He might have surpassed 500,000. The ancient texts of the Lolita Clan chronicled the formidable Saiyans of the Yamushi era, where even mid-level Saiyans boasted at least 200,000 in battle power, with the mightiest warriors exceeding 1,000,000. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Philia's breath quickened, her gaze fixed on the small black dot at the center of the storm. The little rascal had attained the prowess of ancient Saiyans. He was merely a 9-year-old child. Philia was unaware of Frieza's true strength, but she speculated it to be around 500,000 to 600,000 at most. Now, Kasso's power was nearing Frieza's level, and oh wonder he dared to send the Saiyans out on adventures. At that moment, a silver arc appeared in the sky 15 kilometers ahead, with a thunderous roar. Kasso's terrifying presence dissipated, and the chaotic atmosphere gradually restored itself. In a flash, Kasso reappeared beside Philia, smiling. "What do you think?" Philia stared at Kasso, speechless. After a moment of silence, she asked, "What is your current battle power?" "Didn't you use the detector just now?" Kasso replied, "That blackened object must be the detector, but I anticipated that, having spent a year on Planet Salada and another year in the hyperbolic time chamber." Kasso and Osbier were now 11 years old. The transformation of Planet Salada had reached remarkable perfection. Both the training and research areas exhibited advanced technological advancements, making Saiyan training increasingly convenient. Meanwhile, the living area retained its metropolitan charm, albeit with added greenery, enhancing its aesthetic appeal. Since Kasso implemented the plan for the Saiyans to return to the universe, the skies above Planet Salada have frequently been graced by the sight of various spaceships soaring into the air or descending gracefully. These vessels are either on missions or returning from them, as Kasso had previously mentioned. One of the planets located at a considerable distance from Salada is Dichien Star, a realm of immense wealth and commerce, where an array of goods is traded. Even the planets themselves are up for sale. It is understood that the Frieza force has established a collaboration with Dichien Star. following Queso's instructions. Beerus and Castor set out to procure some resources from Star, only to discover that a formidable warrior with a battle power of 150,000 was stationed there. Fortunately, Beerus and Castor conducted a thorough scan with their detectors before seeking a loan. Otherwise, they might have had to transform into great apes to secure the funds, which would inevitably expose the Saiyans' presence. Upon hearing this news, Bardock unleashed a tirade against Queso. The reason Queso could borrow money from a warrior of such caliber was due to his innate ability to conceal his energy, complemented by his mastery of instantaneous movement, rendering it impossible for others to detect him. It was precisely because Queso frequently borrowed from Star that the shadowy overlord of the planet resurfaced. Although Bardock found the situation somewhat exasperating, he did not wish to further complicate matters for Queso. He understood that the greater Queso's training and battle power became, the more security the Saiyans would feel. Subsequently, Beerus and his companions registered 10 mercenary teams on a cosmic mercenary planet. Due to the overwhelming prowess of these teams, the tasks posted by the mercenary planet were swiftly completed by the Saiyans. And they did so with remarkable excellence. Thus, Beerus and his comrades gained considerable renown on the mercenary planet. Chapter 73, the 600 times gravity chamber. The Saiyans earned their rewards through undertaking missions, which they subsequently exchanged for the special materials required to transform planet Salada. One day, in the training area, 2 small children squatted in front of 2 black chambers, while a stunning beauty with icy blue hair stood beside them. Her form-fitting work attire accentuating her alluring curves, exuding an irresistible charm. How many times can the gravity be increased? Queso inquired with eager anticipation, gazing at the enchanting figure beside him. Philia, how is it coming along? Osbir, seated cross-legged, pouted her lips and asked, as long as we have the right materials, we can increase the gravity by any desired factor. But where did you acquire such rare metals? Philia remarked as she affixed the final component of the second gravity chamber. Since witnessing Queso's true strength a year ago, Philia realized that a gravity chamber capable of 100 times gravity would no longer suffice against him. To elevate the gravity chamber's multiplier, only sturdier metals could be utilized. However, she was curious about how this little rascal had managed to procure such precious metals, which were even more valuable than zero metal. Never mind that. Just tell me how much it has been enhanced. Queso replied, a rare blush gracing his cheeks. How intriguing. Philia stifled a laugh. Given her familiarity with Queso, she knew his skin was thicker than steel, so this display of embarrassment indicated he had engaged in something even he found shameful. It has been enhanced to 600 times. What? Queso's eyes widened in disbelief. In his mind, he had assumed that these special metals would only allow the gravity chamber to reach a maximum of 300 times. To his astonishment, it had actually been boosted to 600 times. Queso swallowed hard. How incredibly precious must these metals be to Star? Indeed, ever since Queso washed his hands of his former life a year ago, he recently made another trip to Star. Even with the 150,000 battle power warrior guarding the planet, he was still able to stealthily acquire such invaluable metals without detection. In the cosmos, a lower-tier planet can sell for 1 black gold, a mid-tier planet for 1 white gold, and a higher-tier planet for 1 purple gold. Moreover, 1 purple gold equals 100 white gold, equating to 10,000 black gold. The batch of metals Queso borrowed is valued at 50 purple gold, which is equivalent to the sale of 50 higher-tier planets to amass such wealth. If the shadowy boss of Star were to discover that his metals had been pilfered, he would likely weep inconsolably in the restroom. Upon hearing that the gravity had been increased to 600 times, Osbir leapt for joy, exclaiming, "That's fantastic. While you are elated, others will be in tears," Philia remarked. Removing her gloves and affectionately ruffling Osbir's hair, in the universe, it is a realm governed by the survival of the fittest. The Saiyans must concentrate on their training. Queso's ability to steal these metals is a testament to his skill. Philia is not one to cling to antiquated notions. She views the situation with a calm demeanor, merely surprised that Queso displayed such a bashful expression. "Thanks, little lady. Once I've completed my training, I'll bring you a box of spicy instant noodles." Queso proclaimed eagerly as he dashed into the gravity chamber. Spicy instant noodles? Philia's eyes sparkled at the mention. The Lolita race is not particularly renowned for their training aptitude, and Philia, with her relatively favorable talent, devotes her time to training and indulging in her beloved universal capsule and food. Instant noodles, especially the spicy flavor, are her all-time favorite. "All right, it's a deal," Philia shouted after Queso's retreating figure. "Understood," came Queso's voice from the gravity chamber as the door closed behind him. "Philia, I shall also commence my training now. Go ahead," Philia replied, her thoughts lingering on the spicy instant noodles as she gazed at Osbir's small frame. Queso wandered around the gravity chamber and found that it looked much the same as before. He was intensely curious about the enhancements the new gravity chamber would bestow upon him. "Increased to 150 times gravity," he murmured softly. Although he was uncertain of his exact battle power, Queso felt confident that 150 times gravity should pose no significant challenge for him. Indeed, the entire gravity chamber was suddenly engulfed in an immense weighty pressure, yet Queso felt no discomfort. The only sensation was a slight unease at the moment the gravity shifted, 200 times gravity. Queso gradually tested the increase. While training under 100 times gravity, he had learned that each increment in the gravity chamber resulted in substantial changes, with the higher multipliers yielding even more terrifying transformations. If the multiplier were raised too high at once, Queso would be unable to adapt and would be reduced to a mere pulp. "I can feel it now." Queso moved his heavy limbs. "But it's still not enough," he shouted, increased to 250 times gravity. The gravity chamber emitted a resonant hum, and the space appeared to warp, rippling with waves of spatial distortion that, in an instant, Queso felt as though he were bearing the weight of a star. And he was abruptly pressed to the ground, "So heavy." Queso groaned, his teeth gritted. Indeed, under such high multipliers, each increment in gravity was incomparable to the previous ones. Taking a deep breath, Queso slowly rose from the ground. Although the current gravity was formidable, he found it just right, reminiscent of the first time he had increased the gravity chamber to 30 times several years prior. Every movement was a colossal challenge for his body. He could only gradually acclimate to the gravity, aiming to walk normally before anything else. After half a day, he muttered, "Restore gravity." Queso lay on the ground, gritting his teeth. Training requires a grounded approach, progressing step by step. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Queso could only stand under 250 times gravity. Walking normally was still beyond his capabilities. However, considering that there was a little lady waiting for his spicy instant noodles outside, he had no choice but to exit. Otherwise, if Philia became angry, it would be quite dreadful. Sure enough, as Queso crawled out of the gravity chamber, he spotted the beautiful figure still standing in place. "Finish your training?" Philia remarked, glancing at Queso, who lay prostrate on the ground. She showed little reaction to Queso's pitiful state, as if it were not the first time she had witnessed such a sight. After resting for a while, Queso finally regained some strength, standing up and giving Philia an exasperated look. "This silly girl is ignoring me completely. How infuriating. Here, take this." Kasso opened the universal capsule and retrieved a box of instant noodles from the warehouse. Tossing it to Philia, as Kasso swung open the warehouse door, Philia deliberately glanced inside. Gasp! Philia inhaled sharply. The warehouse was brimming with instant noodles. Why was she given only a small box? Chapter 74. Whis descends again. Just a single box? Is there a problem? Just one box. Kasso firmly shut the warehouse door, gazing at Philia with certainty. The instant noodles were acquired by Kasso from Earth a year prior, featuring a variety of flavors aside from sauerkraut, all in preparation for the potential return of Beerus. The more of these life-saving items he could store, the better. The fact that Kasso could spare one box for Philia was already quite generous. Philia clutched the box of noodles tightly to her chest, glaring at Kasso as if he were a despicable villain, whether she wanted it or not. Kasso could hardly bear her expression, feigning an attempt to reclaim the noodles. "What are you doing?" Philia quickly evaded Kasso's two small hands that weren't you saying you didn't want it. As a princess of the Lolita Clan, Philia's innate talent was exceptional. She had always been the center of attention, utterly spoiled by her kin, able to obtain nearly anything she desired. Yet when faced with Kasu, she had never encountered someone so miserly like tea that moment. The door to the gravity chamber opened, revealing Osbier, drenched in sweat. She could currently train only under 180 times the gravity, unable to achieve the same level as Kasu. Nevertheless, this new gravity chamber was indeed impressive. Osbier felt her strength's bottleneck loosening after just a short time inside. Brother Kasu, Osbier disregarded her sweat, hanging onto Kasu's neck. That is the gravity chamber effective? Kasu didn't mind her perspiration, holding her close and wiping the sweat from her brow. Since the explosion of Planet Vegeta, Kasu had been wandering the cosmos with this girl, traversing small hills on Mumu Star, learning instant transmission on Yardrat Star, and only returned to the Saiyan planet in the year 737 of the AI calendar. Subsequently, on every outing, Kasu would typically bring Osbier along. The two were inseparable, akin to sticky candy. To it was evident how significant her presence was in Kasu's heart. It's great. Osbier wiggled against Kasu. You all take a break. I'll head back first. Philia was now irritated by Kasu. Clearly, there were so many instant noodles, yet had given her only one box. It truly infuriated her, as soon as she finished speaking. Philia soared into the sky, vanishing from their sight in the blink of an eye. Kasu shook his head. He truly couldn't afford to give away too much, as he needed to save it for emergencies. While Kasu was lost in thought, suddenly, the sky seemed to resonate with a celestial hymn, and a colorful beam of light appeared before the two gravity chambers. In an instant, the sacred light burst forth. And as the ethereal glow dissipated, it revealed a man with silver-white hair and blue skin. It was Whis. Osbier, still clinging to Kasu's neck, waved her small hand and exclaimed, Whis. Kasu paused momentarily. Whis, as the attendant and mentor of the god of destruction, was responsible not only for the daily care of Beerus, but also for guiding his training. Angels and gods of destruction rarely parted ways. The sudden arrival of Whis indicated that Beerus was also present. At this thought, Kasu's breath hitched as he held Osbier and scanned the surroundings for Beerus's figure. Don't look anymore. Lord Beerus has already fallen into slumber. Whis smiled. When on Earth, Whis had noted that Kasu seemed somewhat apprehensive in the presence of Beerus. After all, who wouldn't feel tense when confronted by the universe's most formidable god of destruction, especially when that very deity had contemplated annihilating the Saiyans? How could Kasu not be nervous? Kasu turned around with Osbier in his arms and circled Whis before speaking. Come again for food. Angels are generally gentle, generous, humble, and respectful. Knowing this, Kasu dared to joke. Just then, two ominous black crows seemed to appear in the sky. Whis wiped away 2 beads of sweat from his forehead, particularly exasperated. Nevertheless, he nodded. That is one reason. The other is, let's go, follow me. Before Whis could finish, Kasu took hold of him, and the three of them instantly vanished from their location. Living area, Kasu's home. Is this what you call delicious food? Whis sat at the table, staff in hand, looking skeptically at the items laid out before him, and on the table rested 3 shallow green boxes, which appeared rather ordinary. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Kasu tearing open the packaging, pouring in some boiling water, and stating that it would be ready to eat shortly. Whis felt bewildered. Could this truly be the legendary notion that high-end ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods? Is it edible? Whis doubted, while Osbier, with wide, round eyes, fixated on her own bucket of instant noodles, occasionally swallowing in anticipation. She had tasted instant noodles before and knew them to be a rare delicacy. As time ticked by, the aroma of the noodles began to waft through the air, filling Whis's nostrils, rendering him momentarily speechless. It really only requires boiling water. The enticing fragrance continued to waft into Whis's nose, causing him to gulp uncontrollably as he eagerly extended his hand, desperate to dig in. Hold on. Kasu pressed down on Whis's hand. Preparing instant noodles isn't a trivial task. There are many nuances to consider, such as the temperature of the boiling water and the duration of soaking. If these factors are not well managed, a bucket of noodles will fail to reach its full potential, let alone taste good. Kasu had memorized Master Jin Chengwu's instant noodle secrets. After some time, as Whis felt ready to burst from hunger, Kasu remained unfazed. Whis pondered that had he known, he would have awakened Lord Beerus and brought him along. He was curious whether Kasso would still make him wait so long. All right. Just as Kassu's words fell, the void above the noodles suddenly blurred. Kasso rubbed his eyes, only able to discern the actions of the little girl. Whis' movements were completely beyond his sight. Looking up, he saw that the 2 buckets of noodles had already been lifted by the 2 of them. Whis peeled away the wrapping, leaning down to inhale the enticing fragrance wafting from the noodles. So fragrant, Whis' fingers twitched as he could no longer resist. He swiftly grabbed a fork, while Osbier had already immersed herself in the world of noodles. Truly, they were 2 gluttons. Kasso shook his head. He took a bite, finding that the flavor of the noodles here was quite similar to those from his previous life. There was not much difference, but with the addition of Master Jin Chengwu's secrets, they were indeed much tastier. Whis, what brings you here? Kasso inquired. Puzzled after taking a bite, he recalled that Whis had something to say before he interrupted. Let us finish eating first. Whis struggled to pull himself from the noodle-induced reverie and replied. In Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta had managed to persuade Whis to train him with just a bucket of instant noodles, illustrating the tremendous allure that instant noodles held for Whis. Kasso chuckled, choosing not to press further. After all, Whis would reveal it in due time. Time quietly slipped away. Whis set down his noodle box, letting out a hearty burp, his face displaying sheer enjoyment. The dish was so delectable it felt as though he might explode from the pleasure. This batch of instant noodles was even more delicious than the last from the street vendor. Once Whis regained his composure, his expression turned serious. I wish for the young girl to go to the realm of the gods of destruction to receive my guidance. Upon finishing, Whis cast a deep glance at Osbier, who was still savoring her noodles. Chapter 75, Candidate for God of Destruction. Kasso thought he had misheard, so he cupped his ear, observing Kassu's playful demeanor. Whis' mouth twitched slightly, yet he still spoke earnestly. I wish for the young girl to go to the realm of the gods of destruction to receive my guidance. Kasso found himself rooted to the spot. It was not surprising that he displayed such a demeanor. In the realm of anime, angels serve as the masters, attendants, subordinates, and overseers of the destroyers, being accountable solely to them. Each universe is governed by a single destroyer, and each destroyer is accompanied by an angel. Angels are forbidden from participating in the conflicts of good and evil, nor can they wield their powers in battle. Hearing Whis' words, Kasso was genuinely taken aback. Angels rarely provide guidance to others in their training, but of course, exceptions exist for individuals like Goku and Vegeta. If an angel were to offer training advice to someone, it could only indicate one possibility. That individual is a candidate for the role of destroyer. Upon this realization, Kasso felt a fleeting joy, but it was quickly tempered by a sense of calm. Having the opportunity to ride on Whis' coattails would undoubtedly be beneficial. Under his tutelage, Osbier would surely progress smoothly in her training. Furthermore, within the entire universe, beneath the Omni King, lies the Grand Minister, followed by the angels, and then the destroyers, with the candidates for destroyer trailing behind. Should Osbier become a candidate for destroyer, her status would elevate significantly, bringing no detriment to the Saiyans. Instead, it would allow them to bask in the glory of having a candidate as their backing. For instance, Frieza would undoubtedly think twice before confronting the Saiyans. Knowing they have such a powerful ally, the advantages mentioned could be reaped immediately. However, Kasso was acutely aware that the origins of the Saiyans were far from simple, and their bloodline was exceptionally potent. Growing stronger in the face of formidable opponents in Dragon Ball GT, the state of Super Saiyan 4 emerged, and Kasso believed that even without Whis, he and Osbier, with their innate talents, could reach such heights. Perhaps even surpass Super Saiyan 4. Nevertheless, with Whis' guidance, Osbier's training would undoubtedly progress rapidly, possibly even allowing her to attain the legendary state of Ultra Instinct. After considerable contemplation, Kasso finally spoke. Does Lord Beerus know about this? To which Whis replied, Lord Beerus has no objections. Whis regarded Kasso with a keen gaze, sensing that this young man was indeed aware of the candidate for destroyer's situation. This was fortuitous, for it meant less explanation was required. Oh, Kasso paused momentarily before reluctantly stating, perhaps I should ask Osbier about this. He would not pressure her if she was unwilling. Osbier, while enjoying her instant noodles, immediately looked up upon hearing her name. Her expression one of naive confusion as she asked, Kasu Gij, are you calling me? Kasu responded, Whis, it seems that Osbier has been oblivious to our conversation. What a silly girl, Whis addressed her directly. Little one, do you wish to grow stronger? Yes, Osbier nodded vigorously. She would forever remember the pitiful sight of Kasu being bullied by Napa in his efforts to protect her. Osbier had always resented her lack of strength. Feeling as though she was a burden to Kasu in her subsequent training, she had emulated Kasu's methods. Yet the more she trained, the more she realized she could not keep pace with him. She was unwilling to accept this. She yearned to become stronger. She wanted to protect her older brother, Kasu. I can teach you to train, enabling you to surpass even Kasu, though you may not return to this planet for an extended period. Are you willing? Whis said with a subtle smile. His words were not mere flattery. As a master to the destroyers, angels possessed formidable strength, and their teaching methods were undoubtedly exceptional. Whis could discern that Osbier's talent was not particularly high. Yet there was something peculiar about her Saiyan bloodline that even he found difficult to penetrate. Moreover, in his observations, Whis noted Osbier's pure and innocent heart. Individuals like her tended to learn quickly. Indeed, as Whis had said, when Osbier learned instant transmission on Yardrat, it took her merely 11 months, a feat even faster than that of adult Goku. Upon hearing Whis's proposal, Osbier fell silent, casting a pitiful glance at Kasu. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. Kasu understood her intentions from the reluctant look in her eyes. It was evident that she was moved. I agree. Osbier turned to Whis, her gaze resolute. Though she was reluctant to part from Kasu, at that moment, her Saiyan blood seemed to spur her on, and without a trace of hesitation, she acquiesced. She craved power. When she had honed her skills, she would protect Kasu. Kasu nodded, affectionately ruffling her hair. Saiyans typically matured quickly, yet he had never encountered a Saiyan as inherently innocent as Osbier. Goku had only transformed after a head injury. Now, at 11 years of age, it was time to let go. Osbier, take this. It's filled with all the instant noodles you love. An entire warehouse. Kasu pulled out a capsule and handed it to her. Wishing for her to avoid hunger in the realm of the destroyers, as his little companion prepared to leave, Kasu felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Yet Saiyans were driven by the pursuit of greater strength. Wow, Kasu Gij is so wonderful. Upon seeing the capsule being handed over, Osbier instantly forgot her earlier sadness, her eyes sparkling as she swiftly accepted it from Kasu. Kasu, Whis, this girl, despite her apparent reluctance, forgot everything upon seeing food. Young Kasu, until we meet again. Whis swiftly took Osbier away from Lolita Planet before she could regain her composure and create a fuss. Once they departed, silence quickly enveloped the home. Kasu remained in place, reminiscing about all the moments shared with Osbier. Power. Kasu clenched his fists, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, distorting the surrounding space and producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. The entire Lolita Planet became shrouded in his immense energy, triggering alarms from the scanners of both the Lolita and Saiyan races. 300,000 battle power. 500,000 battle power. Boom, boom. All the scanners on Lolita Planet exploded into heaps of scrap metal. A year prior, Frieza had redesigned the scanners, utilizing more advanced materials, allowing them to detect up to 500,000 battle power. Whoosh, whoosh, Saiyans soared into the air, eager to discover which powerful entity had descended upon Lolita Planet. But upon recognizing the source of the overwhelming aura, they promptly returned to the ground. It's Lord Kasu. Then there's nothing to worry about. Chapter 76. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Osbier departed Lolita Planet alongside Whis. As time went by, the absence of Osbier rendered Lolita Planet considerably quieter, and when Bardock and the others noticed the little shadow trailing Kasu was no longer present, they approached him for clarification. Kasu merely shook his head, offering little explanation, stating that she had gone to train elsewhere, that it was best to say little about individuals like the Destroyer. Subsequently, Kasu's life became a monotonous cycle, either training in the gravity chamber or meditating therein. He rarely appeared before others, even ignoring Frieza when she sought him out. Time slipped away unnoticed, and 8 years passed in the blink of an eye. Deep within the cosmos, a streak of light traversed the stars. Where am I? A striking young man, with starry eyes, cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Tall and with sharp features, dressed in casual earth attire, he exuded an air of fashion. Kasso furrowed his brow. Having just emerged from Metamor, he sensed a malevolent aura nearby, reminiscent of a hellish demon. Metamor was a planet renowned for its martial arts culture, with its inhabitants deeply engaged in various forms of combat training, including the fusion technique, a secret art developed by the Metamorans. Over the years, Kasso's prowess had significantly benefited from their martial practices. Now, confronted with such a sinister presence near Metamor, he could not remain passive. However, as he pursued the aura into the depths of space, he discovered it had vanished without a trace. Kazuo shook his head, having failed to locate the master of the aura. With no other recourse, he utilized instant transmission to depart from the scene. Shortly after his departure, a wisp of black mist arose from the ground, growing denser, until a pair of blood-red eyes emerged within it, surrounded by flickering black lightning that on Earth. Many years had passed, and Bulma was no longer the little girl she once was. She had transformed into a graceful beauty, exquisitely delicate and radiant. In her home, Bulma discovered the Dragon Ball that Kazuo had returned years ago. After extensive research, she realized that this was one of the legendary 7 Dragon Balls, said to grant any wish. Many years prior, Bulma had encountered the Dragon Balls and, recalling her past experiences, quickly crafted a dragon radar once more. Bulma harbored a persistent wish to use the Dragon Balls to fulfill her desire, and thus began her quest to seek them out. The saga of the Dragon Balls officially commenced. Along the way, Bulma encountered Goku, Yamcha, Oolong, and others, facing numerous challenges. However, thanks to Bulma's formidable combat skills, every obstacle was swiftly overcome. Even Goku, upon witnessing Bulma's prowess, acknowledged his inability to rival her. In the finale, within Pilaf's castle, all of Pilaf's schemes were unraveled by Bulma, and Goku did not transform into a giant ape. When it came time to make a wish, Bulma wished for Kazuo to come to her side. However, at that moment, Kazuo was still training on the planet Metamor. Although he was aware that Bulma was searching for him, he simply did not have the time and had to decline Shenron's offer for transportation. Upon learning from Shenron that Kazuo could not come, Bulma's previously excited expression began to dim. Subsequently, as in the original story, Oolong made a sneaky wish and ended up with a pair of panties. Fast forward to the year 750 of the age. The World Martial Arts Tournament, once held every 5 years, was now conducted every 3 years. Bulma always remembered Kazuo's words, to soar through the sky. She needed to practice diligently every day. After all these years, she had only one Senzu bean left in her possession, a testament to her dedication and training that, of course, her arduous efforts had not been in vain. Bulma's combat power had reached 150 points. Yet, lacking a teacher, she remained unable to fly. Bulma chose not to participate in the tournament, as she had little interest in such contests, but she still attended to watch Goku and Krillin's match. Where had that little rascal Kazuo gone? Bulma rested her chin on her hand, her gaze vacant as she observed the battle on stage, the fighting in the arena holding no allure for her. Years ago, Bulma had reached the limits of her physical capabilities and realized that no matter how much she trained, she could not enhance her internal strength. She recalled Kazuo mentioning that once the warm flow within her body became more robust, she could attempt to fly. Yet, so many years had passed, and Kazuo had visited Earth only once, not having had the chance to teach her to fly before he left again. What a vexatious fellow he was. At that moment, 3 figures approached from the periphery, 2 men and a woman. Bulma, a handsome youth exclaimed, lightly patting her shoulder. Who? Bulma gasped in surprise, turning around instantly. During her quest for the Dragon Balls alongside Goku, she had come to realize her own prowess. Yet now she was startled by someone approaching without her noticing. Looking up, she saw a strikingly handsome young man, his familiar features reminiscent of someone she had seen before. Neither moved, the dashing youth silently observing the enchanting girl before him. Her azure hair was tied back with a red ribbon, and her finely arched brows rose delicately with her round eyes, resembling 2 icy peaks. With pearly white teeth and rosy lips, her fair complexion made her the epitome of youthful beauty. Bulma felt a flicker of annoyance. How could this fellow be so impolite? Staring at her with such an indiscreet gaze, suddenly, a flash of realization struck her mind. The handsome young man before her began to merge with her memories of Kazuo. Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief as she stammered. "You are Kazuo?" Nearby, Yamcha and Oolong exchanged curious glances, puzzled by the identity of Kazuo. However, upon seeing the burly man beside Kazuo, they wore expressions of incredulity. "He looks like Goku." "It's me," Kazuo replied with a gentle smile. 8 years had passed since he last set foot on Earth, and the Bulma before him had matured significantly, blossoming into a breathtaking young woman. After a moment's perception, Kazuo noted that the aura within Bulma had intensified considerably. At her current level, she was nearly ready to learn how to fly. It was evident how hard Bulma had worked towards that goal. In Kazuo's assessment, he could discern that aside from the dragon on stage and Master Roshi, as well as Goku, none of the others present posed any challenge for Bulma. "You finally appeared," Bulma exclaimed, excitedly grasping Kazuo's collar. Sometimes, when children see something they desire, they express that wish. Bulma had once yearned to learn how to fly like Kazuo after witnessing him soar through the skies. However, as time passed, she realized her disinterest in rigorous training. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, whenever she contemplated giving up, the image of that little rascal would flood her mind, compelling her to persevere. Bulma released her grip, her heart brimming with unspoken words for Kazuo. Yet upon seeing him, she found herself at a loss for what to say. Years later, upon reuniting with Bulma, Kazuo felt a wave of happiness and instinctively ruffled her hair. Let us watch the match. Chapter 77. The conclusion of the martial arts tournament. In the past few years, Planet Salad has flourished remarkably, and the Saiyan team has established its own mercenary organization in the cosmos, rapidly gaining prominence due to their previously accrued reputation. Other mercenary groups dared not voice their discontent, recognizing the Saiyan's superior strength. Meanwhile, Kazuo had been diligently training on Planet Salad, but as time passed, he quickly reached a bottleneck. The 600 times gravity chamber no longer proved effective for him. Kazuo realized that merely focusing on enhancing his own combat power was insufficient, as the Saiyan race was renowned for their prowess in battle. Thus, several years prior, he left Planet Salad in search of various combat experiences throughout the universe. However, in the early stages of the Dragon Ball saga, there were hardly any formidable opponents in the cosmos. Just as Kazuo was beginning to feel despondent and considered returning to Planet Salad, he stumbled upon an intriguing planet, Metamore. Kazuo trained on Metamore for several years, during which he heard Shenron's voice inquiring if he wished to be transported. Realizing that the Dragon Ball saga had commenced. Consequently, upon finishing his training, he returned to Planet Salad, bringing Bardock and Jine with him to Earth, coinciding with the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. "Kakarot," Jine gasped, covering her mouth, tears glistening in her eyes. Having been banished to this planet shortly after Goku's birth, she instantly recognized her son by his distinctive hairstyle. Bardock furrowed his brow, remaining silent. He perceived that Kakarot's combat power on stage was rather weak. Questioning whether this little one could truly become a Super Saiyan, in contrast to the expressions of the two beside him, Kazuo found the battles on stage to be quite entertaining, even perceiving Master Roshi's techniques as exceedingly profound. The Earthling's innate talent for training was not particularly strong, yet under the influence of the Kai, martial arts on Earth had reached unprecedented heights in recent years. This realization made Kazuo find it quite reasonable. The trio of Kazuo watched the battle with great interest, while Bulma fixated intently on the profile of Kazuo. His chiseled, handsome face radiated masculinity, with dark, deep-set eyes gleaming with charm and an air of authority emanating from his brow. It was hard to believe that the mischievous boy from years ago had grown into such a figure. "Bardock uncle, Jine auntie, don't look at the sky," Kazuo remarked with a gentle smile. He recalled that in the anime, Goku transformed into a giant ape at the last moment of the match, and it was only after Master Roshi shattered the moon that he secured victory. "What did you say?" Bulma paused, thinking that Kazuo was addressing her. "Never mind, just enjoy the match," Uncertain whether it was due to the long absence from touching another's head, Kasso found himself instinctively patting Bulma's head once more, to which Bulma surprisingly did not resist. Bardock and Jain exchanged knowing nods. Kasso's assertion implied that there must indeed be a moon on Earth. And indeed, on stage, Master Roshi unleashed the Kamehameha wave, seizing control of Goku. Just as Goku was on the brink of surrender, he glanced up at the full moon, swiftly transforming into a colossal ape. "What has happened to Goku?" Bulma exclaimed, having never witnessed Goku in such a state. Back in Pilaf's castle, it was Bulma who had defeated Pilaf and his minions, and thus she had never seen Goku assume his great ape form. Yamcha and Krillin widened their eyes, contemplating a hasty escape. Yet the enormous gorilla on stage was Goku, and their concern held them back, forcing them to cautiously hide behind Bulma. "This is a talent inherent to our race," Kasso elucidated. Under the full moon, he too felt a slight itch in his tail, but as long as he avoided gazing at the moon, it posed no issue. Oh, Bulma suddenly comprehended. It turned out that Goku and Kasso belonged to the same lineage, which explained Goku's own tail. Nevertheless, witnessing Goku transform into a great ape did not alarm Bulma. With Kasso by her side, she felt no fear as Goku morphed into his massive form. The surrounding audience fled in utter panic, leaving only a giant ape, Master Roshi, and a golden-haired referee on the stage. There was no other choice. Master Roshi realized that continuing in this manner would only lead to defeat. He raised his gaze, peering through Goku's gigantic form at the full moon above, his eyes narrowing. Kamehameha! A deep blue energy wave surged forth from Master Roshi's hands. "No!" Krillin and Yamcha shouted from the sidelines, after witnessing the battles between Shenron and Goku. They were well aware that Shenron was a martial arts master. Should Goku be struck by this energy wave, it could prove fatal. Can Goku withstand it? Bulma looked to Kasso, her eyes betraying her concern. "It's all right," Kasso chuckled. Master Roshi had no intention of killing Goku. He merely aimed to shatter the full moon. Moreover, given Master Roshi's strength, he might not even pose a threat to Goku in his great ape form. "Then I can rest easy," Bulma said, patting her elevated chest. Having sought the Dragon Balls alongside Goku, they had forged a strong friendship, and she simply could not bear to see him harmed. Meanwhile, Jain and Bardock observed the battle with a calm demeanor. The massive blue energy wave hurtled toward Goku with a fierce roar. Boom! A thick fog enveloped the entire arena. Yes, he dead. Krillin and Yamcha collapsed to the ground, unable to believe that Goku had perished so easily. When they glanced at Bulma, their faces were filled with indignation. Clearly, Bulma had the power to stop Master Roshi, yet she remained indifferent. "Goku is not dead." Bulma shot a glare at the Tuti. "Oh, you truly wish for Goku's demise?" Just as Bulma asserted, Goku lay on the ground, unclothed and drowsy, yet he did not rise to continue the battle as one might expect from an anime. Ultimately, under the announcement of the golden-haired referee, Shenron was declared the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Let's go. With the duel concluded, Kasso had no intention of conversing with Goku and prepared to depart. Bardock shared the same sentiment. Upon first encountering Goku's feeble combat prowess, he had contemplated taking Goku back to teach him.